In a world where the strong dominate, Yuan Hao, a hapless disciple of the Bloodsword sect, finds himself entangled with a beautiful but psychotic senior sister, Yuling, who declares her love for him at first sight. Despite his zero-level cultivation aptitude, he reluctantly agrees to become her partner, only to discover that her affection comes with bizarre demands and relentless teasing. As he juggles his duties of raising pigs and handling corpses, he uncovers a mysterious soul sea that allows him to fish for secrets and powerful skills from the deceased. However, using his alluring sister as bait for top-tier techniques leads to unexpected chaos. Will Yuan Hao manage to navigate the dangers of his newfound life while trying to escape his increasingly obsessive partner? Each day is a struggle between survival and the absurdity of his circumstances, filled with laughter, drama, and the peculiarities of a cultivation world that doesn't play by the rules. Join Yuan Hao on this wild adventure where love, madness, and the pursuit of power collide in the most unexpected ways. Chapter 1. The obsessive senior sister entangles me, yet all I desire is a tranquil life raising pigs. In a modest room, with a grand bed, a woman with an alluring figure and flawless skin clings to a young man who is clumsily dressed, radiating a sense of panic. Her exquisite face is adorned with expressions of pleading and affection. Please don't leave me. I love you so much. If you dare to approach another woman, I shall take her life. You wouldn't want to harm her, would you? Please, dear junior brother, I beg you. I can be sweet or aloof, pure or seductive. What would you like me to do? I will comply with your wishes, just don't abandon me. The young man, who is the one being clung to, is a transmigrant from Launching, with a tragic background. Orphaned at a tender age and left to navigate life alone, he initially felt a sense of excitement upon arriving in this new world, as it promised opportunities for ascendance. However, upon assimilating the memories of the original owner and realizing his name, he was rendered speechless. Yuan Hao. He does not share the surname Xiao or Tang, nor Lin or Yi. It is all over. In this martial realm, surnames like Xiao and Lin are the standard for achieving greatness. But Yuan? It is rare even among the favored disciples. Indeed, 3 months prior, Yuan Hao had learned of an upcoming disciple selection at the nearby Shuejin sect and decided to try his luck. However, he was promptly eliminated in the first round. He vividly recalls the mortifying moment when, under the scrutiny of the crowd, the towering testing stone monument boldly displayed the words, "Wasted spiritual root, star rating, 0." It is known that even a wasted spiritual root typically possesses at least a 1-star qualification, yet Yuan Hao had recorded the first ever 0 level in the sect's history, indicating his utter inability to cultivate. The Shuejin sect is a formidable faction, requiring a 2-star qualification even to become a servant disciple, thus he was ineligible for even that position. Ironically, the one overseeing the disciple assessments was the sect leader's sole disciple, the very sister who is now clinging to him, Yuling. In a sea of candidates, she cast a glance at him, and, citing a lack of servant disciples, made an exception to retain him. Thus, Yuan Hao became a servant disciple of the Shuejin sect, joining a group of 20 others tasked with tending to pigs and transporting corpses. Tending to pigs is grueling work, fetching water, cooking, cutting grass, bathing piglets, and assisting sows in breeding and birthing. Transporting corpses is equally arduous, as the Shuejin sect is notorious for its bloody reputation, often attracting numerous cultivators seeking retribution. Fortunately, the sect's strength has allowed it to endure. Those who perish in conflicts are bled for their essence to nourish swords, while the servant disciples are responsible for the disposal of the remains. Daily interaction with pigs and corpses is indeed taxing, yet Yuan Hao is indifferent to the labor. After all, as a 0-level qualified individual, securing any meal is a blessing in this world. However, on the very day he became a servant disciple, his life underwent a drastic transformation. The esteemed and ethereal Yuling, revered by all male cultivators, approached him during the night as he sought relief. Your demeanor while tending to the pigs is truly captivating. I have fallen for you at first sight. I wish for you to be my first and only partner in life. This shall remain our little secret. Yuan Hao had never encountered such a scenario. In a world where strength reigns supreme, this unassuming individual found himself favored by a goddess-like sister. His hesitation vanished, and he readily acquiesced. Initially, he was elated. After all, who would believe that a beautiful sister had taken an interest in a servant disciple? However, as time passed, he gradually realized that this sister was unhinged. Kisses never ceased, her reasoning being that she wished to relish every moment of his presence. Their dual cultivation sessions were relentless, with her encouraging him to cast aside his humanity and unleash all his pent-up frustrations from tending to pigs and transporting corpses upon her. Yuan Hao was left utterly bewildered and aghast. In the days that followed, he found himself irresistibly drawn to Yuling Shuang's quarters for their dual cultivation games, forcibly being brought along if he attempted to resist, regardless of the weather. Was there any difference between this and being coerced? Terrified, he finally mustered teach matters of the night shall be addressed in due time. First, I must attend to feeding the pigs, lest I find myself without sustenance today. The sect does not support idlers. The last time I returned late, I was reprimanded by the overseer of the pig farm and endured an entire day of hunger, followed by the arduous task of moving corpses. Fortunately, that evening, I was rescued by Yuling Shuang and enjoyed a hearty meal at her place. I digress. Since I have resolutely decided to sever my ties with Yuling Shuang, I must rely solely on my own efforts. Yuan Hao clenched his fists, silently encouraging himself as he pushed open the door to the pig farm. The sight that greeted him was startling. Once again, external disciples had arrived, one male and one female, both on duty. Their arrival undoubtedly signaled the assignment of a task involving corpse transportation. If memory serves, the male disciple, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back and had a penchant for observing others through his nostrils, was the son of a certain elder from the outer sect. What was his name? Sukuin? The blood sword sect comprises 10 miscellaneous departments, with personnel numbering in the hundreds, yet the miscellaneous disciples of the pig farm hold the least authority and the lowest status, burdened with the task of moving corpses. About 20 miscellaneous disciples stood in a straight line, each standing at attention. Overseer Zhang joined them, feigning humility as he listened to Su Kuan issue orders. Yuan Hao smirked and positioned himself at the end of the line. The female disciple cast a glance his way, crossing her arms with a hint of displeasure. Overseer Zhang, you cannot even manage your own miscellaneous disciples? I have been conversing with my senior brother for ages, and yet you still fail to gather everyone? Yes, I shall enforce strict discipline. I will impose severe penalties today, now that everyone is present. Supervisor Zhang's thick lips curled into a grin, revealing a row of somewhat crooked yellow teeth. In a final act of intimidation, he shot Yuan Hao a fierce glare and muttered, "You, young man, better watch out." Yuan Hao shrugged and chuckled, realizing his situation had worsened. Today's meal was now entirely uncertain, and he might even face punishment. This was indeed an inauspicious start. Junior sister is correct. Su Kuan, with hands behind his back, exuded an odd odor that reached Yuan Hao even from a distance. The unmistakable scent of a sycophant. You miscellaneous disciples spend your time feeding pigs and cutting grass. Your work is light, yet your discipline is lax. It is high time you received proper education. This statement immediately provoked murmurs of discontent among the miscellaneous disciples, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. How dare you imply that feeding pigs and moving corpses is an easy task? Do you even know how to breed them? You wouldn't even know how to breed a pig. Overseer Zhang, if you feel incapable of managing this, do not squander the position of overseer. I can have my father replace you at any time. My father, Su Ihai. Su Kuan pointed skyward, exuding arrogance. The disciples seethed with resentment, gritting their teeth. Day in and day out, he flaunted his father, Su Ihai, as if he were the sect leader himself. The disciples were indignant, while Supervisor Zhang bowed and scraped like a dog. Such a privileged scion of the sect was not someone he could afford to offend. The female disciple pinched her nose with one hand while the other waved in front of her face like a fan, occasionally rolling her eyes in exasperation. Senior brother, let us assign the tasks and be done with it. Tomorrow, the outer sect will conduct a quarterly examination, yet I have only just begun to grasp the blood claw palm, and the stench here is unbearable. Su Kuan smiled. Very well, let us heed junior sister's wishes. How about I personally guide you in practicing the blood claw palm tonight? Oh, senior brother, you are insufferable. Thank you so much. Under the watchful eyes of the 20 or so miscellaneous disciples, the pair walked away, engaged in light-hearted banter. Yuan Hao, you rascal. Supervisor Zhang bellowed, rushing towards him and launching into a vigorous tirade, spittle flying in all directions. He scolded for what felt like an eternity, until he was parched and finally ceased, leaving one last ominous warning. Once we finish moving today's corpses, I will ensure you receive proper discipline. At the northern gate of the Bloodsword sect, the ground was strewn with corpses. Yuan Hao glanced over and quickly deduced, based on his previous experience, that approximately 2,000 lives had been lost this time. Each of these bodies bore a gaping wound in the chest, their most precious essence stolen, leaving only empty husks behind. A towering cremation furnace stood nearby, enveloped in a unique fiery formation, burning fiercely despite the absence of wood or grass. The miscellaneous disciples worked diligently in pairs, hefting the heavy corpses and tossing them into the furnace, producing a sizzle with each toss. As they reached the halfway point, exhaustion took hold, and they collapsed onto a flat stone, drenched in sweat. That old fool, Supervisor Zhang, sends us to move corpses while he enjoys tea with the pigs at the pig farm. I truly wish I could pound him into the ground. What can we do? He is the overseer. He is a useless overseer. All he does is scold us and punish, rest assured. Only the menial disciples are the safest, for we do not even possess the combat prowess to engage with others, Yuan Hao said, interlocking his fingers behind his head and closing his eyes. A chill swept over the crowd behind him. Suddenly, they felt that raising pigs might not be such a bad idea. After all, transporting corpses merely required some physical effort. Being scolded by Manager Zhang and going hungry for a day was certainly preferable to losing one's life outright. Seizing a moment of respite while the others were busy, Yuan Hao began to indulge in his own leisure. Although he was burdened with a useless spiritual root, a natural failure in cultivation, several months ago, he had crossed over and gained a rather extraordinary, yet largely inconsequential ability in his mind. Chapter 2. An unexpected encounter in the Sea of Souls. Sister, please save me. He possesses the extraordinary ability to unfold a realm filled with the unknown, the Sea of Souls, wherever he may be, and to fish for lingering souls within it. Although the departed souls are formless and intangible, they have not truly vanished. Rather, they exist in a different, invisible form throughout the world. In Yuan Hao's mind, the Sea of Souls is relatively small, and he can manipulate its expansion through thought, akin to a radar that reveals the drifting clusters of souls suspended in the air. These soul clusters vary in size, with some as small as a grain of rice and others as large as a fist. A unique black line appears in Yuan Hao's hand, visible only to him, allowing him to fish amidst the floating sea of souls. However, he can only catch soul clusters within a 10-mile radius centered on himself. Beyond this distance, the black line cannot reach. The soul clusters he reels and feels soft to the touch, akin to a peeled egg. However, they prove utterly useless. Yuan Hao can only pass the time by fishing for souls, ultimately releasing them all back into the ether. With a swift motion, he hooks a soul cluster the size of a fist. As he squeezes it in his hand, he feels a wave of frustration wash over him. How is it that he has caught this particular one 5 or 6 times this month? Each time he catches it, a black dot appears as a mark on its surface. Yuan Hao feels a strange connection to it, but what significance does that hold? Surely, he cannot keep it as a pet. He releases it with a flick of his wrist. Perhaps with too much force, for the soul cluster unexpectedly bursts mid-air, releasing a surge of spiritual energy that rushes into his mind before he can react. In an instant, a torrent of memories and information that do not belong to him floods his consciousness. Techniques of the yellow rank, the experience and insights of the blood fang palm. Aren't these the martial skills of the Bloodsword sect? Yuan Hao is astonished. In the blink of an eye, he has seemingly mastered the blood fang palm. Martial skills and sword techniques are classified into 4 levels: entry, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Numerous outer sect disciples have labored for years, barely attaining entry or minor achievement. How could he have reached major achievement so swiftly? After a moment of silence, Yuan Hao's mood brightens. Could it be that shattering a soul cluster grants him the martial skills practiced by its previous owner? Regardless of the level they attained in life, all experiences and insights are transferred to him intact. His eyes widen in excitement, nearly prompting a shout of joy. Yet, his expression soon shifts to one of regret, as he remembers having released a soul cluster the size of a head just last week. Although he is unaware of what it contained, he cannot shake the feeling that he has lost something significant. Casting a furtive glance around, he notes that the 20 or so servant disciples are still chattering away, utterly indifferent to him. Yuan Hao hastily casts his line again. With a swift gesture, the black line disappears into the Sea of Souls, and one by one, soul clusters are drawn to him. Another blood fang palm, but merely a minor achievement? Pathetic. Yuan Hao shakes his head, transforming into a derisive warrior. The insights of a minor achievement in the blood-fong palm are worthless. He flicks the soul cluster back into the sea, where it is enveloped by a layer of light and vanishes. He crushes another cluster. Fleeting flower finger? It sounds rather effeminate and is only of yellow rank, hardly befitting his masculine identity. Discarded. What is this? The Locking Yang profound art? Knightly conquests of 10 maidens, a dual cultivation technique of profound complexity and of the upper profound rank. Ahem, it seems of little practical use, but I shall reluctantly accept it. With a thought, he envelopes the information in spiritual energy that surges into his mind. The overwhelming influx of information leaves him dizzy, and a violent force wells up within him. With this, at least he need not fear his vitality failing. Yuan Hao smiles, only to suddenly recall something crucial, his expression freezing in dismay. I possess a waste spirit root, which signifies a defective martial vein. Furthermore, I have not cultivated a chi within my body. Even if I were to obtain a technique, it seems I would be unable to gather spiritual energy. His spirits plummet to the depths of despair. Heaven above, are you toying with me? Almost overcome with despondency, he is jolted by the sight of a massive soul cluster drifting towards him like a small vessel. Yuan Hao quickly rubs his eyes, doubting his vision. Rubbing again, he is left astonished. Goodness, it is enormous. At least 10 feet in diameter. This is the first time he has encountered such a colossal soul cluster. Its appearance banishes his earlier gloom, replaced by a glimmer of avarice in his eyes. Regardless of its utility to him, he must reel it in. Even if it proves useless, he could compile the techniques and martial skills into a tome for sale, surely far more profitable than remaining at the blood sword sect in servitude. Spring has indeed arrived unannounced. Yuan Hao rubs his hands together in excitement, envisioning a future of wealth where he might purchase a city and marry dozens of concubines, leading a life of abundance. With a swift motion, the black line successfully ensnares the 10-foot soul cluster, and Yuan Hao exerts all his strength to pull it back. How heavy! Such a mass must contain techniques of earth, or even heaven rank. If it is truly of heaven rank, I might strike it rich. The soul cluster thrashes violently, darting about wildly, straining against him with such force that Yuan Hao nearly stumbles to the ground. His features contort in concentration, teeth gritted as he digs his fingers into the earth, his knees bending, and his body leaning back, his feet sinking deep into the ground. This sudden display of effort leaves the 20 or so servant disciples utterly dumbfounded. Not only is he gritting his teeth, but he is also chanting incantations, his eyes bloodshot as he bellows. The servant disciples, already somewhat fearful, huddle together, trembling, their body hair standing on end. What is he doing? No one knows. Could it be that he is possessed by a ghost? Good heavens, there is a ghost. I have long warned you that such menial tasks as transporting corpses are ill-fated. I shall no longer serve as a servant disciple of the blood sword sect. Oh heavens! I want to go home. As they scream in panic, the 20 or so servant disciples flee in disarray. A ghost? Where? Wait for me. Goodness! In a fleeting moment of distraction, Yuan Hao found himself toppled to the ground by the soul sphere, which dragged him about in a chaotic manner, leaving him disheveled and covered in dust. Hee, shitty, I have found you. Yuling emerged like a specter from behind a towering tree, her tongue delicately teasing her luscious, crimson lips. She had not just arrived. As soon as the disciple of lesser rank set foot in this place, Yuling followed in swift pursuit. However, being mindful of the presence of others, she chose to remain concealed, quietly admiring Yuan Hao's graceful demeanor as he maneuvered the corpses. Shiji, save me. Chapter 3. Call me wife, and I shall save you for a lifetime very well. As long as you agree to 3 conditions, I will rescue you from any danger for the rest of your life. Yuling raised her delicate brows, her enchanting eyes sparkling with mischief. This soul orb was of paramount importance to Yuan Hao. Such a substantial mass likely concealed precious treasures within, crucial for his future well-being. Most importantly, his fingers were on the verge of breaking. All right, I promise. Yuan Hao desperately wanted to say that, but the words caught in his throat. What if this soul orb was merely an empty shell? He would be entirely at the mercy of his senior sister. Never mind, opportunities like this are rare. I shall take the gamble. Perhaps it might transform a small bird into a mighty fish. Yuan Hao resolutely nodded, his voice booming. Well then, may I ask you to state your conditions, senior sister? Yuling leisurely raised a fair, jade-like finger, her translucent, pink nails resembling polished gems. First, you shall not mention breaking up again. All right, I agree, Yuan Hao exclaimed, but suddenly found himself wedged between two gnarled ancient trees, unable to move. Yuling Shuang then raised a second finger. Secondly, you shall not unilaterally decide to leave the Bloodsword sect. Yuan Hao. These two conditions had him thoroughly ensnared. He suspected Yuling Shuang could read his thoughts, yet he had no proof. Thirdly, you must promise to help me find something. I am certain you can do it. Quickly, will you agree? Yuan Hao nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. I agree. Then, you must first call me wife to hear it. Senior sister, saving lives is of utmost importance. Will you call, or not? Fine. Wife. Say you love me. I love you. Say it all together, once more. Wife, I love you. Now that's more like it. Joy visibly danced across Yuling Shuang's face, her body quivering slightly as she emitted a cold chuckle. With a gentle tap of her toes, she appeared behind Yuan Hao like a leaf fluttering in the wind. After surveying the surroundings, her brows furrowed slightly. She swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a mysterious formation resembling an intricate net that surged from beneath her feet. The emergence of this formation caused the soul orb to react violently, trembling intensely. Yuling Shuang remained composed, her jade hand gesturing into the void as the net-like formation enveloped the massive soul orb entirely. Yuan Hao stood dumbfounded nearby, for Yu Shiji could indeed see the soul orb. Why was she not taking action? It's coming. Yuan Hao nodded, exerting himself to pull on the soul orb. The formation alleviated the orb's struggles, enabling him to drag it faster. As it came into view, he summoned all his strength and struck it with a punch. The enormous soul orb exploded with a crack. Torrents of soul energy surged towards his third eye. The process of assimilating the soul energy alone consumed half a stick of incense's worth of time. Heavenly grade technique, Mo Ming Huan Tiangong. Just as Yuan Hao had anticipated, this was indeed a heavenly grade technique. Moreover, the soul's former master had cultivated it to perfection, just one step away from ultimate mastery. A torrent of information bombarded Yuan Hao's mind, threatening to overwhelm him. Mo Ming Huan Tiangong, reputed to be the most sinister technique in the world, had been lost for 90,000 years, only to resurface 3,000 years ago with the establishment of the Bloodsword sect. The former master of that soul orb was the first sect leader of the Bloodsword sect. This leader wielded the Mo Ming Huan Tiangong to devastating effect, rendering him invincible until he was ultimately betrayed and slain by his own wife during a period of secluded cultivation. What a melodramatic tale, Yuan Hao muttered softly. This soul orb was evidently different from the previous one, containing not only the sect leader's insights and experiences, but also memories of his past deeds. Mo Ming Huan Tiangong could seize an opponent's energy sea, allowing for unlimited exchanges into one's own body. Yuan Hao was astounded, his lips quivering. This is akin to a perpetual motion machine, is it not? When an opponent's energy sea is depleted, while they toil to recover, I can simply swap their restored energy sea into my own body. Truly, heaven does not forsake those who strive. I thought I would never have the chance to cultivate. Oh, heavenly deity, I shall never again speak ill of you. Wait. Yuan Hao quickly processed more information regarding the Mo Ming Huan Tiangong and soon found himself utterly dumbfounded. Oh heavens, it turns out you are still as fickle as ever. Why must the prerequisite for swapping an opponent's energy sea be to first incapacitate them? Yuan Hao pondered. With my strength, I could easily overpower my opponent, yet I still need to seize their energy sea? The creator of this technique must have been deranged. Filled with confusion, Yuan Hao continued to digest the vast information, soon uncovering some explanations. He began muttering softly to himself. It turns out that seizing the energy sea not only grants spiritual energy, but also the inherent realm associated with it. This means that if I successfully defeat someone of a higher realm and seize their energy sea, I can bypass the arduous process of breaking through. Thus, cultivating the Mo Ming Huan Tiangong necessitates the strength to defeat opponents of a higher level. Now that I possess the magical technique and the experience to cultivate it, all that remains is to defeat an opponent and claim their energy sea. Yuan Hao was filled with mixed emotions. Who could he possibly defeat in his current state? Even the two crooked trees pinching his backside were unyielding. With a gentle snap of her fingers, Yuling Shuang caused the sturdy tree trunk to burst apart. Yuan Hao rolled to his feet, squinting as he assessed her. Yuling Shuang was the sole direct disciple of the Blood Sword sect's leader, possessing formidable strength. The leader had always regarded her as his successor. Among the 6 realms of cultivators, Yuling had already reached the initial stage of the 5th realm, known as the Didong realm, 1st grade. The realms of Ling Ti, Ling Shui, and Ling Gu represented a cultivator's foundational stages, commonly seen among loose cultivators and sect disciples. The realms of Di Ying, Di Dong, and Di Luan were advanced stages, often associated with prominent figures, each possessing the power to move mountains and fill seas. As a master of the Di Dong 1st grade, if I could obtain her energy C, I too could ascend to that level in an instant. However, that would be akin to an ant attempting to move an elephant, purely a dream. Otherwise, during the duel cultivation, one might resort to a sneak attack. Yuan Hao's mind conjured an illusory image, but it was swiftly shattered by the force of his immense fist. What am I even thinking? Though sacrificing others for oneself is not inherently disgraceful, must it be so despicable? After all, senior sister saved my life. Alas, I must devise another solution. In the solitude, Yuling suddenly drew close, tightly embracing Yuan Hao's arm, her exquisitely flawless face nuzzling against his shoulder. Like a peculiar being, she inhaled deeply the scent emanating from him, her entire demeanor transforming into one of delight, her eyes shimmering with a subtle, enchanting glow. Junior brother, you must not go back on your promise to senior sister, she admonished. Yuan Hao, lost in thought, replied, Senior sister, can you also perceive the soul orb? I cannot see it, but I possess a modicum of telepathic ability. I know your thoughts, Yuling said, her finger gently tracing a circle on Yuan Hao's chest. How mischievous. Do you intend to seize senior sister's vital essence during dual cultivation? He exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation. It was all over. Chapter 4. The form of a junior brother. This was a path that Yuan Hao had never envisioned. Did she know what was in his heart? What was there left to play at? It seemed he was merely a pawn in the game. Yuling looked at him with a smiling face, her expression devoid of anger. The thought that he had no secrets from her, exposing himself like a fool, nearly drove Yuan Hao to the brink of despair. Rest assured, I shall not reveal your secret, she said, for, after all, my dear junior brother, I have already taken on the form of a junior brother myself. I truly, deeply like you. Yuan Hao felt as though he had been struck by lightning, goosebumps rising all over his body. He dared not move. In the future, focus on fishing for souls. If the soul cluster is too large, I shall assist you with formations. Yuling gazed at him with an unsettling intensity, inching closer as if she wished to steal a kiss. However, just as her lips approached, her brows furrowed. A mouthful of blood erupted from her, and her complexion turned ashen as she collapsed into Yuan Hao's embrace. With one hand pressed against his chest, and the other gently resting on her forehead, she lamented, Alas, I have been careless. The formation she had used was not just any ordinary one. It was the Earth Fiend's soul-locking formation, a skill known only to her within the Bloodsword sect. This formation drained immense soul power and energy, and it seemed she would need a few days of rest. I apologize, dear junior brother. I was too boastful earlier. Given my earnest efforts, would you be so kind as to kiss me? Perhaps a kiss would make me feel much better. Yuan Hao was utterly taken aback. As if struck by a bolt from the blue, he was certain that this eccentric senior sister was beyond redemption. Even after spewing blood, she still found time to tease him. To make matters worse, her hands roamed across his body, brazenly taking liberties. Surely, this act of blood vomiting could not be feigned. Yuling immediately read his thoughts and feigned a pitiful expression. Oh dear, I am truly heartbroken. My junior brother suspects I am deceiving him? I no longer wish to live. Yuan Hao felt a tightness in his chest, followed by a violent cough. Cough, cough. Senior sister, what was the third condition you mentioned? What do you wish for me to help you find? My dear junior brother, years ago during a sect mission, my Dao soul suffered severe damage. The sect leader and elders were powerless to help. If I do not restore my incomplete Dao soul, I could perish at any moment. If that were to happen, I would be unable to be with you forever. Yuan Hao was momentarily stunned, feeling a surge of emotion. You would set up a soul-draining formation to assist me in retrieving the soul cluster despite your own soul's fragility? Are you not concerned for your life? Yuling leaned against his shoulder, her eyes sparkling like peach blossoms, as if she could hardly contain her desire to consume him entirely. If my junior brother is happy, I have no regrets. Just listen, where can one find such a wonderful woman? If only she were not so eccentric. Yuan Hao smiled bitterly to himself. I am not ungrateful. Since you have gone to such lengths to help me, I will certainly assist you in return. However, I am uncertain of what precisely you seek. I require a concoction known as the Immortal Phoenix Soul Pill to restore my soul and extend my life. Your abilities should be able to assist me. For nearly 1,000 years, there has been only one alchemist capable of crafting the Immortal Phoenix Soul Pill, and he perished near the Bloodsword sect. If we can retrieve the soul cluster of that alchemist, we should be able to obtain the formula for the pill. Yuan Hao began to grasp Yuling Shuang's motivations for setting up the soul-locking formation. It was likely a means to seek the remnants of that alchemist. The vicinity of the Bloodsword sect was teeming with soul clusters, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The challenge of locating a single alchemist's soul cluster amidst such vastness was indeed formidable. Someone is approaching. I must take my leave. Remember to find me tonight. I have purchased a lovely new dress to wear for you. With a flirtatious glance, Yuling Shuang vanished like a specter. Her figure swiftly disappeared into the ancient forest outside the sect, only to spit out another mouthful of blood, her complexion graver than before. Leaning against a smooth-skinned ancient tree, she slowly sank to the ground. The drain of the Earth Fiend soul-locking formation was far greater than she had anticipated. Yet, for her junior brother, she was willing to sacrifice everything, even if it meant her own demise. Time to return and heal, she mused. But what if my junior brother encounters trouble? What if a woman comes along and takes a liking to him? They might become romantically entangled. No. Yuling Shuang's imagination spiraled out of control, nearly petrifying her. With a determined stomp of her foot, she resolved to sneak back near the plaza to hide. Her injuries were insignificant. Her junior brother's safety was paramount. At the north gate, the incineration furnace blazed fiercely. Yet Yuan Hao had ceased his labor. With so many corpses, transporting them to the furnace alone would surely be exhausting. Since everyone else had fled, he decided to leave as well, claiming to have encountered a ghost. A melodious chime rang out, followed by the low bellow of a cow, accompanied by a chorus of yawns. Yuan Hao, who had nearly made his escape, was drawn in by the intertwining sounds and could not help but look. A blue bull adorned with a red bell was meandering towards him. On the broad and sturdy back of the bull lay an elderly man, clad in tattered garments and wearing grass sandals. The old man sang a nonsensical tune, sipping from a purple wine gourd, appearing utterly carefree. The Bloodsword sect, nestled deep within ancient mountains and forests, was rumored to be a demonic sect. For miles around, disciples of the Sword sect and adventurers often clashed. Many avoided the sect to prevent being caught in the crossfire. Even wandering cultivators took care to steer clear of the Bloodsword sect. Thus, it was quite unusual to see cattle grazing at its gates. Old man, you are about to step on a corpse. Do not proceed any further. Yuan Hao shouted without thinking. The old man atop the blue bull, drowsy and oblivious, continued to ramble drunkenly. My old friend the bull loves to eat corpses. Yuan Hao thought to himself, what a drunken fool, an old madman. Cattle eat grass, which cow feasts on corpses. Deciding it was best to ignore the eccentricities, he resolved to make his escape. As Yuan Hao stepped forward, a bloodied hand suddenly emerged from the pile of corpses, gripping his ankle with surprising strength. A cultivator, who should have been long deceased, groggily pushed aside the bodies covering her and crawled out. Astonishingly, she was a female cultivator, her hair tied into a high ponytail, and her features quite delicate. The dress she wore was torn significantly by the sword's edge during the fierce battle, revealing the essence of her being. Yuan Hao couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Hush, hush, the old man riding the azure bull admonished, causing the creature to halt immediately. The elder then elegantly rolled to the side, landing gracefully on the ground. He propped himself up, his gaunt back leaning against the bull's thigh, and took a hearty swig from his flask. She was a disciple of the Guizhong sect, and remarkably, a third-grade spirit body. Despite the numerous wounds adorning her form, there were no gaping holes in her chest. It seemed that the disciples of the Bloodsword sect, perceiving her inferior strength, had disdainfully refrained from draining her life essence, thus allowing her to miraculously retain her life. Little brother, do you find me appealing? The female cultivator inquired, casting a sidelong glance at the area Yuan Hao had been fixated on, her eyes teasingly twitching. By your attire, you must be a servant disciple of the Bloodsword sect, correct? Servants have little future. Are you content to remain one? Little brother, if you could assist me, I could guide you to a position within the Guizhong sect. Furthermore, I could introduce you to experiences you have yet to encounter, she suggested, her gaze suggestively hinting towards her exposed bosom, attempting to entice Yuan Hao. Is that all? Forget it, he scoffed, having nearly tired of such trivial pursuits. Besides, the Guizhong sect was merely a second-rate power, perpetually fantasizing about contending with the Bloodsword sect through incessant violence. Only a fool would consider joining. The current crop of deceivers, particularly female ones, lacked any professional integrity and had evidently failed to update their approach. Did she truly believe such a haphazard and cliched spiel could ensnare anyone? Seeing Yuan Hao lost in thought and silent, the female cultivator mistakenly assumed he had acquiesced. Little brother, this place is perilous. Please carry me into that grove ahead. I have a medicinal pill in my possession that I need you to feed me. Are you unable to walk on your own? He asked. Indeed, my internal organs are injured. If I attempt to walk, I would collapse within a few dozen paces. So you are quite vulnerable now, utterly defenseless, am I correct? Yes, did you not see? Hurry, let's leave this place, and I will. Suddenly, the female cultivator sensed something amiss. Why was Yuan Hao gazing at her so solemnly, as if he intended to? Chapter 5. Shatter those two wretched white lumps. Little brother, what are you about to do? The female cultivator recoiled in terror, releasing her grip and stumbling backward several paces. Silence. I am a disciple of the Bloodsword sect. How dare I be swayed by such mediocre beauty? You even dare tempt me to betray my sect. Today, I, a menial disciple of the Bloodsword sect, shall eradicate this blight in its name. Yuan Hao's heart fluttered with quiet exhilaration. First, this woman possessed a third-rank spirit body. Her dantian was pristine, unblemished. Second, she was grievously wounded, nearly powerless to resist. Was this not Fortune's own invitation? If not now, when would such an opportunity arise, to seize her dantian? Yuan Hao launched himself forward and delivered a brutal, point-blank kick to her face, sending her crashing to the ground. A jagged stone pierced her shoulder, her features contorted in agony. Spurt. An elderly man nearby, utterly stunned by Yuan Hao's audacity, spat wine a full half-zhong into the air. Then, with a coarse, yellowed palm, he rubbed his brow, murmuring dazedly, "Are the menial disciples of the Bloodsword sect truly so morally upright?" The female disciple of the Guizhong sect, already severely injured, could scarcely withstand an uncultivated youth like Yuan Hao. She staggered upright, only to flee. Yet Yuan Hao struck again. Her body collapsed once more, blood gushing from her mouth. Behind a three-pronged stone beside the plaza, Yuling, heedless of her senior disciple's dignity, crouched low, her backside raised, twisting with glee, a dazed, rapturous smirk playing upon her lips. Hee, excellent. That foul woman dared entice my junior brother with seduction. Kick her belly. Shatter those two wretched white lumps. After toppling her repeatedly, Yuan Hao planted his foot squarely upon her back. The agony of her body tearing apart plunged her into darkness. She writhed feebly on the ground, then lay still. Once certain she had lapsed into unconsciousness, Yuan Hao knelt confidently and withdrew a first-rank pill from her bosom. The Mo Ming Huan Tian Gong was a word-as-law cultivation art. Its primary function was dantian seizure. Once one grasped its essence, even a person devoid of dantian or meridians could wield it. Plop! A gentle warmth bloomed within his lower dantian, spreading like a single drop of water through every martial vein. His formerly ruined meridians were now sheathed in a luminous, ethereal membrane. Power surged forth, unbroken, inexhaustible. This subtle, miraculous sensation was exquisite. Yuan Hao knew he had succeeded. Peering inward, he beheld a shimmering, rippling sea of spiritual energy coiled serenely within his dantian. He clenched his fist and snapped her neck as effortlessly as crushing a fledgling sparrow. Good heavens, what sorcery is this? The elderly man, who had been leaning lazily against his blue ox, hastily stowed his gourd. His drunken haze vanished in an instant. His eyes flared with startling clarity, utterly transformed from their earlier drowsy dullness. I could not possibly be mistaken, could I? How can a youth born with a worthless spirit root and ruined meridians suddenly manifest a third-rank spirit body? Could it be? No, impossible. A possibility had flickered in his mind, yet he instantly dismissed it. Yet no other explanation seemed remotely plausible. Young man, what is your name? Still intoxicated by triumph, Yuan Hao turned, smiling, at the elder's inquiry. Elder, a name is but a mere cipher. You tend your ox. I carry corpses. We are unlikely to meet again, so why burden ourselves with formalities? Oh, the elder found this immensely intriguing. Rising with one hand braced on the blue ox, he mused aloud. You possess the strength of a third-rank spirit body. Yet you content yourself with hauling corpses and tending swine? Why? Once, Yuan Hao had deemed menial discipleship shameful. But now, fishing for souls yielded the wisdom of generations. Lurking in shadows allowed him to seize others' dantions. Why obsess over status within the sect? What was wrong with tending pigs? Formal disciples waged bloody wars with hostile cultivators. Life was singular, irreplaceable. One misstep, and it was gone forever. I love raising pigs. This astonishing declaration left the elder speechless. Yuan Hao waved farewell and turned to leave. You're not carrying these corpses after all. Carry them myself? Huh. The other menials have fled. Do you expect me to shoulder them all alone? Won't the overseer expel you from the sect? Were it not for a solemn vow to remain within the Bloodsword sect, I depack my things this very moment and flee this wretched place. Elder, bandits from rival sects, frenzied, blood-mad, frequent these parts. I urge you to depart swiftly. Do not return. At your age, risking your life is neither wise nor worth the cost. With that, Yuan Hao vanished through the towering gates of the Bloodsword sect. Yuling Shuang slipped away in silence. Only the elder remained, standing alone in the plaza, his lips curved in a faint, knowing smile. A youth so devoted to self-preservation possesses a certain charm. Assuming my eyes have not deceived me, he truly is extraordinary. The Bloodsword sect, harboring such a menial disciple in plain sight? A quiet, genuine delight softened the weathered lines of his face, though it soon gave way to solemn gravity. A slender, needle-thin beam of chi shot skyward, silent, precise, a signal. Within 20 breaths, the air split with sharp, wind-shredding cries. From the main peak's grand hall, 3 figures descended on soaring swords, bearing the robes of the Bloodsword sect's patriarch and 2 grand elders. They arrived with meteoric speed, yet alighted as lightly as falling feathers. Yet as they surveyed the plaza, its pyre blazing fiercely, yet no menial disciples hauling corpses, they exchanged puzzled glances. Then their eyes fell upon the elder, and their bewilderment dissolved into awe and joy. It is you, senior uncle. We pay our deepest respects. The patriarch of the Bloodsword sect, Su Fei Ling, stood tall and statuesque, her figure sculpted with elegant curves, her skin flawless as porcelain. She wore a crimson fox mask embroidered with golden thread, concealing her visage from all but the most privileged. She addressed the disheveled, wine-scented elder as senior uncle, and though her face remained veiled, her subtle gestures and reverent tone bespoke profound deference. Senior brother, you have finally returned. For decades, we received no word. Our hearts ached with worry. The 2 grand elders stepped forward in unison, each grasping one of the elder's arms, joy and relief shimmering in their eyes. The elderly man smacked his lips, savoring the events that had just transpired. He casually inquired, "Pray tell, do you believe I have perished?" No, absolutely not. How could that be? The anxious elder of the protective hall lowered his head, realizing he had forgotten to take down his senior brother's memorial tablet. The Shuejin sect, known as the Demon sect, had offended many, and after decades of silence, had the entire sect not assumed he was dead? Uncle Master, let us return to the sect first, Su Feiling suggested. The old man nodded, yet his gaze lingered towards the direction in which Yuan Hao had departed. Uncle Master, that is the sect's pig farm, Su Feiling volunteered. Little Feiling, do not blame me for vanishing without a word for decades. Alas, I have brought no gifts for you. However, I do possess a grand surprise that may astonish you. I shall present it to you shortly. Su Feiling exchanged glances with the 2 elder guardians, smiling as she spoke. The mere fact that you have returned safely is already a blessing for our Shuejin sect, and indeed the most delightful gift we could receive. Everything else pales in comparison. The old man chose not to pursue the previous topic, but instead broke into laughter. The little girl still possesses her eloquence. Have you prepared the wine for me? It is a century-old vintage. 36 distinct aged brews. Come now, let us hurry, lest my craving for wine render me immobile. Oh, and do bring me the list of the disciples responsible for the pig farming among the miscellaneous workers. The 3 stood in stunned silence, momentarily believing they had misheard. One of the protective hall elders chuckled and inquired, "Senior brother, what is your status and strength? Why concern yourself with such matters? I, my dear friends, have taken a fancy to raising pigs." Chapter 6. Yuan Hao, have you been possessed? By the way, do not divulge my return to the sect. The elder meticulously enumerated. Whatever I do is my own choice. If the sect is in trouble, I will lend my assistance, but under normal circumstances, do not contact me. Oh, and I will go to the wine cellar to fetch the wine myself. Do not stop me." Su Feiling was puzzled. What does the master uncle mean? His return signifies that he is the supreme elder of the sword sect, and soon it will be publicly announced. This is a tremendous boon for our Shuejian sect, and it can also intimidate those who wish to attack us. The elder shook his head lightly. I have said it. I wish to raise pigs. Shao Feiling, I am requesting you, as the new sect master, to appoint someone to manage the pig farm. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Su Feiling, feeling helpless, exchanged glances with the two elder guards, hoping they might assist her in persuading this master uncle. His strength surpasses hers. It seems unreasonable for the strongest in the sect to tend to pigs. The elder guards could only sigh in silence, fully aware of their senior brother's temperament. Once he has made a decision, it is unlikely that anyone can easily change it. It is better not to seek trouble for oneself. Very well, we will comply with the master uncle's wishes. After discerning the thoughts of the two elder guards, Su Feiling had no choice but to concede. At the pig farm, over 20 miscellaneous disciples were hauling bags and boxes out. Manager Zhang was stamping his feet in anger atop the pigsty. How dare you treat the Shuejian sect as if you can come and go as you please. Today, I shall see who dares to leave. You little brats have gone too far. The miscellaneous disciples were indignant, cursing aloud. Whoever wants to raise pigs can do so. Whoever wants to move the corpses can do it. I refuse to endure this suffering any longer. Do you know the trauma that Yuan Hao's bizarre possession inflicted upon my tender heart? If I don't leave now, I will be the next to be possessed. The fear of possession may merely be the final straw for the miscellaneous disciples. They could no longer tolerate Manager Zhang's daily beatings and scoldings. The miscellaneous disciples have their dignity. Disciples in other departments enjoy a comfortable life, free from worry, while they, the pig farm disciples, are treated like stepchildren. We will no longer serve. There are no such things as ghosts in this world. Upon witnessing all the miscellaneous disciples in motion, Manager Zhang felt a pang of anxiety. Manager Zhang, stop talking nonsense. We witnessed Yuan Hao transform as if he were a different person. Yes. As I boldly turned to glance back while leaving, guess what? He was dragged away by something unclean. Creak. The pig farm's door swung open, and Yuan Hao entered, his hands crossed behind his head. The air instantly froze. The bags and boxes held by the 20 or so miscellaneous disciples fell to the ground as they regarded him with terror-filled eyes. Manager Zhang leaped down from the roof of the pigsty, cursing as he strode toward him. Yuan Hao, this is all you're doing. Are you deliberately messing with me? I have been the manager of this pig farm for years and have never heard of ghosts. With that, he raised his hand to strike Yuan Hao's face. Yuan Hao easily dodged. Manager Zhang was taken aback. He was originally an outer sect disciple of the Shuejian sect, and due to his mediocre aptitude, he only broke through to the 4th rank of the spirit body in middle age. With no other options, he had to abandon his disciple status and had given numerous gifts to the elder overseeing the miscellaneous disciples, eventually attaining the position of pig farm manager. Regardless, would a 4th rank spirit body disciple-s slap be something Yuan Hao could evade? Yuan Hao, despite lacking substantial combat experience, had significantly enhanced his reflexes through the accumulation of experience with high-grade cultivation techniques. Dodging a 4th rank slap was certainly not an issue. Moreover, with his proficiency in the blood claw palm, even retaliating against Manager Zhang would seem feasible. Hearing the chattering of the 20 or so miscellaneous disciples behind him, Manager Zhang regained his senses and countered with a punch. Slap. This time, Yuan Hao did not evade but instead easily blocked, seizing Manager Zhang's fist. He wished to remain low-key, but he certainly could not welcome Manager Zhang's punch with his face. He had long found that old scoundrel displeasing. Narrowing his eyes, Yuan Hao began to contemplate. Although I promised my senior sister not to leave the Shuejian sect without permission if I am forced to depart. If I beat him up, wouldn't I be close to being kicked out? Yuan Hao couldn't help but smile at the thought. Manager Zhang struggled vigorously, but his fist was firmly grasped, unable to retract. He began to sense something amiss, cold sweat forming on his forehead. What is wrong with this brat? His strength surpasses mine. At the very least, he must be at the 5th rank of the spirit body to possess such strength. Could it be true that there are ghosts? Bang! Without a word, Yuan Hao launched a punch directly at Manager Zhang's forehead. The latter was sent flying by the powerful strike, rolling until he landed at the feet of the 20 or so miscellaneous disciples. Spit! Manager Zhang coughed up a mouthful of blood, staring at him in terror. After a long moment, he managed the force was tremendously powerful, tearing the garments from their bodies. Yuan Hao was undeterred, launching himself forward with a fierce blood claw palm that sent Zhang Guanshi sprawling to the ground. He then rained down punches upon his face, causing Zhang Guanshi to spout blood from his mouth and nose, grimacing in agony. The sound of droplets echoed in his ears as Yuan Hao immediately felt his qi swell, its magnitude expanding more than twice compared to before. Fourth rank. He had successfully seized Zhang Guanshi's qi and realm. Zhang Guanshi lay curled on the ground, motionless, appearing as though he were dead. In truth, he merely feared that moving would result in further punishment. Yuan Hao shook his hands, rose silently, and leaned against the railing to sit down. He awaited the arrival of the outer sect disciples to expel him from the sect. He could easily leave at this moment, but he needed to provide Yuling with a reasonable explanation. He would devise a plan regarding the Danfeng matter promptly and would not go back on his word. Just the thought of never again enduring the relentless torment from that perverse senior sister filled him with exhilaration. Leaving the Bloodsword sect, purchasing a city, and spending leisurely days fishing for souls, then wholesale distributing the acquired martial skills and techniques. Most importantly, marrying a multitude of beautiful concubines. Yes, it was essential to wed 70 to 80 stunning concubines. Yuan Hao could not help but close his eyes, envisioning the lavish life that awaited him. Just as he was lost in this reverie, a group of shadows cautiously approached. Chapter 7. Who claimed you struck the steward? It was evidently those 20 or so miscellaneous disciples, individuals unrelated to the sect. They perceived no immediate danger regarding Yuan Hao. If there truly were peril, it would have been their turn when Zhang Guanshi fell. Yuan Hao's demeanor appeared entirely normal at present. Someone sent him a jade vial containing a homemade beverage brewed from high-quality sour plums and several other spiritual herbs. I also have some beef jerky made from a first-tier spiritual beast, the Huang Tainyo, which is quite effective for alleviating hunger. Would you like some? Another disciple rummaged through his belongings, producing some idle snacks. Such treats were rare within the sect's pig farm, typically hidden away and savored in secret when no one was around. If Zhang Guanshi were to discover it, they would undoubtedly be confiscated. Yuan Hao glanced at the various trinkets presented to him and felt a sense of admiration for this group of misfits. While they often lamented their impoverished circumstances, it seemed he was the only one genuinely destitute. The 20 or so disciples settled beside Yuan Hao, observing him as if he were a new species. Are you possessed by a ghost? We also wish to be possessed. Yuan Hao coughed, asserting, how could there possibly be ghosts in this world? As a responsible adult, I implore you to abandon such impractical fantasies. One must combat all manner of ghostly apparitions with steadfast materialist beliefs. The crowd gazed at him in disbelief. After a moment, applause erupted. Although they did not fully grasp his words, they sensed an underlying wisdom in them. Yuan Hao exhaled nervously. He had no desire to attract trouble. Should the notion of possession spread, he would undoubtedly become the center of attention. What if a lunatic decided to capture him for dissection and research? Are you implying that you have long been a cultivator? Well, Yuan Hao, we thought we were impressive for hiding some things under everyone's noses, yet you managed to conceal your 4th grade spiritual body strength from us. This fellow always slacked off when moving corpses. I assumed it was due to his inherently poor spiritual roots. These miscellaneous disciples typically treated him with care, as they shared similar backgrounds and were brothers in pig rearing. Additionally, Yuan Hao was the only one in the history of Shui Jianzhong with sporadic qualifications, which led them to overlook his laziness, often assisting him to lighten his workload. What a sly one. How did you manage to test as having poor spiritual roots and sporadic qualifications? Surely, there was an error with the testing stone. Why not request a retest? Becoming an outer sect disciple would grant you more authority, better sustenance, and access to cultivation resources. Haven't you heard Yuan Hao say that only miscellaneous disciples are the safest, not having to represent Shui Jianzhong in battles against other cultivators? The group chimed in, speculating and helping him justify certain dubious aspects. Seizing upon their animated discussion, Yuan Hao began to ponder his own ambitions. Brothers, join me in leaving Shui Jianzhong. I possess the means to ensure your prosperity. The 20 or so disciples paused their chatter, exchanging glances before nodding in agreement, as they had nowhere else to go. Excellent. Suddenly, a clear bell chimed as an elderly man rode into the pig farm on the back of a blue ox. Leaving Shui Jianzhong? Young ones, the outside world is perilous. Without the sect's protection, you might meet an untimely demise. Yet, that is still preferable to enduring constant scolding and hunger. Who are you? One of the miscellaneous disciples turned to face the elder first. Old man, what brings you here? Yuan Hao inadvertently looked up, momentarily taken aback. Ah, young one, what a coincidence to see you again. The elder smiled broadly, drunkenly dismounting from the blue ox, uncorking a gourd to take several swigs. He staggered towards them, putting away the gourd while retrieving a yellow parchment scroll from his robe. Wetting his finger with saliva, he opened the first page. Wang Damao? Here. Someone instinctively called out. Du Lacey. Present. The elder glanced at the final name on the roster, and then looked up at Yuan Hao, surrounded by the crowd, and ceased reading. From this day forth, I am the new steward of the pig farm. You may call me Tsang Lao. The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Zhang Guanshi no longer feigned ignorance, springing up in alarm. Nonsense. I have served as steward here for decades, maintaining excellent relations. How could you simply replace me? Do you think I lack sense, like a pig? This is my appointment letter and identity jade plaque. You may leave. Tsang Lao pulled out 2 items from his seemingly endless pouch, displaying them for all to see. Once Zhang Guanshi confirmed their authenticity, he suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. The humiliation was more unbearable than a beating from Yuan Hao. He could not comprehend where things had gone awry. How had he suddenly become obsolete? Tsang Lao's gaze swept across the 20 or so miscellaneous disciples. My young friends, there are far too many pigs in this farm for me to manage alone. How about lending me a hand? I assure you, following me will prevent any recurrence of past troubles. No, we have decided to follow Yuan Hao. Someone interjected. Who knows if this old fool is duplicitous? This is a rare opportunity. It won't be so easy to leave next time. Tsang Lao could only look at Yuan Hao. If he could secure Yuan Hao's allegiance, today's matter would be resolved. Yuan Hao, would you not grant me a favor? Yuan Hao shrugged. Old man, it is not that I refuse to give you face. It is merely that the sect has regulations. Those who violate hierarchy must be expelled from the sect and have their disciple status revoked. I struck the steward. That is an undeniable fact. We struck him too. The 20 or so miscellaneous disciples hastened to assert their involvement. Tsang Lao feigned confusion and shock. Pray tell, when did you strike me? I meant Zhang Guanshi. Oh, him? When did that happen? Just now, a mere incense stick ago. The elderly man furrowed his brow, wiping the beads of wine from his beard. Did you strike him just an incense stick ago? I received my appointment an hour prior. Thus, you did not strike the steward of the pig farm, but rather an individual entirely unrelated to it, who does not warrant expulsion from the sect. Yuan Hao and the 20-odd miscellaneous disciples were taken aback. Steward Zhang was equally astonished. Can this matter truly be explained thus? Given that the previous conditions are no longer valid, should you insist on leaving the sect, you would be regarded as a traitor, becoming a prime target for eradication by the Bloodsword sect. I presume you do not wish for that. The elderly man smiled deviously, mimicking the act of slitting a throat with his hand. Ah, no more leaving, no more leaving. I love raising pigs. Indeed, I have watched them grow, just like my own sons. How could I possibly part with these precious pigs? Yuan Hao observed the group who had decided to stay, inhaling deeply and contemplating that since they had chosen to remain, they could not possibly beat the elder again. Seeing that there was no dissent among them, the elder quickly rubbed his hands together and inquired, Who can cook? I can. One disciple reluctantly raised his hand. Who can slaughter pigs? I can slaughter pigs. The elder nodded in satisfaction. Good, go and slaughter the pigs. Tonight, we feast heartily. Huh. The group stared at him in disbelief, questioning whether. Chapter 8. Skills abound. Xiasuxianko 10 pigs? Is this battle really so prosperous? Indeed, Yuan Hao perked up his ears, astonished by the old man's grand gesture. As the 20 or so miscellaneous disciples confirmed the count of 10 pigs repeatedly, a cacophony of monkey-like sounds erupted from the pig farm. Why are you running so fast? Wait for me. Nonsense. I'm off to select the 10 heftiest pigs. Just a moment ago, you claimed to have deep feelings for these pigs, akin to those you have for your own sons. Forget that. After raising them for so long, it is their turn to repay me. The pig farm suddenly became lively. Yuan Hao, not skilled in slaughtering pigs, could only await his meal. Tsang Lao, seeing the other disciples busy themselves, sat down beside him. Old man, did you also come in through the back door? To hold a position in such a prestigious sect as Xuejin Zone, one either requires influential backing or considerable strength. Tsang Lao uncorked his wine gourd and took a small sip, recalling his youth when he had learned a few stances, just enough to scrape by. Who would have thought, old man, you are still a cultivator? Tsang Lao chuckled. saying, "Little one, it seems we are fated. Should you encounter troubles in the future, seek out this old man, and I shall devise a solution for you." Yuan Hao nodded indifferently, hardly taking it to heart. Such pleasantries are often merely lip service. "Old man, I shall go over there to see what assistance I can provide." Yuan Hao swiftly made his exit. He had the uncanny feeling that the old man's gaze upon him was peculiar. Surely, he harbors no strange predilections? In any case, it would be wise to depart swiftly. Song Lao leisurely sipped from his gourd, saying nothing further, watching Yuan Hao walk away, before secretly musing. If it weren't for the long-lost Mo Ming Huan Tian Gong, I truly cannot fathom how he could have ascended from the third rank to the fourth so swiftly. It seems this is a blessing for our sect. Yuan Hao found a secluded spot to sit once more, casting his black line into the Shirhun Hai. The black thread swiftly vanished into the sea, drawing forth soul clusters that only he could perceive, which began to gather around him in a continuous stream. These soul clusters varied in size, some merely the size of a fingernail, others as large as half a fist, limited in quantity and average in quality. They would suffice to pass the time, yet the hope of reeling in something extraordinary from these clusters seemed bleak. Suddenly, the black line in his hand tightened, and Yuan Hao pulled up a soul cluster the size of a pill. Upon crushing it, the information coalesced into his sight, resembling a small serpent awaiting summoning. Once he entertained the thought of claiming it, the soul energy would envelop the information and experience, rushing into his mind. Insights on postnatal care for sows. Evidently, the individual who left this soul cluster was a miscellaneous disciple from the pig farm in life. Yuan Hao sighed, flicking his finger lightly. The lingering soul immediately sank back into the Shirhun Hai, enveloped in a layer of light, transforming back into a soul cluster and vanishing from sight. Once again, he drew up another soul cluster. A high-grade yellow tier sword technique, Laizhe Jinhuang, although merely yellow tier. Skills abound do not weigh one down. I shall take it. The lingering soul swiftly vanished into his brow. Torrents of cultivation experiences and insights surged through his mind, which he only managed to calm after taking a deep breath. Not bad. This is a master-level experience. Yuan Hao, pleasantly surprised, continued to cast his line, soon pulling up another soul cluster. This does not seem to belong to a cultivator, does it? A lingering soul of a spirit beast? The presence of spirit beast souls in the Shirhun Hai was indeed unexpected. With curiosity, Yuan Hao crushed the soul cluster, causing its contents to suddenly unfurl before his eyes. It was an image depicting a purple herb. Xiasuxianko. My word, this is an exceedingly rare treasure. Yuan Hao's face lit up with fervor, his eyes sparkling. The essential course for the miscellaneous disciples of Shuejin Zone, particularly those tending to the pig farm, is to familiarize themselves with various medicinal herbs, as they often encounter fine herbs while harvesting grass on the back mountain. Should they fail to recognize these herbs and mistakenly present them as mere weeds for the pigs to consume, it would be a grave loss. Thus, they are required to actively identify and submit them to the sect. This is precisely why Yuan Hao instantly recognized that the purple spiritual herb depicted in the image was the rare Xiasuxianko. This herb possesses the remarkable ability to strengthen the body, no matter the fatigue or exhaustion. Consuming it revitalizes one as if reborn, invigorating like a divine being. It is commonly used for concocting second-tier spiritual liquids and pills. Yuan Hao gently beckoned, and the soul energy, along with the image, surged into his mind. He glimpsed a memory preserved within the lingering soul, recorded from the perspective of a spirit beast. Is this not the back mountain of Shuejin Zone? These memories date back at least a couple of hundred years. It is quite possible that the Xiasuxianko has long since vanished. Yuan Hao sighed, resolving to prioritize a visit there during the next grass-cutting expedition. Should it still exist, it would be a windfall. A centuries-old Xiasuxianko is indeed of considerable value. Through the events that had just transpired, Yuan Hao gained a deeper understanding of the various soul clusters within the Shirhun Hai. Larger soul clusters are likely to conceal treasures, while smaller ones may not be entirely devoid of worth. Although the lingering souls of spirit beasts do not impart martial techniques or cultivation insights like those of cultivators, they provide the most valuable memories from their lifetimes. This could be immensely beneficial in the search for rare materials or even for uncovering fabled tombs. Yuan Hao continued to fish for a while longer, but yielded no significant results. As dusk descended and the sun dipped below the horizon, the aroma of roasted pork wafted from the sect's pig farm, making Yuan Hao's stomach rumble. Hearing a call from the miscellaneous disciples, Yuan Hao leaped down from his perch and dashed towards the backyard. Charcoal grilled pig kidneys, twice cooked pork, sweet and sour tenderloin, char siu, braised pork, several dishes, and to his surprise, there were even 2 roasted suckling pigs. 20 or so miscellaneous disciples gazed at Song Lao with eager anticipation, urging him to take a seat and begin eating. Yet Song Lao beckoned Yuan Hao over, gesturing for him to join him. Little ones, do not hold back. Tonight, feast to your heart's content. The 20 or so miscellaneous disciples swallowed hard. Yuan Hao gazed contemplatively at a plethora of delicacies, his thoughts drifting towards the aged sweet dates that had already been presented. It was apparent that the time for establishing new rules had arrived. The previous regulations were henceforth rendered obsolete. I shall only request 3 stipulations from you. If you believe you can comply, then feel free to indulge. Firstly, heed the directives of this elder. When I instruct you to slaughter pigs, do not hesitate, and when I allow you to rest, do not feign diligence. Secondly, you are disciples of the sect, not mere slaves. A lower status does not equate to a diminished character, and I shall not permit you to flatter those outer sect disciples. Should word of this reach others, it would reflect poorly on me as your leader, a disgrace I cannot bear. Lastly, do not become traitors or deserters of the sect. Very well, that is all. Those present sensed that the elder song was rather reasonable. The first 2 stipulations, though framed as rules, resembled more of a warning, aligning with their own interests. With the first 2 points providing a safety net, did the third point truly pose a challenge? Approximately 20 or so miscellaneous disciples exchanged glances, eagerly seizing several plates to partake. Yuan Hao too rolled up his sleeves, prepared to join, yet found himself jostled aside, his shoes trampled upon multiple occasions. The most exasperating aspect was that after toiling for a substantial part of the day, he had yet to secure a place in the fray. Unable to contain his irritation, he muttered complaints under his breath. Could they not exhibit a modicum of decorum? Leave some for me. Had you all starved in your past lives? Had you never tasted pork? Just then, as the crowd was engrossed in their scramble, the door of the pig pen was forcefully kicked open. Chapter 9. Yuan Hao, go and thrash him. A wave of unease rippled through the ranks of the menial disciples. This was, after all, their first foray into such audacious conduct within the sect. Genuine exhilaration mingled with palpable trepidation. Amidst the billowing dust, 2 disciples hastened forth. Zhang Guanshi, what in the blazes are you doing? I instructed you to remove the corpses. Yet dusk approaches, and those bodies still lie exposed upon the grand square before the gate. They're already beginning to reek. Do you wish to be dismissed? You've even drawn my father's scathing rebuke upon me. Su Kuan strode into the pigsty with hurried, agitated steps, accompanied by the same junior female disciple who had accompanied him that morning. His face was flushed with indignation. Zhang Guanshi, having sat frozen on the ground like a statue since his collapse, jolted upright at the sound of Su Kuan's voice, as though struck by thunder. He scrambled to his feet and rushed toward him. Master Su. Chaos. Utter chaos. Su Kuan listened with growing impatience as Zhang recounted the sequence of events. Then his expression darkened sharply. What you claim is utterly impossible. My father serves as the outer sect elder overseeing all departmental overseers. I've heard no word of your dismissal. At once, Zhang Guanshi regained his composure, sidling closer to Su Kuan with a smug, sycophantic grin, his gaze darting disdainfully toward Song Lao and the menial disciples, Yuan Hao among them. Master Su, please uphold justice for me. Fear not. I shall personally ascertain the identity of this elderly drunkard who dares impersonate a menial overseer of the Shuejian sect. Su Kuan shot Zhang Guanshi a sharp glance. Go fetch his official appointment decree and identity jade tablet. I wish to examine them. Ah yes, at once. Zhang Guanshi replied, a cold smirk flickering across his lips. But after taking only 2 steps, he halted, his gaze locking onto Yuan Hao seated beside Song Lao. The memory of his humiliating beating surged vividly in his mind. Steeling himself, he returned and whispered urgently into Su Kuan's ear. Su Kuan's expression shifted instantly, from dismissive contempt to startled disbelief. A menial disciple, possessing the cultivation rank of spirit body 4th grade? Zhang Guanshi bowed deeply, hands clasped, voice firm and unwavering. Yes, indeed. He was originally 3rd grade, but ascended to 4th grade. Zhang Guanshi, have you taken too much wine, or swallowed something amiss? Interjected the junior female disciple beside Su Kuan, a faint, amused smile playing upon her lips. I recall him clearly. He was the one who, during this year's disciple selection, registered the first ever zero stellar aptitude in our sect's history. She added, almost with gentle mockery, the zero stellar aptitude signifies a congenitally crippled martial vein, rendering cultivation impossible, and the comprehension of techniques or scriptures utterly unattainable. No amount of effort can alter that. Zhang Guanshi grew flustered. I tell you, this Yuan Hao is uncanny. Before confronting him, I was 4th grade. I fell back to 3rd grade after. Su Kuan and the female disciple exchanged glances, silent, yet their expressions spoke volumes. Is he delusional? Or still dreaming? One does not shrink in cultivation rank. This is no mere appendage one can retract, I will swear it. Zhang Guanshi declared, raising his hand solemnly. Su Kuan, however, regarded him with unmasked disdain. Enough, no more idle talk. He snapped, turning toward Song Lao. Old man, step forward now. Song Lao's brows drew together. Moments earlier, he had worn an air of serene indifference. Now, his countenance was stern and unyielding. Young man, what is this barking? Though the 20-odd menial disciples inwardly cheered, their lips twitched in suppressed discomfort. Wretched old rogue, I care not who you are, but know who I am. Otherwise, your fate shall be grim. One disciple stepped forward, whispering urgently to Song Lao. He is the son of Su Dahai, the outer sect elder. Cross him, and your future within the sect is forfeit. Had these disciples known Song Lao's true identity, the sect master's own senior uncle, and understood the depth of his protection, even Su Dahai himself would have found himself summarily kicked, slapped, and sent sprawling. The two parties stood locked in silence, the very air thick and still, as if time itself had paused. You are the first, ever, to call me wretched old rogue, Song Lao murmured, shifting his weight slightly, but remaining seated. Had Su Kuan possessed even modest martial prowess, or held a position of genuine authority within the Shuejian sect, he would have long since been reduced to ash. But he was merely an outer sect disciple, mediocre, unexceptional, and Song Lao saw no cause to lift a finger. Moreover, there remained one matter he wished to verify. Yuan Hao, go and thrash him. Strike him with all your might. If you trust this old man, rest assured, every consequence shall fall upon me. Yuan Hao had just torn off a generous bite of braised pig's trotter, savoring the rich, gelatinous texture, a moment of quiet indulgence. He had fully intended to observe the unfolding drama from the sidelines, yet now found himself thrust center stage. Elder sir, surely you jest? Or do you lack faith in yourself? Yuan Hao nodded, intending to deflect the matter lightly. It was not doubt in his own ability that held him back, but the sheer imprudence of provoking Su Kuan without cause. The tallest stalk draws the sharpest wind. He was no tyrannical overseer like Zhang Guanshi. This was a scion of power, quick to retaliate and backed by a wide network. With no formidable lineage to shield him, discretion remained his wisest armor. Do you truly believe I cannot shoulder this matter? Yuan Hao studied the old man, sensing an aura about him, subtle yet unmistakable, yet the man's disheveled attire belied any impression of authority. Song Lao lowered his voice, almost imperceptibly. I have kin of the highest standing. My appointment decree came directly from the upper echelons. Proceed without hesitation. Su Dahai is less than nothing. And should you strike him for me, you shall have 3 days leave. Do as you please. No pig feeding, no corpse hauling, nothing. Instinct whispered that Song Lao's intent was not justice, but observation. Thus, Yuan Hao resolved, absolutely, not to act, no matter how generous the offer. Firstly, he knew too little of Song Lao to discern truth from artifice. Every word could be a lure, even were all claims verifiable. Betrayal remained a perilous possibility, shifting the burden onto his own shoulders. Secondly, his earlier beating of Zhang Guanshi before 20 witnesses had already revealed sufficient of his strength, enough to silence the scornful whispers of zero-stellar futility, yet not so dazzling as to invite unwelcome scrutiny. As a menial disciple, especially one assigned to swine-keeping, discretion was not mere prudence, it was survival. He harbored no desire to ascend to the ranks of disciples, whether internal or external, who risked their lives in combat against the formidable opponents. Old man, I would love to help you give him a good thrashing, but alas, I find myself utterly powerless. Yuan Hao lamented, spreading his hands in resignation. You rascal, managing to defeat a 4th tier with your 3rd tier prowess. Now that you have reached the 4th tier, why can't you challenge a 5th tier? Ahem, that is because I inherently possess the strength of the 4th tier. Defeating a 3rd tier is a trivial matter. However, Taking on a 5th tier is certainly beyond my capabilities. You possessed 4th tier strength all along. Aside from the elder, the other 20 or so miscellaneous disciples were thoroughly convinced. They murmured quietly, realizing why Yuan Hao could best manager Zhang to the point of rendering him unrecognizable. This lad is far too adept at concealing his true abilities. The elder smirked slightly, amused. He was not easily deceived. As a peak-level cultivator, his discerning eyes had scrutinized countless individuals. If he failed to perceive the underlying intricacies, it would indeed be a waste of his existence. This young man clearly did not wish to engage in combat. After contemplating, he chose not to press further. Yuan Hao's claim of powerlessness, rather than an outright refusal, did not transgress the rules he had established. Little ones, allow me to demonstrate my skills. A sword. Chapter 10. Grace in attire. Even greater grace in its absence. Zhang Lao extended a finger skyward and flicked it towards Su Kun. A tempestuous torrent of spiritual energy coiled around his fingertip, coalescing into an exquisitely vivid longsword. Every curve, every gleam rendered with lifelike precision. The moment the blade materialized, an invisible pressure descended, sealing off the entire area like an invisible dome. The pig farm fell into an eerie, hushed stillness, air thick with tension, silence pregnant with dread. Su Kuan's shoulders suddenly bore the weight of a mountain. His knees buckled instantly, and he dropped to the ground in a kneeling bow. Zhang Guanshi and the young female disciple likewise collapsed, heads bowed low, sweat soaking through their inner robes in icy rivulets. This is the Lei Zhe Jianhuang, the Thunder Marsh sword art of the Bloodsword sect. I've seen my father wield it. Su Kuan's voice trembled, his spirit utterly shattered. Even more unsettling was what he now perceived. His eyelid twitched uncontrollably at the edge of his vision. Senior brother, is it truly the Lei Zhe Jianhuang? I was told only disciples who have ascended to the Ling Shui realm may learn this technique. A mere estate steward possessing such power? Could he possibly have attained the Ling Shui realm? Su Kuan shook his head, his expression grim. Even the first step, condensing spiritual energy into a tangible blade, requires one to have broken through the Linggu realm. To suggest he is merely at the Ling Shui realm is absurd. That single sentence nearly sent the young woman and Zhang Guanshi into shock-induced collapse. The 20-odd menial disciples, too, stood aghast, bewilderment rippling through their ranks. How could such a figure, whose cultivation rivaled that of an outer sect elder, possibly be assigned to oversee a pig farm? Yuan Hao rubbed his nose bridge thoughtfully. What uncanny timing. Just moments ago, I reeled in the complete cultivation manual and mastery insights for the Lei Zhe Jianhuang. So ordinary outer sect disciples must first reach the Ling Shui realm before even beginning its practice? That means, even with the perfected technique in hand, my current cultivation would be utterly drained, perhaps even left hollow, should I attempt at the foundation of cultivation is paramount. Without abundant spiritual energy, even the most sublime martial arts or sword techniques remain barren ornaments, brilliant, yet powerless. Yuan Hao grasped, with sudden clarity, the irreplaceable supremacy of cultivation realm. He must act swiftly, find a way to ascend. Thud, thud, thud. Sensing the dire shift in momentum, Su Kuan dropped to his palms and, to the stunned silence of onlookers, performed 3 deep kowtows before Zhang Lao. Better to yield than to perish. What is face worth when life hangs in the balance? Begone. Zhang Lao's tone was dismissive, his intent never truly lethal. Had he struck in earnest, no one in the entire Bloodsword sect could have restrained him. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the spiritual sword dissolved back into his fingertip, and the oppressive weight bearing down upon Su Kuan and the others vanished as swiftly as mist beneath morning sun. Why yes, right away. Su Kuan scrambled to his feet, bowing repeatedly before fleeing with the young woman and Zhang Guanshi, feet barely touching earth. But just as they reached the gate, Zhang Lao's voice halted them cold. You kicked in my pig farm's gate. You'll make restitution. I'll have it replaced first thing tomorrow. Zhang Lao shook his head. The corpses scattered across the courtyard. You 3 will dispose of them. Fail, and by dawn, I shall cast you all into the corpse forging furnace. Su Kuan's lips twitched. To handle those blood-smeared, foul-smelling bodies? He'd never so much as lifted a corpse in his life. Zhang Lao's gaze remained fixed, unblinking, unyielding. Su Kuan swallowed hard. Fine, I'll do it. Senior brother, tomorrow is the sect-wide trial. Are we truly going through with this? What choice do we have? Do you wish to die? I underestimated that old man. His strength may well surpass my father's. Though his father served as an outer sect elder, he held a unique post, overseeing daily logistics and administrative affairs, not martial instruction. His cultivation paled beside that of other outer sect elders. Give me a few days. I shall investigate this elder thoroughly. A true gentleman bides his time. Revenge, like fine wine, matures with patience. Song Lao now stood encircled by the menial disciples, each grinning with unguarded warmth. Elder Song, may I need your legs? Elder Song, your shoulders seem tense. I'd be honored to ease them. Song Lao cast them a sidelong glance, his gaze sweeping slowly, deliberately, over their eager faces. None of that flattery. Speak plainly. What is it you truly want? The sword art you just displayed. Would you teach it to us? I'll be your grandson. Grandfather. Grandfather. With shameless, unrestrained enthusiasm, the 20-odd disciples called out, voices overlapping in fervent chorus. Song Lao's heart stirred, a quiet ripple of amusement rising within him. These lads may lack innate talent, but they possess wit, charm, and instinctive grace in human conduct. A faint smile touched his lips. Very well. I have but one indulgence, fine wine. Whoever brews a vintage that satisfies my palate shall earn my personal instruction in cultivation. Cultivation. The word alone ignited a feverish yearning in their eyes. For menial disciples, early years within the sect offered no access to true cultivation, only rudimentary physical conditioning, yielding strength barely beyond that of ordinary mortals. A few among them, having trained within their clans before joining, stood at the Ling Ti first or second rank, but to become outer sect disciples, one must reach at least the Ling Ti third rank. Song Lao's offer, to teach cultivation, sent the entire group into ecstatic uproar. The pig farm transformed once more into a frenzied, jubilant menagerie. Yuan Hao stood apart from the throng, arms crossed, expression effortlessly nonchalant. Born with zero-star aptitude, the rarest, most barren cultivation foundation, conventional paths were closed to him. There was no point in joining their fervor. What he did not know was that Song Lao's gaze, though outwardly distant, had never once strayed from him. Yuan Hao remained silent, utterly still. And in that silence, Song Lao's patience frayed, taut as a drawn bowstring. Night deepened. Across the pig farm, menial disciples busied themselves preparing brewing tools, planning to gather wild herbs and medicinal grasses at dawn, while cutting fodder for the pigs. Yuan Hao slipped quietly from the compound. The sect at night exuded a profound, hushed serenity. A breeze, soft as ink-brushed tresses of a maiden, carried a faint, honeyed sweetness as it glided over his skin, cool, pure, and deeply refreshing. With no soul in sight, he made his way toward Yuling residence. As the sole direct disciple of the sect master, Yuling held a status surpassing even that of inner sect disciples, thus granted her own secluded courtyard and private quarters. As always, Yuan Hao approached with quiet reverence, gently tapping the courtyard gate. While smoothing his robes, the gate swung open in an instant, and a slender, jade-like hand shot forth, seizing his collar and yanking him inside. The gate slammed shut behind him with a resonant thud. Sister Senior, I've well. His greeting died mid-breath, cut short by her swift, decisive pull. Annoying boy, you're late. If you hadn't come, I'd have gone searching for you myself. Yuan Hao gazed into Yuling eyes, alight with shimmering, rose-gold warmth, and swallowed hard. She leapt backward with unguarded delight, spinning once in a graceful, radiant arc. Beneath her form-fitting crimson gown, every elegant line of her figure shimmered, subtle, seductive, and utterly entrancing. Her willow-thin waist, already exquisitely delicate, appeared even more slender, accentuated by the crimson gown that clung gracefully to her elegant silhouette. Does it please you? Yuan Hao, suppressing his inner unease, gave a reluctant, stiff nod. Though he harbored trepidation toward Yuling's obsessive, unsettling devotion, he could not deny the truth. She was undeniably exquisite, radiant in every garment, and breathtakingly sublime without any at all. Brother cultivator, how impertinent, she murmured playfully, tapping lightly upon his chest. So you prefer me unadorned, do you? Then what are we waiting for? Her voice softened into a silken whisper. Come, let us go inside. A gentle tug drew him across the threshold. As he lay upon the broad, sumptuous bed, his body instinctively tensed, reflexive, visceral, a fleeting tremor of apprehension. Yet almost instantly, his gaze kindled, not with fear, but with quiet, unshakable confidence. The dual cultivation art of the azure yang locking technique coursed through his meridians. His vitality was unassailable, his vigor indomitable. "Senior sister," he declared, voice low and resolute. "Tonight, I shall show you the might of a dragon unchained, fierce, untamable, sovereign, and I will conquer you." Chapter 11. Shidi, come, drink this bottle of Bayou Guki Hushan liquid. Inside the room, melodies of music echoed, continuing for most of the night. Yuan Hao was on the verge of collapse. Why, you may ask? Because the Soyang Xiangong was an exquisite skill of the Xian rank. Although it did not consume spiritual energy like the aggressive Shuoyao palm, it could not be maintained for long. Moreover, each use of the Soyang Xiangong left Yuan Hao's energy reservoir utterly depleted. At this moment, he resembled a withered tree, devoid of any vitality. "Shiji, please spare me." The expression of Yuling Shuang, filled with unfulfilled desire, instilled in him a profound sense of terror and despair. "Shidi, you are truly remarkable." Yuan Hao felt as if he had been struck 1,000 times, nearly shedding tears of humiliation. "Remarkable? What nonsense. Shiji, please stop the charade. A few hours is my limit, not yours. Let it flow gently. How could I bear to see you suffer? Come, drink this elixir and restore your spirit and energy." With a charming, icy smile, Yuling Shuang produced a transparent jade bottle from her storage ring. The liquid within shimmered in hues of yellow and red, with a spirit fruit floating atop. With a gentle pop, she uncorked the bottle. Supporting Yuan Hao's back with one hand while bringing the bottle to his lips with the other, his pupils transformed into heart-shaped, rosy hues. "Shidi, drink this Bayou Guki Hushan liquid. Why aren't you drinking? Open your mouth. Shiji will feed you, huh? Shiji, I want to show." Yuling Shuang suddenly changed her expression, raising a finger to silence him. "You promised me you wouldn't mention breaking up again." I meant sleeping apart." "How annoying. I am your bed, and sleeping apart means separating from me. So, do you desire the upper half of Shiji or the lower half?" She cast him a flirtatious glance, pointing at her luscious lips and then at her curvaceous form. Yuan Hao felt overwhelmed, his thoughts spinning. Shiji, relying solely on elixirs to restore energy isn't a long-term solution. Eventually, my body will be exhausted, won't it? Cough, because your strength far surpasses mine. If my realm does not improve, it will be futile. Yuling Shuang pondered for a moment, softly acknowledging, "Shidi, you have a point. Due to your realm limitations, the Soyang Xiangong has not provided substantial aid and has even drained your spiritual energy." Yuan Hao nodded like a chick pecking for grains. "Indeed, my meridians can only expel spiritual energy, but cannot absorb it, unlike ordinary martial cultivators. Being drained of energy means my internal reservoir is rendered useless. I must acquire a new one." He struggled to hold back tears, but ultimately failed. Seeing his distress, Yuling Shuang felt a pang of sympathy and gently cradled his face in her arms to comfort him. "Shidi, don't worry. Shiji will find a way for you." "Thank you, Shiji. I knew you were the best to me." "Silly, you are the first and only man for Shiji, so it is only natural that I treat you well." Yuan Hao felt a weight lift from his heart, thinking that perhaps the remainder of the night need not involve further dual cultivation. Finally, he could enjoy some peace. Yuling Shuang interrupted his thoughts with a playful jab, prompting Yuan Hao to quickly clear his mind, standing still like a wooden post. "You have already cultivated the long-lost blood sword sect's technique, the Mo Ming Huan Tian Gong, which allows you to plunder the energy reservoirs of other cultivators. While exhausting your spiritual energy can be restored by replacing the reservoir, that requires you to defeat your opponent first." Yuling Shuang understood this due to having read Yuan Hao's thoughts that day. He wore a look of melancholy. If his energy reservoir was depleted, how could he possibly defeat an opponent? Seizing opportunities was rare, and if only he could acquire another technique. Another technique? Yes. Yuling Shuang's lithe form suddenly flipped, nestling into Yuan Hao's embrace. Her finger gently tracing his heart. "I heard from my master that the first sect leader was extraordinarily powerful and rarely encountered rivals. His downfall was due to a conspiracy by his wife and her lover. That lover was Chun Tai, the first lord of the Thunderclap Sanctuary. To this day, the Thunderclap Sanctuary remains at odds with our Blood Sword sect for this reason. Chun Tai practiced the technique called the Immortal Devouring God Method, which rivals the Mo Ming Huan Tian Gong and is also lost to history. As far as I know, the Immortal Devouring God Method bypasses the purification process of spiritual energy, allowing one to directly consume the energy from spirit stones and even the power of elemental techniques into their reservoir." Yuan Hao, scratching his head, listened intently, allowing Yuling Shuang's delicate hands to roam over him. "Shiji, What is an elemental technique? For someone who had only recently begun cultivating, many concepts were still foreign to him. Hee, if you kiss me, I will tell you. Yuling teased, her tongue lightly brushing against her luscious lips like a seductive enchantress. Shiji, please refrain. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Yuan Hao shook his head, attempting to decline. How about a kiss then? Before he could react, Yuling gently pecked his cheek, a satisfied smile adorning her face. Elemental techniques refer to the 5 different properties: wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth, after they surpass their limits on our Kanglan continent. Look, Yuling flicked her finger, conjuring a cluster of black lightning at her fingertip. The dense arcs of lightning set Yuan Hao on edge, as he sensed an overwhelming destructive force emanating from the black lightning, the sizzling sound sending shivers down his spine. The air around her finger visibly distorted. This lightning was unlike the common natural thunder. Its power and rarity far exceeded ordinary lightning, becoming what was known as Yuming Hailai. This is a form of lightning technique. Regrettably, even with my current strength, I can only summon a wisp of it. I nearly lost my essence in pursuit of it. Refining such a thing carries great risk? Then I shall pass. Yuan Hao immediately lost interest. Yuling, having read his thoughts, flashed a charming smile. Rest assured, it is indeed quite challenging for an ordinary cultivator to conquer the path of attribute methods, and many may go a lifetime without ever encountering them. However, those who have mastered the undying devouring god technique can freely consume such powers. The merit of attribute methods lies in their ability to enhance the purity and intensity of spiritual energy, while also stimulating its regeneration within the Qi Si. Yuan Hao slowly widened his eyes. Stimulating the regeneration of spiritual energy? Indeed, this form of regeneration is not as cumbersome as the ordinary cultivator's reliance on devouring spirit stones and medicinal herbs to restore their spiritual energy. It acts as a unique catalyst. Thus, one could argue that attribute methods hold some value for him. The undying devouring god technique can absorb attribute methods, thereby eliminating the risks associated with refinement. Yuan Hao snapped his fingers, a twinkle of excitement sparkling in his eyes. How wonderful it would be to reel in Chun Tai's remnant soul. Sister, do you know how Chun Tai met his end? The master said that both Chun Tai and the first sect master's wife perished at the hands of the first sect master, leading to a mutual destruction at the blood sword sect. Had it not been for the safety net provided by the demon Ming transformation technique, the first sect master would certainly have been unable to defeat them, even with the betrayal from his wife. Yuling gazed at Yuan Hao with a mischievous smile, her expression reminiscent of someone who wished to savor him completely. Her voice was sweet and alluring, sending shivers down one's spine. Do you know why the external sects are so intent on attacking our bloodsword sect? It is because we are labeled as a demonic sect, having slain many cultivators who came to challenge us, thus acquiring numerous inheritances and treasures. Yuling nodded in agreement. But consider this, the bloodsword sect possesses profound foundations, and its overall strength surpasses that of most sections. Would they truly risk everything for mere ordinary treasures? Because Chun Tai died within the bloodsword sect, external cultivators, and even the entire thunderous sacred hall mistakenly believe that the undying devouring god technique has fallen into our hands. The truth is that Chun Tai had no intention of passing this technique down, as he feared for his own standing. No matter how the bloodsword sect explained itself, the thunderous sacred hall remains unconvinced that the technique does not reside with us. Thus, they continue to instigate trouble, rallying other sects to target us. Yuan Hao rubbed the back of his head in astonishment. So the undying devouring god technique is their true objective. Although our bloodsword sect may bear a notorious reputation as a demonic sect, we adhere to our own principles and ethics, never initiating attacks on other sects, nor do we engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. When one person labels you a demonic sect, there may be little credibility to the claim, but when all declare you a demonic sect, it becomes an irrefutable truth. Chapter 12. The Odious Women. No way, junior brother will always be mine. Yuan Hao pondered thoughtfully. Yuling smiled and inquired, to what extent can your corpse soul see expand? Currently, it can only extend 10 miles, he replied. Yuling nodded. The Shuejian sect occupies a vast area of 1,000 miles, making it one of the largest sects in the Kanglan continent's dual regions. If fortune favors him, he might find Chun Tai's remnant soul in one attempt. Otherwise, he may need to change locations over 100 times. Observing the sky, he noted that 2 hours remained until dawn, and suggested they first try their luck near the sect's plaza to fish for the Mo Ming Huan Tiangong. Come on, senior sister will accompany you to fish for souls. Yuan Hao was taken aback, feeling somewhat speechless. Senior sister, is your health all right? Moreover, even if we catch Chun Tai's remnant soul. Last time, Yuling Shuang suffered from excessive soul energy consumption and bled. A repeat would be even more damaging. Yuling Shuang's gaze suddenly turned melancholic. Junior brother, if I were to perish, would you seek other women? Well, look, you hesitated. You would undoubtedly turn to other women for pleasure, forgetting me forever. I warn you, even if senior sister dies, you must not seek other women. Otherwise, I will haunt you as a ghost. Yuan Hao. Senior sister has her boundaries. Even if we set up the soul locking array again to retrieve such a large soul cluster, I should not perish. Indeed, I shall not die, she grinned mischievously. If I were to die, my handsome and charming junior brother would be snatched away by other women. Odious women. No way, junior brother will always be mine. Yuan Hao observed Yuling Shuang cupping her face with her hands, whispering with a smirk, and shivered slightly. However, even in the worst-case scenario, failing to catch Chun Tai's remnant soul today was acceptable, as at least they could pinpoint the location of the soul cluster. Yuling Shuang adjusted her casual attire, tying her ink-black hair into a high ponytail, and donned a mask. This way, even if they encountered disciples from the sect, her identity would remain concealed. Before the Shuejian sect's mountain gate lay an ancient forest. Yuling Shuang led Yuan Hao into the woods. This area was approximately 10 miles from the sect's Grand Plaza, a territory Yuan Hao had never explored in his corpse soul sea. The forest was tranquil, accompanied by gentle breezes and the chirping of insects. Yuling Shuang clutched one of Yuan Hao's arms tightly, nestled between her proud peaks, glancing around anxiously. Junior brother. Senior sister is most afraid of the dark, so you must protect me. Yuan Hao nearly stumbled. Senior sister, stop pretending. You are a formidable expert in the earthquake realm. They say you are the heir to that notorious sect leader. Asking me to protect you is an insult. The two stopped near a low hill, finding a relatively flat spot to sit down. Yuan Hao expanded his corpse soul sea, and the dim ancient forest instantly transformed into a galaxy of shimmering light clusters floating in the heavens. The black line at the end swiftly sank into the corpse soul sea, creating ripples. Yuan Hao had no way to fish with precision. Everything was random and unknown. Suddenly, a palm-sized soul cluster was reeled in. Yuan Hao rubbed it in his hands and then crushed it forcefully, discovering it was yet again the Shuejian sect's entry-level martial skill. Shuel Yao Palm. Consistent with the content of the previous soul cluster, also yielding mastery experience. He decided against keeping the redundant martial skill content and was about to toss it back into the corpse soul sea when Yuling Shuang grasped his wrist. She removed her mask, her frosty eyes fixed intently on the palm of Yuan Hao's hand. Yuan Hao rarely saw Yuling Shuang exhibit such an expression. He was taken aback and hastily tightened his grip on the small serpent-shaped remnant soul. Senior sister, is something wrong? Do you sense something amiss with this soul cluster? Junior brother, before you crushed it, did you perhaps buoy it a couple of times? She could not see the remnant soul, but could glean much from reading Yuan Hao's thoughts. Yes. Yuling Shuang pouted, immediately consumed by jealousy. I disallow it. If you buoy that soul cluster twice, you must buoy me 20 times. Yuan Hao was left dumbfounded, his worldview shattered. He closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Damn. Heaven, please retract your divine powers. If she is jealous over a mere soul cluster, how will I survive in the days to come? After reading his thoughts, Yuling Shuang transformed into a pitiable figure. Boo-hoo. Junior brother, I was wrong. Please do not dislike me. I should not have been so jealous. Hee. Wait. No. Boo-hoo boo-hoo. Punish me, please. How about 20 spanks? Yuan Hao was speechless. Is this your form of reflection? Why does it feel like you're using reflection as an excuse to inflict punishment on yourself? Senior sister, please act normally. I am fishing here. You are scaring away the souls. All right, senior sister understands. Yuling Shuang appeared pitiful, and while Yuan Hao contemplated comforting her, he suddenly remembered that this senior sister of his was not only a sickly sweet girl, but also a dramatist. He decided to let it go. At that moment, as Yuan Hao discarded the remnant soul in his hand, a second soul cluster was also reeled in. Upon crushing it, he discovered a completely new martial skill and insights, a medium-grade yellow rank martial skill, though it was only entry-level experience. How dull. Clap, clap, clap. Yuling Shuang applauded beside him. Junior brother is so impressive. You have caught another martial skill. truly worthy of the man I admire. Yuan Hao grimaced. Senior sister, your reaction is too exaggerated. It doesn't seem genuine at all. Not at all. I sincerely think junior brother is amazing. If you do not believe me, just take out my heart and see. Yuling Shuang gazed at him with admiration. Yuan Hao inwardly grumbled. Forget it. This is obviously a trap. Just like there is no wife in a wife cake, the heart taken from a black tiger is not really a heart. If I reach out, I am certain to lose my vitality. Yuan Hao shook his head, dismissing such thoughts, and casually tossed the snake-shaped remnant soul into the corpse soul sea, enveloping it in light and watching it drift away as a soul cluster. Suddenly, a ripple emerged deep within the corpse soul sea. The ripple continued to expand outward, growing increasingly significant until it transformed into surging waves of souls, the sound echoing dramatically. Countless soul orbs swayed precariously beneath the relentless battering of the colossal waves, rising and falling in an erratic dance. It seemed as though an extraordinary entity was approaching. Shiji, a grand spectacle. Bang! Before Yuan Hao could finish his sentence, a soul orb, measuring a full zhang in diameter, burst forth from the sea's surface, soaring into the air only to crash heavily back down. The surrounding soul sea, extending for 10 li, was thrown into turmoil. Yuan Hao had never witnessed such a grand display. This orb was as large as the remnant soul sphere of the first patriarch of the Blood Sword sect, undoubtedly a remarkable find. Bang! Just as Yuan Hao was about to cast his line again in eager anticipation, another zhang-sized soul orb leaped from the sea of corpses. The two soul orbs intersected and collided, unleashing a wave of soul energy. An array of soul orbs shot skyward, each exploding into various sized luminous points that scattered like serpents. The remnants of souls, having undergone their tumultuous journey, fell back into the sea of corpses, enveloped once more in a luminous membrane, returning to their orb form and repeating this cycle. Amidst the fierce clash of the two colossal soul orbs, the smaller ones were like driftwood, helplessly swayed by the titanic forces. Yuan Hao was rendered speechless, astonished by his extraordinary fortune. Was he truly so fortunate as to encounter two gigantic catches at once? Soul orbs of such caliber were likely associated with heavenly-grade techniques and martial arts, though one could not dismiss the possibility of them being remnants of spirit beasts. Regardless of their origin, their worth was incalculable, and such treasures were often unattainable even at great cost for ordinary cultivators. The ancient forest lay tranquil, the sounds of insects rising and falling, everything seemingly normal. Yuling Shuang, unaware of the unfolding events in the sea of corpses, felt a sudden tightening in her expression upon learning through her insights that two zhang-sized soul orbs had appeared before Yuan Hao. She immediately steeled herself, preparing to set up a soul-locking formation. Shiji, wait a moment. Chapter 13. Remember, save me, save me, save me. What is it? I cannot ascertain which soul cluster belongs to Chintai. If only one of these two soul clusters contained the residual soul of the alchemist that my senior sister requires. Yuan Hao muttered softly. Huh, what did you just say? I said if there were an alchemist's residual soul that my senior sister needs. Boo-hoo. Junior brother, I am so touched. Just for this statement. I shall bear you many children. A whole bunch of children. Uffed. Yuan Hao nearly choked on his own saliva. He stared in shock at Yuling Shuang. Senior sister, I beg you to behave normally. We are dealing with serious matters. Forget it. It's best not to engage with her further. The more I do, the more she will get carried away. This is what happens with a pervert. Yuan Hao collected his thoughts and began to ponder how to make a choice. The arrangement of the earth-sealing soul-locking array would consume immense soul power, and at most, it could only help him retrieve one soul cluster. Assuming that the soul cluster contained neither martial arts techniques nor elixir formulas, Yuling Shuang would be unable to assist him in retrieving a large soul cluster again in the near future. Yuan Hao took a deep breath and made a bold decision. First, ascertain what is contained within these two soul clusters. His thought process was as follows. To see what is inside the soul cluster, it must be shattered. Until now, the prerequisite for shattering a soul cluster was that he had to fish it out from the sea of souls. Could he bypass the fishing step and directly dive into the sea of souls to shatter the soul cluster, confirming its content before retrieving it? Logically, his idea was sound. However, he was uncertain about any potential dangers lurking within the sea of souls. Surely there can't be any, right? He had never been attacked by a soul cluster before. Yet, there is a saying, one must be cautious to ensure safe passage. Senior sister, if I shout for help, you must save me. If I struggle, you must save me. If I become motionless, you must save me even more. Yuling Shuang nodded. Remember, save me. Yuan Hao reiterated. Junior brother, do not worry. If I cannot save you, your senior sister will accompany you in death. Yuan Hao. No, no, no. The emphasis of my statement is that you must save me. I wish to live. Oh, senior sister understands. Yuan Hao gritted his teeth and headed toward the two colliding soul clusters. A true man should stand between heaven and earth, embodying strength and majesty, proud as the sun, moon, and stars. How could he allow himself to act like a timid mouse? Oh no, senior sister, save me. Upon entering the Sea of Souls, Yuan Hao discovered that he could not touch the soul clusters. Encountering them felt as though he passed through them. Moreover, the surging soul waves were suffocating him, prompting him to quickly send out a signal for help to Yuling Shuang. What pride like the sun, moon, and stars? My life is at stake. Yuling Shuang, unable to see the Sea of Souls and thus unaffected by its turmoil, immediately acted to bring Yuan Hao back to safety. Yuan Hao felt a chill run through him, gasping for breath. This one do. Only the soul clusters retrieved with the black thread can be touched. Then there is no other option, Yuling Shuang said. Junior brother, let us take a chance. If both entangled soul clusters escape, will we not return empty-handed? I'm fine. I can definitely be of help. Yuan Hao nodded. It was the only way forward. With a flick of his finger, the fine black thread shot out, tracing a perfect parabola through the air before snagging one of the soul clusters. However, the ensnared soul cluster merely shook, disregarding Yuan Hao as it continued to wrestle with the other soul cluster. Whoosh, bang, swish, bang. Yuan Hao was yanked away. His cry pierced the night sky. To Yuling Shuang, it appeared as though he floated into the air without any wind. Under the bright moonlight, among the ancient tree branches, Yuan Hao flailed uncontrollably like a kite. Yuling Shuang grew worried that if he continued to drift like this, something terrible would happen. If the black thread snapped, Yuan Hao would surely fall. She decisively formed seals to set up the earth-sealing soul-locking array. The emergence of the soul array immediately alerted all the soul clusters, causing them to tremble violently before vanishing in all directions. One substantial soul cluster wisely submerged into the depths of the sea. The once crowded sea of souls, resembling a galaxy of photons, suddenly fell into profound silence. Meanwhile, Yuan Hao, dragged through the air by the black thread and the large soul cluster, found himself unable to control his body no matter how much strength he exerted. It was truly despair. Despair knocking at the door of despair, reaching its peak. Seeing that this soul cluster intended to flee, dragging Yuan Hao through the air and leaving a straight white streak behind, producing a piercing sound of wind, Yuling Shuang unsheathed her sword with a clang, lightly stepping on the ground to propel herself skyward with astonishing speed. Like a bolt of lightning, she closed the distance to the soul cluster, which moved at merely about 1/10 of her speed. As she approached the soul cluster, Yuling Shuang calmly waved her jade hand, summoning the prepared earth-sealing soul-locking array. The soul array enveloped the soul cluster and began to contract, instantly confining it in the high sky, rendering it immobile. Junior brother, use me as a pivot. In a flash, she appeared in front of Yuan Hao. At that moment, Yuan Hao floated in the air, without any point to exert force underneath him, and it was challenging to pull up the soul cluster. Yuling Shuang devised a plan, instructing him to regard her as a support point. Embrace me from behind. This way, you will have a point to exert force with your waist and abdomen. Senior sister, you are so clever. But this won't work. Senior sister, your backside is too soft, like a cotton ball. I still can't exert any strength. Shall I turn around? No. Let me think of a solution. With his senior sister's eccentricity, if he agreed to let her turn around, Yuling Shuang would dare to directly nibble on him in midair, or even start a fight. I have an idea. Yuan Hao's mind sparked with inspiration. We can reverse it. Senior sister, you go behind and hold on to me. All right. Junior brother, Yuling Shuang, fully aware of the urgency of the situation, refrained from teasing him further and swiftly moved from Yuan Hao's embrace to the back, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist. After much effort, the two finally worked together to retrieve the soul cluster. Yuan Hao concentrated his strength and delivered a powerful punch. Boom. The soul cluster exploded with a resounding crack. A torrential surge of soul energy unfurled from its previously constricted state, instantaneously engulfing the realm around it. Yuan Hao was rendered speechless by the overwhelming sight that obscured the heavens and blotted out the sun. Fortunately, he was the sole witness to this spectacle. Otherwise, such an exaggerated manifestation of soul energy near the Shuejin zone would undoubtedly attract the attention of the sect leader and elders. And even all the disciples of the sect would be aware of the extraordinary events unfolding. This phenomenon was even more astounding than the massive soul orb he had encountered previously. Could it be that a practitioner far more powerful than the first sect leader of Shuejin zone had perished in proximity to our sect? Yuling Shuang shook her head, suggesting that it need not be a practitioner. It could also be an alchemist. After all, alchemists rely on mental and soul power, and in the same tier as practitioners, their soul energy can vastly surpass that of a practitioner. Yuan Hao hastily began to decipher the information contained within the lingering soul. In the next instant, his pupils constricted. Chapter 14. Cultivation requires steadiness, senior sister. You have spoken the truth. This is indeed the remnant soul of a pharmacist. However, it seems not to be a recipe. Just as Yuling Shuang was about to speak, she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, her aura collapsing in an instant. Senior sister, are you all right? It's nothing serious, junior brother. Let's focus on obtaining it first. Yuling Shuang's tone was heavy, lacking the lightness it had before, and she sounded somewhat pained. Yuan Hao quickly summoned his mental energy, drawing in an overwhelming surge of soul power into his brow. This was his first attempt at consuming a remnant soul at such a rapid pace, clearly surpassing his own limits. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, he could not afford to waste time. As the soul power continued to flow in, Yuan Hao began to digest the contents carried by the remnant soul, along with various fragmented memories. The methods for the mutation of Tian Su Chao, the crafting techniques for Kuang Long Dan, the cultivation techniques for Zijin Shuetong, and more. There were experiences in gynecology, methods for reconnecting severed meridians, techniques for repairing the Qi Si, and experiences in refining one's innate qualities. A torrent of information flooded his mind, almost overwhelming him. Although the remnant soul contained a wealth of knowledge, it took about half a stick of incense for Yuan Hao to finally absorb all that content. Yuling Shuang gently brought him back to the ground, and her body weakened, collapsing into Yuan Hao's embrace. Junior brother, how was it? Quite fruitful. Yuan Hao contemplated for a moment before summarizing it with those 4 words. This was indeed the remnant soul of a pharmacist, and I have gained a wealth of experience and insights from his past life. To be precise, it feels more like I have inherited his memories. However, I searched through all the memories and could not find the recipe that senior sister needed. It seems that the pharmacist spoken of by senior sister is not the same person. Disappointment was evident on Yuling Shuang's pale face. Our Shuejin zone has stood for thousands of years, and many powerful figures have perished nearby. There cannot be just one pharmacist. Yuan Hao paused before continuing. This pharmacist is known as Fu Longzi. From the memories I acquired, he fell long before the establishment of Shuejin zone. However, senior sister, do not be too disheartened. Fu Longzi was also a top-tier pharmacist. Moreover, I have obtained his alchemical experience and all the recipes he accumulated during his lifetime. While he may not have crafted the Bu Si Feng Hun Dan, it does not mean there isn't a viable alternative. There exists a recipe for the Bu Mia Long Hun Dan, which can also repair damaged souls and extend your lifespan. There should be some subtle connection between the Bu Mia Long Hun Dan and the Bu Si Feng Hun Dan. By gathering 12 superior medicinal materials, the Bu Mia Long Hun Dan can be crafted. Yuan Hao concluded with excitement, adding, of course, I certainly cannot craft it myself. I am willing to hand over the recipe to senior sister, allowing you to seek assistance from the elder who is a pharmacist. Experience is one thing, but skill is another. Only a 6th-tier pharmacist can concoct the 6th-tier Bu Mia Long Hun Dan. Yuling Shuang smiled slightly, her delicate hand reaching toward his cheek. The memories of Fu Longzi must also include his alchemical doctrines, correct? Alchemical doctrines are fundamental to a pharmacist's advancement, akin to the cultivation methods used by practitioners. They are also divided into 4 tiers, Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang, with 3 grades each. Doctrines are more scarce than methods, mostly available in Huang and Xian tiers, with few in D tier. Rarely, one might encounter a lower-grade Tian tier. Fu Longzi cultivated a superior tier celestial method known as Tai Shangganing Ju, which he perfected during his lifetime. I consider myself to have inherited it flawlessly. Tian tier, superior? Senior sister, how impressive. Yuling Shuang's earlier pain faded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ahem, senior sister, please do not flatter me. I am merely benefiting from the efforts of those who came before. The true brilliance lies with the esteemed Fu Longzi. Yuling Shuang shook her head earnestly. I believe junior brother is the most remarkable. Otherwise, how could others lack such fortune? Junior brother, are you now a pharmacist? Sort of. Given my current level of soul power, even with the perfected experience from the celestial method, I can barely be regarded as a first-tier pharmacist. I can only concoct some first-tier pills and spiritual liquids. Moreover, pharmacists require a furnace for alchemy, of which I have none. Yuling Shuang pondered for a moment, seriously analyzing the situation for him. Do you have a method to improve your spiritual roots? Yuan Hao shook his head, letting out a sigh. There are at least 4 or 5 types of pills that can wash the essence and marrow, but there is a prerequisite for reshaping spiritual roots, a minimum of 1-star aptitude as a foundation. Without the aptitude for cultivation, striving for improvement would be meaningless. In summary, Yuan Hao expressed, not even a top-tier pharmacist, nor a deity, could salvage my meager aptitude. How unfortunate. Yet senior sister believes that you can prioritize your identity as a pharmacist while temporarily treating your status as a practitioner as a secondary pursuit. Why do you say that, senior sister? While the Mo Ming Huan Tiangong is powerful, it does have its limitations, especially within the sect. You cannot simply find someone and forcefully seize their qi si, can you? Before obtaining Chun Tai's remnant soul. Forcibly prioritizing your cultivation as a practitioner would surely yield limited results. However, if you pursue the path of a pharmacist, you only need to refine your soul power through the doctrines and steadily improve. Of course, senior sister encourages you to focus on alchemy, not to abandon your practitioner cultivation, but to distinguish between the primary and secondary goals. It would be best to balance both once you acquire Chun Tai's techniques. After listening, Yuan Hao murmured softly. Senior sister is right. If I forcibly seize the qi si of the sect's disciples and continually engage in conflicts, I would expose myself in no time. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Moreover, fighting is far too perilous. It is better to adopt a more comfortable approach. With Fu Longzi's alchemical experience, even if I can only concoct first-tier pills and first-tier spiritual liquids for now, their quality is top-notch. I can start by selling pills and spiritual liquids to earn more spirit stones. Indeed, spirit stones. I am resolutely determined to obtain the remnants of Chun Tai's soul. It is said that his cultivation method allows for the direct absorption of the spiritual energy from spirit stones to replenish one's qi reservoir, bypassing the need for purification through the meridians. As the adage goes, before troops are mobilized, provisions must be secured. Once I have amassed a sufficient number of spirit stones, I will devise a means to acquire the cultivation method, thus enabling me to restore my spiritual energy in a conventional manner. Occasionally, I can also utilize the Mo Ming Huan Tiangong to exchange for a higher-level qi reservoir, as plundering qi reservoirs can effectively mitigate the risks and hazards of failed breakthroughs. In the realm of cultivation, the emphasis is fundamentally on stability. Yuan Hao nodded with a foolish grin. After perceiving his thoughts, Yuling Shuang delicately licked her ruby lips with her smooth tongue, her charming eyes glimmering as she coyly said, Humph, why do you not reward your senior sister more promptly? My lips have grown parched from waiting. Please, moisten them for me. Chapter 15. Senior sister, hurry and escape, or it will be too late. As she spoke, her alluring lips puckered in anticipation. Yuling Shuang's eyes sparkled with an intense longing and desire, resembling a ferocious beast ready to pounce. Just a glance at her made Yuan Hao tremble with unease for quite some time. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Yuling Shuang's enchanting expression froze, and a fresh trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth, leaving her face ashen. Junior brother, it seems I am nearing my end. Senior sister, please don't frighten me. Before I depart this world, could you fulfill one small request of mine? I beg you. Yuan Hao was momentarily stunned. He understood that the soul-locking array set by Yuling Shuang would consume immense soul power, carrying significant risks. Yet, her direct admission of imminent demise greatly unsettled him. Hurry, tell me, can you grant senior sister one small request? Yuling Shuang's expression grew increasingly pained, tears welling in her eyes, making it seem as if she truly was on the brink of death. Senior sister, Yuan Hao's desperate voice echoed through the ancient forest, startling the birds into flight. He held Yuling Shuang tightly in his arms, regretting ever allowing her to assist him in retrieving the soul fragments. Though she was a delicate and twisted individual, her kindness towards him made her demise a tragic loss. Feeling his warmth and intent, Yuling Shuang smirked, her alluring lips nearly brushing against Yuan Haowu's ear as she weakly uttered, "Before I leave this world, senior sister wishes to perform a dual cultivation rite with you here. This is my final request. Junior brother, surely you wouldn't refuse me?" Yuan Haowu, who had been on the verge of tears, suddenly froze in disbelief upon hearing her words. He struggled to swallow his tears, staring at Yuling Shuang with an odd expression. "Senior sister, are you done acting? You seem perfectly fine. I was terrified just moments ago, and yet you're still trying to deceive me even after spitting blood? Ouch, that hurts." Yuling Shuang was thrown to the ground by Yuan Haowu, only for her delicate foot to hook back around him once more. The ruthless man, in that fleeting moment, did you not think that senior sister is actually quite decent? So do not wait until you lose me to regret. Senior sister, I believe you have misunderstood. I was merely concerned that if you were to die, no one would assist me in retrieving the lost souls. Wah, I see you as my husband, while you perceive me as a mere tool. Though Yuling Shuang said this, she understood Yuan Haowu well. He was simply a stubborn individual. Yuan Haowu looked at the theatrical display of Yuling Shuang, feigning sorrow, and could only smirk inwardly. "Senior sister, I implore you, stop pretending." Yuan Haowu took a moment to calm his flustered heart and continued, "This time, my luck has indeed been remarkable. The experiences of Senior Linglongzi are quite practical in daily life, but there is something I find rather strange. Junior brother, do share. Senior sister will help you analyze it," Yuling Shuang said with a cheerful smile. "I have been a member of the Bloodsword sect for over 3 months, nearly every day fishing in the Sea of Souls. Previously, the largest soul fragments I managed to catch were about the size of a head. I had never seen any soul fragments exceeding a foot in size. However, starting yesterday, my luck has skyrocketed. First, I caught the remnant soul of the first sect master of the Bloodsword sect, and now I've hooked the remnant of a peak alchemist. If I had to pinpoint what has changed in these past 2 days compared to before," Yuan Haowu suddenly shifted his gaze to Yuling Shuang. "It's you, senior sister." "Me? Yes, when I fished without you by my side, I could only catch small soul fragments. Of course, this is merely my personal suspicion, with no concrete evidence. I will verify this in the coming days to determine if it is indeed because of you." Yuling Shuang wore a faintly sickly smile. "If it truly is because of me, that would be splendid. This way, I can accompany junior brother to fish daily. When tired, you could also use me to stretch your limbs, couldn't you?" Yuan Haowu broke into a cold sweat at her words about stretching limbs and quickly changed the subject. "Cough, senior sister. The crafting of the Undying Dragon Soul Pill requires a total of 12 rare medicinal materials, which are..." He enumerated the necessary materials to Yuling Shuang. "The 5th grade Undying Dragon Soul Pill will resolve your troubles. You may begin gathering these materials. Once you have them all, I will provide you with the formula for the Undying Dragon Soul Pill." Yuling Shuang furrowed her brows, diligently noting down the 12 materials, though she did not appear as pleased as Yuan Haowu had anticipated. "Of the materials you mentioned, I have only heard of 7 or 8 and have only seen 3 or 4 in person. The other 4 or 5 are unknown to me, and it is uncertain if the Bloodsword sect's medicinal vault even has them in stock. I will have to consult my master and the elders, who are alchemists." Yuan Haowu nodded in understanding. Both the Undying Dragon Soul Pill and the Undying Phoenix Soul Pill are rather special concoctions, and the materials required are exceedingly rare and obscure. I will pay closer attention while fishing for soul fragments. Yuling Shuang felt warmth blossom in her heart. "Thank you, junior brother." As dawn approached, the two began to tidy up and prepare to return to the sect. Just then, a chilling aura sliced through the void, freezing the air and scattering shards of ice. Yuling Shuang reacted swiftly, immediately sensing the murderous intent emanating from afar. The infatuated look in her eyes, which had been directed at Yuan Haowu, instantly shifted to a cold and menacing glare. She thrust her palm forward into the void, unleashing a violent surge of palm force, akin to a demon's claw, attempting to shatter the icy projectile. However, that seemingly fierce force was pierced through in mere moments by the ice arrow. Attribute Dao? Yuling Shuang sensed something amiss and quickly activated her attribute Dao to strengthen her spiritual energy, enveloping it with black lightning that surged into her palm. With one decisive strike, she successfully shattered the ice arrow. However, she couldn't suppress a groan as the repressed blood intent within her chest surged forth. Her assistance to Yuan Hao in capturing the soul orbs has already depleted a substantial amount of her soul power, and the loss of soul power directly affects an individual's overall condition. While physical injuries can be restored with elixirs and spirit liquids, the depletion of soul power is not so easily recuperated. In other words, the current state of Yuling is far from optimal. Who? Show yourself. The voice reverberated through the ancient forest, met with silence. Yet soon, an icy wall of light emerged on the distant horizon. As Yuan Hao scrutinized the icy barrier, he seemingly discerned something extraordinary, his eyes widening in astonishment, and his mouth twitching uncontrollably. This was no mere ice wall. It was a dense swarm of ice arrows. Judging by their scale, there appeared to be around 100 million. 100 million. Yuan Hao was utterly flabbergasted. Should they all be unleashed, it would likely transform half the ancient forest into a barren wasteland, leaving him utterly annihilated. Senior sister, what on earth is happening? Yuling shook her head, preparing to retreat with Yuan Hao. Cultivators on the offensive. It is indeed abnormal for this group to not seize the opportunity to create chaos, especially today, the date of the Bloodsword sect's quarterly examination. This individual capable of releasing over 100 million ice arrows undoubtedly possesses formidable strength, likely surpassing even that of senior sister. Yes, they are at the Earthwheel realm. Only the sect master, the protecting elder, and the various deacon elders within the inner sect possess such power. This implies that their opponent is at least an elder from the outer sect, perhaps even the outer sect's leader. It is unwise to linger here. This person not only has a high level of cultivation, but has also refined attribute-based techniques. Their mastery and application of such techniques may rival even that of my master. Yuan Hao began to panic. Valuing his life, he urged, senior sister, let's flee. If we don't leave now, we may meet our demise. Chapter 16. Is this some kind of game between master and apprentice? This is outright cheating. Yuling was utterly despondent. The sheer number of enemies was overwhelming. Their assault spanned too vast an area. Escape was no longer possible. My elder sister once swore to protect you for life, she declared, voice trembling yet resolute. So I shall fight to the very end. Unleash the array with all my strength. I may perish. Younger brother, do not forget your elder sister. Hurry. Say it now. Let me hear those words from your lips before I draw my final breath. Again, Yuan Hao stood utterly flustered. Yet this time, the gravity of the situation seemed unmistakably real. Surely Yuling was not indulging in theatrical histrionics yet again? Before he could deliberate further, a savage, thunderous voice rent the heavens. How audacious you are! Do you truly believe the Bloodsword sect is so easily mocked that any stray dog or stray cat may come and kick at our gates? Drawn by that searing, incisive voice, Yuan Hao immediately lifted his gaze. From the direction of the main peak, a graceful silhouette soared toward them, her feet poised upon a shimmering flying sword. Master! Yuling waved. Master? The Bloodsword sect's sect master, Su Failing? Yuan Hao's brow furrowed, suddenly. Revelation struck him like a bolt of lightning. How utterly foolish I've been. Lung must have sensed her master's imminent arrival long before this. Neither of them was ever in true peril. Her earlier words, those tender, desperate declarations, had been nothing but calculated provocation. Truly, human hearts are impenetrable fortresses. Lung, step aside. Yes, master. She swiftly pulled Yuan Hao backward. Su Failing raised her jade-like arm, and the sky erupted. A crimson wall of flame roared into existence, then coalesced into a colossal blood-tinged sword cleaving the starry firmament. In an instant, hundreds of millions of ice arrows were reduced to ash. Then, with a single, ruthless thrust of her forefinger, she warped the very fabric of space around her arm and digits. Dozens of jagged rifts, thick as human forearms, spiraling violently. Her chi-infused fingertip, wreathed in scarlet flame, shot forth like a cataclysmic spear, unstoppable, annihilating, toward the source of the ice barrage. Boom. 20 li away. An enormous mountain peak detonated, shattered into rubble. A hoarse, aged voice echoed outward through cultivated spiritual resonance. Wounded, strained, Su Failing. You will remember this. I shall return, and repay today as humiliation 100-fold. Su Failing hovered midair upon her sword, her entire being exuding a sinister, magnetic allure. With equal disdain, she projected her reply. Old dog, if you seek death, I shall gladly grant it. Should you dare set foot upon Bloodsword sect soil again, I shall flay your skin and tear your tendons from your bones. We shall see. The elder's voice dissolved into silence, trembling, unmistakably cowed. Externally, Su Feiling was hailed as the Blood Sword sect's foremost female demoness, ruthless, merciless, a slaughterer without remorse. And now, witnessing her in action, the epithet proved chillingly apparent. She did not pursue the fleeing elder, wisely withholding her pursuit, wary of a decoy, a ruse to lure her away. The attack had been too brazen, too transparent, certainly a feint. It had been over 3 months since Yuan Hao joined the Bloodsword sect. Yet this was his first glimpse of sect master Su Feiling. He observed her with quiet admiration. Tall and statuesque, she possessed a figure both voluptuous and refined, slim waist, delicate feet, skin luminous as polished jade, flawless and supple. Her physical allure rivaled Yuling Shuang's without question. Yet unlike Ling Shuang's icy, aloof demeanor toward outsiders, Su Feiling radiated a fierce, intoxicating magnetism, bold, sensual, unapologetically vivid. Rumors abounded. Su Feiling never removed her mask, not even while bathing or sleeping. Only a select few had ever beheld her true face. Thus, Yuan Hao burned with curiosity. What lay beneath that porcelain veil? Slanted eyes? Prominent front teeth? A pockmarked visage? This fragrance something is amiss. A strange, beguiling aroma wafted from Su Feiling, jolting Yuan Hao's mind like an electric spark, triggering a cascade of fragmented, instinctive knowledge. The demon-devouring flower. Yes, this was unmistakably its scent. A rare, enigmatic species native to the Kanglan continent, neither purely plant nor beast, but a hybrid entity, flourishing only in highly specific, reclusive environments. Few had ever laid eyes upon it. Even fewer knew of its existence. Its lore scarce, its records nearly non-existent. This insight belonged to Fu Longzi, but now resided within Yuan Hao, effortlessly accessible. The fruit of the demon-devouring flower could elevate one's bloodline rank, higher bloodline rank. In turn, eased cultivation breakthroughs. Thus, it was a precious, almost mythical spiritual treasure. Yet it was also a lethal toxin. Improper use left residual poison within the body, slowly corroding the martial meridians, the spiritual sea, even the 5 vital organs, eventually unhinging the mind. That Su Feiling exuded its fragrance meant she had failed to fully metabolize the fruit's essence, and the scent was strongest near her chest, indicating the toxin had already infiltrated her heart meridian. Still, every poison has its antidote. The root and stem of the demon-devouring flower could neutralize it. As a master of the Earthwheel realm, Su Feiling surely knew this. Best not to meddle unnecessarily. While Yuan Hao pondered, brow furrowed in silent contemplation, Su Feiling descended gracefully before him and Yuling Shuang. "Greetings, master," Ling Shuang said, her tone and bearing now utterly transformed, reverent and subdued, unlike the teasing, playful demeanor she displayed with Yuan Hao. "Ling Shuang, what are you doing here?" "Master, I sensed something unusual, so I came to investigate." Su Feiling gave a slight, elegant nod. "The assailant is gravely wounded. He will not return for some time. Return to your duties. Today's quarterly examination rests upon your shoulders." "Yes, master." Her reply was calm, composed. As she turned to leave, her eyes flickered, just once, toward Yuan Hao, a fleeting glance from the corner of her gaze, then nothing more. She mounted her sword and vanished into the sky, distant and detached. As though he were a stranger, Yuan Hao stood awkwardly alone. Su Feiling had not departed with her disciple. She was staring at him. "Menial disciple Yuan Hao, at your service, sect master." He offered the greeting with stiff formality, his voice taut with unease. "What brings you here?" "Ah, just taking a stroll." She remained silent, her masked gaze unrelenting. Yuan Hao could not fathom the expression concealed beneath that porcelain visage. If the sect master has no further instructions, this disciple shall respectfully withdraw. He longed only to flee. Having heard from Yuling Shuang herself how deeply Su Feiling cherished her, how diligently she had nurtured her as her chosen successor, imbuing her with unwavering faith and boundless expectation. Yuan Hao, a mere disciple of inferior innate spiritual roots and lacking any remarkable aptitude, is nothing more than a trifling specter in the esteemed eyes of Su Feiling, akin to a ghostly, unremarkable figure with nothing to offer. However, it would be an overstatement to label him merely as such, for he possesses neither the qualities of a specter nor any semblance of significance. Should Su Feiling discover the closeness he shares with Yuling Shuang, it would be a trivial matter for her to expel him from the sect in a fit of rage. The true concern lies in her potentially being unable to bear the revelation, and in a moment of fury, striking him down with a single blow. The moniker of the most ruthless female demon, known for her mercilessness, is not to be taken lightly. Wait a moment. Does the sect leader have further instructions for the disciples? You are Yuan Hao, correct? Yes. Which department do you belong to? The pigsty. Su Feiling paused, seemingly taken aback. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. Why have you been staring at my chest since just now? Yuan Hao pondered deeply, unable to confess that he discerned the lingering toxins from the mo shi hua fruit affecting her. To claim he was merely captivated by her beauty would be a grave misstep. Under Su Feiling's enigmatic gaze, Yuan Hao resolved to weave a falsehood, seeking to navigate this predicament with utmost haste. As a disciple with inherently inferior spiritual roots and unprecedentedly meager aptitude, he had made no significant advancements in cultivation and would likely remain inconsequential in the future. Yet, there exists an adage that resonates profoundly. When heaven closes a door, it invariably opens a window. Blessed with a keen sense of smell since childhood, particularly sensitive to fragrances, Yuan Hao admitted to the sect leader, I have detected a delightful aroma emanating from you, most potent around your chest area. Out of curiosity, I acted disrespectfully. Su Feiling gazed at him silently. Despite his inner turmoil, Yuan Hao endeavored to maintain an air of calm, striving not to betray his unease to the sect leader. However, the words that followed from Su Feiling rendered him speechless, making him feel like a fool. This sect leader possesses a modicum of mind-reading ability. Oh no, Su Feiling is the master of Yuling. The realization struck Yuan Hao like a bolt of lightning, leaving him paralyzed in disbelief. Is this truly an amusing game you play? This is nothing short of blatant cheating. Chapter 17. The second identity of the sect master. Yuan Hao reflected on his earlier thoughts, speculating whether the face concealed beneath her mask bore the image of squinting eyes or large buck teeth. Did Su Feiling glean this information? That would be disastrous. A mere servant disciple responsible for tending to pigs was remarkably knowledgeable about the mo shi hua. However, you are mistaken. I am not aware that the root of mo shi hua can detoxify. There is scarce documentation regarding mo shi hua in the Kanglan continent's dual regions. Despite my position as the sect master of the blood sword sect, I only possess a superficial understanding. In light of the fact that you provided me with a potential antidote, I shall overlook your unflattering imaginings of my appearance. I must inquire, from whence did you acquire information about mo shi hua? The disciple fortuitously stumbled upon a fragment of a scroll containing such records. Yuan Hao was still lying. However, as long as he emptied his mind, the heart-reading techniques would yield nothing but blankness. Fortuitous indeed? Yuan Hao nodded, his gaze clear and emanating a sense of sincerity. Su Feiling subtly shook her head, pondering that perhaps a servant disciple born with a wasted spiritual root was merely fortunate to have obtained such information. And the fragment? Ahem, the disciple deemed it a mere broken book. Of no substantial use to me, and the paper was rather coarse, unsuitable for personal hygiene. Hence I burned it. Burned it? The corners of Su Feiling's mouth twitched incessantly beneath her mask, leaving her momentarily speechless. Assuming Yuan Hao spoke the truth, he was indeed squandering a precious resource. The scroll containing information about mo shi hua must have originated from a distinguished individual, and it likely contained even more valuable content. To have burned it was an irretrievable loss. Had these words been spoken by another cultivator, Su Feiling would have been skeptical, suspecting deception to protect the scroll. Yet, the one uttering such words was Yuan Hao, a servant of the blood sword sect whose eyes radiated clarity and sincerity. The understanding of a servant disciple is limited, and their common sense is also constrained. It was not surprising that he would dispose of the scroll so thoughtlessly. The crux of the matter was that Yuan Hao remarked on the scroll's coarse paper, even regarding it as unsuitable for personal hygiene. This very statement convinced Su Feiling that Yuan Hao was unlikely to comprehend the true value of the scroll. Did you discern the lingering toxin on me through the records on the scroll? Yes, it is all documented. Regarding mo shi hua, do not disclose this information to anyone, nor should you inform anyone about the residual toxins within me. Ahem, the disciple understands. If this matter were to leak, it would severely impact our blood sword sect. Very well, you may return now. Then I shall take my leave. Yuan Hao prepared to depart swiftly. Wait. Just as he turned, Su Feiling called him back. With a slight intake of breath, she inquired, can you ascertain how much time I have left? Given the current rate of toxin erosion, how many years has the sect master been refining the fruit? 12 years. Since it has invaded the heart, there remains only half a year to a year, I presume. Su Feiling shuddered slightly, as this time frame was a year sooner than her own estimation. Sect Master should hasten to find the root of Mo Shihua. There may yet be hope. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao squeezed his eyes tightly, attempting to appear as though his eyes were red and swollen, the sorrow stemming from his heart. Alas, the sect master toils day and night for the stability of the sect, exhausting every effort, and yet as a mere servant disciple, I am of little assistance. Each time I reflect upon this, my heart is overwhelmed with profound sorrow. I can only silently pray for the sect master. A flicker of emotion rippled through Su Feiling's crimson eyes beneath her mask. She nodded and replied, "Your intentions are acknowledged, but there is no need to dwell on this. As the sect master of the Bloodsword sect, ensuring the sect's safety is my duty. Now, return." Very well. Yuan Hao hurried away, fearing that lingering too long might betray his true feelings, which Su Feiling might read. That could very well cost him his life. Even after Yuan Hao had vanished from sight, Su Feiling continued to gaze in the direction he had fled, her heart tumultuous. For years, I have been troubled by this matter. I never anticipated that today I would receive a method of detoxification from such an unexpected source. Should I fulfill my promise? Su Feiling removed her mask, revealing a face of unparalleled astonishment. Her skin, as white as jade, paired with those fiery crimson eyes, was breathtakingly beautiful. A gentle breeze, recognizing its inferiority, chose to veer away. The insects, embarrassed by the sound, fell silent. This visage bore no flaw, and the only one within the sect who could rival Su Feiling's beauty would likely be Yuling. Yuan Hao would undoubtedly be captivated by her stunning features. For over a decade, Su Feiling had harbored a secret. She was not only the sect master of the Bloodsword sect, but also possessed another identity known only to herself, the Mi Yuxianzi of the dual regions. Initially, this identity was a means for Su Feiling to conveniently gather intelligence regarding significant secrets and the movements of various forces within the continent. Due to the Bloodsword sect being persistently targeted and maintaining little normal interaction with other sects, the flow of information was severely limited. Thus, they had to devise their own means to probe the external situation, and as the sect master, Su Feiling was no exception. Utilizing her identity as Mi Yuxianzi, she engaged with the leaders of other factions and various notable figures. With the aid of heart-reading techniques, she could glean valuable information and secrets, even without verbal communication from her interlocutors. Over the years, Su Feiling had disguised herself remarkably well. No one had connected the fearsome first female demon of the Bloodsword sect with the Mi Yuxianzi, the foremost fairy of the dual regions. Until over a decade ago, when an accident occurred during her refinement of the Mo Shihua. To extricate herself from this predicament, to provide the Bloodsword sect with prolonged protection, and to facilitate Yuling's cultivation, she had to leverage her esteemed identity as Mi Yuxianzi and her innate beauty to proclaim that whoever possessed a method to neutralize the poison of Mo Shihua would be wed to her upon validation of its efficacy. This declaration had stirred quite a commotion across the dual regions, becoming a topic of widespread fascination. Yet, the common folk were largely unaware of what Mo Shihua even was, let alone how to detoxify it. Many sovereigns possess only a superficial understanding of the magical fruit known as Ma Shihua. Those cultivators who covet the beauty of the Mi Yuxianzi have racked their brains to devise an antidote for her plight, yet to this day, no effective solution has been proffered. During this period, numerous cultivators, seeking to draw near her, have attempted to deceive Su Feiling with a plethora of baseless concoctions. However, endowed with the ability to read minds, she effortlessly discerns the falsehoods from the truths. An essential prerequisite for Su Feiling in this matter is the verification of the antidote's authenticity. Only upon confirming its efficacy would she consider marriage. After more than a decade of twists and turns, with merely half a year of life remaining, she unexpectedly gleaned an antidote from the lips of a mere servant disciple. As long as the verification could be conducted within that half year, she could arrive at a definitive conclusion. If the roots of the magical flower indeed hold the power to counteract the poison, would she accept marriage? The suitor's status is inconsequential, being of lowly origin and possessing a defective spiritual root, unaware of her true identity as the Mi Yuxianzi. Perhaps it would be best to act as if nothing had transpired. Su Feiling underwent a protracted internal struggle. Ultimately, with a slight clenching of her teeth, her resolve crystallized. She would marry. Provided that the method proposed by Yuan Hao proved viable, she would undoubtedly wed him. This may very well be a test bestowed upon her by the heavens. Should the antidote be successful, Yuan Hao would become her benefactor. One must not be ungrateful, after all. Upon returning to the pig farm, Yuan Hao felt a chill creeping along his back, as if ensnared by some unseen force. As the sun ascended, this sensation began to wane. Sitting upon the stone steps at the entrance of the pig farm, he began to contemplate another matter. Following each quarterly examination, a number of disciples inevitably sustain injuries during sparring sessions. The defeated are discontent, eager to enhance their strength, while the victors wish to maintain their current advantage, reluctant to witness their lead diminish. In such circumstances, what becomes a coveted commodity? Indeed, it is elixirs and spirit liquids. Chapter 18. Is this really a slop bucket? It is a medicinal cauldron. This is indeed an excellent opportunity to accumulate spiritual stones. Yuan Hao firmly believes that with his peak-level alchemist experience and insights, the first-grade elixirs and spiritual liquids he concocts will undoubtedly be in high demand. However, the only headache he faces is the lack of medicinal materials and a cauldron. As for the medicinal materials, they might be manageable, as his task this morning is to gather grass from the back mountain to feed the pigs, providing a chance to find some common healing herbs. But the cauldron. The cauldron is the cornerstone of alchemy, directly influencing both the success rate and quality of the concoctions. The relationship between an alchemist and a cauldron is symbiotic. An alchemist can enhance the success probability and quality of their elixirs with the aid of a cauldron, while the cauldron absorbs the medicinal essence during the process, becoming sturdier and more durable, a virtuous cycle that creates a legendary cauldron. For instance, if an ordinary first-grade alchemist is fortunate enough to obtain a cauldron once used by a peak-level alchemist, their success rate in concocting first-grade elixirs would not just significantly increase, but they might even produce multiple elixirs in one session. The same principle applies to the concoction of first-grade spiritual liquids. Yuan Hao searches through the memories of Fu Longzi and learns that the cauldron he used in life was named Jiu Wen Qi Lin Lu, which ranks second on the cauldron list of the Twofold Continent and sixth on the list of the Kanglan Continent. Unfortunately, the whereabouts of the Jiu Wen Qi Lin Lu are unknown. Fu Longzi met an untimely demise near the Bloodsword sect, and if only the cauldron had not been taken away but remained hidden in some obscure corner. Yuan Hao ponders this and cannot help but sigh in frustration. The Jiu Wen Qi Lin Lu is a superior cauldron, and after all this time, who knows where it has ended up? It seems more prudent to be realistic. No more daydreaming. He rises, dusts off his clothes, and pushes open the pigpen door, only to find it deserted. Save for a group of pigs grunting incessantly, Yuan Hao furrows his brow, sensing something amiss. Where have the 20 or so miscellaneous disciples who usually help him with the pigs gone? Shouldn't this be feeding time? Elder? Demao? Dulacy? Yuan Hao calls out several names in succession, but receives no response. Gathering his courage, he steps into the room of the miscellaneous disciples. To his surprise, it is empty as well. He bends down and picks up a small booklet that has footprints on it, where the name Dulacy is written in a haphazard scrawl. It looks as if it had accidentally fallen to the ground and had yet to be noticed. Yuan Hao is uncertain of what this item is, but he flips through it casually, and the content of the last page leaves him stunned. On the 32nd day of the 20th month, weather, clear, mood, excellent. The new steward informed us that whoever brews a wine that satisfies him will be taught cultivation. This is a dream we, the miscellaneous disciples, never dared to hope for, so we discussed it for a long time, looking forward to a good day tomorrow. I have noticed that Yuan Hao has been acting strangely lately, often sneaking out late at night and returning only the next morning. When I shared this with everyone, to my surprise, they all felt the same sense of urgency. Could he be secretly gathering brewing materials? That simply cannot be allowed. We cannot let him get ahead of us. In the end, we decided right then and there. The content abruptly stops, ending rather hastily, almost as if it never truly concluded. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Hao seems to grasp the situation, silently closes the booklet, and places it under Du Lacey's pillow. How shameless. Truly shameless, to think of me in such a sordid light. Yuan Hao exits the room and leans over the wooden railing to peer inside. At this moment, the pigs in the pen lie motionless on the ground, groaning in hunger. Such audacity. In the past, whoever allowed these precious pigs of the sect to go hungry like this would have been scolded mercilessly by Steward Zhang. They could have at least fed the pigs before heading to the back mountain. Look at them. They've licked the slop bucket clean. Yuan Hao's complaints are abruptly interrupted as he pauses, frowning and approaching a slop bucket. This object resembles a cauldron somewhat. Yuan Hao crouches down and touches the side of the bucket, feeling a consistent warmth. When he knocks on it, it produces a clear, resonant sound, unlike the dull thud of ordinary tin. He quickly wipes a small section of the bucket clean with his sleeve and, upon revealing the exquisite totem carved beneath the greasy black stains, is utterly astonished. My goodness, it truly is a cauldron. A fine small medicinal cauldron has been repurposed as a slop bucket in the pigpen, adorned with the 8 trigrams flying cloud design. There is no doubt that this is the Ba Gua Fei Yun Lu, which ranks 79th on the cauldron list of the twofold continent. Such a waste. Yuan Hao gazes at the slop bucket with both distress and excitement. He immediately resolves to rescue it from its miserable fate. Starting today, you shall accompany me. He swiftly grabs the Ba Gua Fei Yun Lu and rushes to the water tank, washing it inside and out several times until the patterns on the cauldron are completely revealed. Free of any grease and looking as pristine as new. Although a faint odor still lingers, after all, it is the Ba Gua Fei Yun Lu, ranked 79th. What if it has a bit of a smell? Yuan Hao looks around, confirming that no one is present before retrieving a beautifully crafted golden pendant from around his neck. With a gentle infusion of the little remaining spiritual energy in his body, he sends the Ba Gua Fei Yun Lu into the golden pendant. This item was given to him by Yuling, known as a storage spirit tool. It allows for unlimited repeated use, capable of holding objects up to a size of approximately 10 feet, with a total storage space of 5 feet. When in use, one merely needs to infuse it with spiritual energy and can then place items inside or retrieve them at will. Yuan Hao has always treated it as a decorative accessory, wearing it because he previously lacked the spiritual energy and qi si to access the storage space. Today marks his first use of it, and he cannot help but marvel at its convenience. I should hurry to the back mountain as well. I need to gather more medicinal materials. The spiritual beast soul orb I caught yesterday afternoon is also on my mind. If that Ziyesu Xian Cao is still around, it would be a tremendous windfall. Yuan Hao tidies himself up, slings a basket over his shoulder, and prepares to head to the back mountain to showcase his skills. At that moment, the inebriated elder staggered out from the pigsty's shed. Yuan Hao, taken aback, muttered under his breath, "A drunken fool. The youngsters, the pigs. A missed meal or two wouldn't harm them. But for an old man like me, I cannot endure even a single meal without my drink." The elder lay on the ground, dazed and slurring his words. Hearing this, Yuan Hao felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. No wonder Wang Demao and Du Lei had the audacity to venture to the back mountain so early without feeding the pigs. It was you who were secretly supporting them. Shaking his head, Yuan Hao hurried away. After about 10 breaths of time, the elder suddenly opened his eyes, the haze of intoxication gone in an instant. This lad has quite the discerning eye. Upon my arrival yesterday, I noticed something was amiss with that slop bucket. However, what on earth is he doing with a medicinal furnace? The elder furrowed his brow in confusion, feeling something was amiss. Could it be that he intends to concoct elixirs? What a jest. He is not an alchemist. Suddenly, the elder's laughter ceased abruptly, a sense of unease creeping in. He slowly gazed in the direction Yuan Hao had departed, his eyes growing more grave and profound, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Could it be that he did not realize that was a small medicinal furnace? Or was it that he could not find a vessel for brewing wine and resorted to using the slop bucket to brew for me? This is not brewing. It is clearly poisoning. The wine this lad intends to make is unfit for consumption. The thought of that scenario turned the elder's face pale, and he instinctively covered his mouth with his hand. Chapter 19. Ziyu Qiongjiang. Ziyu Dixinjing. The back mountain of Shuejian sect is immensely vast, said to stretch for thousands of miles without an end in sight. Near the base of the mountain, relatively flat terrain has been designated as a grass-cutting area for the menial disciples responsible for tending to the pig farm. Typically, these disciples remain within the confines of this designated zone, venturing deeper only under explicit orders or for other special reasons. It is rumored that the mountain harbors treacherous terrain, abundant venomous creatures, and even numerous carnivorous spirit beasts that roam about, posing a lethal threat to the unwary. Yuan Hao, well acquainted with the surroundings, arrived at the location. Yet, he was taken aback by the absence of any individuals. While he had no genuine desire to cut grass, the complete lack of presence in a designated area seemed rather peculiar. Had everyone ventured deep into the mountain, risking their lives? Yuan Hao's momentary surprise quickly dissipated. For the menial disciples, Each day involved the most arduous tasks within the sect, devoid of access to core cultivation practices. Faced with an opportunity for cultivation that they had long yearned for, they would never easily relinquish it, no matter how perilous the process. Stepping out of the designated area, Yuan Hao's figure swiftly disappeared into the depths of the mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Beside a magnificent waterfall, Yuan Hao stumbled upon a promising medicinal herb, uprooted it, and tossed it into his grass basket. He refrained from placing it directly into his storage spirit tool, as doing so would deplete a portion of his already scarce spiritual energy. He needed to conserve his resources, for unlike other cultivators, he had no means to replenish and restore his spiritual energy through conventional methods. With a sigh, Yuan Hao pressed on, and his efforts bore fruit as he discovered 3 medicinal herbs. He was not particularly invested in the art of brewing, nor did he seek out the ingredients for it, nor did he feel the need to implore others to teach him cultivation. The location of the Zai Su Xian Chao was still a considerable distance away, so he decided to take a moment to rest. Stretching lazily, he leaned against a large stone and casually retrieved a herb with 3 black buds from his basket. Chou Li Hua, though a unique medicinal herb, holds no practical value for cultivators. It is detested by spirit beasts, emitting a foul odor detectable only by them. Often, alchemists utilize it to concoct beast-repelling powders and avoidance pills. Applying it to oneself guarantees protection from being devoured by spirit beasts, albeit this particular Chou Li Hua was of a lower age. Effective only against first-tier spirit beasts. Fortunately, this back mountain belonged to Shuejin sect, where most of the larger spirit beasts and higher-tier ferocious varieties had been largely exterminated. I wonder if Demao and Dulei have found any Chou Li Hua. Yuan Hao shook his head, dismissing unnecessary thoughts, and crushed the flower, applying its juice to his body. With a mental command, he unfurled the sea of corpse souls. This place, being seldom visited by cultivators, had its variety and population of spirit beasts well regulated, thus, the wandering soul clusters were few. Swish! Shortly after casting out the black line, he successfully reeled in a soul cluster, a remnant soul of a first-tier spirit beast. From the memories enveloped within the remnant soul, it bore little value, and Yuan Hao casually released it. The subsequent soul clusters he encountered were similarly remnants of first-tier spirit beasts, reflecting the same lack of significance as the first. As the wind whirled and the shadows of trees danced, roughly 2 incense sticks worth of time passed without any promising finds, prompting Yuan Hao to lament his luck. During earlier fishing excursions with his senior sister, he had encountered favorable soul clusters. Yet, when fishing alone, he rarely reaped any special rewards. Could it be that his senior sister possessed some alluring charm? Yuan Hao could not decipher the mechanisms of fishing. All he could do was explore slowly, yet this sensation grew increasingly pronounced. Just as he was about to retract his line in utter boredom, a soul cluster the size of a human head slowly broke the surface of the sea of souls, stirring a wave of spiritual energy. Yuan Hao's previously listless eyes sparkled with newfound vigor. Swish! With a sharp sound as the black line tightened. The soul cluster was successfully caught. Though it was not as challenging to reel in as a soul cluster exceeding a foot in size, it still required an immense exertion of strength from Yuan Hao, pushing him to his limits. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, Yuan Hao burst the soul cluster, and a vast image unfolded before his eyes. A remnant soul of a third-tier spirit beast. What was this place? A cave? As he observed, his brow furrowed at the sight. The memories of this spirit beast unveiled an interior scene of a cave, seemingly its former lair. Deep within the cave, a modest purple pool swirled with mist, its medicinal essence wafting through the air, distorting the environment slightly. Beside it lay several crystalline formations, Ziyu Qiongjiang and Ziyu Dixinjing. With the experience and memories of a top-tier alchemist, Yuan Hao discerned their identities at a mere glance. His eyes widened in astonishment. For a single drop of Ziyu Qiongjiang's medicinal power and value could rival that of a second-tier spiritual liquid, while a piece of Ziyu Dixinjing could match a fifth-tier pill. What immense worth did this pool of Ziyu Qiongjiang and 3 pieces of Ziyu Dixinjing hold? This was an extraordinary windfall. Yuan Hao swiftly collected the remnant soul of the spirit beast, confirming the cave's location and route through the memories it imparted. Remarkably, it was not far. The cave entrance was already quite concealed, and a recent battle among cultivators had caused a landslide, obscuring it further. Such concealment likely meant that the treasures within remained intact. With haste, Yuan Hao stowed the sea of corpse souls and quickened his pace into the forest. The Zai Su Xian Chao conveniently lay along the route to the cave, requiring merely a slight detour to reach it, thus not consuming much time. Occasionally, the haunting cries of spirit beasts echoed through the woods, and he often encountered decaying beast corpses and bones. To claim he felt no fear would be untruthful. Thankfully, Yuan Hao had thoroughly coated himself in the juice of Chou Li Hua, warding off first-tier spirit beasts within a 1-mile radius. As long as he did not encounter second-tier beasts, he would remain safe. Near a pile of scattered rocks, Yuan Hao lowered his gaze, searching diligently. This area should suffice. Had the Zai Su Xian Chao already been plucked? The rubble appeared to have tumbled down from the mountain, suggesting that the sought herb had either been taken long ago or buried beneath. Though it is regrettable, there is no reason for despondency. Yuan Hao has no intention of lingering in this place, wasting his precious time. The treasures within the cave are what truly matter. With renewed vigor, Yuan Hao turned around, his gaze inadvertently falling upon 2 towering stone slabs that formed a bridge-like arch. Beneath them, a Ziyelingji swayed gently, as if flaunting its vibrant leaves. It is the Zi Yesu Xianzao. Heaven, you are truly benevolent. I shall never again speak ill of you. Yuan Hao, tears brimming in his eyes, hastily uprooted the spiritual plant and cradled it in his hands, observing it with utmost care. Indeed, it was a spirit herb that had existed for several centuries, suitable for concocting second-grade, no, even third-grade elixirs. Such a prized possession could not simply be placed into a box. Yuan Hao would prefer to expend a bit of spiritual energy than allow anyone else to discover that he had acquired a Zi Yesu Xianzao of such age. As time crept past noon, Yuan Hao, panting, finally arrived at the foot of the verdant Qingcang Mountain. Resembling a gourd in shape, nestled amidst the towering peaks. There remained more than an hour's journey to the mountainside. The cave was situated near the mountainside. With victory within reach, Yuan Hao gritted his teeth and charged upward with determination. Ziyu Qiongjiang, Ziyudi Xinjing, ha ha ha, I am coming. Yuan Hao excitedly raced toward the cave. However, upon arrival, he was left bewildered. Wasn't this cave supposed to be buried? Who has excavated it? He stared at the vast entrance, his heart sinking. Someone had gotten there first. The surrounding evidence appeared quite recent, likely excavated only during this period. An ominous feeling washed over him. After careful consideration, Yuan Hao decided against entering the cave and opted to stealthily retreat along the original path. Although Ziyu Qiongjiang and Ziyudi Xinjing are invaluable treasures, one must possess life to enjoy them. If one dies, what remains? Quietly turning around, Yuan Hao unexpectedly collided with the bosom of a woman, the softness against his forehead sending him into a panic. Chapter 20. The target of absorption. Hello there. I said, do you believe me when I say it wasn't intentional? Yuan Hao's lips twitched as he gazed at the young woman before him, her icy demeanor radiating an aura of lethal intent. He sensed that if he did not offer some form of explanation, his demise might come swiftly. However, before he could even await her response, the woman seized him by the collar and forcefully propelled him into the cave. Inside, a spirit lamp burned, casting a bright light without smoke or flame. Yuan Hao nearly collided with the wall, but fortunately, several large hands caught him. Thank you. What are you doing here? In a reflexive manner, Yuan Hao politely expressed his gratitude, but upon turning to see who had caught him, he was taken aback. The 20 or so disciples, who had come to the mountains to search for brewing materials, were all present. Leading the group were Wang Dumao and Du Lei, both sporting bruises for reasons unknown. They exchanged furtive glances with Yuan Hao, silently warning him against any thoughts of resistance, lest he suffer a beating. What brings you to this place? What is happening? Wang Dumao winced, covering his swollen cheek. He glared at Du Lei with a look of resentment. It's all this kid's fault. He suggested we come up the mountain to explore, and then we stumbled upon this cave. At first, we were quite pleased, thinking we might find some treasures, so we all rushed in to take a look. And the rest, well, you've seen for yourself. Du Lei winced, hissing in pain as he covered his own bruised face. You can't blame me. Who knew we'd encounter such a situation up here? Dumao? It was your idea to enter the cave. Yuan Hao was left speechless. You all have quite the audacity, entering any cave without fear of encountering something unsavory? The 20 or so individuals regretted their decision, but realized it was too late. You can't point fingers, you came inside too. Yuan Hao retorted, rolling his eyes. I didn't intend to enter. I was pushed in by that woman. As soon as Yuan Hao finished speaking, the group of disciples recoiled in trepidation, their eyes wide with fear as they glanced toward the cave entrance. The same woman, now with her hand on her hip and sword in hand, stepped inside. Her proud visage was undeniably striking, her tall figure accentuated by long, fair legs that were partially concealed beneath her skirt as she walked. Humph, another worthless one. Yuan Hao glanced around, realizing that the woman's remark about worthless referred to him. However, he could not deny that he was rather handsome. Perhaps his stepmother would appreciate that. The young woman's words left Yuan Hao momentarily bewildered. His looks were undoubtedly his pride. But who was this stepmother she mentioned? Wang Damao, gathering his courage, whispered, "There's another woman deeper in the cave. It said she became possessed while cultivating and must absorb a man's yang energy to maintain her sanity." Duel nodded, his triangular eyes reflecting immense terror. "It's frightening. We are all candidates for absorption. When we first entered, there were 4 burly men in the cave, and within an hour, they were gone." Yuan Hao peered in the direction indicated by Duel and, sure enough, he spotted 3 corpses, their eyes wide open in death, refusing to close. A chill of panic washed over him. The thought that the young woman had deemed him handsome and that his stepmother might take a liking to him only added to his dread. Was it really this unfortunate? He had failed to acquire the Ziyu Chongjiang and Ziyu Dxinjing, and now he faced the risk of being absorbed into a mere human shell? Wang Damao inhaled sharply, letting out a long sigh. "Yuan Hao, you're in trouble. When that woman succumbs to her madness, you'll be... Oh, for the first time, I feel that being unattractive is a stroke of luck." Everyone nodded in agreement, thankful that Yuan Hao had arrived. Though death was inevitable, any extra moment was a precious gain. Duel, while massaging his shoulders, encouraged him. "Yuan Hao, it all rests on you now. Those 4 brutes may appear stronger, but they were ordinary men, easily drained. You are a 4th-tier spirit body. If you can endure, we might all survive a bit longer. Yes, Yuan Hao, you must exert yourself. I have a bottle of 1st-tier spirit liquid I brought from home that can enhance strength. It's yours." Yuan Hao did not accept the spirit liquid, but shot them an incredulous glare, exasperated at how he could associate with such shameless individuals. "Are you even human? You step forward." The young woman, still expressionless with her sword in hand, addressed Yuan Hao. "I initially thought you were as useless as the rest, but I see you are a 4th-tier spirit body cultivator. Humph, I hope you can endure longer." Yuan Hao's lips twitched as he looked at her. "Miss, may I inquire about the nature of this place? Surely, you are aware? The rear mountain of Bloodsword sect, what of it? Then, you must know who we are? A group of Bloodsword sect disciples." Yuan Hao, summoning his courage, adjusted his disheveled collar. "Knowing this is the territory of the Bloodsword sect, and we are disciples, shouldn't you release us? Once our sect master and the elders come looking for us, you and your mother will be in dire straits." The woman clutched her sword mockingly. Just a bunch of cannon fodder. There are plenty of servant disciples to replace you. 20 can die today, and 30 can be replenished tomorrow. The sect master and elders are too preoccupied with dealing with those attacking cultivators to bother with you. Go, remove your clothes and cleanse yourself." Seeing that the woman was entirely unfazed by his threats, Yuan Hao gasped in despair. With no other option. "Is your stepmother beautiful? Has she ever suffered from venereal diseases? Surely, she has no peculiar preferences?" The woman paused, then grinned menacingly. "You talk too much." Under her vigilant gaze, Yuan Hao approached a large wooden barrel not far away. This was the end for him. With only a 4th-tier spirit body, and her being a 6th-tier spirit body, he could only submit to her whims. "Senior sister, save me." Yuan Hao suddenly found himself missing his eccentric senior sister. However, the thought that Yuling would preside over the quarterly examination within the sect today chilled his heart considerably. And then there was Tsang Lao, that old drunkard. Although his strength was formidable, he was perpetually inebriated, rendering him unreliable. It seemed that everything depended on himself. "Beautiful lady, please do not gaze at me so intently. I must remove my clothing." "Humph, it is merely a bit of excess flesh. What is there to be afraid of?" Facing imminent danger, there is no time for hesitation. With reluctance, Yuan Hao continued, shedding his garments until he was left with only a pair of shorts. Yet in the next moment, the young woman's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth in shock. "What on earth? This is simply astonishing. Why is your face turning red, beautiful lady? Surely you have seen such things before? Why you be quiet?" 20 or so junior disciples stared, dumbfounded, at Yuan Hao, whose shorts seemed to conceal a dagger beneath. For a moment, they were envious, their teeth itching with jealousy. This lad, if placed in a brothel, would undoubtedly be a sought-after male courtesan. Just as the crowd's envy twisted their expressions, a muffled groan of agony echoed from the depths of the cave. The young woman's countenance changed drastically upon hearing the sound. She no longer allowed Yuan Hao to continue undressing, but instead led him deeper into the cavern. Yuan Hao was thrown to the ground, and when he looked up, he saw a disheveled woman kneeling beside him. She was a striking beauty, her fair skin marred by a fierce countenance, with self-inflicted wounds marring her arms. He was a junior disciple of the Bloodsword sect, reputed to possess fourth-grade spiritual prowess, handsome and robust. Unfortunately, he had not yet had the chance to clean himself properly. He wondered if his stepmother would be satisfied. The young woman spoke with utmost respect. The beautiful woman smirked coldly, her eyes glinting red as she examined Yuan Hao, unable to suppress a gulp. Not bad at all. Feishua, you may step outside for now. I wish to have some fun with him. Chapter 21. I suspect you've abducted me in a UFO and planted a tracker on me. Lin Feishua smiled with eerie, serpentine grace and obediently withdrew. Hee, pretty boy, how unfortunate for you to fall into my hands. I can hardly wait to savor your essence. First, I shall harvest your yang energy. Then, I shall drink your vital blood. Such a striking man. Surely his blood must be exquisitely rich. No sooner had the words left her lips than the disheveled, ravishing woman launched herself at him like a storm unleashed. Yuan Hao let out a silent, desperate cry within his heart. It's over, utterly over. I'm doomed to humiliation at the hands of this madwoman. You wretched, capricious Tao of heaven. Have you truly lost your bearings? Why must I endure such unspeakable terror? How grievously this will scar my tender soul. I curse you. In despair, he shut his eyes tight. He was utterly powerless to resist, and resistance, he knew, would mean certain death. So he braced himself, resigned to the coming tempest. Yet instead of violation, what met him was a blood-curdling shriek. The madwoman had been seized by the nape, flung with brutal force, hurled against the wall with such impact that a gaping fissure splintered the stone before she crumpled to the ground, spitting crimson with each ragged gasp. Who dare to lay a hand on my man? You seek death. Her voice, icy, imperious, pierced the air like a blade of glacial frost, freezing time itself in its wake. Yuan Hao opened his eyes, and there she stood, a vision in flowing silken robes, ethereal as a celestial goddess descending from the moonlit clouds. Hua, none other than Yuling, senior sister? Why are you here? No, why did you arrive so late? His expression crumpled into childlike dismay. I'm truly sorry, junior brother. I arrived too late, and you've been frightened. I deserve punishment. Please, don't be angry, a sly, intoxicating smile curled her lips. Tonight, I shall submit entirely to your will, any penance you decree. She turned her gaze upon him, soft, yet laced with quiet, unnerving command. That smile, deceptively benign, sent a tremor through his limbs. Cold sweat beaded along his jawline and fell in silent droplets. In truth, his senior sister was, in this moment, 100-fold more terrifying than the deranged woman who'd just been shattered against the wall. She'd rather I humiliate her willingly than let her be humiliated by anyone else. But senior sister, weren't you meant to preside over the quarterly assessment ceremony? It's midday break. Oh, then how did you know I was here? The keepsake I gifted you, the one meant for storage, doubles as a celestial tracker. Wherever you go, I know. Every step, every breath. A tracker? Yuan Hao froze, stunned, speechless. Senior sister, you're far too devious. Mind reading and surveillance? Do I possess any autonomy? Any privacy? Any semblance of justice? Then he paused, stiffened. Ah, of course. In the vast, unforgiving expanse of the Kanglan continent, where cultivators walked as sovereigns and raw strength dictated law, justice was but a whispered myth. Who, then, would bother invoking justice before a petty mortal? Yuling, sensing his thoughts once more, let out a low, amused chuckle. Be still. Junior brother, listen to my defense, no, my explanation. Her tone softened, almost tender. Every measure I take is for your safety, not to bind you, but to shield you. The world beyond is treacherous. I must know your whereabouts at all times, so that the moment peril strikes, I may arrive before danger even draws breath. Isn't that so? Yuan Hao suspected she was abducting him, not in a UFO, perhaps, but in the far more insidious vessel of absolute, inescapable control. Yet he had no proof, only the unsettling truth that her words held a chilling, undeniable logic. Senior sister, what of the others outside? I rendered them unconscious. What? Even the menial disciples who tend pigs alongside me? Yuan Hao's voice cracked with incredulity. Junior brother, how rude. She feigned a pout. Imagine, if they learned that I, the eldest disciple of the Bloodsword sect, am your devoted little wood dog? Uffed, senior sister. Don't say such things. What on earth is a wood dog? Seeing him clutch his head in utter, theatrical collapse, Yuling Shuang's lips curved, not in mockery, but in quiet, profound satisfaction. Meanwhile, the disheveled woman staggered upright, clutching her shattered chest, swaying like a dying willow. The moment Yuling Shuang's gaze fell upon her, her warmth vanished, replaced by glacial fury. Her aura hardened into something ancient and merciless, the biting cold of 10,000-year-old abyssal ice. She succumbed to demonic cultivation, yet retains the strength of a 9th-rank earth-responding cultivator. A feat, truly but unforgivable. Her voice dropped to a whisper, yet it carried the weight of a collapsing mountain. You dared covet my man, and him, above all others, is the one thing I will never share. Die. She moved, faster than lightning, a blur of silk and lethal grace, materializing beside the woman in the blink of an eye. The woman sensed doom, raised her arms in desperate defense. But Yuling Shuang's fist, delicate, rose petal soft, struck with cataclysmic force. Her barrier shattered like glass. The woman was driven downward, buried deep into the earth with a thunderous crack. The entire Hulu mountain trembled, its spine splitting open with a jagged, 10-jong-wide chasm. The cavern groaned, its ceiling shuddering, on the verge of total collapse. Yuan Hao gripped the wall, his face paling thrice over. So this is her wrath. I shall be exceedingly obedient from now on. One misplaced strike, and I'll be nothing but drifting soul ash. That single blow had not only broken the woman's body, it had extinguished her will to fight. Just as Yuling Shuang raised her hand to deliver the final blow, Yuan Hao rolled up his sleeves and spoke, voice steady, resolute. Senior sister, let me handle this. I want her qi. She hesitated, then nodded. She knew he had yet to inherit Chun Tai's cultivation technique. His only path to advancement was through qi transference. If he absorbed hers, he would ascend, overnight, into true strength. Be cautious, junior brother, she cautioned. Though she lies broken, she remains a 9th-rank earth-responding cultivator. Even without qi, her flesh and bone could crush you like brittle porcelain. Understood, senior sister. Please stand ready to protect me. Yuan Hao cracked his knuckles, charged forward, and unleashed a furious barrage of strikes. When he judged the moment ripe, he roared. Channeling his art, Mogu exchanged heaven art, transfer, silence. Nothing happened. His laughter died mid-breath. A frown creased his brow, sharp, instinctive. He leapt back, instantly wary. He bore the complete inheritance of the Bloodsword sect's founding patriarch. His technique never failed. A failed transference could only stem from one of 3 causes. First, the target's qi was fractured, yet hers was whole, luminous, undamaged. Second, the target had not been driven to the brink of death. She still retained mobility, and the gulf in strength remained too vast to bridge. However, she is now gravely injured, barely clinging to life, and it is evident that this is not the case. Thus, it must be the third reason. The Maming Huan Tiangong cannot exchange the qi of a cultivator who has also practiced the same technique. This is an inherent protective mechanism of the technique, which does not differentiate based on the realm of strength or the level to which the cultivator has mastered it. Upon realizing this, Yuan Hao felt a shiver run down his spine. Could it be that this madwoman has also cultivated the Maming Huan Tiangong? Otherwise, it remains inexplicable. Junior brother, did you not succeed? Yuan Hao nodded, resigning himself to the situation. At that moment, the beautiful woman took the opportunity to pull out a jade token from her bosom, using her last ounce of strength to toss it at their feet. Once she completed this action, she succumbed into unconsciousness. Yuling Shuang effortlessly retrieved the jade token with a flick of her hand, her gaze sweeping over it, causing her fingers to tremble slightly. It was the identity token of the Bloodsword sect. Yuan Hao lay back with his hands behind his head, exclaiming in disbelief, "What? She is one of us in the Bloodsword sect? Isn't this akin to a flood washing away the Dragon King's temple? Furthermore, if she is indeed a member of the Bloodsword sect, why would she trouble the sect's own miscellaneous disciples and seek to absorb our yang energy?" Yuan Hao leaned forward in astonishment, glancing at the jade token, and the name inscribed on it made his eyes widen. Mei Xiaoyun, Bloodsword sect, inner sect elder. Yuling Shuang, like him, was filled with suspicion, but she could ascertain that the jade token was genuine. After a moment, it seemed she recalled something, putting away the token and stating, "She is the senior sister of our master. I heard that she once competed with our master for the position of sect leader, but after losing, she was unwilling to remain merely as an inner sect elder. Thus, she left the sect to forge her own path." Indeed, I have heard of this name. Yuan Hao grimaced, pondering the melodrama of it all, wondering what her return signifies. Could it be revenge against the Bloodsword sect? Mei Xiaoyun has already fallen into madness. Her current strength is likely not even 1/10,000th of our masteress, so she cannot be that foolish. Junior brother, this is no trivial matter. I must take her to see our master and the elders. I cannot accompany you for the time being. All right, senior sister, do be cautious. This woman has likely cultivated the Maoming Huan Tiangong, so the sect leader should also be wary. If she employs underhanded tactics to immobilize you and exchange chi Cs, it could lead to trouble. What? Maoming Huan Tiangong? Are you certain? Based on my understanding of the techniques, there is indeed such a possibility. Yuling Shuang's demeanor turned grave. Understood. I will take the woman outside with me. After you awaken the other brothers, return to the sect without delay. Just before departing, Yuan Hao suddenly regarded her with a mischievous glint in his eyes, as if he had something to convey. Yuling Shuang immediately grasped his intent. Chapter 22. What kind of good brother? This is clearly a good guardian. Do you wish to seize the chi si of that woman outside? She is a spirit of the 6th rank. Although she is not as formidable as this madwoman, she can at least enable me to elevate my realm slightly. Yuling Shuang pondered for a moment and refrained from dissuasion. Once Yuan Hao successfully exchanged the chi si of that youthful woman, Yuling Shuang led her, who was on the brink of death, along with Mei Xiaoyun away. Yuan Hao stretched lazily, attempting to calm his tumultuous emotions. Reflecting on his gains, he realized that he had ascended 2 realms in a single day, which gradually uplifted his spirits. Initially, he intended to awaken Wang Demao and Du Lacey, but as he crouched down, he stood back up and turned to venture deeper into the cave, nearly forgetting the matter at hand. It was peculiar. Where were the Ziyu Qiongjiang and Ziyu Dxinjing? This place appeared devoid of anything, and it didn't seem as though Mei Xiaoyun had taken them. Yuan Hao contrasted the environment here with the one depicted in the Soul Cluster image and quickly discerned the discrepancy. The spatial range in the image was evidently larger than the inner cave he occupied. Furrowing his brow, Yuan Hao directed his gaze towards the stone wall at the end. He slapped the wall with force, and indeed, the echo fell off. There was likely another layer of small space behind it. This stone wall was not artificially moved, but rather seemed to have fallen from above after a landslide. This massive stone effectively separated the 2 sections, sealing them tightly. Having just acquired the chi si of the 6th rank, Yuan Hao was now brimming with strength, making it relatively easy for him to break through such a colossal stone. Without wasting any time, he delivered a powerful punch, shattering the stone wall with a resounding crash. Instantly, a rich aura surged forth from behind the wall, nearly toppling him. Without a moment to revel in his surprise, he leaped forward, covering 5 steps in 3. The first sight that greeted him was a purple pool, approximately half a zhang in size. The surface bubbled vigorously, and an eerie purple energy rose from the pool. It resembled a boiling cauldron. As the energy ascended, it emitted sounds akin to serpentine hisses, distorting the air considerably. Just inhaling the air infused with purple energy made Yuan Hao feel as though thousands of ants were crawling within him. This subtle sensation was not painful. Rather, it was extremely pleasurable. Every pore of his body opened wide in an instant, and every cell was completely activated, with immense power surging uncontrollably outward. According to the memories from his predecessor, Fu Longzi, regarding pharmacology, Ziyu Qiongjiang possesses remarkable strengthening properties and is a superlative spiritual liquid suitable for body refinement. Cultivators primarily focus on refining qi. However, the physical body must often complement the realm, achieving a degree of harmony to fully manifest the capabilities of a particular realm to the utmost extent. If one only cultivates the realm without refining the physical body, they may continue to progress, but it will result in an extremely hollow realm, ultimately leading to the inability to exert even 70 or 80% of their potential in a given realm. This is one reason why among cultivators of the same realm, some appear extraordinarily strong, while others are easily defeated. As Yuan Hao contemplated this, a sudden change crossed his expression. He had been so preoccupied with seizing the chi si from that madwoman that he overlooked the fact that his physical strength was still quite fragile. Even if he obtained her chi si, it would be challenging to showcase the strength of his realm. Thus, not succeeding was not necessarily a misfortune. With the acquisition of this Ziyu Qiongjiang, he might be able to utilize it to fortify his physical body, thereby preventing a future mismatch between his physical strength and realm when exchanging qi seas. However, my meridians can only release spiritual energy but cannot absorb it or the medicinal properties, which means I will need to wait until I acquire Chun Tai's technique to utilize it. It is said that this technique allows one to directly devour the medicinal properties and energy from Ziyu Qiongjiang without the need for time-consuming refinement. Yuan Hao regained his focus and turned to the Zud Xianjing beside the pool. For pieces, this exceeded the quantity he had seen in the memory of the spirit beast. This unexpected delight greatly pleased Yuan Hao. Perhaps the cave had been buried for too long, allowing the Qiongjiang to solidify and increase the number of crystals. The value of a single Zud Xianjing is comparable to that of a decent 5th-grade pill. Thus, the combined worth of the 4 crystals is substantial. Yuan Hao carefully extracted the Zud Xianjing and took out a jade bottle he had prepared in advance to store the Qiongjiang. Although the pool was half a zhang in size, it was not deep, filling only 10 bottles. He intentionally left some base liquid to ensure the Qiongjiang pool would not be depleted. After securing his belongings, Yuan Hao began to concoct a 1st-grade spiritual liquid using the herbs he had gathered along his journey. The majority of the Zai Su Xian Chao is utilized for crafting 2nd and 3rd-grade spiritual liquids and pills, so it would be a waste to use it for 1st-grade liquid. Therefore, he did not employ it. Soon, 3 bottles of spiritual liquid were successfully refined and presented before him. The peak alchemist's experience, combined with the Bagua Fei Yun furnace, ranked 79th on the twofold continent S alchemical furnace list, resulted in the liquid's quality reaching the pinnacle of 1st grade. Indeed, even the elders of the Bloodsword sect, who were alchemists themselves, would feel humbled and embarrassed upon witnessing it, perhaps retreating to a secluded place for a period of self-reflection. The quality of these 3 bottles of 1st-grade spiritual liquid was even purer than that of many 2nd-grade liquids. Yuan Hao was acutely aware that such a product would undoubtedly cause a stir if presented to the world. Thus, he devised an excellent solution: dilution. By mixing 1 bottle of spiritual liquid with 2 bottles of water, he could still retain commendable quality and efficacy. In other words, with the 3 bottles diluted, he could produce 9 bottles of spiritual liquid. Typically, a 1st-grade spiritual liquid requires 100 spirit stones for exchange, with the best quality not exceeding 200. However, by dividing it into 9 bottles, he could guarantee a return of 900 spirit stones. In addition to all this, Yuan Hao had prepared another item. He took out one of the bottles of Ziyu Qiongjiang and divided it into over 20 jade bottles, filling only the bottoms of each. The subsequent method was the same: dilution, transforming 1 bottle of Qiongjiang into over 20 bottles. Yuan Hao had a purpose in mind for this action. Firstly, it is impossible for him to personally engage in the exchange of spirit stones with the outer disciples of Shuejian Izong using spiritual liquid. He requires the assistance of Wang Demao, Du Lei Si, and others to share the risks and enhance efficiency. To sway this group, there must be benefits involved. Over 20 vials of diluted divine nectar can serve as their remuneration. Although it is watered down, even a drop or 2 of this nectar added to the brewed wine would yield a remarkable transformation. This is the most effective method for them to enhance the quality of their beverages and gain the approval of the venerable elder. Yuan Hao is confident that they will not refuse him. The 20 or so servant disciples awakened in the afternoon, utterly oblivious to what had transpired. They only recalled a fragrant breeze passing by, followed by a sudden blackout. Yuan Hao informed them that they had been rescued by a senior sister, though he could not clearly discern any other details. The group harbored no doubts about this, but rather felt a sense of lingering fear, eager to depart from this wretched place. "Brothers, I have matters to discuss with you." Yuan Hao smiled mysteriously, drawing their attention. "Can this truly enhance the quality of our beverages?" Each of the servant disciples received a vial of the diluted divine nectar. One disciple of the 2nd rank in spirit body, filled with skepticism, uncorked the vial. Suddenly, he trembled, his complexion flushed, crashing against the wall with a look of astonishment. "Goodness, what potent medicinal essence! What on earth is this?" Upon witnessing his reaction, the others no longer doubted that the liquid contained a special spiritual essence. Yuan Hao beamed at them. "Do you desire it?" The group nodded in agreement. "Help me with 1 task, and you only need 2. The crowd was utterly dumbfounded upon hearing his request. "Yuan Hao, where did you acquire such an abundance of spiritual liquid?" Engaging with those outer disciples is no simple task. They are notoriously arrogant. Yuan Hao replied, I am merely acting on someone else's behalf. This spiritual liquid originates from a disciple of our Shui Jianzong, yet his identity is somewhat special, making it inconvenient to reveal his true self. Thus, he entrusted me with this task. Du Lei Si, cradling the jade vial, nodded with a grin. I understand. Being both a cultivator and an alchemist is indeed rare. Revealing one's identity would surely invite unrest. Yuan Hao snapped his fingers in agreement. If you are willing to assist, the benefits in the future will undoubtedly be plentiful. We are mere servant disciples, and our innate talents are not particularly high. Even if the venerable elder agrees to teach us cultivation, without suitable spiritual liquids and pills, our progress would be as slow as that of a tortoise. This is why I approach you. With others, I would not waste time in such earnest discussions. Moved by his kindness, the group found themselves unable to suppress their tears. Good brother, you truly are remarkable. What good brother? Clearly, you are a virtuous father. Chapter 23 Master Brother? Not even a dog would do it. Yes, it is my adoptive father. 20 or so servant disciples shamelessly shouted. Yuan Hao cast them a disdainful glance. How opportunistic they are. So it shall be agreed. I will take responsibility for contacting that outer sect disciple who wishes to remain anonymous. As for you, your duty is to sell the spiritual liquid and exchange it for spiritual stones. When the benefits arrive, I will distribute them to everyone. Furthermore, this matter must not be disclosed to others. Otherwise, no one will profit. Do not mention it to Cang Lao either. The afternoon was entirely consumed in brewing and distilling liquor. The brewing method in Canglan continent is rather simple. Regardless of the raw materials, as long as a plant called Bai Chao and a special wine stone are added, the fermentation time is greatly shortened. Yuan Hao found this quite novel. However, unlike the others, he was not busy with the task at hand. He had his own plans. If he became a named disciple of Cang Lao, he would have to invest effort into cultivation, which would significantly reduce his free time. Moreover, being inherently lacking in spiritual roots and possessing mediocre talent, he could not cultivate like ordinary practitioners. Yuan Hao's goals were precisely contrary to those of the 20 or so servant disciples. He aimed to avoid becoming Cang Lao's disciple at all costs. Therefore, he devised a strategy that would surely be rejected by Cang Lao. That is, to dilute the liquor. Indeed, by continuing to mix water into the inferior wine, the flavor would become muddled and impure, ensuring that no one would want to drink it. Yuan Hao, our preparations are complete. What about yours? Yuan Hao jumped down from a massive, flat stone. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, he said, Brothers, I am not skilled in brewing liquor. Please share your remaining concoctions with me. Thus, he received half a bottle of dregs-laden inferior wine and secretly mixed in a substantial amount of water, stirring it with his fingers, and voila! The others did not forget to gather grass, filling their baskets with weeds, each one towering a couple of zhang high, resembling a small mountain. However, when they returned to the sect, they were met with a thunderous shock. All were stunned threefold. Pigs. 20 of them had perished. Cang Lao sat in the pig pen, licking the now empty wine gourd, his face showing signs of irritation. Wang Damao was distraught. Cang Lao, you've killed my pigs. Du Lei whispered, perhaps it's because Cang Lao doesn't tea like bathing. The pigs suffocated from his odor. It was over. If the upper echelons held them accountable, all disciples from the pig farm would have to pack their things and leave. Cang Lao yawned and glanced at them, rubbing his fingers together at his chest, casually flicking away a small mud pellet. What is the fuss? It's just 20 pigs. This is something I can resolve with a single word, yet you all are in such a tizzy. And you there, suggesting I killed the pigs with my smell, what were you thinking? I haven't tea-bathed for just 2 years. Enough of that. Where is your wine? The 20 or so servant disciples exchanged bewildered glances, utterly befuddled by Cang Lao's antics and remarks. However, upon hearing he could resolve the matter, they immediately changed their demeanor, smiling as they approached to present the brewed wine. Cang Lao first accepted Wang Damao's wine bottle, uncorked it, and sniffed, promptly furrowing his brow. Peach-flavored fruit wine, yet with a peculiar taste, as if mixed with something. Cang Lao sampled a few sips, and his eyes widened. He, a practitioner of the earth wheel realm, had tasted countless spiritual liquids and immediately detected a drop of Zi Yu Qiongjiang within. Though astonished, he refrained from questioning further, instead scanning the 20 or so servant disciples one by one. He swiftly took the second disciple's wine bottle and sipped. Nightgrass wine, also mixed with Qiongjiang. He then took the third disciple's wine bottle, Shilanhua wine, similarly infused with Cheongjiang. The crowd anxiously observed him, not daring to inquire whether Song Lao was satisfied. When it was Yuan Hao's turn, Song Lao locked eyes with him, hesitating momentarily in his actions. Yuan Hao, wearing a cheerful expression, said, "Old man, please indulge in the tasting." Song Lao's brow furrowed as he repeatedly stroked his white beard. Harboring grave suspicions that this was the wine distilled from slop buckets, unsure whether to take a sip or not. What the heck? The entire purpose of this endeavor was to target this young lad. Drink. Song Lao snatched the jade bottle from Yuan Hao's hand and gulped it down. However, as if by a miracle, it shot straight out in a geyser. Song Lao glared at Yuan Hao, his face turning green. What on earth is this? Slop wine. Why does it taste so chaotic? Like a hodgepodge encompassing over 20 different flavors, and he even diluted it. Song Lao felt a twinge of fear. Was this water truly fit for human consumption? By heavens, it wouldn't be the water left from rinsing out the slop bucket, would it? In an instant, his complexion shifted dramatically, as if he had swallowed something vile, instinctively covering his mouth. His stomach churned violently. Old man, is it not to your liking? Yuan Hao feigned ignorance. You rascal. Song Lao was a perceptive individual. How could he not grasp Yuan Hao's intentions? Thus, he merely glared at him, smacking his lips. The flavor is exquisite. Now it was Yuan Hao's expression that changed, becoming somewhat tense. Old man, you're not jesting with me, are you? What is the matter? Do you lack confidence in wine you brewed yourself? Yuan Hao was rendered speechless. But you just spat it out. Oh, that was merely because the aroma was so rich. I was momentarily overwhelmed and hastily spoke to you, causing me to regurgitate. Song Lao smiled faintly, though his face retained its previous pallor. Allow me to demonstrate again. With another gulp of the diluted inferior wine, the acrid stench assaulted his nostrils, causing him to retch violently. Such a blatant reaction would make even a fool realize it was undoubtedly unpalatable. Song Lao wiped his mouth, feeling a heaviness in his heart, grinding his teeth. I drank too hastily just now and choked. You'll see. Ugh, old man. If it's intolerable, let us not force it, shall we? Song Lao waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. After 4 or 5 attempts, he finally mustered the determination to swallow a mouthful. He was somewhat agitated, smiling as he questioned Song Lao. How about it? I haven't deceived you, have I? Yuan Hao hesitated, caught between words he wished to speak. He surmised that Song Lao might already be aware of his intentions, yet still chose to disregard appearances and retain him. Should he persist in this manner, it would seem rather ungrateful. It appears that he would have to carve out time from his busy schedule. Noticing that Yuan Hao's thoughts had settled, Song Lao cooperatively refrained from revealing that he had mixed the purple jade nectar into the wine of the 20 or so servant disciples. Indeed, I find your little concoctions quite satisfactory. Accordingly, I shall accept you as my disciples as previously agreed upon. Who wishes to be the eldest senior brother? Yuan Hao instinctively took a step back. As a result, this group of rascals joyfully pushed him forward. Yuan Hao, you are most deserving. Yes, we are all willing to heed your guidance. Their opportunity to become Song Lao's disciples was largely thanks to the nectar Yuan Hao provided, and they would rely on him to lead them to prosperity in the future. Moreover, they were not foolish. They could discern the unique bond between Yuan Hao and Song Lao. The position of eldest senior brother was undoubtedly his. However, when suddenly draped in a yellow robe, Yuan Hao nearly broke down. You are clearly trying to set me up. I merely wish to leisurely fish for remnants of souls, play the role of the 6th brother, gradually improve, and cultivate steadily. Eldest senior brother? The responsibility is too great. I wouldn't even take on a dog-s role. Old man, I am inherently a defective spirit root, with an unprecedentedly scant aptitude. As for being eldest senior brother, Song Lao patted his shoulder, a faint, meaningful smirk adorning his lips. Little one, it is thus decided, for among these individuals, your strength stands unparalleled. Yuan Hao's face twitched as he thought, old fellow, are you in cahoots to ensnare me as well? Let us mutually harm one another then. Thank you for your favor, old man. In the future, I shall have to brew more wine to honor you. Upon hearing this, Song Lao's expression darkened. What? You need not be overly concerned. Brewing it once or twice will suffice. Even the finest things become tiresome with excess. He quickly shifted his gaze to the other 20 or so individuals. Little ones, starting tomorrow, I shall formally teach you cultivation. The servant disciple's eyes widened at this announcement, nearly bursting with excitement. They were eager to express their gratitude. "Thank you, Master. Master, I love you. I must bow to you." With hearts brimming with enthusiasm, they first fed the pig that had gone hungry all day, then stealthily made their way to the areas frequented by the outer sect disciples. With the quarterly examination concluded, tonight would undoubtedly be the peak time for selling spiritual liquid. Chapter 24. The first bucket of gold. Regrettably, the initial batch of spiritual liquid consisted of only 9 bottles. The 20 or so junior disciples had no choice but to form groups of 2 or 3 to familiarize themselves with the market and the trading pathways. Once they honed their skills and the supply of spiritual liquid increased, they could act independently. Yuan Hao instructed them that each bottle of spiritual liquid should ideally be exchanged for 100 spiritual stones. Anything less was unacceptable, while any excess could be retained for personal use, greatly enhancing their enthusiasm. As they were about to cultivate with Song Lao, spiritual stones became a highly sought-after commodity for them. In the entire pig farm, only Yuan Hao and Song Lao remained. In the straw shed of the pig farm, the old man and the young one lay side by side, unexpectedly synchronized in counting the stars. "Old man, you have quite the endurance. How can you drink that stuff? You little rascal, do you truly believe I cannot see through your trivial thoughts?" Song Lao appeared to be intoxicated, yet his mind was exceptionally clear. "Let me tell you the truth. We are of the same kind." "What? In what way are we the same?" "I bathe every day." "You know, I am not referring to that." Yuan Hao paused, his expression growing heavier. "I possess the lowest grade spiritual root, old man. You have invested too much energy in me. It is merely a waste of time." Song Lao took a sip from his gourd, the sound crackling. He simultaneously propped up his leg in a relaxed manner. "When I teach them cultivation, you may choose to listen or not, and you can do anything you wish. I will not interfere." "Then, what do you seek, old man?" "You only need to remember that you are my disciple. There can only be one master, and being the big brother among the pig farm's junior disciples is sufficient." "Is that all?" Yuan Hao could not fathom Song Lao's intentions, yet he did not pursue the matter further. As night deepened, Song Lao was already snoring in the straw shed, and the 20 or so junior disciples returned from all directions. Yuan Hao heard them say that the process of exchanging for spiritual stones went smoothly. They gathered in a cluster and displayed their findings. Some exchanged for 110 spiritual stones, while others obtained over 130. Most astonishingly, Du Lacey's group unexpectedly exchanged for over 150 spiritual stones. Yuan Hao was not a dishonest person. He only took 100 spiritual stones from each group. The remainder was theirs to divide. Everyone was elated and excited. Although the amounts varied, this was undoubtedly their first bucket of gold earned as disciples of the Bloodsword sect. It was a commendable start. "Brothers, in the future, if you obtain medicinal herbs, you can hand them over to me. Perhaps I can help you convert them into spiritual stones." Common spiritual herbs generally cost around 30 to 40 spiritual stones each. I will buy them back at 50 spiritual stones apiece. What do you think? Yuan Hao had calculated carefully. One medicinal herb could produce a bottle of first-grade spiritual liquid, which could then be diluted into 3 bottles, ensuring a minimum exchange of 300 spiritual stones. After deducting the 50 spiritual stones for repurchase, he would still net 250. But Yuan Hao, the herbs we find while cutting grass must be submitted to the sect according to regulations. Fortune favors the bold. If you do not dare, I shall. The crowd buzzed with discussion about this matter. Yuan Hao took the opportunity to visit Yuling Shuang's room, only to find her absent for the first time. After waiting for a while without her return, Yuan Hao felt a sense of relief at the prospect of not being drained tonight, and he skipped back to the pig farm with a light heart. The following morning, everyone continued their routine of cutting grass and feeding the pigs, but they were markedly more enthusiastic than before. After feeding the pigs, they all sat in a circle on the ground. Song Lao took a sip and spoke. Considering it was his first lesson, Yuan Hao graciously seated himself in a corner, attentively absorbing the teachings. However, to him, these concepts sounded like an incomprehensible script. In contrast, the others listened with rapt attention, especially Du Lacey, who occasionally scribbled down important notes. Yuan Hao rested his head on his hands and yawned. This is the distinction between those with mediocre and 1- or 2-star talents. They can grasp some concepts, while I am completely lost. Absorbing the experiences and insights of predecessors is the path I must tread. As the senior disciple of the pig farm, lacking comprehension would invite ridicule. Thus, I must endure and listen. Young ones, Your talents cannot be compared to those of the outer sect disciples. To attain the same strength within the same time frame and cost is nothing short of a pipe dream. However, now that you are my disciples, I will not allow you to fall behind those outer sect disciples. I cannot afford to lose face. I possess a unique cultivation method. It may be challenging to learn initially, but once mastered, even inferior talents can be compensated for. The 20 or so junior disciples nearly jumped up with excitement. Song Lao continued, I am not originally a teaching elder of the Bloodsword sect. Instructing you in cultivation has already violated sect rules, and should this be revealed, it could incite discontent among the other elders. Therefore, I require you to not disclose anything I teach you, especially that method. Not even half a word. Seeing them all attentive and obedient, Song Lao's stern expression transformed back into his usual cheerful demeanor. This method is of considerable rank, divided into 8 parts, with each part representing a layer. This means the portion you begin your cultivation with is the first layer, roughly equivalent to the low-grade Huang tier. Du Lacey quickly raised his hand. Song Lao, if the first layer is low-grade Huang, then what about the second layer? Upon reaching the second layer, it naturally becomes the upper-grade Huang tier. Does that mean the cultivation method at the 8th layer is it high-grade Tian tier? You could say that. The pig farm erupted in excitement. Yuan Hao was equally astonished by Song Lao's grand gesture. He actually intended to impart high-grade Tian tier techniques to a group of junior disciples responsible for pig farming. Had he lost his mind? This technique is named. Song Lao's voice suddenly paused, as if contemplating something. Then he quickly resumed. It is called the Tun Tian DFA. It can help you bypass the purification steps of spiritual energy, swiftly devouring the energy within spiritual stones, compensating for the innate deficiencies of your meridians. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao could not help but raise his eyebrows. The so-called Tunshin Dafa bears an uncanny resemblance to the Bushio Tunshin Dafa that Shiji Yue had previously mentioned. Yuan Hao has yet to fish up the remnants of Chun Tai's soul and has not acquired the Buxiu Tunshin Dafa. Thus, he finds himself unable to discern or identify the two. Nevertheless, he recalls Yue Lingshuang stating that only Chun Tai is capable of cultivating the Buxiu Tunshin Dafa. Hence, it should not be of the same school of thought. Dear children, concerning this scroll of martial arts, I have only grasped 3 or 4 layers. Do not be overly ambitious. Now, I shall impart to you the method for cultivating the first layer. As the sun climbed past noon, everyone was diligently memorizing the cultivation technique, while Yuan Hao sat there in a daze. He had indeed memorized the content, yet he comprehended not a single word, just at that moment. With over 20 miscellaneous disciples occupied with preparing the afternoon feed for the pigs, an elderly figure shuffled over and sat beside him. Young one, what are your thoughts on this martial art? Quite remarkable. Mastering it would be immensely beneficial, replied Yuan Hao. Old man, I possess only the most meager of talents and cannot learn it. Oh, then tell me, if you cannot learn the technique, how is it that you possess a realm? One must at least have 1-star talent to absorb spiritual energy, no? Yuan Hao fell silent, pondering that this old fellow was likely trying to probe him. He could never reveal the Moming Huan Tiangong. Coughing lightly, the elder, indeed wise and perceptive, remarked, it seems no secret can escape your notice. Yuan Hao, initially flattering him, then continued, I am not of 0-star talent, but rather 1-star talent. The test during my entry into the sect must have been flawed. Well then, old man, I shall strive to improve. I must go prepare the pig feed now, Yuan Hao stated, ready to make his exit. However, at that moment, a resounding crash echoed as the gate of the pig pen, which had only recently been repaired, was kicked in. A young woman clad in a tight-fitting red gown sauntered in, showcasing her long legs. Chapter 25. Our opposition to women joining the pig farm. Upon witnessing the scene, Yuan Hao was initially taken aback, anxiously glancing at the elder. Old master, does she seek you? The elder replied, I do not know her, and she does not wear the sword skirt exclusive to our Jianzong. Coughing lightly, he added, she must be looking for you. I shall take my leave, you two converse. Stop right there. The woman in red furiously pointed at Yuan Hao and shouted, you dare feign ignorance of me? Yuan Hao felt a headache coming on. He indeed recognized her from their encounter just the day prior in the cave. Old master, she is not a disciple of Jianzong. She must be here to cause trouble. We ought to expel her quickly, lest we frighten the pigs. He turned to the elder. Lin Feishue, upon hearing this, became infuriated. Her face turning pale, her red lips twisting as she shouted, you scoundrel. The elder chuckled. not only refraining from intervening, but also choosing a clean spot to sit and enjoy the spectacle, the sound of his wine gourd echoing as he sipped. Firstly, the Blood Sword sect is heavily guarded. Outsiders cannot enter unless granted special permission by the sect leader or an elder. Her presence here indicates that such a privilege has been extended. Secondly, Yuan Hao's various reactions and signs suggested that he indeed knew her. Since he recognized her yet pretended otherwise, it promised an entertaining spectacle. One must admit that the elder was quite the gossip enthusiast, a seasoned observer of drama. Little fellow, do share how you've provoked her. Old master, this is unjust. I truly do not know her. We merely met yesterday. You claim you do not recognize me? I am somewhat face-blind, and I forget the ugly ones at a glance. Ugly. Lin Feishue felt as if her heart had been ruthlessly stabbed. No one had ever called her ugly in her life. Yuan Hao, you scoundrel. You must provide an explanation for yesterday's incident, or I, Lin Feishue, will not let this matter rest. Her loud outburst quickly attracted the attention of the miscellaneous disciples who were preparing pig feed. They gathered around the elder, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Goodness, it's her. Indeed, that wicked woman from yesterday. How did she end up here? I thought she was dead. Why didn't T, the senior sister, eliminate her? Lin Feishue remained unfazed by the murmurs, her gaze fixed intensely on Yuan Hao, her fists trembling slightly, her delicate nails digging into her palms. What did you do to me yesterday? Ever since I regained consciousness, every part of me aches unbearably. At this revelation, the crowd perked up, their ears pricked with interest. The elder quickly swallowed his sip of wine, holding it in his mouth. Was yesterday so scandalous? Only Yuan Hao was awake while the rest of us were unconscious in the cave. What did he do to her? Lin Feishue's intense reaction led to speculation that perhaps, Beast, I misjudged you, senior brother. How can we, disciples of the Blood Sword sect, engage in such vile acts? Indeed, how could you take advantage of someone in their vulnerable state? How could you violate her while she was unconscious? Wasn't it agreed that we would share both fortune and misfortune, yet we bore the hardship while you savored the benefits alone? Lin Feishue was momentarily stunned, her expression darkening further as she shouted at them. Silence. The crowd fell silent, intimidated. While Yuan Hao had indeed acted inappropriately, it was far from being lewd. The prerequisite for exchanging chi Cs required one to be critically injured. The mechanism of this technique was designed to prevent any residual strength from the opponent, thereby averting unforeseen consequences during the exchange. Even if one were unconscious, they could not undergo the exchange unless critically injured. To transfer Lin Feishue's chi Si, Yuan Hao had to strike her while she was unconscious, explaining her current aches. She was aware that her blood essence remained intact. Otherwise, she would not have silenced the speculating disciples. Why has my realm diminished? How would I know? Yuan Hao replied. He had exchanged chi Cs with her, resulting in his breakthrough to the 6th rank, while Lin Feishue had fallen to the 4th rank. A cultivator might pay with half their life, or even their entire life to elevate their rank. To lose 2 ranks in one fell swoop was enough to drive anyone mad. You. Lin Feishue glared at Yuan Hao, who refused to admit it, feeling momentarily powerless against him. My mother urged me to approach him, to uncover the secrets of Yuan Hao's cultivation technique. Given the multiple bruises I sustained and the drop from the 6th to the 4th rank, it is likely that his cultivation method aligns with the one that led to my own mishaps. Though I find it hard to believe a mere pig farm worker could practice such a long-lost celestial technique. If it were true, only he could save my mother. Lin Feishue closed her eyes and took a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm herself. One must endure minor discomfort to achieve grand ambitions. Elder, I was rude earlier. Please take a look at this. As she passed by Yuan Hao, she shot him a fierce glare before retrieving a scroll from her storage artifact, presenting it to the elder, who was engrossed in the unfolding drama. Upon receiving the scroll, the elder scanned its contents, his brows furrowing in concern. Very well, I accept. From this day forth, you shall join these young ones as a miscellaneous disciple of the pig farm, raising pigs together. Uft. Yuan Hao was the first to burst out in laughter. Du Lacey and Wang Dumao could not contain their amusement either. All 20 or so miscellaneous disciples erupted in laughter, recalling how terrified they had been the previous day. Elder, I oppose this. We all oppose it. The elder waved the scroll in his hand. Despite his ability to disregard anyone's opinion, the document clearly outlined the entire situation. Su Feiling had informed the elder of Lin Feishue's background and of Mei Xiaoyun's recovery within the sect. Mei Xiaoyun was Su Feiling's senior sister. Alas, what a wayward disciple. The elder shook his head, his sunken old eyes reflecting a sense of melancholy. Old master, look at her delicate skin and frail limbs. How can she endure the filth and toil of the pig farm? Perhaps we should reconsider? Yuan Hao was adamantly opposed. He was also aware of the relationship between Lin Feishue and Mei Xiaoyun. Now that the higher-ups had agreed to place her in the pig farm, it indicated that Mei Xiaoyun would also remain. Was this not absurd? He had thought that Mei Xiaoyun would be punished for her treachery, at the very least imprisoned in the dungeons for interrogation, or even executed as a warning to others. The sect leader, known as the ruthless killer, suddenly showing such leniency was undoubtedly a sign of folly. The elder shrugged, informing Yuan Hao that there was no other option. Lin Feishue smiled enchantingly, bowing to the elder, and then to the pale-faced servant disciples. Dear seniors, I kindly ask for your guidance. The crowd gazed at Lin Feishue, whose beauty and voluptuous figure were captivating, and for many, it was the first time they had been addressed as seniors by a woman, causing them to feel flustered. Wang Damao was the first to concede. Well, since junior sister Lin has joined our Xuejin sect, it signifies that the higher-ups have their own considerations, so there is no need to worry so much. Du Lei was also smitten. After all, who could resist a beautiful and voluptuous junior sister? Indeed, the pig farm is already foul and filthy, and we should be grateful that a junior sister is willing to join us. Yuan Hao shot them an exasperated glance. A bunch of useless fellows. The elder squinted at her with a smile. Little girl, although I have agreed to let you become a member of the pig farm, you must abide by my rules. Yes, disciple understands. The most important point is that you must listen to your senior brother. Lin Feishue was momentarily taken aback, then turned to face everyone. All right, junior sister pays her respects to senior brother. In the future, please do not hesitate to give orders. She gestured widely, surveying the room, but no one stepped forward. However, she noticed that all eyes were fixated on one individual, Yuan Hao. Chapter 26. Determining that Shiji is the perfect bait. The destruction of the Black Lotus cult. You are the eldest senior brother? Lin Feishue was taken aback. First, prepare my portion of pig feed, and then wash the clothes I changed out of yesterday. Also, be sure to rinse the basket used for carrying grass several more times. Yuan Hao smirked, his expression devious. Let us assign her more tasks. That way, I can free up more time for myself without interruption. Don't go too far. Lin Feishue glared at him fiercely. Do you dare to ignore the words of the eldest senior brother? Yuan Hao immediately turned to the elder. Old man, she is not listening. Should we just kick her out? She simply cannot integrate into our harmonious and loving family. All right, I'll listen. Is that not enough? Lin Feishue responded with a beaming smile, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. Subsequently, she was taken by other servant disciples to familiarize herself with the pig farm environment. A group of 20 or so servant disciples chattered amongst themselves, even preparing to clear out a storeroom specifically for her as her private space. A bunch of individuals blinded by superficial charms. Outside the Xuejin sect, in a small grove, Yuan Hao found the spot where he had fished for the remnants of souls with Yuling that night. With a wave of his hand, he unfurled the sea of corpse souls. Countless soul clusters, large and small, flickered in the air like fireflies, tantalizingly close yet intangible. Yuan Hao cast out a black line, and after a brief wait, he hooked a soul cluster. Such a trivial object. Upon discerning the contents wrapped within the soul cluster, Yuan Hao nonchalantly discarded it. The previously elusive large soul cluster had yet to appear. My conjecture is likely correct. Shiji possesses the ability to attract soul clusters. She is indeed an exquisite bait. After another half hour, Yuan Hao had seen little in the way of significant gains. Just as he prepared to reel in his line and return to the sect, the ground began to tremble rhythmically, as if something was approaching the Xuejin sect. The verdant leaves on the ancient trees rustled, the intervals of sound shifting from 10 breaths to 5 breaths, and then to 3. Yuan Hao sensed impending danger and swiftly sprinted back toward the sect. It was likely that a group of cultivators was on the way to attack. The arriving cultivators varied in strength. Some could match the inner sect elders and guardians, while others could only contend with outer sect disciples. The Xuejin sect is a nurturing establishment. To train the disciples' combat abilities and enhance their practical experience, they typically dispatch corresponding disciples or elders to confront attackers based on the strength of the adversaries. Not just anyone could prompt the sect leader to intervene. The formidable attacking sects and cultivators were primarily after Su Feiling's life and the treasures of the Xuejin sect. What do the weaker attacking cultivators seek? Most aim to gain notoriety. The major sects from the outside world, especially the thunderous Sacred Hall, have established various reward mechanisms to consolidate forces against the Shuejian sect. Successful kills of Shuejian sect disciples yield corresponding rewards. Depending on the number of kills and the disciples' ranks, different levels of rewards can be obtained. For instance, killing an outer sect disciple grants a first-grade elixir. Killing 10 outer sect disciples grants a second-grade elixir, with the maximum for outer sect disciples being second-grade. Successfully slaying an inner sect disciple directly rewards a second-grade elixir, while 10 kills can be exchanged for a third-grade one. The maximum for inner sect disciples is a third-grade elixir. Killing an outer sect elder nets fourth or even fifth-grade elixirs, while slaying an inner sect elder grants fifth or even sixth-grade elixirs. In addition to elixirs, there are various techniques, martial skills, spiritual tools, and even rare treasures to be claimed. This is why cultivators continuously emerge, willing to risk their lives to attack the Shuejian sect. Major powers seek reputation, survival, and the techniques of Qintai, while loose cultivators seek rewards and opportunities. The Shuejian sect, on the other hand, aims to leverage this to train and enhance the strength of their disciples. Of course, the Shuejian sect is not oblivious. They understand that disciples are the foundation of the sect. Training disciples is just one aspect. They would never allow their outer sect disciples to engage in battle against a horde of inner sect disciples from powerful factions. After evaluation by the elders, a cohort of slightly stronger disciples is dispatched to fight. Thus, with the overall strength advantage, they almost always repel attacking cultivators. As Yuan Hao stepped into the sect, he exhaled a sigh of relief, only to see a group of armored attackers, riding black, giant ape spirit beasts, halting at the square's entrance. Judging by the scale, there were about 50 individuals, all at the third or fourth grade level. The ebony giant ape spirit beasts, known as Zimu Sitian Yuan, were naturally immensely powerful and all at the initial fourth tier, towering at an impressive 20 zhang. A single punch from a Sitian Yuan could easily crush a first-grade cultivator, and that is no exaggeration. With over 50 third-grade cultivators and an equal number of Sitian Yuan, they could easily establish a mid-sized force. Each individual possessed the strength of elite disciples from the inner sect of the Shuejian sect. Yuan Hao, observing them from within the sect, was not concerned about their boldness to charge in. Should they do so, it would mean their swift demise, losing any chance to challenge the disciples of the Shuejian sect. A certainty, without question. They would not be so foolish. With a whoosh, a group of sword-riding disciples flew out from the Shuejian sect. They were all elite disciples from the inner sect, matching the number of the attacking cultivators, with realms around the 4th and 5th grade. Overall, they were at least 1 grade higher than the attacking cultivators. Yuan Hao crossed his arms, leaning against the doorframe, watching the two sides with a grin. He had become quite accustomed to such a scene on the brink of explosion, having witnessed it at least dozens of times. The disciples of the Shuejian sect and the attacking cultivators began by exchanging accusations and harsh words before inevitably clashing. The roars of the Sitian Yuan and the friction of spiritual energy exploding in the air intertwined, creating a cacophony. The movements of both sides were rapid, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The ground shook violently, with gaping fissures resembling monstrous scars quickly spreading across the entire plaza. Let you all experience the might of our Halian sect. A cultivator of the expedition let out a cold snicker, deftly compressing spiritual energy into a black lotus, ablaze with flickering flames of spiritual essence. The elite disciples of the Bloodsword sect, upon sighting this ominous black lotus, urgently shouted to their fellow brethren, "Beware, esteemed brothers. This is the Annihilation Black Lotus. Quickly, prepare your defenses." Each disciple of the Bloodsword sect hastily erected their defensive formations, not daring to take the situation lightly. The Black Lotus soared through the air, spinning rhythmically. With each completed rotation, an eerie energy was unleashed, leaving behind a lingering black trail that seemed to ensnare even the very air itself. The entire scene was suffocating, instilling a sense of dread that rendered them breathless. With a thunderous explosion, the Black Lotus detonated, shattering the defensive arrays of dozens of elite disciples, enveloping nearly all within a shroud of dark energy. Yuan Hao stood in shock, realizing the gravity of the situation. In that instant, the power unleashed by the exploding Black Lotus surpassed even the 5th grade martial techniques. This implied that the Lotus compensated for at least 2 grades of disparity in strength. After approximately 10 breaths, the overwhelming black energy dissipated, revealing dozens of blood sword sect disciples sprawled helplessly on the ground, amidst a scene of chaos and lamentation. Alas, this is dire, Yuan Hao exclaimed, just as an elite disciple was crushed under the foot of a sky-rending ape. Panic swept through the remaining disciples as a horde of sky-rending apes charged towards them. If they did not act swiftly, they would all be reduced to mere pulp. Yet, Yuan Hao found himself powerless. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What about the storage spirit tool equipped with positioning and tracking capabilities? Chapter 27. What is a sunny day? As long as I infuse my spiritual energy into it, I can notify my senior sister. In light of the urgency of the situation, Yuan Hao did not hesitate. He swiftly directed a surge of spiritual energy into the golden pendant. However, the anticipated scene of Yuling coming to the rescue did not materialize. Instead, a young swordsman, controlling a sword with one hand, soared in from the direction of the main peak. With a flick of his fingers, he unleashed a wave of sword energy that instantly cleaved through dozens of the extermination cultivators and numerous Tiantian Yuan, severing them in two. The split bodies crashed heavily to the ground, and the once thunderous square fell into a deep silence. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, and the ground was drenched in crimson. The elite disciples of the inner sect stared, wide-eyed, at the aloof youth who stood upon his sword. Their furrowed brows relaxed. Senior brother Lin Yan. He actually has the time to save us. Truly deserving of the title of the greatest talent beneath senior sister Yu. Lin Yan's mastery of sword control exemplified the union of man and sword, transcending the ordinary. Senior sister Yu's elevated starting point, having received guidance from the sect leader since childhood, contrasted with Lin Yan, who had joined the sect through selection, his master being the esteemed elder of our inner sect. Had they started from the same point, Lin Yan might very well surpass senior sister Yu. The crowd gazed at him with a mixture of envy and admiration. Hearing their flattery, Lin Yan frowned instead of feeling pleased. Do you have time to chat here? With dozens of you possessing advantageous realms, yet unable to withstand even a single demonic black lotus. How embarrassing. The elite disciples dared not express their anger or protest, only managing a bitter smile. They indeed could not contend with the demonic black lotus and accepted the reprimand. For the next month, I expect you to enhance the defensive spiritual formation to at least double its current strength. Those who fail to do so will be expelled from the Bloodsword sect. Very well. Senior brother Lin Yan, we shall return to our training immediately. Wait, what about their blood essence and storage spiritual tools? Lin Yan looked down at them, somewhat speechless. Yes, the blood essence and spiritual tools. The elite disciples, with great reluctance, extracted the blood essence from the followers of the Black Lotus sect and the Tiantian Yuan, nurturing their spiritual tools through a specialized sword cultivation technique. After about half an incense time, they had absorbed all the blood essence. As the crowd departed, Lin Yan exhaled softly and, with a wave of his hand, took flight on his sword. Yuan Hao watched the receding figure in the sky, smirking. Such arrogance. Yet, a brother with such formidable strength is likely to be highly esteemed in any sect or power. A mere flick of sword energy had dispatched so many followers of the Black Lotus sect and spirit beasts. He certainly had the right to be proud. Yuan Hao paused in thought, surveying his surroundings, puzzled as to why senior sister had not yet appeared. Had Yuling been delayed by some matter? Never mind. There was little use in overthinking it now. Perhaps he would find out tonight. The demonic Black Lotus. Yuan Hao dismissed his wandering thoughts, focusing instead on the pile of corpses, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The sheer power of the demonic Black Lotus had left him deeply impressed. It was a formidable weapon capable of slaying enemies beyond one's realm. Moreover, it served as a means of wide-scale destruction. With it, he would possess the ability to take on multiple foes. Yuan Hao swiftly spread out the sea of souls, casting black lines over the expanse of corpses. He began to reel in fist-sized soul orbs. Not this one. Not that one. How strange. Where could they be? The soul orbs swam through the sea of souls like fish. Even if they hovered directly above a corpse, they might not match the desired remnant soul. Accurately locating a specific remnant soul amidst the myriad orbs proved quite challenging. After waiting several incense times, Yuan Hao still had not made a successful catch. After a while, disciples from the pig farm received orders to come and transport and incinerate the bodies of the followers of the Black Lotus sect and the Tiantian Yuan. About 20 miscellaneous disciples were astonished to see Yuan Hao. Wang Demao, with his square face and wide eyes, questioned, "Senior brother, when did you become so proactive? Arriving so early?" Du Lei, with his hands clasped behind his head, chuckled. After all, he is the senior brother. He must maintain some semblance of authority. Lin Feishue followed behind the group, cradling a sword in her arms, its scabbard nestled within two large bundles of karma. She said nothing, merely huffed softly, expressing her dissatisfaction with Yuan Hao. Why isn't the senior brother acknowledging me? Who knows? 20 or so miscellaneous disciples exchanged glances, bewildered, as they approached Yuan Hao. What are you looking at? Hurry and transport the corpses. Yuan Hao finally spoke. Senior brother, what about you? I've been preoccupied with too many concerns lately. I do not wish to move. The remaining 20 miscellaneous disciples, excluding Lin Feishue, all wore expressions of understanding, their gazes turning somewhat obsequious. Hee, we all rely on senior brother. You rest easy. With so few corpses, it's a trivial matter. We will finish transporting and burning them in no time. Hee, by the way, senior brother, is it sunny today? Sunny day is the slogan Yuan Hao had agreed upon with them the previous night, signifying that if they had spiritual liquid on hand that day, they could exchange it for spiritual stones, allowing them to prepare in advance. After returning from cutting grass this morning, Yuan Hao had found 2 medicinal herbs, submitting one and keeping the other. The miscellaneous disciples had not fared as well as he, but they managed to gather 5 herbs, which they secretly entrusted to Yuan Hao for safekeeping. Yuan Hao simply needed to find a time to refine them into first-grade spiritual liquid. In total, 6 herbs could yield 6 bottles of spiritual liquid, and with a 3-to-1 dilution ratio, the final quantity would be 18 bottles. This way, most could receive 1 bottle each, and those who could not could continue to gain experience. For Yuan Hao, producing 6 bottles of first-grade spiritual liquid in a day was not a difficult task, though he was nearing his limit. The process of refining spiritual liquid was exceedingly taxing on both spirit and soul power, but thanks to the experience gleaned from Fu Longzi, he was able to avoid much unnecessary expenditure. The vast majority of first-rate alchemists typically concoct only 1 or 2 bottles of first-grade spiritual liquid in a day, and achieving the remarkable feat of producing 3 bottles is truly astonishing. Upon seeing Yuan Hao nod, Wang Damao and Du Lacey, along with others, immediately felt invigorated, sprinting toward the pile of corpses with exuberant shouts. Lin Feishue, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events, naively thought she had entered a monkey mountain, as the crowd screeched like a cacophony of squawking creatures. How irritating to the ears. What does sunshine and clear skies mean? It signifies that it will not rain. Lin Feishue, feeling slightly indignant, mused, do you take me for a fool? What secrets are you hiding from me? With a huff, she tossed her smooth, high ponytail and merged into the crowd. Yuan Hao merely smiled in silence, taking the opportunity to continue his search for the residual souls he desired. Wang Shixiang, what does sunshine and clear skies mean? Lin Feishue had turned around to glare at Yuan Hao before inquiring of Wang Damao, who was laboriously transporting corpses. It just means, it won't rain, he replied. Lin Feishue raised an eyebrow and moved towards Du Lacey, not far away. Du Shixiang, thank you for your hard work, she said in a gentle voice, her alluring gaze leaving Du Lacey momentarily parched. Could you tell me what sunshine and clear skies refers to? Du Lacey momentarily faltered, cautiously rubbing the back of his head. It simply means there's no overcast, he stammered. Seeing their cautious demeanor and the utter lack of information shared, Lin Feishue felt utterly bewildered. What on earth is so mysterious? Whoever tells me the meaning of sunshine and clear skies, I shall reward them with a first-grade elixir. Suddenly, over 20 servant disciples halted their tasks, gazing at her in astonishment. Lin Feishue wasted no time, pulling out a pill and waving it in her hand. Do you want it? There's only one, and whoever tells me first shall claim it. The crowd regarded her for a moment before resuming their work as if nothing had happened, leaving her utterly flabbergasted. How could they not covet the elixir? Just then, as Lin Feishue found the situation increasingly peculiar, Yuan Hao snapped his fingers with a crisp sound, appearing quite pleased, which only stirred her internal musings further. This Yuan Hao exhibits behavior that is utterly abnormal. The old drunkard in charge, and this group of servant disciples are no different. The entire pig farm exudes an inexplicable aura of the uncanny. Chapter 28. Avoid the thicket unless necessary. If it weren't for my stepmother urging me to get close to Yuan Hao and quickly uncover his secrets, I would never have come to this pig farm. On Yuan Hao's side, he had already acquired the Hei Xian and the corpse Soul Sea. Finally, I managed to reel it in. The Annihilation Black Lotus is not merely a martial technique. but rather a unique secret method. One that the He Lian sect strictly guards and does not share. Only those who have been members for over 20 years may access this secret. Furthermore, their leader leaves a mark within the practitioners of this method, allowing for better control and preventing the leakage of the secret. Anyone who dares to divulge the cultivation method of the Annihilation Black Lotus would trigger the mark within, sealing their heart veins. You didn't expect that, did you? I have learned it. This secret method lacks a ranking system, but requires the mixing of 2 or more different energies. Thus, its strength is solely dependent on 2 factors: the practitioner's inherent power and the intensity and quantity of the energies mixed to form the Black Lotus. Take, for instance, that member of the He Lian sect and the Annihilation Black Lotus he conjured. He fused his own spiritual energy with a common beast fire, directly compensating for the 2 realms gap between him and his opponent, shattering the defensive formations of around 50 elite disciples from the Shuejian sect. I must say, it is quite formidable. If he were to integrate a 3rd energy, eliminating those 50 elite disciples would become an effortless task. Furthermore, if we suppose that the energy he fused was not from a 4th-tier spirit beast, but rather from a 5th-tier spirit beast, the explosion of the Annihilation Black Lotus would be sufficient to severely injure Lin Yan. This secret method is exceedingly sinister. I wonder who created it? Yet, I can assert with certainty that it is not the handiwork of the He Lian sect. Otherwise, with such a method, they would not have declined to a second-rate power in the Liangzhong continent. Yuan Hao shook his head, dismissing those irrelevant thoughts. There is something I am very concerned about that I need to find an opportunity to experiment with. The Annihilation Black Lotus requires the amalgamation of 2 or more energies to be condensed, but according to the cultivation method, it seems plausible to use one's own spiritual energy as a foundation, supplemented by 2 spiritual materials or even pills containing special energies. However, due to the extreme rarity of celestial materials and the high demand for high-grade pills, the cost of using them to create the Annihilation Black Lotus would be exorbitant, hence the He Lian sect never advises its disciples to do so. Instead, they recommend choosing a single, enduring energy source for the mixture, such as beast fire, beast thunder, or even more potent elemental laws. Yuan Hao rubbed his chin, contemplating. In that case, my 4 pieces of Zudxing and the remaining 9 bottles of Zhuqiangjiang might indeed find a purpose. The Zudxing is not only comparable in value to 5th-tier pills, but the energy it contains is equally remarkable. If I were to utilize my spiritual energy to meld this substance into an Annihilation Black Lotus in a situation of surprise attack, I might even injure or potentially kill a practitioner of Lin Yan's caliber. Yuan Hao suddenly shuddered, his body visibly swaying. The more he thought about it, the more thrilling it became. If I were to amalgamate the 4 pieces of Zudxing, each comparable to 5th-tier pills, into a single Annihilation Black Lotus, then upon detonation, half of the Shuejian sect would be obliterated. Even those in the Diluan realm would tremble. Ahem. Fantasies aside, if I truly set off something like that, I would be the first to perish. My current strength is insufficient to withstand the destructive force unleashed. Nonetheless, I finally have a trump card that could lead to mutual destruction with my opponents. No. Mutual destruction is an absolute consideration I will not entertain. I must find a way to compensate for my shortcomings and eliminate others instead. A sinister smile crept across Yuan Hao's face. Lin Feishue watched him intently, her curiosity piqued, unable to resist murmuring softly. In a brief span, he had displayed at least 7 or 8 different expressions. I have no idea what he is thinking, but in any case, it seems rather lecherous. After she finished her critique of Yuan Hao, worry began to etch itself onto Lin Feishue's face. Her stepmother's situation was becoming increasingly dire. Although the leader of the Shuejian sect had made a deal with her stepmother, allowing us to temporarily remain within the sect, if the primary issues are not resolved, her stepmother would still suffer from that sinister cultivation method. Her stepmother suspected that my decline in cultivation might be related to Yuan Hao's techniques. If that is indeed the case, where did his techniques originate from? What resources does he possess to cultivate such high-level methods? In any case, I must seize the time to thoroughly uncover his secrets. Just as Lin Feishue briefly lost her focus, she looked back to find that Yuan Hao had vanished. With the secret method securely in hand, he must be preparing the spiritual liquid. Lin Feishue surveyed her surroundings, seemingly pinpointing Yuan Hao's direction, and swiftly made her way towards the small thicket outside the plaza. Wang Damao's voice echoed from behind. Lin Shimi, where are you going? Brothers, I have something to attend to. I will return shortly. Deep within the thicket, Yuan Hao ambled nonchalantly, knowing that Lin Feishue was trailing closely behind. Why are you following me? What does the eldest senior brother want? Lin Feishue deliberately emphasized the title eldest senior brother, infusing it with a hint of sarcasm. I need to relieve myself. You are so vulgar. Lin Feishue tightly gripped her sword, turning her face away, her cheeks flushing. One must heed nature's call. How is that vulgar? Are you not going to relieve yourself? Since you know I need to, why do you stand there watching? Who is truly vulgar here? Yuan Hao pretended to fumble with his pants. Lin Feishue's face twitched. Hurry up. I won't look. I can't do it with you standing here. Besides, everyone is moving corpses. How can you still be loafing around? The eldest senior brother is loafing too. What nonsense are you spouting, silly girl? I am the eldest senior brother, responsible for coordination and arrangements. You are the youngest shimmy. How can you compare with me? Seeing that she showed no signs of leaving, Yuan Hao tugged at his pants and asked, What is it? Do you wish to assist? Lin Feishue should have stamped her foot in frustration and stormed off. However, she pondered that her goal was to get closer to Yuan Hao. A slight sacrifice was necessary to bridge the gap and glean useful information. If the eldest senior brother is willing, then I suppose it doesn't matter. With that thought, Lin Feishue's gaze became resolute, shedding her earlier hesitation. This left Yuan Hao momentarily speechless. Lin Feishue, as your eldest senior brother, I command you to immediately return and help move the corpses. If you dare to slack off, you will be punished by not sleeping tonight and must also prepare tomorrow's pig feed. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a handsome guy before? Oh, do you dare to glare at me? Lin Feishue endured and endured, her mouth twisted in discomfort. Considering that Yuan Hao might indeed retaliate against her, she resolved to leave. Just as she had walked about 70 or 80 steps, a sudden burst of sword energy sliced through the air behind her. The sword energy struck the ground, erupting about 3 or 4 zhang away from Lin Feishue. The force of the explosion sent her hurtling against an ancient tree, causing her to spit blood. Alas, a practitioner of Lingxue realm, and a 9th tier one at that. Above the spiritual body lies the Lingxue. Yuan Hao had only attained the 6th tier of the spiritual body, highlighting the vast chasm between them. It is indeed unwise to wander into dense woods when one is unaccompanied. Who knows what ambushes are concealed within? The presence of 7 or 8 other practitioners nearby was palpable, clearly premeditated, intent on launching a surprise attack against disciples departing from the sect on their missions. The Bloodsword sect has many enemies. Its disciples could be targeted at any moment. Moreover, the methods of being targeted are varied, both overt and covert, making such occurrences not surprising at all. It would be prudent to escape swiftly. Seizing the moment before the attackers arrived, Yuan Hao chose a direction and fled with great speed. As he passed by Lin Feishue, she, with a pained expression, reached out her hand in a plea for help. Senior brother, take me with you. That sword energy was formidable. Although it didn't strike me directly, my internal organs are injured. I beg of you. Yuan Hao, oblivious to her cries, sprinted away without pausing or casting a glance in her direction, leaving only a gust of wind in his wake. Lin Feishue watched his retreating figure, astonished and incredulous, collapsing to the ground in a state of existential doubt. Chapter 29. This young man has lost his mind, trying to blow us and his junior sister to kingdom come. Is he even human? Completely unconcerned about his own survival? Is this how the eldest disciple operates? Yuan Hao darted through the ancient forest, his speed remarkable. As he ran, he muttered to himself, I don't have any deep feelings for her. Perhaps it was Mei Xiaoyun who sent her to watch over me. Lin Feishue is just a burden now. Don't blame me for being ruthless. I can barely save myself, so good luck to her. As Lin Feishue watched him disappear into the distance, despair surged within her. Yet, she was not ready to die. If she could find a way out of the grove, there was a high chance of salvation. The plaza was a crucial area for the Bloodsword sect, concealing a sensing spirit array beneath. This array would alert the elders within the sect and the rotating disciples guarding the spiritual formations whenever outsiders stepped onto the plaza, enabling a swift response and counter-strategy. In other words, the Grand Plaza was Lin Feishue's beacon of hope. With hope came motivation. Dragging her aching body, Lin Feishue leaned against a tree and began to sprint. The more she ran, the more unwilling she felt. As she sprinted, she chanted, Yuan Hao, you scoundrel, just wait. If I survive. Boom. A sword aura sliced through the air behind her, exploding upon impact. The overwhelming force sent her, along with a cloud of dust, flying, crashing into several ancient trees before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Lin Feishue clutched her long sword tightly, shielding it beneath her body. 8 ferocious cultivators descended, clad in black iron armor adorned with a lotus emblem. Clearly, they were also members of the Black Lotus sect. Compared to the previous group, these 8 were less formidable, yet more than capable of ambushing some outer sect disciples. One of them eyed Lin Feishue, who lay on the ground with her alluring figure, unable to resist licking his lips. He gestured for another cultivator to catch the fleeing Yuan Hao. One of the sect members pursued Yuan Hao while the remaining 7 approached her boldly. Their ravenous gazes swept over Lin Feishue. This little beauty is quite nice. Is she still alive? If not, shall we send her off? They exchanged glances, fully aware of the implications, and nodded in tacit agreement, their expressions turning sinister. Although Lin Feishue could no longer move, her pupils quivered violently. In that moment, a wave of intense fear surged within her. She regretted following Yuan Hao into this grove, and that wretched man had abandoned her to save his own skin. No, please don't come closer. My mother is Mei Xiaoyan. If you dare lay a finger on me, she will not let you go. As they closed in, her heart raced, ready to leap from her throat. She invoked Mei Xiaoyan's name, hoping to intimidate them. Mei Xiaoyan had some renown in the 2 continents, sharing the title of female demon with the sect leader, Su Failing. However, as soon as Lin Feishue finished speaking, the sect members erupted into laughter. Is that the Mei Xiaoyan who is always chasing after men? TSK, TSK, TSK. What kind of daughter could such a mother produce? Heh, you wouldn't happen to be a little vixen, would you? Heh, jackpot. The laughter grew more menacing as they exchanged glances. Lin Feishue's eyes reddened. Even with the slightest strength remaining, she refused to surrender. But she truly could not move now. Meanwhile, the sect member who had pursued Yuan Hao returned with him. Brothers, I brought him back, but unfortunately, he isn't our main target. Seems he is just a servant disciple responsible for tending to pigs. A pig-raising servant? The 7 glared at the returning sect member, appearing somewhat speechless. Knowing he is a pig-raising servant, why did you even bring him back? Is it worth the effort to kill him? You have a point there. The leader waved his hand impatiently. Enough. Let us just kill him quickly and not ruin our fun. Old 8, ever since you got hit on the head last time, you seem a bit slow on the uptake. With this lovely beauty still alive, let us take our time. I've been squatting on this tree for ages. My legs are about to give out. My legs are giving out? Heh, sect leader, I suspect you're just looking for an excuse for later. Yuan Hao retreated behind an ancient tree, cursing his bad luck. Just moments ago, he had seized the opportunity to channel spiritual energy into the pendant gifted to him by Yuling. Yet, it still yielded no response. The Black Lotus sect member who had captured him quickly approached. This brute was strong, and a single punch would surely spell disaster for Yuan Hao. After contemplating, Yuan Hao understood that this was not the time for heroics. Nothing was more precious than his own life. Moreover, this man didn't appear particularly clever. Perhaps he could be deceived. That woman is about to perish. Soon, it will all be over. Once she is gone, there is no point. Rest assured, I have no intention of fleeing. Even if I wanted to, my meager strength won't allow it, right? You should focus on your own business. In her panic, Lin Feishue nearly spat blood upon hearing Yuan Hao's words, wishing she could stab him with her sword. Upon hearing Yuan Hao, the sect member paused, frowning in contemplation. He does have a point. That woman is severely wounded and can't withstand any more torment. I can't be the last to act. Besides, this kid isn't strong. He has no threat to let him escape. I can always deal with him later. With that thought, he quickly turned around, striding back toward the other sect members. Brothers, forget about that kid for now. Let us handle the main business. As the crowd observed his frantic and infatuated demeanor, they considered the plight of Laoba and shook their heads, choosing to remain silent. No, you all get away from me. In an instant, Lin Feishue experienced a sudden blackout, collapsing just as the members of the Halian sect approached her. Approximately a zhang away, Yuan Hao, leaning against a tree, was indifferent to Lin Feishue's fate. His only concern was how he could ensure his own survival. There was no other choice. He had to take the risk and attempt to harness the power of the Mishi Halian. Utilizing my spiritual energy as a foundation, I shall combine it with a vial of Ziyu Qiongjiang. The energy and medicinal potency contained within each vial of Ziyu Qiongjiang rival that of a third-grade elixir. They are merely a group of Lingxue, grade 8. They should be easily overwhelmed, perhaps even annihilated. Yuan Hao, possessing both experience and access to an abundance of potent natural resources, found it relatively simple to blend with a Mishi-Halian. Yet, he was uncertain whether a single vial of Cheongjiang would suffice to achieve his objective. Should he miscalculate? And the Mishi-Halian failed to obliterate them, leaving them with the capacity to act. He would be the one in peril. Perhaps, it would be wiser to adopt a more cautious approach. Should I employ 2 vials of Ziyu Cheongjiang instead? Yes, prudence is key. Opportunities are fleeting. Despite the excellence of Cheongjiang, it is still an external substance, worth little compared to my life. Resolutely, Yuan Hao made his decision. Retrieving 2 vials of Ziyu Cheongjiang from his storage device, shattering them, and with the other hand, enveloping the Cheongjiang in a surge of spiritual energy, swiftly merging it with a black lotus. The immense energy within the Ziyu Cheongjiang was activated, violently colliding, as if striving to rupture the black lotus, each dark petal vibrating with intense frequency. The strange tremors numbed Yuan Hao's entire arm. The members of the Halian sect, sensing the air itself quaking with this powerful aura, were taken aback, immediately halting their advance towards Lin Feishue. The 8 individuals furrowed their brows, directing their gaze towards Yuan Hao, only to be left in utter disbelief. A black lotus was advancing towards them. What the hell? This is the Mishi-Halian. The Mishi-Halian is a secret technique not divulged by our sect. Only those who have been members for over 20 years are permitted to cultivate it. Is this kid truly just a mere servant tending to pigs? The realization dawned upon them, expressions filled with confusion. This is bad. We have been deceived. Laoba, you fool. You should have killed him first. This Mishi-Halian, infused with a powerful spiritual object, would spell doom for them all if detonated. This kid must be insane. Chapter 30. I urgently need to relieve myself. As the devastating He Lian drew near, it erupted with an explosive force. The followers of the He Lian sect were instantly engulfed in the heart of the blast. Yuan Hao was thrown several hundred zhang away by the force of the explosion, struggling to regain his footing before stumbling once more. He lifted his gaze towards the epicenter of the explosion, deeply astonished by the sheer might of his own annihilating He Lian. Such a force obliterated everything in its path, leaving no trace behind. The followers of the He Lian sect were undoubtedly dead, thoroughly so. To obliterate 8 practitioners of the 6th rank of spiritual essence and 8 of the 8th rank in one fell swoop was a staggering feat in any era of martial cultivation. Such news would surely reverberate throughout the entire Liangchong continent. Although this occurred deep within an ancient forest, some distance from the Grand Plaza of the Bloodsword sect, the magnitude of the disturbance would undoubtedly alarm the elders of the sect. Yuan Hao shook his head, preparing to depart from this place to avoid further entanglements. However, just as he was about to leave, a crimson light amidst the forest fire captured his attention. Compelled by an inexplicable force, Yuan Hao found himself drawn to the source of the red glow. Before him lay 8 charred corpses, casualties of the explosion. Beyond the bodies, the red light beckoned. Wait. Yuan Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Feishue was still alive? The radiant light emanated from the sword sheath, which Lin Feishue held tightly in her embrace. Was it this sword that saved her from the explosion? Yuan Hao checked for her breath and confirmed she was indeed alive. What kind of sword is this? From the very first moment I saw her, she has clung to this sword without letting go. Yuan Hao attempted to retrieve the sword, but despite several efforts, he could not draw it free. Lin Feishue clutched it fiercely, refusing to relinquish her grip even in unconsciousness. Undoubtedly, this sword held immense significance for her. To kill her and seize the sword. Yuan Hao shook his head. That would not do. Even if he obtained the sword, he would be too afraid to reveal it in front of others. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of rushing wind echoed from the horizon, with 2 white trails soaring through the air, resembling parabolic arcs painted by an artist's brush. Suddenly, Yuan Hao recalled something and hurriedly searched the storage artifacts on the bodies of the He Lian sect followers. Among the 8 corpses, he found only 4 storage rings. The others appeared to have been shattered in the explosion. These were all treasures I rightfully deserve. To eliminate these 8 fools, I wasted 2 vials of Ziyu Cheongjiang. As long as these 4 rings contain more than 2 third-grade elixirs worth of items, I will not consider it a total loss. Yuan Hao swiftly pocketed the rings, hesitated for a moment, then lifted Lin Feishue into his arms, vanishing into the depths of the ancient forest. Before long, 2 ethereal elders from the outer sect arrived on their swords. They first hovered in midair, scanning the surroundings to ensure there were no ambushes or traps before gracefully descending. After a thorough examination, they confirmed the identities of the 8 corpses and exchanged bewildered glances. These 8 individuals were all followers of the Halian sect. The one responsible for their deaths was none other than the legendary annihilating Halian. What is happening here? Unclear. But as long as no disciples from our Bloodsword sect are involved, it is for the best. In the Grand Plaza, Yuan Hao emerged from the thicket, carrying Lin Feishua. The crimson glow from the sword sheath had faded, and her breathing was gradually stabilizing. What an enigmatic sword. That gentle red light not only shielded Lin Feishua, but also healed her injuries by around 70%. If only I could somehow obtain it from her. Oh, no, it would be better to trade it. In the plaza, around 20 exhausted disciples were bustling about, their breaths heavy as they nearly finished transporting the corpses. Yuan Hao had not found the opportunity to concoct spiritual liquid, but remained unperturbed. He had acquired 4 rings from the followers of the Halian sect, containing some spiritual liquid and elixirs that could be exchanged for spirit stones. In the pigsty, around 20 disciples gathered in a circle, wide-eyed as they listened to Yuan Hao recount the events that transpired in the thicket. Wow, senior brother, you and junior sister Lin are incredibly lucky, aren't you? That group of Halian sect followers fought over possessing junior sister, and then they ended up killing each other? If true, it would be the most dramatic tale. 8 practitioners of spiritual blood perishing over a woman? Although junior sister Lin is beautiful, with her alluring curves, would it truly provoke such a conflict among peers? The 20 or so disciples were left in shock. Yuan Hao stood, stretching lazily. Du Lei cautiously raised his hand. But senior brother, what were you doing in the thicket? I urgently needed to relieve myself. Did you need to go that far for that? I wanted to. Oh, then what was junior sister Lin doing in the thicket with you? You talk too much. How would I know? She probably needed to relieve herself too. Yuan Hao shot him a glare before leaping onto the roof of the pigsty, resting his head on his hands. Seeing him close his eyes, the others discreetly dispersed to practice their cultivation. Yuan Hao pulled out the 4 rings, idly toying with them. Generally, storage artifacts have seals inscribed by cultivators, functioning like locks to prevent the loss of valuable items if dropped or stolen. While they can be forcibly erased, it requires considerable strength. If a cultivator suddenly dies, the seal on the storage artifact naturally vanishes. These 4 rings bore no cultivator seals, allowing Yuan Hao to easily send in his spiritual sense to search through them. The haul was rather unimpressive. Are the followers of the Halian sect truly this impoverished? Each one possesses only a 2nd-grade elixir and a vial of 2nd-grade spiritual liquid. Beyond these, there was nothing of greater value, just a pile of worthless trinkets, several scrolls of Black Lotus sect's yellow-grade martial arts, and a few common herbs. What a tremendous loss. The value of those 2 vials of Cheongjiang equaled that of 2 3rd-grade elixirs, yet all I received back were 4 2nd-grade elixirs and 4 vials of 2nd-grade spiritual liquid. The total worth of everything combined doesn't even reach 1/3 of a 3rd-grade elixir. The only thing I truly preserved was my life. Just as Yuan Hao lamented his misfortune, a rather unassuming wooden box in the corner caught his attention. The small box, approximately the size of a palm, appeared exceedingly simple, yet exuded an indescribable sense of antiquity. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the totems and patterns engraved upon it have become indistinct. Yuan Hao carefully extracted it, and upon shaking it, an unusual sound emanated from within, indicating the presence of something inside. However, he had yet to discover a method to open the small box. Could it be that he must resort to brute force? Attempting to squeeze the wooden box, his palm immediately became painfully sore, as if grasping a barbed iron plate. How remarkably sturdy this is. It appears to be anything but ordinary. Perhaps I shall present it to my senior sister for her insight. She may possess a solution. After resting for an afternoon, Yuan Hao summoned the miscellaneous disciples as dusk began to settle, revealing the elixirs and spiritual liquids he had procured earlier. The sight of the 2nd-tier elixirs and liquids startled the 20 or so miscellaneous disciples. Although the quantity was modest, their value was significant, promising substantial profits. Yuan Hao organized everything before dispersing the group, cautioning them to remain astute and not overly rigid in their actions. As night deepened, he ventured out of the pig pen, stealthily making his way to Yulingshuang's residence. With practiced ease, he opened the courtyard gate, only to find the room shrouded in darkness. Calling out to his senior sister yielded no response. It seems she is absent once more. Surely, she would not encounter any trouble within the sect? Perhaps she has retreated somewhere for seclusion. With the absence of any cause for concern, Yuan Hao felt a sense of relief. And the thought of not having to endure another night of his senior sister's torment brought him a measure of joy. With a grin, he turned to leave, only to be met by an all-too-familiar fragrant breeze. Oh no! Before Yuan Hao could react, a delicate hand ensnared his neck, and his face was abruptly pressed against the soft bosom of the other party. Chapter 31. Dare to abandon me? I will cut you off, Shiji. I can't breathe. I long to melt my adorable Shidi into my being, so that we can be together forever. Yuan Hao was startled by the sweet, yet disturbingly twisted tone of Yuling Shuang ringing in his ears, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. I'm just teasing you. If one day I can no longer touch your face, kiss your lips, or even taste your hee-hee-hee, Shiji would surely perish. Yuling Shuang waved her hand gently, illuminating the room with a soft glow. Yuan Hao, released from her embrace, greedily inhaled the air around him. Shiji, you before he could finish his sentence, Yuling Shuang enveloped him once more, this time with an even tighter grip. A powerful pressure engulfed Yuan Hao's face. Shidi, I'm sorry. Don't speak for now. Just let Shiji hold you for a while. Let us not move, okay? This sudden shift in her tone, so unlike her usual self, made Yuan Hao sense that she was troubled. He ceased his struggles. After a long while, Yuling Shuang reluctantly released him, her eyes slightly reddened. Her exquisite and flawless visage, combined with a pitiful expression, rendered Yuan Hao, who typically dreaded her daily torment, utterly captivated. Shiji, what's wrong? I can't bear to part with you. Yuan Hao fell silent. Realizing that today, Yuling Shuang was not merely playing a role, she genuinely seemed to be facing some trouble. However, moments later, Yuling Shuang spoke again, causing Yuan Hao's lips to twitch. It's nothing. I'm just playing with you. The pained expression on my dear Shidi's face truly touches Shiji's heart. Yuling Shuang plopped down on the bed, reverting to her usual charming laughter. Don't be angry. It was just a joke. You don't dislike Shiji, do you? Seeing Yuan Hao's face contort with exasperation, she quickly took his hand to apologize. It's good that Shiji is fine. Yuling Shuang nodded. Yes, rest assured, I will handle my matters properly. Let us focus on something more important. Knock, knock, knock. The courtyard door was rapped upon, and the voice of Su Feiling resonated. Ling Shuang, are you asleep? The master wishes to speak with you. Yuan Hao was startled by Su Feiling's voice, which made Yuling Shuang tense as well. The lights were on in the room, and it was evident she was awake. Ignoring her would not suffice, would it? Master, I am not asleep, Yuling Shuang replied, shedding the frail demeanor she only displayed in front of Yuan Hao, returning to her usual aloof and cold disposition. Shiji, what should I do? She was the eldest disciple of the Xuejin sect, always held in high regard by the sect leader and elders. If Su Feiling were to discover that Yuling Shuang was secretly involved with a mere servant from a pig farm, it would spell trouble. Shidi, I'm sorry to put you through this. Please hide in the wardrobe for now. Yuan Hao nodded, realizing there was no other option, and quickly grabbed the shirt she had removed and concealed himself inside. Peering through the crack in the wardrobe door, Yuan Hao could see what was unfolding outside. Yuling Shuang opened the room and courtyard doors, inviting Su Feiling, who was clad in a loose, flowing gown, into the room. Yuan Hao's eyes widened in shock. The sect leader, who typically donned the sect's ceremonial skirt, revealed a bold side in private, her low-cut dress accentuating her alluring figure. Indeed, she was the sect leader. Yet, one must wonder, was there something amiss with her? Why would she come to seek her beloved disciple at such a late hour, without removing her mask? Yuan Hao imagined her squinted eyes and prominent teeth, and suddenly regained his composure, no longer finding her captivating. Though one should not mock others for their natural appearance, he had grown accustomed to Yuling Shuang's beauty, and his standards had risen. It became challenging to accept women who differed greatly from her. Wary of making noise and being discovered, Yuan Hao shook his head and held his breath. Su Feiling and Yuling Shuang sat on the edge of the bed, engaging in conversation. Ling Shuang, are you dissatisfied with him? Upon hearing this, Yuling Shuang visibly tensed, seemingly concerned that Yuan Hao might overhear something he shouldn't. She cast a fleeting glance toward the wardrobe, then quickly diverted her gaze. Master, I do not wish to discuss this matter any further today, Su Feiling insisted. There are no outsiders here. Speak candidly. Avoidance will not resolve the issue. Yuling Shuang realized she could not evade this topic. She thought she would have to explain to Yuan Hao later, and thus expressed her heartfelt thoughts. Master, he is a wonderful person and a pride of our Xuejin sect. Due to the damage to my Dao Soul Foundation, My cultivation has stagnated for years. Considering his talent and current progress, he will soon surpass me. This is a blessing for the sect. However, he and I are not suited for each other. Yuan Hao furrowed his brow slightly from within the wardrobe, struggling to grasp the full context but understanding some of it. It seemed Su Feiling was seeking a partner for Yuling Shuang, which she was unwilling to accept. It was no wonder Shiji seemed off today. Was she troubled by this matter? Su Feiling sighed, regarding a partner. I initially intended to respect your wishes, but I did not anticipate him proposing such a condition. This matter involves many people and has wide implications. Thus, even if he brings it up directly, I cannot simply refuse. Do you understand? Yuling Shuang nodded. I understand, Master. But Master, I cannot agree under any circumstances. Lung Shuang, you have grown up by my side. I know you better than anyone else. What you said earlier was not the true reason. Will you share what lies beneath? After much contemplation, Yuling Shuang spoke. My Dao soul is severely damaged. If I cannot gather all the herbs needed to refine the long soul pill within a limited time, I may only have a few years left to live. Thus, I cannot consider the matter of a partner. Su Feiling regarded her with a shake of her head. Lung Shuang, you are lying. I can tell you have someone in your heart. Ah, Master. This Yuling Shuang's expression turned anxious, fearing that Yuan Hao might be drawn into this turmoil and suffer unnecessary harm. Find a moment to bring him to meet me. I shall not make things difficult for him. However, as his master, I must assist you in overcoming this challenge. We shall discuss the matter concerning Lin Yin tomorrow. For tonight, you should retire early. Su Feiling did not continue speaking and departed under the respectful escort of Yuling Shuang. Yuan Hao sat within the wardrobe, arms crossed, lost in thought. He did not exhibit a sense of despair regarding this situation. Rather, he remained remarkably composed. Firstly, Yuling Shuang had not committed any act of betrayal against him, nor had she engaged in any inappropriate behavior. Secondly, she had clearly articulated her refusal. As for himself, he was merely a humble servant of the pig farm with inferior spiritual roots. What right did he have to claim the master sister of the sword sect? Could a wealthy beauty and a poor youth ever find a resolution? Such outcomes exist solely in tales and dreams. Yuan Hao chuckled softly, shaking his head, feeling an unexpected sense of tranquility within. From the very beginning, he had been quite open-minded. The moment Yuling Shuang had come to him, seeking to become his Dao partner, it had all been nothing more than a farcical play. And since it was a farce, there must be an ending. Yuling Shuang cautiously opened the wardrobe, gazing at him. Junior brother, you heard everything? Please allow me to explain. Yuan Hao smiled gently, leaping from the wardrobe. Sister, no need for explanations. It is not worth delaying your future. Upon hearing these words, Yuling Shuang immediately grasped Yuan Hao's meaning. Her entire being trembling as if struck by a thunderbolt, her delicate face turning pale. Lowering her head, she began to laugh, her body shaking. You promised me, sister, that you would never mention a breakup again. Tell me, do you wish to part ways with me? Yuan Hao suddenly felt a flicker of fear. He understood that saying the wrong thing at this moment could lead to disaster. Sister, how could I bear to part with you? I simply do not wish to hinder your future. A breakup is something that cannot be avoided, is it not? The sect leader's approval is not easily attained. Yuling Shuang ceased her trembling and cold laughter, firmly cradling Yuan Hao's face in her hands, her eyes shimmering with a faint red glow. I choose my own man. I do not covet the talents of the Holy Sun. I do not disdain you, the sect's servant. In this lifetime, I have made my choice. Should you dare to abandon me, I shall sever your ties and ensure you shall never come into contact with another woman. Chapter 32. You are not good anywhere. Yuan Hao felt a shiver run down his spine as he was scrutinized by her gaze. Yuling Shuang appeared utterly serious, devoid of any semblance of jest. This eccentric senior sister of his was indeed capable of anything. Senior sister, you would never stoop to such actions, would you? You could always try. Senior sister, I have always been perplexed as to what merits I possess. What faults do you have? Yuling Shuang countered. I have a waste spirit root. I have stated that I am indifferent to such matters. Besides, you possess your own methods and ways to advance. I have no doubt about your future. Yuan Hao retreated step by step. Yuling Shuang pressed on relentlessly. Yuling Shuang raised a delicate finger, a peculiar cold smile gracing her lovely face, reminiscent of one afflicted with a sickly obsession. This topic is behind us. However, I am quite displeased regarding your desire to part ways, so I shall punish you tonight by having you tie me up. Yuan Hao attempted to voice his objections, but was silenced. Should he dare to struggle, Yuling Shuang would tighten her grip on his wrist. He turned his face to the left, but she, her eyes glowing with excitement, pressed her cheek against his. Yuan Hao quickly turned to the right, prompting Yuling Shuang to alter her strategy. Her tongue darting out to meet him first. Junior brother, do not resist. Struggling is of no avail. It is better to obediently submit to your senior sister. A strange, delicate laughter echoed through the room. The next day, Yuan Hao struggled to open his bleary eyes, as though awakening from a nightmare. Turning his head to the left, he was met with a strikingly beautiful face, causing him to bolt upright. Clutching the blanket and curling up in the corner of the bed, Yuling Shuang knelt at the bedside, resting her elbows on the mattress, her chin cradled in her hands as she gazed at him. Her face radiated a smile filled with an indescribable tenderness and sweetness, seemingly satisfied with Yuan Hao's behavior from the previous night. However, his reaction could only be described as one of sheer terror. Senior sister, what are you afraid of? Come here. Why are you not coming over? Oh, I see now, you want me to come to you, right? Yuling Shuang feigned distress, secretly reveling in the thought of wanting to engage in another bout due to her insatiable desires. Yuan Hao was struck dumb by her expression of unmet cravings, his face darkening. Gritting his teeth, he shuffled closer, albeit hesitantly. Senior sister, what time is it? It is already the SI hour. Oh, the SI hour. Yuan Hao's realization dawned upon him. What? The SI hour? Goodness, it is nearly noon. Why didn't you wake me? Oh no, I haven't fed my pig yet. On ordinary days, he would have already left by the Mao hour. I saw you sleeping so soundly. Sniff, sniff. Junior brother, you aren't angry with me, are you? Yuan Hao was left utterly speechless and somewhat bewildered. But senior sister, why did you not leave? Even at this late hour? Usually, you would be at the main peak for cultivation. Yuling Shuang pouted slightly, explaining that an early departure meant having to deal with the Grand Elder and Lin Yin, which would only result in wasting time engaging in meaningless chatter. Moreover, I have already paid my respects to my master. Yuan Hao responded with a simple "oh," his interest piqued by the mention of Lin Yin. That Lin Yin, if I recall correctly, he is the direct senior brother of the Grand Elder, right? The proposal of a partner he put forth could have been rejected by you, senior sister. So why did it cause the sect leader some difficulty? Yuling Shuang sighed. Because he accomplished something that no one within the Bloodsword sect has achieved for hundreds of years. According to sect rules, he is entitled to make a request, even the most unreasonable requests, as long as they fall within the leader's capabilities, cannot be denied. I am the only direct disciple of my master, and should therefore comply with all of her arrangements. However, due to my persistent insistence, my master is willing to respect my wishes and choices. For the past few days, I have been negotiating this matter with the Grand Elder. Yuan Hao donned his clothes and accepted the towel Yuling Shuang sent over, wondering what event held such immense binding power that even the sect leader could not refuse. The Bloodsword sect houses a peak known as Tianmu Peak, where an ancient stele is enshrined within the main hall. It is said to be the essence of the founder's enlightenment, allowing one to gain invaluable insights through contemplation of the stele. And then, Lin Yin obtained a fragment of a technique. Is that all? That is no ordinary technique. How extraordinary is it? It is the Mo Ming Huan Tiangong. Upon hearing the name of the technique, Yuan Hao displayed an unexpected calmness, contrary to Yuling Shuang's anticipation of astonishment. He had long been aware that the Mo Ming Huan Tiangong was not conceived by the first sect leader. He too had benefited from the wisdom of predecessors. The content of the technique, derived from the ancient stele, had been lost to time, yet the stele remained. Thus, it was entirely normal for others to derive cultivation methods from it. Yuan Hao pondered before speaking. Mei Xiaoyan has also sought enlightenment at Tianmu Peak, right? She too obtained a fragment of the Mo Ming Huan Tiangong. Indeed, but her aptitude and comprehension are far inferior to that of the first sect leader, and she succumbed to madness while cultivating the fragment. According to your previous statement, one could make a request to the sect after comprehending the technique's information. What was Mei Xiaoyan's request? Yesterday, I overheard my master say that Mei Xiaoyun's request was for unrestricted freedom, with the Bloodsword sect unable to interfere or hold her accountable. Yuan Hao began to understand. No wonder the sect leader spared her life. His master even brokered a deal with Mei Xiaoyan, allowing her to remain within the Bloodsword sect to recuperate and providing her with convenience and protection. What was the bargaining chip? It was the surrender of the fragment of the Mo Ming Huan Tiangong. If this portion could be combined with the fragment obtained by Lin Yin, perhaps half of the original content could be restored. Yuling paused before continuing. If we can propagate the Mo Ming Huan Tiangong, the overall strength of our blood sword sect will be significantly enhanced. However, if it were so easy to cultivate successfully, Mei Xiaoyan would not have fallen into madness after mastering nearly a quarter of the technique. Yuan Hao, on the other hand, had smoothly inherited the complete technique comprehended by the founder, saving himself the time required to cultivate it to perfection. Even a genius like the founder took centuries to master such a heavenly-level technique. In other words, even if Yuan Hao voluntarily relinquished the entirety of the cultivation techniques, even the most formidable Su failing of the sect would require several centuries to attain her current level of comprehension. For others, the task would be even more daunting. Yuan Hao, with a playful smile, gazed at Yuling and suggested, I shall provide you with a portion of the cultivation method for Mo Ming Huan Tiangong. You may then present it to your master and the elders, claiming it is a revelation you gleaned from the ancient stele at Tianmu. You can make demands to counter Lin Yan's proposals. Yuling stared at him in a daze, uttering but a single phrase. Tianmu Peak can only be accessed after passing the special tests conducted by the two guardian elders, and each individual may only visit once every 20 years. Several years prior, I had already visited Tianmu Peak and acquired the same mind-reading abilities as my master. This reasoning is untenable. Yuan Hao. Outside the courtyard, a figure came to a halt, and Lin Yan's voice echoed. Junior sister Yu, your continuous rejections have truly disappointed me. Do you not intend to accept my sentiments today? Upon hearing Lin Yan's call, Yuling felt no surprise. In fact, his impatience in seeking her out was rather expected. Junior brother Lin, my intentions have been sufficiently clear. There is no need for further reiteration. You possess a promising future. May you prioritize the greater good and uphold the honor of the disciples of the sword sect. Lin Yan shook his head with a bitter smile, his unwilling fist striking the courtyard wall, creating a dent. Fragments of stone cascaded down onto his shoes, exacerbating his already dismal mood. Junior sister, what is it that I lack? Yuling, having endured much, was on the verge of eruption. Initially, she had intended to maintain a harmonious relationship, given their shared status as disciples. However, Lin Yan's relentless pursuit was proving untenable. Her greatest concern was Yuan Hao misunderstanding her, believing she was not decisive enough in handling the matter. You are deficient in every aspect. Chapter 33, A Melodramatic Confession Kacha. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yan felt as though he had been struck by lightning, rendered utterly speechless. He stood motionless outside the courtyard, the words he had intended to utter stuck in his throat. Yu Shiji, I shall not give up. I have harbored feelings for you for decades. My heart for you is a testament to the heavens. Every moment I spent in the blood sword sect was filled with thoughts of you. You are the beacon guiding my path. You are. Lin Yan glanced around, swiftly retrieving a pre-written note from his pocket and began reciting from it. You are my irreplaceable one. What a dramatic confession. Yuan Hao shivered at the sentimentality. Yuling expression soured to the utmost extent. She wished she could rush out and silence him with a sword. For someone she genuinely cared for, she would set aside all dignity and pride to please, flatter, and even grovel. However, for someone she did not favor, even a response felt burdensome. Shiji, do you possess a specialized sword attire for inner sect disciples? Yuan Hao suddenly inquired. Yes, what do you wish to do? Please give me one. Yuling produced a pile of storage rings from her robes, seemingly belonging to fallen disciples of the sect, which surely contained specialized sword attire. What do you intend to do with it? Do not concern yourself with that. Then you must first promise me, Shiji, that you will not engage in any dangerous activities. Rest assured, I value my life. Yuan Hao found an appropriate set of sword attire to don, then retrieved a mask to conceal his face. Let us go, Shiji. Where to? To meet the sect master. Yuling stared at him in disbelief, promptly rejecting Yuan Hao's audacious idea. No, not only is Lin Yan guarding outside, but he may very well cause you trouble. Even if you do meet the master, what will you say? Yuan Hao, unaccustomed to wearing a mask, adjusted its fit multiple times. I will clarify your situation. The sect master has already surmised that you harbor feelings for someone. Correct? Moreover, Lin Yan is like a stubborn gum. He cannot be allowed to cling on indefinitely. Since Shiji is resolute in becoming my long-term partner and cannot entertain any other, I must express my stance, mustn't I? Until this matter is clarified, I have always suspected that you were merely indulging in amusement at the expense of this mere servant disciple. But now it is clear. I cannot simply push the woman I wholeheartedly adore into the arms of another man, for that would be disgraceful, wouldn't it? Just follow my lead on this, and I shall resolve this matter for you. Yuling Shuang's eyes widened slowly as she regarded him, a look of incredulity etched upon her face. Yet simultaneously, a warm current surged within her. You truly have made your decision? Yes, however. I cannot present myself as a servant disciple to avoid bringing you shame, so I will disguise myself for now. I do not believe you would bring me shame. Yuan Hao was speechless. Shiji, that is not the point. The crux is that if my status is too low, the sect master will not understand you. But master can read minds. Yuan Hao had experienced mind reading before, and it was precisely due to the frequency of such occurrences that he gradually mastered the rhythm and timing of emptying his mind. Even if his thoughts were fully exposed, Yuan Hao was unperturbed. He possessed a complete grasp of the Mo Ming Huan Tian Gong, which alone provided him ample confidence to safeguard himself. However, he wished to avoid being treated as a specimen for dissection by Su Feiling and the elders of the Bloodsword sect. It would be best to remain discreet. Ahem, Shiji, should Lin Yin attempt to make things difficult for me later, you must ensure my protection. Rest assured, I shall not allow him to lay a finger on you. Yuan Hao felt reassured by her words. With a creak, the doors to the room and courtyard opened one by one. Yuling Shuang stepped out first. Upon seeing her, Lin Yin hurriedly approached, a smile gracing his face. You Shiji, you finally. Yuan Hao followed suit. At once, Lin Yan's expression froze, his face turning ashen, as if smeared with fresh dung. An uncontrollable surge of heat rushed to his head, prompting him to exclaim in disarray, Shiji, who is he? Is it not obvious? Yuling Shuang replied, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed at Lin Yin. Yuan Hao chuckled. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yu Shiji's partner. My name is, never mind. I shall not disclose it to you. PFF. Lin Yin felt as if he were spitting blood. Partner? You? Nonsense. Since when does Yu Shiji have a partner? Looking at your attire, you appear to be merely an ordinary registered disciple, not even a direct disciple. How do you presume to be worthy? Lin Yin turned to Yuling Shuang. Yu Shiji, even if you do not wish to accept my proposal, must you debase yourself so? It is trivial to find any intersect registered disciple to deceive me, but if this word gets out, it may tarnish your reputation within the sect. Indeed, Lin Yin could not possibly believe that this registered disciple from the inner sect was Yuling Shuang's partner. He was certain that she was utilizing the other to reject him. It made no sense. After years of camaraderie, Lin Yin believed he knew Yuling Shuang well. She was aloof and proud, an undeniable ice-cold beauty in the eyes of outsiders, never deigning to smile upon any male cultivator. And that boy? Merely a registered disciple, unworthy of even carrying her shoes. Why should he be her partner? It was all a facade. Yet, the more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he hastily directed a phantom strike towards Yuan Hao. So you dare? I shall make your life a living hell. Boom. Yuling Shuang's jade hand waved, unleashing a violent surge of spiritual energy that not only shattered Lin Yan's phantom attack, but also propelled him back several steps with a powerful palm strike. Yu Shiji, I have stated that he is mine. If you dare to lay a hand on him, do not blame me for being merciless. Shiji, for the sake of a mere registered disciple. Yuling Shuang withdrew her piercing gaze from him. I am taking him to see the master to clarify everything. If you wish to accompany us, then come. If not, it matters not. With that, Yuling Shuang walked away, her hands clasped behind her head, with Yuan Hao in tow. Lin Yin contemplated for a moment, snorted in defiance, and strode forward. The sect master would never allow a registered disciple to impede Yu Shiji, as the esteemed disciple of the Grand Elder. I am assured that whenever the Elder is present, he will undoubtedly advocate for my opportunities. Ah, young one, do not presume that merely clarifying matters before the sect leader will bring this issue to a close. Whose side she stands on remains uncertain. As a fated child capable of extracting remnants of celestial-level techniques from the ancient steel of the Tianmu, which elder would not show favoritism towards me? Surely, the sect leader cannot be so naive as to be incapable of distinguishing between a gem and a lump of dung. Regarding the intention of Yuling Shuang and Yuan Hao to meet the sect leader, Lin Yin felt not anger, but rather a sense of secret delight. If all goes as anticipated, their introduction to the sect leader could have the opposite effect, simultaneously stabilizing his own position with Yuling Shuang. In the grand hall atop the Bloodsword sect, Yuling Shuang had brought Yuan Hao to pay respects to Su Feiling and elucidate the situation. Several individuals were present in the hall, including two guarding elders, the Grand Elder of the inner sect, and Mei Xiaoyun, who, no longer disheveled, sat with eyes closed, seemingly disinterested in her surroundings. Prior to their arrival, it appeared they had been deliberating on some significant matter, though Yuan Hao was indifferent to it. Longshuang, you claim he is your chosen partner? Su Feiling was utterly bewildered, her mind swirling. The disparity between a registered disciple of the inner sect and her personal disciple was immense, and it felt rather mismatched. As the sect leader, Su Feiling aspired to treat all disciples equally, yet this was intrinsically linked to Yu Longshuang's future, thus demanding her attention. Lin Yan, overhearing the sect leader's tone, could not suppress a smile. What is your name? Remove your mask, so I may see your face. The matter regarding the disciple and senior sister you had hitherto remained undisclosed. Yuan Hao pushed his mask slightly, lowering his voice, which sounded markedly different from his usual tone. He had conversed with Su Feiling and had also spoken with the eyes-closed Mei Xiaoyun. Revealing his true voice would instantly expose him. Altering his voice was a necessary measure. Should he suddenly reveal his name and appearance? He feared it would cause unnecessary trouble for senior sister and could attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, thus disrupting the tranquility he cherished. Therefore, he sought the sect leader's understanding. Upon hearing this, Su Feiling chose not to press the matter further, recognizing that she too wore a mask, concerned it would bring her unwarranted complications. Given Yuan Hao's lower status, it was natural for him to guard against Lin Yan. The corners of Yuan Hao's mouth subtly lifted beneath his mask, having anticipated that Su Feiling would not impose difficulties upon him regarding the mask, lest she be deemed hypocritical. To not even dare reveal your face. How shameful you must be, Lin Yan sneered. Yuan Hao remained silent, instead quietly raising his gaze towards Su Feiling, softly reminding her, sect leader, Lin Yan is addressing you. Chapter 34. A gathering of dramatic talents. Confusion of lineage. Upon hearing these words, Su Feiling's countenance beneath her mask turned a sickly shade of green. Even the two elders and the Grand Elder beside her gazed at Yuan Hao in astonishment. This lad, is he engaging in sleight of hand? Lin Yan, what nonsense are you spouting? The Grand Elder cautioned him with a remark and signaled him to clarify promptly. Lin Yan, realizing the gravity of the situation, turned pale in an instant. No, what I meant was, he wears a mask, so it's not appropriate to. No? I absolutely did not imply that the sect master has anything to hide. Enough, there is no need to elaborate further. Su Feiling's lips twitched beneath her mask. Yes. Lin Yan clasped his hands and prudently stepped aside, his frustration boiling within him. However, as the Grand Elder's most devoted disciple, he possessed a high level of comprehension and a commendable ability to self-regulate, quickly regaining his composure. Su Feiling was eager to delve into Yuan Hao's thoughts. After attempting to do so, she found that the lad's mind was completely blank, yielding no insights. Su Feiling contemplated for a moment. Since Longshuang already has a chosen partner, separating them does seem unreasonable, don't you think, Grand Elder? It all rests on the sect master's word. The Grand Elder seemed to take offense, questioning if the sect master believed this matter was handled fairly. How can the sect master ascertain that he is indeed Longshuang's chosen partner, rather than merely an excuse to dismiss Lin Yan? The Grand Elder appeared to relish the drama, sighing deeply and suddenly closing his eyes, nearly shedding tears. Our Lin Yan, how pitiful. After such a long time, he has finally grasped fragments of the techniques for our Bloodsword sect. By the sect's teachings, he could even make more outrageous demands. Such a prodigy, such a child of destiny, should be treated with utmost reverence in any sect. Yet why is it so difficult for him in the Bloodsword sect? Su Feiling, let us consider this. If the sect master were to separate them, would Longshuang agree? Would she dare to defy? Facing the Grand Elder's pointed inquiry, Su Feiling found herself in a dilemma. She did not wish to hurt Yu Longshuang's feelings, nor did she want to disappoint Lin Yan. What to do? Suddenly, a peculiar sound resonated from outside the hall, reminiscent of a forceful slurp from a wine gourd. In an instant, all gazes were drawn towards the source. Goodness, the old man. When Yuan Hao witnessed the elderly figure stumbling into the hall, only to be tripped by the threshold and fall to the ground, he was left dumbfounded. Mei Xiaoyun abruptly opened her eyes, glanced at the elderly man rolling on the floor, and without a word, got up to leave. Yuan Hao sensed a wave of resentment emanating from her. However, one must ask, what was this old drunkard doing at the main peak hall? Surely, wasn't he lost after a night of revelry? Has anyone seen my disciple? He seems to have gone missing. I was searching and unexpectedly ended up here. Oh, everyone is here? Such a lively gathering. The crowd stared blankly at the inebriated elder, who then rolled over and sat on the ground. Yuan Hao, feeling guilty, reached for his mask, wondering if the elder had come looking for him. He had not returned all night, waking up only to find it was already quite late. And now he was here with Yuling Shuang at the main peak hall, without having returned to the pig farm in between. Uncle Master, the disciple you seek is. Su Feiling cast a glance at Mei Xiaoyan, aware that it wasn't her. Uncle Master? Yuan Hao's expression beneath the mask twisted in shock. This old drunkard is Su Feiling's Uncle Master? That would make him Yuling Shuang's ancestral master. An ancestral master of a sect working at a pig farm? Yuan Hao's worldview shattered into countless fragments. Wait, this doesn't add up. Yuan Hao felt as though thunder had struck above him, leaving him unsteady, his blood surging. I am the eldest disciple of the pig farm. The old man's top disciple. Does that mean Su Feiling and I are like senior and junior siblings? And I am also Yu's Uncle Master? What on earth is happening? Yuan Hao's mind was utterly bewildered. Fortunately, the old man had expressly instructed them not to disclose their cultivation teachings. This meant that no one knew of their closer master-disciple relationship with the elder. They would only be perceived as a manager and a miscellaneous disciple. However, if this matter were ever revealed, a group of miscellaneous disciples from the pig farm being on par with the sect master would undoubtedly cause a stir. Uncle Master, if you're drunk, please refrain from causing trouble. I am currently grappling with a pressing issue. The disciple you seek is likely one of our miscellaneous disciples at the pig farm, perhaps cutting grass on the back mountain. The elder continued to slurp from the wine gourd. What matter could trouble you, the sect master? I delight in meddling in others' affairs. Do share. Su Feiling felt that her drunken Uncle Master was far more of a hindrance than a help. Wouldn't it be better for you to find your disciple? I believe little Feiling is correct. He might be somewhere cutting grass, and he will return by night. The elder, inebriated, spoke in a disjointed manner. Su Feiling, seeing he had no intention of leaving, reluctantly recounted the entire sequence of events. The elder propped himself up, walked over to Yuan Hao, and circled around him a few times. He squeezed his shoulder with one hand and patted his back with the other. This lad is quite sturdy. What a pity he doesn't join me in raising pigs. The crowd. Uncle Master, perhaps it would be best if you return to rest. I can handle this minor matter. Su Feiling felt he would only waste everyone's time, highlighting his unreliability. Little Feiling, when you joined the sect, you were but this big. The elder gestured with his hands, approximately indicating a 4 or 5-year-old girl. You used to cling to your Uncle Master, asking me to teach you, to accompany you in your training, serving as your human punching bag. I was closer to you than your own master. Now that Uncle Master has grown old and is of no use, you wish to drive me away after just a few words. Alas, Uncle Master will leave now. Yuan Hao watched as the elder struggled to squeeze out tears, his entire being covered in question marks. What performance is this? A gathering of dramatic talents? Uncle Master, that is not what Feiling meant. I merely wish to suggest that if you are tired, you may rest first. Given your experience and status, there is no need to expend energy on such matters. Certainly, if you prefer not to return, the choice is entirely yours. Su Feiling explained helplessly. Little Feiling, you said it. Thus, I shall remain here, the elder declared as he settled into a chair, refusing to budge. In truth, there was no need for you to fret over this matter. I possess a remarkably clever solution that will resolve it perfectly. Master Uncle, what is your method? The elder glanced at Lin Yan beside him, then at Yuan Hao, suggesting, why not have the two of them engage in a duel? Uffed. Yuan Hao nearly spat his soda all over the elder's face. How could he possibly feel that this was a reasonable suggestion? A rational person would know that there is a significant disparity in strength between the recognized disciples of the inner sect and the direct disciples. It is obvious who would win without any contest. Ha. I think this is a splendid idea. It's quite feasible. Indeed, Master Brother. The Grand Elder raised his thumb in approval towards the elder. Yuling Shuang interjected eagerly. Master Ancestor, this cannot possibly work. Their strengths are vastly different. And furthermore, how could one use a decisive battle to interfere in a disciple's choice of partner? Indeed, Master Uncle, doesn't this seem a tad unjust? The elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. How about this? Absolute fairness may be unattainable, but relative fairness is certainly achievable. Let Lin Yan withstand one attack from him. If he cannot endure it, then we shall consider that masked lad the victor, and if he withstands it, the masked lad shall be deemed the loser. The one who loses must withdraw. Excellent. Brilliant. The Grand Elder was the first to raise both hands in agreement. Let us make it clear that should anything happen, one must take responsibility. The elder suddenly revealed a crafty smile. Chapter 35. Time and again, you creep into my embrace, yet you dare to speak of misunderstandings? No problem. This is trivial. The Grand Elder consented to Lin Yan's request. Lin Yan found it amusing. A mere disciple, even if attacking him while standing still, what difference did it make to playful tickling? Sure, Shu, this seems a bit absurd, doesn't it? Indeed, Shizu, your bias is glaringly apparent. In Yuling Shuang's heart, indignation brewed. Xiao failing. I am merely seeking a solution that satisfies both parties. How can you accuse me of folly? You still feel it is unfair, do you? How about this? The elder, inebriated, gazed at the Grand Elder. You should present more stakes. We must not allow that masked lad to feel we are bullying him. Naturally, that is no issue, the Grand Elder readily agreed. What significance do more stakes hold if they cannot be retrieved? The elder nodded in satisfaction, extending his hand as if to collect a debt, fingers twitching eagerly. This left the Grand Elder somewhat bewildered. What are you dawdling for? Just take out 3 to 5 fifth-grade elixirs as stakes for this matter. I will safeguard the elixirs for you, to prevent any regrets on your part later. 3 to 5? The corner of the Grand Elder's mouth twitched. For a strong practitioner of the Earthwheel realm, a single fifth-grade elixir was not particularly precious, but 3 to 5 would indeed sting. What's wrong? Are you afraid you won't get the elixirs back? Do you lack confidence in your eldest disciple? Who lacks confidence? Lin Yan, injured by a mere disciple? Ridiculous. The Grand Elder thought more decisively and quickly produced 5 fifth-grade elixirs. He intended to count out 3 to hand over to the elder as stakes. But the elder snatched all of them away. Behold, 5 elixirs, all in my possession, as stakes. That masked lad. Let us see if these 5 fifth-grade elixirs can injure Lin Yan, who does not retaliate. That cannot be considered bullying, right? Yuan Hao pondered deeply, unable to fathom the elder's true intentions. What? You still hesitate? Very well, considering your strength is certainly inferior to Lin Yan's. I shall allow you to use a sword, or any means you desire, as long as you do not employ poison. After the elder spoke, he turned to Lin Yan and the Grand Elder, seeking confirmation for the use of a sword. The Grand Elder nonchalantly nodded. A sword or a couple of knives would not alter the outcome. In that case, I am willing to give it a try, Yuan Hao declared. Do not be overconfident. Su Failing looked at Yuan Hao in shock, doubting his mind had been clouded by these stakes. Sure, Shu, why do you toy with a mere disciple? Lin Yan could not possibly lose. This meant he would gain nothing. Neither the fifth-grade elixirs nor Yuling Shuang would benefit. You are truly instigating discord, aren't you? However, I have a small request. I hope Shizu will agree. Speak. I wish for Shizu to preside over this matter, and for no one else to be present. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder was the first to object. How can that be? We must witness alongside the sect master. The elder, inebriated, chuckled, glaring at the Grand Elder. What you imply is that it may be unfair if only I am present. Shixiang, that is not my intention. Then it is settled. Lin Yan, do not disappoint me by being bested by a disciple of the inner sect. The elder waved his hand, interrupting the Grand Elder's further remarks. Yes, Shizu, I will not. The Grand Elder, pragmatic, noted the elder's preference for Lin Yan, and his attitude shifted from concern to satisfaction. Shall we set the time for 3 days hence? No objections? No problem, Lin Yan replied with a bemused smile. Indeed, Yuan Hao also nodded readily. After departing from the main peak's grand hall, Yuan Hao bid farewell to Yuling Shuang. Discarding his guise, he returned to the pigsty and then proceeded towards Lin Feiyue's shed. Along the way, he pondered extensively. Lin Yan was at the Earth Response 9th rank and may have already surpassed the Earth Motion 1st rank. Under normal circumstances, he could easily crush me with just 2 fingers. However, if standing still to receive my attack, perhaps my chances of victory would be greater. I must employ the Annihilation Black Lotus. He had already verified the potency of the Annihilation Black Lotus and successfully slain several disciples of the Black Lotus sect. The Ziyu Earth Heart Crystal rivaled 5th-grade elixirs. If I could use my spirit energy as a base and merge a piece of the Ziyu Earth Heart Crystal, wounding Lin Yan would surely not be an issue. The only challenge remaining was detonating such a level of the Annihilation Black Lotus, as I would undoubtedly perish while Lin Yan merely sustained injuries. There is one item that may assist in mitigating the impact of the Black Lotus's explosion. Indeed, it is Lin Feiyue's sword. Reflecting on today's events, Yuan Hao found them increasingly perplexing. The elder's efforts to secure Lin Yin standing still to receive an attack and the allowance to use a sword were both orchestrated by the elder. Thus, while it appeared that the elder favored Lin Yin, only Yuan Hao, aware of the intricacies, recognized that the elder was actually favoring him. Could it be that the elder has already discerned my identity and all my secrets? That cannot be. I have not revealed too much before him. Yet, how to explain such coincidental favoritism? Never mind, I shall test the waters tonight. The pressing matter is to borrow Lin Feiyue's sword. Observing her treat the sword as a treasured possession, it may not be easy to procure it. Fortunately, the elder set the time for 3 days hence. As Yuan Hao contemplated this, he suddenly paused. 3 days hence, how uncanny. It is as if the elder knows I will require time to borrow Lin Feiyue's sword. As he mused, he arrived at Lin Feiyue's door. Yesterday, she had sustained grave injuries, yet that peculiar sword had been aiding her recovery. She should have awakened by now. Just as Yuan Hao was about to knock, he hesitated. When she called for my help yesterday, I fled. Lin Feiyue would not hold a grudge against me, would she? This could spell disaster. If she truly harbored resentment, borrowing the sword would become even more challenging. Perhaps I should listen for any sounds from within. Yuan Hao cautiously approached. Just as his ear pressed against the door, it swung open, and he stumbled directly into Lin Feiyue's embrace, tumbling headlong into a pair of large causations. This is it, it's all over. Yuan Hao, pressed against Lin Feiyue's chest, found himself paralyzed, unable to breathe, yet acutely aware of her trembling form. He could even discern the rapid thumping of her heart and the increasingly labored sound of her breaths. You shameless fool. Lin Feiyue's voice pierced the silence with a sharp cry, followed by the swift rise of her hand. With a swift motion, Yuan Hao grasped her wrist, and despite her futile attempts to free herself, she remained ensnared, her eyes shimmering with a veil of frustration. Shimmy, it's all a misunderstanding, he implored. You've repeatedly sought refuge in my embrace, and you dare claim this is a misunderstanding? I swear to the heavens. Lin Feiyue paused, momentarily taken aback by the sincerity in his demeanor. Yet, recalling the events of the previous day, her anger surged anew. You irresponsible scoundrel, how can I trust your words? You abandoned me and fled. Is this what a senior brother does? Shimmy, you are mistaken. Have you forgotten who carried you back yesterday? It was I. If not for my intervention, you would have perished. Lin Feiyue huffed angrily, her breath coming in heavy gasps as she glared at him. You ran away and left me. Isn't that the truth? Yuan Hao, feeling guilty, rubbed his nose. I did indeed flee, but have you considered the reason behind my actions? Why? Let us analyze this situation together. Between us, who possesses greater strength? It used to be me, but now it is you. Lin Feiyue shot him an exasperated look. Do you not comprehend the shift in our realms? Indeed, it is I. My superior realm exudes a more pronounced spiritual pressure, making it easier for the disciples of the Halian sect to detect me. And so, thus, I aim to divert their attention. Are you suggesting that your original intent was to save me? Of course. Otherwise, why would I have returned to carry you back from the pigpen? Consider whether this reasoning holds any merit. Lin Feiyue pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly, her tone softening. Indeed, there is some truth to your words. Chapter 36. I fell into the ditch. Yuan Hao, realizing how easily he could deceive her, let out a sigh of relief. In order to completely dispel Lin Feiyue's doubts and grievances, he feigned a pitiful demeanor. Alas, being a good person is no easy task. Yet, this predicament is of my own making. I cannot blame Lin Shimmy, nor can I hold anyone else accountable. If blame is to be assigned, it lies solely with me for having foolishly positioned myself as bait to attract the followers of the He Lianjiao. It is entirely my fault. Lin Feiyue gazed at him with a look of indifference, though her heart had already softened long ago. All right. Am I not allowed to admit that I misjudged you? Yuan Hao, with a look of grievance, pointed towards the headboard. Did you see that nail? Lin Feiyue turned her head and indeed saw a nail. I see it, what of it? Yuan Hao swiftly pulled the nail out and tossed it away. Will the hole left in the wooden board disappear simply because the nail has been removed? Lin Feiyue shook her head. No, exactly. You are the nail, and I am the wooden board. Now, you have deeply wounded me. Do you think a mere admission of misjudgment can heal the scars on my soul? What do you wish to do? Lin Feiyue maintained her indifferent expression. Yuan Hao rubbed his nose, his gaze already drifting towards the mysterious sword on the table. How about you lend me the sword for a couple of days? Lend it to you? Indeed. As if. Lin Feiyue picked up the sword from the table and clutched it tightly. Though she had felt a twinge of guilt towards Yuan Hao, Upon hearing him request to borrow the sword, her expression sharpened instantly. Shimmy, that's rather excessive. Why be so stingy? I'm merely borrowing it for a bit. It's not like I won't return it. Seeing her suspicious glare, Yuan Hao chuckled and continued. How about I offer you something in return? Something in return? Do tell. How about a vial of Ziyu Qiongjiang? Lin Feishue had never heard of such a thing. Qiongjiang? What is it for? You don't even know this. It's for cultivation, and the benefits are numerous. The mention of cultivation immediately reminded Lin Feishue of her distressing experience of falling from the 6th to the 4th rank. She had expended a great deal to break through to the 6th rank, and now, everything was gone. The task assigned to her by her master had seen no progress. If lending the sword to Yuan Hao could yield something of value in return, it was worth considering. She caressed the scabbard of the sword and looked up at Yuan Hao. Do you truly wish to borrow it? Yes. Show me your sincerity, and if I see it, I shall lend it to you. I definitely have sincerity. Just look at my eyes filled with genuine intent. Merely looking at your eyes won't suffice. You must answer my questions honestly. If I sense no deceit, I will lend you the sword. Ask away. Lin Feishue cut to the chase. Have you practiced the Mo Ming Huan Tiangong? Without hesitation, Yuan Hao retorted, what technique? You don't know? Lin Feishue stared at him, bewildered. Yuan Hao shook his head, his eyes as clear as crystal. Impossible. If you haven't practiced the Mo Ming Huan Tiangong, why has my rank decreased? Yuan Hao cleared his throat, contemplating how to defend himself. Soon, an idea emerged. It was time to deflect the responsibility while creating suspense. Shimmy, as you know, the vicinity of the Shuejian Zong is rife with ambushing disciples from other sections. There is hardly a day of peace. Do you think it is possible that your rank decrease was actually caused by some disciple from an outside sect? At that time, both I and your master were deep within the cave, while you and Wang Damao were outside. Even if someone took advantage of your unconsciousness to do something, it would be entirely normal. Why do you suspect me? The one who should be least suspected is indeed me. Though this was a rather convoluted argument, Lin Feishue found herself utterly stunned. She analyzed Yuan Hao's words meticulously and ultimately arrived at a conclusion that surprisingly made sense. Really? I don't even know if it is true. It's all mere speculation, but I trust that Shimmy certainly has her own judgment. Can you lend me the sword now, little Shimmy? Lin Feishue held the sword, feeling an odd sensation, though she couldn't quite articulate what was amiss. No, I don't sense your sincerity. Yuan Hao stared at her, who was somewhat evasive. You simply don't want to lend it. With her intentions laid bare, Lin Feishue decisively shoved Yuan Hao out of the room. I need to change my medicine. You can leave. Bang. Yuan Hao, who had intended to say something more, was met with a closed door, nearly colliding with his handsome face. He understood that borrowing the sword was not so simple. How could he win over Lin Feishue? Yuan Hao shook his head and departed. As night fell, a slight chill filled the air. The diligent disciples returned after a busy afternoon. Upon seeing Yuan Hao lying atop the pigpen gazing at the stars, they did not scold him for slacking. Instead, they wore smiles on their faces. Gathering together, they presented the Spirit Stone's ode to Yuan Hao. It seems your extra gains are not too shabby? The group whispered in secrecy, with Wang Damao bluntly asking, Senior brother, just tell us, is tonight bright or not? Yuan Hao stretched, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the sword. Taking a day off was necessary. Frequent appearances could attract unwanted attention. All right then, let us heed Senior Brother's words. After feeding the pigs and bathing the piglets, the 20 or so disciples sought out the elder to practice cultivation. For them, such opportunities were rare, and they would not miss any chance to improve. Lin Feishue, as the latest addition to the group, though not fully integrated into Yuan Hao's vibrant circle, was nonetheless able to cultivate alongside them, as long as she adhered to the rules set by the elder. Yuan Hao's presence or absence was a privilege granted to him by the elder. Soon, Lin Feishue and the 20 or so disciples entered a state of focus, closing their eyes and breathing deeply to grasp the essence of their cultivation techniques. The elder, finally free, settled down on the ground. Just as he was about to take a sip of wine to rejuvenate himself, Yuan Hao arrived and sat down beside him. These youngsters possessed terribly poor aptitude. Had it not been for my personal guidance, they would surely struggle to learn. The elder lamented as usual. After a moment of hesitation, Yuan Hao asked, Old sir, what did you do this afternoon? This afternoon, the elderly man furrowed his brows and delivered a sharp slap to Yuan Hao's thigh, causing intense pain that made the corners of his mouth and eyes twitch. It startled Lin Feishue and Wang Damao as well. I came looking for you. You young man, did not return all night, and by noon the next day, you were still missing. I feared for your safety and went to search for you. Guess what? I clumsily fell into a ditch. I ended up sleeping there until dusk before waking up. It is indeed fortunate that I did not drown. Lin Feishue and the other disciples, who were abruptly interrupted by his slap, could not help but burst out laughing. Upon witnessing this, the elder immediately urged them to focus on their cultivation, his old face reddening with embarrassment. In contrast, Yuan Hao appeared somewhat speechless. This afternoon, the old man had clearly gone to the main peak hall and had unilaterally arranged matters concerning him and Lin Yan. Why was he now lying? Did he truly not know my background? Yuan Hao pondered, suddenly feeling a weight lift as he leaned against the wooden railing and sighed in relief. Hey, I haven't even asked where you went, yet you are questioning me first? The elder's expression suddenly grew serious as he gazed at him. Did you see me lying in the ditch and chose not to rescue me? Now you come to mock me? Yuan Hao was utterly speechless. Old man, you are overthinking this, aren't you? If I had truly seen you sleeping in that ditch, I would have definitely returned to gather everyone to witness the spectacle. Ha ha. Over 20 disciples laughed heartily at this. Go on, you mischievous kids, stop making a ruckus, the elder commanded, urging them to attend to their tasks. You are always so secretive. I truly do not understand what you are thinking. If only I could decipher your thoughts. Yuan Hao, suddenly enlightened, glanced at the elder who was now pouring wine into his mouth, and then at Lin Feishue, who sat cross-legged with a strand of willow-like hair cascading over her cheek. He quickly stood up, dusting off the dirt from his trousers. Thank you, old man. Huh? Thank me for what? Thank you for remembering to look for me, even in such a drunken state. Yuan Hao left with a playful smile, intending to seek out Yuling to discuss certain matters. Hee, this mischievous boy. The elder, unaware of why he felt such satisfaction, suddenly found the wine in his hand more fragrant than ever. Chapter 37. The sky as a blanket, the earth as a bed. Isn't it romantic? Yuan Hao sought out Yuling, hoping she would assist him with a request. Without hesitation, Yuling agreed. However, upon hearing Yuan Hao's plan, her eyes brimmed with tears. Woo, shitty, how could you be so cruel? You actually want to sneak into the woods at night with another woman, engaging in flirtation. And you want me to hide in the shadows and spy on you. Shiji, what nonsense are you talking about? Yuan Hao exclaimed, astonished. Please do not misinterpret my intentions. I merely wish to bring Lin Feishue out tonight to inquire about that sword, and I need you to read her mind from the shadows to ascertain the connection between the sword and Lin Feishue, so that I may subsequently borrow the sword and find an opportunity. Where does sneaking into the woods come from? Where does flirtation come into play? Is it truly just that? Yuling gazed at him with a look of pitiful innocence. Of course. Then swear it. I swear I am not deceiving you, Shiji. Not that trivial oath, but you must swear to the heavens that in this lifetime, there will only be one little wooden hook for you. Yuling shyly murmured, her head bowed. What wooden hook? Shiji, please do not speak carelessly. You are putting me in a difficult position. And what is this pretense of shyness? You are not like this, I know you. Yuling covered her face with her hands, trembling violently, accompanied by soft sobs. Woo-woo, I never expected to be seen this way in Shidi's eyes. Please do not continuously read my thoughts. In the latter half of the night, Yuan Hao was fishing in a hollow on the back mountain of the Bloodsword sect, with Yuling keeping vigil nearby. Earlier that night, Yuan Hao had managed to extract some information from Lin Feishue after she finished her training. He had finally grasped the tenuous connection between Lin Feishue and the sword. Yuling mind-reading abilities could only glean thoughts from the same time frame, not memories. Yuan Hao had to employ considerable effort to guide Lin Feishue's thoughts, ultimately earning a disdainful eye roll and being labeled a lunatic. Fortunately, the toil of the evening was not in vain. With a flick, he reeled in a series of soul orbs, shattering them one by one, only to shake his head in disappointment as he released the remnants. What he sought was the residual soul of Lin Feishue's father, Lin Chongqing. This was the key to borrowing the sword from Lin Feishue, as the sword was a relic of Lin Chongqing. Shiji, Lin Chongqing is an elder of the Thunderclap Sanctuary, correct? Indeed. The Thunderclap Sanctuary and the Bloodsword sect have harbored a long-standing vendetta, and it is quite dramatic that Mei Xiaoyan left the Bloodsword sect to marry Lin Chongqing. Yuan Hao grimaced, pondering that Su Feiling and the elders had accepted Mei Xiaoyan as a mere servant disciple. He wondered why he should concern himself with such matters. That sword is called Ming Di Jian, a 6th-grade spirit weapon. In our Bloodsword sect, only the Master, the Hall Protector Elder, and select inner sect elders are entitled to possess 6th grade spirit weapons. 6th grade. No wonder it is so peculiar. Yuling Shuang continued. Ming Di Jian remains dormant until it is drawn, indicating that even the sheath is extraordinary. Strangely, only Lin Chongqing can unsheath it. Even Mei Xiaoyan cannot draw it. In Lin Feishua's understanding, a special incantation is required to draw Ming Di Jian. In other words, if I can capture Lin Chongqing's residual soul and obtain that incantation, I will have leverage in trading with Lin Feishua, ensuring she cannot refuse. Yuan Hao nodded, invigorated by the prospect. He had only 2 days left to secure the sword, otherwise, all would be for naught. A flurry of soul orbs ascended from the depths of the sea, only to be smashed apart with each punch. Regrettably, none were the ones Yuan Hao sought. However, he eagerly absorbed the techniques and martial arts he deemed valuable. Even if they could not be utilized immediately, they represented a significant resource accumulation which could prove essential in critical moments. At the very least, they could be compiled into a tome for sale, exchanging for spirit stones, and so forth. Suddenly, the sea of souls surged, and the surface erupted in a tempest of waves. Yuan Hao immediately recognized something was amiss. A flicker of excitement danced across his face. Based on past experiences, this could only signify a large soul orb, one exceeding a foot in diameter. He knew that whenever Shiji was nearby, unexpected treasures awaited. Yuling Shuang seemed to act as a beacon for the large soul orb, even drawing in orbs from 10 miles away. With a crash, a colossal wave of souls surged skyward, followed by a massive soul orb leaping from the sea. Yuan Hao was overjoyed at the sight of the grand soul orb, yet despite his elation, he shook his head, resolutely abandoning the idea of continuing to fish. He realized he could not retrieve such a thing on his own. Yuling Shuang had already exhausted her soul energy multiple times setting up the earthly fiend soul lock array, and further waste could endanger her life. He could not risk Yuling Shuang's safety for the sake of a single soul orb. Opportunities would abound. There was no need to rush. Shiji, let us return. Why? It is still early before dawn. I am tired. Yuan Hao refrained from disclosing the emergence of the large soul orb in the sea of souls. If she remained, the orb would not depart, and the smaller soul orbs in the vicinity had already been dispersed by the tumult. Moreover, judging by the size of the large soul orb, it was unlikely to belong to Lin Chongqing. As an elder of the Thunderclap Sanctuary and a formidable earthly wheel realm expert, Lin Chongqing's soul orb could indeed reach a foot in size, but Yuan Hao's instincts told him it would not be particularly large. He had yet to understand the correlation between the size of soul orbs and their owners' past lives, but based on earlier fishing experiences, it was not solely tied to the owner's realm in life, but rather to the most valuable means they possessed in life. In other words, Lin Chongqing's most valuable asset would likely be the secret incantation to control Ming Di Jian. Unlike martial techniques, secret methods do not have clear rankings. They possess unique conditions for activation. Thus, Yuan Hao surmised that Lin Chongqing's soul orb would likely be no larger than a human head. Exhausted, Yuling Shuang gently hooked her delicate, jade-like feet, slowly lifting the hem of her skirt. She reclined gracefully amidst the shards, her perfect waist-to-hip ratio unmistakably on display. A mere glance from an ordinary person would elicit a knowing response. With the sky as her blanket and the earth as her bed, Shitty, do you not find this romantic? Yuan Hao, wary, gazed at Yuling Shuang and inquired, Shiji, what are you planning to do? How annoying. Pretending to be unaware, she teased. This is unacceptable, Shiji. I am a traditional man. I could never indulge in such indiscretions in the wilderness. Woo, are you weary of me? Do you think that I no longer captivate you? Not at all. Then do you have other women? You wish for them to engage in dual cultivation while I cheer you on from the sidelines, do you not? I do not. The farce continued, yet nothing transpired due to Yuan Hao's insistence. The following day, he devoted himself to fishing, accumulating various techniques and martial skills, at least 30 or 40. Yet he had not located Lin Chongqing's soul fragment. Doubts began to creep in. Was his intuition misguided? Was it possible that the most valuable secret of Lin Chongqing was not the incantation of the Mingdiao sword, and thus the soul fragment was not of ordinary significance? On the third night, as darkness enveloped the surroundings, Yuling Shuang remained by his side, seated in the valley, fishing for the remnants of Lin Chongqing's spirit. This was the final day. Only a few hours remained until the appointed time. If he still had no success, he might have to resort to dubious methods to acquire the sword from Lin Feishua, compensating her afterward. Just as Yuan Hao was lost in thought, a soul fragment, approximately the size of a head, hooked onto his line. Distracted, he reeled it in and then unleashed a powerful strike, obliterating the soul fragment. As his gaze caught sight of the serpentine remnants awaiting invocation, a flicker of light suddenly ignited in his dim eyes. Chapter 38. Who is peeking at you? I am not. Do not speak nonsense. The secret incantation of the Ming Di sword. It is indeed this. Yuan Hao suppressed his overwhelming joy, and with a single thought, the remnant soul containing the incantation surged towards his brow. Once he absorbed the information, he transformed into a formidable warrior. How intriguing. Lin Changsheng, an elder of the Thunderous Hall, wields a sword that is not a creation of the hall, but rather a treasured heirloom passed down through generations of the Lin family. Only the heads of the family across generations and their chosen successors are deemed worthy to wield the Ming Di sword and its incantation. No wonder it nearly faded into obscurity. Yuan Hao closed his eyes, the secret incantation etched indelibly in his mind. It was impossible to forget. This direct inheritance of knowledge and experience made him feel as if he had become Lin Changsheng, even developing an unprecedented familiarity and affinity for the Ming Di sword. Junior brother, you succeeded, did you not? Yuling Shuang clapped her hands in excitement, her eyes sparkling like a starry sky. Indeed, it is thanks to you, senior sister, that I could fish without distraction. The back mountain often harbored spirit beasts, and there was even a chance that rogue cultivators from the outer sect could infiltrate. Yuling Shuang's company ensured his safety, a fact beyond dispute. When Yuling Shuang heard Yuan Hao praise her usefulness, she immediately covered her blushing face with her hands, appearing bashful while secretly overjoyed. The first phase of the task was complete. Time was of the essence, and now he needed to find Lin Feishue to continue discussing the matter of borrowing the sword. Senior sister, you should head back for now, Yuan Hao said, touching his nose. Yuling Shuang stood there, silent, her emotions brewing. She understood that all Yuan Hao did was for her, yet she could not control herself and always sought opportunities to tease him. Woo-woo, junior brother, are you a heartless scoundrel? Once you finish, you no longer care for me, leaving senior sister to pick up the pieces, right? Yuan Hao felt utterly speechless. He looked at her with an innocent expression, glancing down at Yuling Shuang, who was hiding her face with her jade hands yet occasionally stealing glances at him, her voice tinged with a whimper while her lips betrayed a hint of a smile. Senior sister, I implore you to act normally. Please refrain from such wild insinuations. In the dead of night, Yuan Hao stealthily returned to the pig farm. Lin Feishue's room was situated opposite that of the other servant disciples. Bathed in the silver moonlight, he cautiously approached, step by step. Yuan Hao feared that he might create noise and awaken the other servant disciples. If he were to be the subject of gossip, it would be troublesome. He stopped in front of Lin Feishue's door, contemplating a knock, but deemed it inappropriate. Like a thief, Yuan Hao scanned his surroundings, then crouched down, leaning forward to whisper through the door, "Junior sister." Suddenly, the door swung open, and Yuan Hao found himself unceremoniously thrust into an awkward situation. He froze, cold sweat trickling down his back. Heavens, are you toying with me? Why are you here again? Lin Feishue looked down at the immobile Yuan Hao nestled in her embrace, her lips twitching in anger. Her fury was palpable, transmitting directly to Yuan Hao's face. He slowly took 2 steps back, lifting his gaze to meet Lin Feishue's glaring eyes. Junior sister, if I were to say this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Lin Feishue remained silent, but let out a derisive laugh, her expression unmistakably conveying disbelief. How could such coincidences exist? Every time they met, he inexplicably ended up in her arms? It must be intentional. Fearing she might raise her voice and attract the attention of other servant disciples, Yuan Hao swiftly stepped forward and covered Lin Feishue's mouth. Listen to my explanation. This truly is not my fault. By heaven's conscience, how could there be no sound at all before you opened the door? Yuan Hao shamelessly attempted to shift the blame onto Lin Feishue. She pushed his hand away, crossing her arms over her ample bosom, leaning against the door frame, silently regarding him with a cold demeanor. As for why she had opened the door, Lin Feishue found it unworthy of explanation. However, the truth was this. She had spent the entire night wondering why Yuan Hao was so keen to engage her in conversation, as if he were desperately eager to know her. Lin Feishue even harbored a twinge of suspicion that his concern for her might stem from affection. Just as she struggled to find slumber, Yuan Hao arrived. His shadow, illuminated by the moonlight, cast upon her door. Lying in bed, Lin Feishue observed Yuan Hao's furtive movements as he hesitated outside. The moment he leaned against the door, thrusting his backside up and positioning his lips against the door crack, she could no longer restrain herself and opened the door. Then, the previous incident unfolded. I was wondering who the oblivious soul was planning to spy on me. I never expected it to be you, senior brother. Lin Feishue pronounced the word senior brother with particular emphasis. Yuan Hao, tapping the back of his head, raised a finger in front of her alluring red lips, signaling her to lower her voice. Junior sister, you must not speak such nonsense. How could I be peeking at you? Not peeking? Then why were you bending over to look through the door crack? That was not my eye looking. It was my mouth, calling for you. Humph. Lin Feishue rolled her eyes, clearly unconvinced by his flimsy excuse. It appears I shall have to change how I address you. No longer shall I call you senior brother. You shall henceforth be known as the shameless scoundrel. Yuan Hao. Deep down, Lin Feishue felt her cheeks warm up in embarrassment. Since you claim not to have come to spy on me, then pray tell, what is your purpose? Yuan Hao motioned for her to dress and accompany him. In the dead of night. Where do you intend to take me? You shall find out once we arrive. Bring your sword. I refuse. Lin Feishue replied warily. If you do not come, you shall surely regret it. Yuan Hao gazed into her eyes, his expression resolute. Lin Feishue felt a bit dazed, her thoughts spiraling. Could it be that he intends to confess his feelings tonight? I must admit, he is rather handsome. Yet, I am not prepared. A cultivator ought to prioritize their training, especially since my matters with my stepmother remain unresolved. I must distinguish between priorities. However, if it is for the sake of Xiaoma, agreeing to his confession would bring me closer to Yuan Hao, thereby facilitating my understanding of his true nature. Could this not expedite the task entrusted to me by Xiaoma? In the end, Lin Feishue armed herself with a sword and departed from the sect's pig farm with Yuan Hao, heading towards the back mountain. Why choose such a dangerous location? It is precisely because Yuan Hao is well aware that once the secret incantation is uttered, the 6th grade spiritual weapon, Ming Di Jian, would be drawn, triggering a series of disturbances that could attract the attention of the sect leader and elders. However, after traveling such a distance, Lin Feishue began to feel apprehensive. Could he possibly be planning something forceful? Oh dear, if I were to be bullied by him in such a place, it would be as if the heavens turned a blind eye and the earth offered no refuge. It would be manageable to acquiesce to him, but what if I resisted? Would that lead to trouble? What if he were to erase all traces of me? How foolish of me not to consider these factors and allow myself to be brought here. Junior sister, there is something of great importance I wish to convey to you. I agree. Chapter 39. How infuriating. Stinky woman, stay away from my man. Lin Feishue's spontaneous exclamation left Yuan Hao momentarily bewildered. Agree? Lin Feishue nodded nervously, glancing around anxiously, her heart racing as if it might leap out of her throat. Senior brother, I agree. Everything is negotiable. Please be gentle. I'm scared. This is my first time. Yuan Hao paused, frowning in contemplation. He found it curious how Lin Feishue seemed to know he was about to teach her the art of sword drawing. It appeared she was even aware that he intended to use a mantra as a trade-off for borrowing her sword. Could she possess the ability to read minds? That seemed implausible. Yuling had stated that such mind-reading techniques were gleaned from the ancient steel of the Tianmu. With Lin Feishue's background, she could hardly have accessed Tianmu Peak. Could she? Although he was perplexed, he nodded in agreement. Yes, you're right. The first time does require caution. After all, it is quite sharp. If it were to slice and draw blood, it could even injure the bone, which would be troublesome. Lin Feishue's delicate face was filled with a multitude of question marks. Was it truly so sharp? The thought was somewhat terrifying. Senior brother, I'm afraid. Her nerves rendered her speechless. Afraid of what? It will be over quickly. Yuan Hao found it quite peculiar. Senior brother, are you quick? He pondered that reciting the mantra indeed required a moment. Approximately 3 seconds, I suppose. Is it that fast? Lin Feishue's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression revealing a hint of pity and sympathy. This is already quite slow, you know? Do you have any idea how much can happen in 3 seconds? Who knows why the Lin family insisted on incorporating a mantra for the Mingdiao sword? It's utterly nonsensical. By the time I finish reciting the mantra and draw the sword, the person would have already met their end. Lin Feishue simply stared at him, hesitant to speak. Well, 3 seconds is merely a blink. It will pass in no time. Shall I lie down? Yuan Hao frowned, asking, lie down for what? Standing is sufficient. Standing is fine. I'm afraid I might not be able to stand if it hurts. It won't be that intense. Yuan Hao had acquired a fragment of Lin Chongqing's memories, where the act of drawing the Mingdiao sword appeared remarkably smooth. Lin Feishue felt warmth flood her body, a dizziness clouding her mind. She could scarcely believe what she had just heard. Yuan Hao was swift. Moreover, he exhibited no reluctance in discussing the matter. Even displaying a hint of pride, Lin Feishue felt her worldview shatter into countless shards. All right, as long as you don't harm me, I will cooperate. Lin Feishue resolved to stop overthinking. Then please hand me the sword. Yuan Hao extended his hand. The sword? What do you need the sword for? Lin Feishue, filled with trepidation, regarded the Mingdiao sword as her protective talisman. Though it could not be drawn, it still possessed a certain deterrent power. Did we not agree just a moment ago? I will draw the sword for you to see. Draw the sword? Lin Feishue appeared utterly confused. When did they discuss drawing the sword? Yuan Hao, growing impatient, remarked, Are you toying with me? I understand your disbelief, but I assure you, 3 seconds from now, I shall draw the sword. Whether it is true or false shall reveal itself. 3 seconds refers to this. A confession? If the confession fails, would it be coercion? Was it all merely her own wild imaginings? Lin Feishue realized she had misunderstood, her face turning pale as she stammered, You cannot draw my sword. You'll see once I have it. Oh, Lin Feishue, in a daze, handed him the sword. Yuan Hao smiled mysteriously, tapping the sword sheath a few times. Watch closely. He muttered a string of mantras, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into the sword. With a resounding clang, the sword shot forth from its sheath, glinting coldly. The sword's aura swept through the area, instantly severing ancient trees within a radius of several hundred meters. Its might rivaled that of techniques employed by those in the Lingxue realm. And this was merely the edge of the sword. A 6th-grade spiritual weapon, indeed fearsome. Buzzing, Yuan Hao deftly commanded the drawn Mingdiao sword back to his side, directing it with mere finger gestures, as light as a feather. Lin Feishue stood there, utterly mesmerized, her eyes wide open. How did you do that? Please teach me. Seeing her captivated, Yuan Hao swiftly waved his hand, causing the Mingdiao sword to return to its sheath, the eerie sword winds surrounding them ceasing. Lin Feishue grasped Yuan Hao's shoulders, fearful he might flee. Tell me, how can you control the Mingdiao sword? Speak quickly. Her bewilderment was evident in her eyes, her entire face marked by intense astonishment and strangeness. I apologize for raising my voice. Senior brother, please tell me, you? Yuan Hao certainly would not divulge that it was due to his connection with the remnants of Lin Chongqing's soul. However, this matter, regardless of how one viewed it, was undeniably linked to Lin Chongqing. The Mingdiao sword could only be wielded by the patriarch of the Lin family and those designated as successors. Yuan Hao, being unrelated to the Lin family, controlling the sword's mantra seemed exceedingly mysterious to Lin Feishue. By sheer coincidence, I stumbled upon a small booklet nearby that documented the Mingdiao sword and its mantra. Lin Feishue was aware that Lin Chongqing had perished near the back mountain of the Xuejin sect. She had no doubts about this, even believing that the items Yuan Hao referred to were left behind by Lin Chongqing. Senior brother, where is the booklet? It has been damaged over time. The disappointment on Lin Feishue's face was palpable. Do you wish to learn the mantra? Of course. Senior brother, will you teach me? You will teach me, won't you? Yuan Hao thought to himself that while Lin Feishue appeared somewhat pitiful, the mantra was crucial for holding her in check. He could not reveal everything all at once. The sword-drawing mantra and the sword-controlling mantra were 2 distinct parts. He could withhold the sword-controlling mantra and exchange the sword-drawing mantra for borrowing the sword. Moreover, he could not disclose the mantra to her in advance. Junior sister, I need to borrow the sword for a task tomorrow. Once I'm done, I will return the sword along with the drawing mantra. All right. Lin Feishue nodded without hesitation. Her decisiveness left Yuan Hao somewhat taken aback, as he had anticipated her to bargain with him. Let us settle this then. Yuan Hao patted her fragrant shoulder, his smile rather lewd. 20 zhang away, behind a cluster of towering, chaotic stones, Yuling disregarded the image of a senior sister in her sect, half kneeling and hiding her rounded, pert backside. Her eyes were fixed intently, glowing with a fiery red light. She had stealthily followed him, unbeknownst to Yuan Hao. The conversation between the two had reached her ears with crystal clarity. Moreover, she had delved into the thoughts of Yuan Hao and Lin Feishue, an inexplicable sense of crisis surging within her. How infuriating. That wretched woman should keep her distance from my man. Such lewd thoughts were swirling in her mind. Humph, her backside isn't as ample as mine, nor are her legs as long. Thankfully, my junior disciple harbors no feelings for her. Yuling Shuang's jealousy was palpable, her heart a tangle of bitterness. Do not let me catch you laying hands on my junior brother, or I shall make you regret it. With a huff in her heart, she knew that nothing would transpire between them, thus she cautiously withdrew. Yuan Hao would soon seek her out, and she must feign ignorance. At dawn, Yuan Hao wrapped the sword in cloth to prevent the elder from recognizing it as Lin Feishu's. He would not swagger into the main peak with the sword in hand, but would keep it within his storage spirit tool. Only when the annihilation Black Lotus erupted would he retrieve the sword. The blinding light at the center of the explosion would effectively obscure the elder's recognition of it. Yuan Hao had previously requested that only the elder be present to witness the event, having anticipated the sword's significance, thus securing his own advantage. Sister, is there anything that can record images? With his mask adjusted, Yuan Hao prepared to depart for the main peak, while Yuling Shuang assisted him in arranging the disciple's garb. Before leaving, she inquired further. Yes, there is the Gui Hua Shi, which can capture both sound and images. Do you have any? Yuling Shuang casually produced a few pieces for him. What do you need this for? I have my reasons. Chapter 40. Stability is paramount. 5 for 2 is not a loss. Yuling Shuang did not inquire further, but remarked, as long as you infuse your spiritual energy, you can activate the Gui Hua Shi. A single Gui Hua Shi can roughly record the images for the duration of an incense stick. Understood. Yuan Hao responded as he stored both the sword and the Gui Hua Shi into his spatial pouch. Junior brother. Yuling Shuang suddenly furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of worry and concern gracing her beautiful face. Are you afraid I might lose? She pouted slightly, whispering, I merely fear that you might intentionally concede. Why would you harbor such concerns? He asked. Because then you would be free of me. Yuan Hao. Yuling Shuang observed him speechless, but then a mischievous smile appeared, and like a ghost, she began to flit about playfully. At times, she would be behind him, her hands caressing his face. At other moments, she would be in front, drawing gentle circles on his chest. Occasionally, her delicate chin would rest on his shoulder, and at times, she would blow warm breath near his ear. Junior brother, you know my heart belongs solely to you, and my body is yours alone. Even if you were to intentionally lose to Lin Yan, I would never have any connection with him. Moreover, if I were to discover that you truly had ulterior motives, you should be well aware of the dire consequences that would follow. Some things, whether consumed over a lifetime or in one go, are still consumed. I hope you comprehend my meaning. Yuan Hao silently tightened his pants, nodding slightly as a bead of cold sweat trickled down his back. Sister, you must be overthinking this. I have exerted so much effort solely to win. Why would you entertain such worries? I have a deep-seated grudge against Lin Yan. He raised his hand high in a gesture of oath. He admitted that for a fleeting moment, he had pondered this issue, but he would never act in such a manner. A man who would sever ties with a woman who genuinely loves him by pushing her toward another man is undeniably repugnant. Yuling Shuang was quite pleased with his answer, nodding with a smile. It was not that she doubted Yuan Hao. Rather, she wished to convey through this teasing manner that victory or defeat was of little consequence in her eyes. Even in defeat, there was no need for burden. She would always belong to him. This is my good junior brother. So remember, no matter what happens, your safety is paramount. Do you understand? In the main hall of the peak, everyone had already gathered. Yuling Shuang entered with Yuan Hao and greeted each individual in turn. Master Ancestor, Master, and the 3 elders, we apologize for our tardiness. The elderly figure remained inebriated. The Grand Elder and the Guardian Elder remained silent, while Su Feiling merely nodded. Lin Yan approached with a cheerful smile, and Yuling Shuang responded politely with a few words. Although it was just a brief exchange, it brought great joy to Lin Yan. Since joining the Shuejian sect, he had regarded Yuling Shuang as his guiding star. He had worked diligently over the years at Tianmu Peak, awaiting an opportunity to make requests of the sect leader. However, the appearance of this named disciple nearly derailed his carefully laid plans. But it was fine. Soon, he would eliminate this trivial obstacle. Lin Yan, suppressing the urge to twitch his face, glanced at the silent Yuan Hao. As previously agreed, I will not retaliate. I will merely stand there. But if the force I unleash sends you back to your demise, I will not bear any responsibility. Yuan Hao had no desire to engage in conversation, feeling that making threats before a battle was foolish and wasteful. He knew he could not change Lin Yan's mind with mere words. Thus, He deemed it unnecessary to speak further. Lin Yan, feeling slighted by the indifference shown by Yuan Hao, seethed inwardly. A mere named disciple. So audacious. Suddenly, he entertained a thought, shaking his head mockingly. You wouldn't be lacking in confidence, would you? Is that why you're too afraid to speak? Sister, what is appealing about this coward? A hint of coldness flickered in Yuling Shuang's eyes. She nearly retorted, but was halted by Yuan Hao. Adjusting his mask, he addressed the elderly figure. Master Ancestor, unless there are additional instructions, shall we commence? Upon hearing this, Su Feiling and the Grand Elder exchanged surprised glances. What was this named disciple's calmness about? However, considering that Lin Yin would not retaliate in this battle, they chose not to dwell on it further. Heh, kid, you've got guts, the elderly figure remarked, stowing his wine gourd at his waist, signaling them to proceed to the circular plaza in front of the main hall. The plaza was expansive. The elder stomped his feet, forming intricate seals with his hands, and opened a spatial array of approximately 1,000 feet in scale. With the emergence of this spatial array, the air within the entire region displayed evident distortion. The array was entirely black, resembling thick ink, rendering its interior invisible. The two guardian elders exhibited unusual excitement. Our senior brother is quite serious. He has actually set up such a vast black prison array. It can easily trap any Earth Wheel Realm practitioner. Indeed, no one has ever escaped from the black prison array. Senior brother has used it 5 times, and this will be the 6th. Who would have thought that after many years, it would be utilized for such a lavish purpose? The two guardian elders chattered excitedly. Su Feiling also marveled at her senior uncle's grand gesture, wondering if sealing off a small area was truly necessary. Perhaps he was still intoxicated and lacked judgment? The elderly figure was the first to leap into the array, and the moment his body made contact with the black formation, an eerie energy emanated from the array's walls, and he vanished, as if swallowed whole. Before departing, Lin Yin cast a glance at Yuling Shuang, his elation palpable. Anticipating the perfect conclusion to this matter, he could hardly contain himself. Meanwhile, Yuan Hao rubbed his chin repeatedly, scrutinizing the black array space, astonished that it emitted not a single ripple of energy. Truly a remarkable artifact. One can arbitrarily alter the size of the internal space, effectively shielding everything within from sight and sensation. In the event of being pursued by cultivators or spirit beasts in the wilderness, this would serve as a life-saving talisman. The He Yu Tian Lao formation, is it? I wonder where the old master acquired it. If the opportunity arises, I must also grasp the nuances and experiences of setting up formations. With a swift motion, Lin Yin had already made his way inside. Yuan Hao was about to follow suit when he overheard 2 elder guardians engaged in animated discussion. The He Yu Tian Lao formation seems to have been created by our senior brother, does it not? Indeed, this formation is quite versatile. It can serve as a cage to ensnare opponents or as a defensive measure to safeguard oneself. Alas, it is exceedingly difficult to master. I have sought guidance from senior brother multiple times, and though he has made attempts to teach me, I simply cannot grasp it. Upon hearing their conversation, Yuan Hao nearly stumbled to the ground in shock. The He Yu Tian Lao formation is a technique of the old master? That spells disaster. Unless he were to perish and I could fish out his residual soul, it would be impossible for me to learn it with my innate, lackluster talent. How vexing. Yuan Hao shook his head in despair. Su Feiling, noticing his distressed countenance, kindly advised, if you lack confidence in yourself, it may be best to abandon the endeavor altogether. After all, if you were to sustain injuries, it would be a grave loss. Ahem, thank you for the reminder. Sect Master, I am willing to give it a try. With that, Yuan Hao hastily made his exit. He leaped lightly into the spirit formation space, where silence enveloped him. Inside the space, Yuan Hao felt as though he had plunged into a water sphere. To his astonishment, he could clearly observe everything occurring outside. The formation walls were no longer dark, but rather transparent. All right, you 2 little ones, do not waste any more time. Let us commence. From the outset, Lin Yin exhibited undeniable combat experience and advantage. Although he looked down upon his opponent, he swiftly created distance between them. With a deft movement, he formed seals, enveloping himself in a deep blue aura. You have but one chance. If you cannot harm me, it shall be your defeat. Remember that. Lin Yin smirked disdainfully, his hands positioned behind him, clearly inviting the challenge. He meant to say that he would remain unscathed even without using his hands. Clap, clap, clap. Yuan Hao could not help but applaud him. Such conceited confidence. I now seriously suspect that Lin Yin is not merely at the publicly acknowledged 9th grade, but rather possesses the prowess of the 1st grade. The energy of a purple jade earth core crystal rivals that of a 5th grade elixir. However, my realm is too low. The spirit energy used as a base to mix with the purple jade earth core crystals is not sufficiently potent. If he intercepts it, I will be in trouble. Perhaps I should play it safe and incorporate 2 purple jade earth core crystals. Winning would allow me to claim 5 5th grade elixirs. A trade of 5 for 2 is quite advantageous. Chapter 41. You wouldn't want others to know how miserable you are, would you? After all, once defeated, there would be no elixirs left to claim, and a precious Ziyu Dixing crystal would be wasted. Speaking of which, the fusion of 2 Ziyu Dixing crystals into the Annihilation Black Lotus possesses immense power. What if it accidentally leads to his demise? The Grand Elder would surely strangle me. Perhaps it will be fine. After all, Song Lao is by my side. Lin Yin, as a leading figure among the disciples of the Bloodsword sect, would likely not be disregarded by Song Lao when it comes to his life or death. Yes, there is nothing to worry about. Yuan Hao gathered his courage and began to channel spiritual energy into his palm. However, this act naturally revealed his strength at the 6th rank of the spiritual body. When Lin Yin sensed the feeble wave of spiritual energy, his arms involuntarily drooped. He stared at him, as if petrified. 6th rank of the spiritual body? Am I sure I did not misinterpret this? Is it indeed the spiritual body realm rather than the earthly response realm? What is going on? Most inner sect disciples are at the earthly response realm, with only a handful at the spiritual bone realm. This is clearly abnormal. It is exceedingly unusual. Firstly, this level of strength cannot possibly qualify one to be a named disciple of the inner sect. Lin Yin doubted his true identity. Secondly, why would Yuling Shuang be paired with someone at the 6th rank of the spiritual body? Indeed, the matter of being partners was a fabrication from the very beginning. Lin Yin felt conflicted, his heart torn in two. One half was exhilarated, while the other was vexed. The excitement stemmed from his nearly certain conclusion that Yuling Shuang and this lad before him were not true partners. The vexation arose from the fact that the other party was merely at the 6th rank of the spiritual body, several realms below his own strength. Was this not a humiliation to himself? Lin Yin found it hard to comprehend. Could it be that senior sister Yu is deliberately testing me? To see whether I possess the resolve to become her partner? If I concede, this matter will be left unresolved. If I do not concede and complete these processes, will she then agree to me? Haha, it must be so. The more Lin Yin contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, his vexation dissipating, and his concern over Yuan Hao's true identity as a named disciple fading. After all, they are merely supporting characters, not worthy of my attention. Come on, lad. As long as you blink, I will count it as my defeat. This is simply laughable. 6th rank of the spiritual body. As long as there were no prior agreements preventing me from countering, I could obliterate him with a mere finger. Lin Yin mumbled softly, yet the next moment, he could not control the twitching of his face, his eyes widening in disbelief. Yuan Hao had produced 2 purple crystals from his storage spirit device. As the direct disciple of the Grand Elder, Lin Yin's vision was naturally keen. He instantly recognized them as the legendary Ziyu Dixing crystals. What on earth? This lad actually possesses such valuable items. Even I do not have them. Who provided these to him? What is he planning to do by revealing the Ziyu Dixing crystals now? In response to Yuan Hao's peculiar actions, Song Lao merely smacked his lips, muttering softly, "Has this lad gone mad?" Truly extravagant. With a whoosh, a pale blue spiritual lotus appeared in Yuan Hao's palm. The lotus, no larger than a palm, spiraled quietly in his hand. Heaven forbid, if this works out, I shall bow in gratitude. Yuan Hao gazed at the spiritual lotus, his expression growing more serious. After all, this endeavor requires a single successful attempt. There would be no opportunity for a second try. Should anything go awry, the consequences would be dire. Although theoretically feasible, the actual results remain to be seen. As he resolutely tossed the 2 Ziyu Dixing crystals into the mix, the blue lotus instantaneously transformed in hue, erupting into a violent black. The energy within the Ziyu Dixing crystals surged forth ceaselessly. The palm-sized black lotus swelled to half a zhang in an instant. Yuan Hao cradled the black lotus, exerting all his strength to prevent the annihilation black lotus from exploding in his hands. This is exceedingly difficult to control. My hands feel numbed. My entire body is electrified, even more so than Senior Sister S techniques. Lin Yin watched this scene in astonishment. After a considerable pause, he finally reacted. The secret technique of the Black Lotus sect, the Annihilation Black Lotus? Such a massive Black Lotus, this, is meant to eliminate me. Even Lin Yan, who had been playful and relaxed just moments ago, felt an unsettling shift, every hair on his body standing on end. The secret techniques of the Black Lotus sect are never divulged. Even their own members must meet specific age requirements to practice them. You are a disciple of the Bloodsword sect. How do you possess the secret techniques of the Black Lotus sect? Answer me. Lin Yan's voice was swiftly drowned by the urgent tearing sounds of the Annihilation Black Lotus. He had no choice but to look towards Song Lao beside him. Master, there is something amiss with him. There is a significant issue. Song Lao waved his hand, indicating that it was not a major concern. The rules do not limit our means. If you wish to know why he possesses the secret techniques of the Black Lotus sect, we shall discuss it once this matter reaches a conclusion. Lin Yan was dumbfounded. Those are 2 Xiu Dixing crystals. I might very well be ruined. Do you wish to concede? It is not too late to concede. Song Lao stated expressionlessly. Concede? How could that be possible? The word concede does not exist in my dictionary. Damn. Before Lin Yan could finish his sentence, Yuan Hao had already hurled the Annihilation Black Lotus towards him. The Black Lotus spun through the air, tearing apart the atmosphere, emitting a terrifying sound. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yan could easily evade the Black Lotus, if nothing else. He could retaliate with an equally powerful technique to counter this force, securing an absolute advantage. However, now Lin Yan felt a headache coming on. He even regretted his earlier showmanship of placing his hands behind his back. To confront this with my body would surely invite disaster. Only a fool would take it head-on. The rules state I must endure one attack from him, yet it does not specify that I cannot defend, right? Great Purple Flame Array. Lin Yan formed the seals before the Annihilation Black Lotus reached him, deploying a formation ablaze with purple flames. Song Lao began to retreat, realizing that his intervention was no longer necessary, yet he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This lad has even employed attribute techniques. It seems he is under considerable pressure. To be frank, it is my first time witnessing the Annihilation Black Lotus formed from the fusion of 2 Xiu Dixing crystals. Although the Black Lotus sect possesses such peculiar secret techniques, it has never thrived, remaining a second-rate force in the 2 states. They would never be so generous as to use Xiu Dixing crystals as fusion materials. Boom. A moment's contemplation passed in the blink of an eye. The Annihilation Black Lotus has collided with the Great Purple Flame Spirit Array, producing an unusual sound. As the space of the spiritual array is instantly filled with the energy of the purple jade earth core crystals. Every inch of space has been detonated. One can even hear the sounds of the air being solidified and then shattered. Yuan Hao was engulfed in the explosion of the Annihilation Black Lotus, but he had already drawn the Ming Diao sword for protection. Just as he was about to be drawn into the heart of the explosion, the Ming Diao sword began to tremble, forming a crimson barrier that shielded him. This seems to be the sword's edge. Only at the moment of life and death does the sword's edge leap forth from its sheath to provide protection. The explosion of the Annihilation Black Lotus lasted a full half an incense stick's worth of time. Yuan Hao bore witness to the bizarre scene at the center of the explosion, as if the very air was being torn apart and reassembled. It was truly terrifying. Had it not been for the Ming Diao sword, he would have turned to ashes the moment he was drawn in. Indeed, even a strong practitioner at the earthquake realm must endure immense suffering, and could even perish on the spot. Yuan Hao demonstrated through experience and action that the Annihilation Black Lotus, formed from the fusion of 2 purple jade earth core crystals, is indeed overwhelmingly powerful. One misstep could lead to death. Outside the array space, the tremors of the prison array caused everyone's hearts to tighten. This amplitude resembled a certain martial art exploding. Who could it be? Lin Yan? He cannot retaliate. How could he possibly execute a martial technique? It must be that other kid. Huh. A named disciple can unleash such a powerful martial technique. Everyone understood what had transpired inside, and thus felt a sense of urgency. Yuling Shuang was no exception. Everything will be fine. My junior brother assured me it would be fine. Though he values his life, he is remarkably resilient. Oh dear, speaking of which, I really want my junior brother to take care of me. Within the spiritual array space, Yuan Hao swiftly moved his gaze, searching for Lin Yan's whereabouts. Soon, he discovered Lin Yan's figure at the corner of the array wall. Lin Yan leaned against the wall, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth and various parts of his body, his face ashen. He seemed to be in shock, still processing what had occurred. His eyes were mostly filled with terror. A sixth-grade spirit body, relying on secret techniques and purple jade earth core crystals, nearly forced him to obliterate his own physical form. Had it not been for the enhancement of the spiritual array with attribute techniques, he would have already been sharing tea with the King of Hell. Yuan Hao quickly used the remaining spiritual energy to retrieve the strange image stone that Yuling had given him and tossed it near Lin Yan. Lin Yan took a step forward, suddenly spitting blood and kneeling on the ground, his entire face contorted. He hastily pulled out a vial of healing spiritual liquid and drank it, feeling significantly better. Lin Yan no longer had the energy to channel the medicinal properties of the spiritual liquid, allowing his body to absorb it autonomously. His gaze was fixed on Yuan Hao, filled with a murderous intent. An elder slowly approached Yuan Hao, licking the mouth of his empty gourd. Lin Yan, you have lost. Lin Yan lowered his head, unwilling to accept defeat. He bowed to the elder and implored, Master, I suspect he is a spy for the Black Lotus sect, prepared for this moment. Allow me to confront him for clarification. Before he received the elder's permission, Lin Yan, unable to contain himself, decisively struck out. The so-called clarification was merely an excuse to beat Yuan Hao. Can't take a loss. You are being unreasonable. The elder waved his hand lightly, causing Lin Yan to float away, landing gently without sustaining further injury. Master, why do you protect him? Lin Yan could not comprehend. Was it not obvious that he wielded the Annihilation Black Lotus? Young man, do you know why I am involved in this matter? I acknowledge that you are a rare child of destiny in the Blood Sword sect, with all resources tilted in your favor, and even I have a great fondness for you. But what have you done? Knowing that this boy and Xiao Fei Ling's disciple are already partners in the way, you persist in your pursuit. Is this the conduct befitting a disciple of the Sword sect? Lin Yan lowered his head, resentful, but too intimidated to retort. After a moment, he spoke. Elder, if he is a spy for the Black Lotus sect, would he not endanger senior sister Yu? Young man, explain why you would resort to such secret techniques. Yuan Hao clasped his hands and replied, the Black Lotus sect derives its name from secret techniques, not the other way around. The Annihilation Black Lotus is not exclusive to the Black Lotus sect. My methods of acquiring secret techniques are similar to theirs, but unrelated. I have secretly practiced this technique for 2.5 years to master it. The elder nodded. I am somewhat familiar with that kind of secret technique. It is indeed, as you say, to fuse such a technique to rival a 5th-grade pill in just 2.5 years. You are indeed a rare child of destiny. Lin Yan watched as Yuan Hao and the elder exchanged words harmoniously, suddenly feeling somewhat choked. Master, have you lost your mind? You actually believe him? This farce, you have lost. I warn you not to continue pursuing senior sister Yu. Otherwise, what can you do? Lin Yan felt a pang of pain in his liver, and his facial muscles twitched. Yuan Hao beckoned with his hand, and several pieces of strange image stones returned to him. He activated one of the stones, projecting an image of Lin Yan, bloodied and kneeling on the ground from a left-side perspective. Lin Yan stared at the scene, momentarily stunned. Surely, you wouldn't want others to see you in such a miserable state, would you? Chapter 42. This secret, I'll carry it for a lifetime. Do you dare to threaten me? Lin Yan seethed with anger. Master Ancestor, he is threatening me. The elder smacked his lips. Is it necessary for me to arbitrate between the two of you? Are you not threatening him as well? Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. It seemed reasonable at first, but he quickly retorted, what about your impersonation as an inner sect disciple? Before Lin Yan could finish his sentence, Yuan Hao activated the second mysterious image stone. The scene revealed Lin Yan kneeling on the ground, his face contorted in agony. It appears that a low-angle shot is not your best angle. Your face seems rather swollen. Yuan Hao's words nearly caused Lin Yan to erupt with rage. You, a 6th-grade spirit body, have mastered the Annihilation Black Lotus. There must be some hidden truths here. Your explanations are riddled with inconsistencies, leading me to suspect that you are lying. Just now, such a violent explosion occurred that even my formation could not withstand the impact, yet you emerged unscathed. Why is that? Once we leave, I shall inform the sect leader and elders to investigate. Yuan Hao proceeded to activate the third mysterious image stone, this time from a bird's eye view. The image depicted Lin Yan, hair disheveled, after being struck by the Annihilation Black Lotus. You, will you never cease? Lin Yan glared at Yuan Hao, his eyes bloodshot. He then caught a glimpse of Yuan Hao's palm, and his heart skipped a beat. Damn it, how could there be 2 more mysterious image stones? Surely, those must be from the rear and right angles. This kid came prepared. It's over, all over. If these images were to accidentally leak out, my position as the direct disciple of the Grand Elder would surely. Not only would my reputation plummet, but I could even be ridiculed for being unable to withstand an attack from a mere 6th-grade spirit body. If word reached other sects, they would belittle both me and the Grand Elder. I, Lin Yan, am a prominent figure of the Bloodsword sect. Good news rarely spreads, while bad news travels far and wide. If this were to leak, it would not take long for the entire second continent to turn me into a laughingstock at the dinner table. What to do? The more Lin Yan thought about it, the more ominous it felt. His mind was in turmoil. He had a promising future, and it was highly likely that it would all be ruined starting today. I must find an opportunity to deal with him. Yes, an opportunity. But if he were to die, sister, you would definitely suspect me first. Lin Yan was indecisive, continuing to look at Yuan Hao. What do you intend to do? Regarding Sister Yu's matter, very well, I shall not mention it again. Yuan Hao nodded in satisfaction. As for my cultivation level, I assure you, I shall not speak a word. As expected of the Grand Elder's chief disciple, undoubtedly clever since childhood. It was unclear whether Yuan Hao was jesting or sincere. He tossed one of the mysterious image stones to Lin Yan. Fearing he would be too late, Lin Yan hastily caught the stone and crushed it into powder. What about the rest? One must always guard against others. If I were to give you all the mysterious image stones, what if you sought trouble with me afterward? Damn it, this kid has outsmarted me again. Rest assured, as long as you behave, this secret shall remain concealed forever. Yuan Hao reassured him, wearing an expression that suggested this secret would be his to keep for a lifetime. At this point, Lin Yan had no other recourse and could only swallow his grievances. Oh, by the way, you wouldn't resort to using someone else's hand too. Yuan Hao made a gesture as if to cut his throat. I, Lin Yan, would never stoop so low. Lin Yan scoffed. TSK. I have encountered many who are hypocritical, but rest assured, if I find myself in trouble one day, you will be my first consideration. Who can guarantee that they will never encounter trouble in their lifetime? So, it seems the blame is to be placed on oneself? Yuan Hao stored the remaining mysterious image stones in his spatial artifact and casually produced a bottle of Ziyu Qiongjiang, presenting it to the elder. What are you up to, kid? Just a gesture of goodwill. Yuan Hao, of course, wished for his matters not to be leaked by the elder. Disciple heard from sister that master ancestor has a fondness for fine wine. This Ziyu Qiongjiang is a rare find. While its value can only be compared to third-grade pills and spiritual liquids, adding it to wine offers a unique flavor. I hope master ancestor enjoys it. The elder smacked his lips. You certainly know how to ingratiate yourself. Ziyu Qiongjiang is indeed a fine item. Since you've shown such thoughtfulness, I shall not stand on ceremony. But just one bottle? Old man, do you expect more? Yuan Hao thought to himself, is one bottle not enough? I have expended all my resources on the Annihilation Black Lotus. Despite his thoughts, Yuan Hao retrieved another bottle. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not overlook the advantages he gained from this affair. Thanks in no small part to the elder securing some relatively fair conditions for him. Especially after Yuan Hao sent over the second bottle of Ziyu Qiongjiang, he rubbed his hands together. Master Ancestor, about the medicinal pills? You think I could forget? Master Ancestor must have misunderstood. I merely wish to suggest that if you require it, you may keep a medicinal pill to infuse with the wine. The elder produced a pill and handed it to him. You should keep it for yourself. Does this thing even taste good when infused with wine? Of course, it does not. If it were tasty, would Yuan Hao even bring it up? The elder was quite perceptive. Look at how quickly this kid stashed the pill away. Lin Yan stood aside, dumbfounded, watching the two. He felt that the atmosphere between them was far more harmonious than he had imagined, and the elder's demeanor was friendlier than the rumors suggested. Lin Yan, Master Ancestor, I am here. Lin Yan came back to his senses. You possess exceptional talent and a bright future ahead, and your master has invested considerable effort in you. In the future, remember to think carefully before acting. Do not be muddled. Yes, disciple understands. Good, you may leave now. The elder was the first to exit the black prison's array. With a wave of his hand, the six-sided formation collapsed like a sheet of paper, vanishing into his palm. Yuan Hao and Lin Yan floated gently to the ground. At the first glance, everyone present was captivated by the blood-stained sword attire Lin Yan wore, and their expressions began to shift dramatically. Master, Lin Yan steeled himself and approached the Grand Elder, hesitant to meet his gaze. Have you lost? Whether in defeat or not, one can simply devote oneself to cultivation henceforth. I have lived for over 2 centuries, and I have never had a Tao companion. What of it? Solitude brings greater freedom. The Grand Elder consoled Lin Yan, yet internally, he felt as if struck by lightning. The wounds afflicting Lin Yan were the doing of that young lad. Alas, heaven, are you mocking our master-disciple bond? The other party is merely a named disciple. What means could he possess to injure Lin Yan? Master, please refrain from speaking. I am in distress. Lin Yan, engulfed in despair, teetered on the brink of collapse. The mere thought of potentially ending up like the Grand Elder, living a lifetime devoid of a Tao companion, becoming an old bachelor for several centuries, was insufferable for one in the prime of youth like him. Uncle Master, how did he manage to harm Lin Yan? Su Feiling gazed at the elder in astonishment. The two protective elders approached, their faces a canvas of disbelief. The elder, smacking his lips, mused. Is the process truly of such significance? Little Feiling, I shall ask you this. Do you acknowledge the outcome? Naturally, I do, Su Feiling replied. Lin Yan acknowledges it. I acknowledge it. You acknowledge it. Thus, I declare this matter resolved from this moment forth. Su Feiling hesitated, glancing at Lin Yan, who remained silent, and ultimately chose not to pursue the topic further, lest it inflict additional psychological harm upon him. Yuling approached Yuan Hao, exchanging a knowing nod. A subtle smile graced her exquisite features. Perhaps due to the presence of Su Feiling and the esteemed elders, she maintained an air of seriousness. Were it not for the onlookers, she would have been bold enough to engage Yuan Hao in a spar right there in the Grand Hall's courtyard. The two protective elders observed Yuan Hao with smiles, finding it somewhat astonishing. It appeared that their Shuejian sect concealed such a fated child. To have injured Lin Yan indicated that his strength was no trifling matter. One wondered under which elder's tutelage he studied as a named disciple. He possessed ample qualifications to become a direct disciple. Yuan Hao, wary of entanglements, hurriedly demurred. As a disciple, I simply wish to focus on my cultivation in accordance with previous methods and progress alongside senior sister Yu. Thus, I cannot engage in excessive discourse. I hope the two protective elders can understand. Regarding the matter of becoming a direct disciple, I desire to advance through conventional means, competing fairly with others, without resorting to privileges. The protective elders were taken aback. What a noble disposition. A named disciple rejecting the opportunity to be promoted to a direct disciple, a chance others would wait a decade, or even several decades for. He simply declined. Just then, Su Feiling unexpectedly coughed. A drop of crimson spilling from beneath her mask as she clutched her chest and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 43. Senior Sister, you have brought me trouble, Master. Sect Leader. Everyone swiftly set aside matters concerning Yuan Hao and directed their attention towards the fallen Su Feiling. The two protective elders immediately waved their hands, conjuring barriers to shield the surroundings. Numerous spies lurked around the Shuejian sect. If they were to discover that Su Feiling, the sect leader, was in distress, they would undoubtedly spare no effort in assaulting the sect. The protective elders, as the name suggests, are the right-hand guardians of the sect leader, primarily tasked with safeguarding Su Feiling. Yuling gently cradled Su Feiling in her arms, while the elder examined her pulse. Yuan Hao stepped back a few paces, watching the flurry of activity around him. As a mere named disciple of the Shuejian sect, it was not his place to intervene in the sect leader's affairs. However, Yuan Hao detected a potent fragrance emanating from the blood Su Feiling had expelled, a scent reminiscent of the Mo Shihua. During his first encounter with Su Feiling, he had sensed the lingering toxins from the Mo Shihua fruit within her body. These toxins had already infiltrated her heart veins and would soon spread throughout her body. Unless the toxins were eradicated, it was only a matter of time before a crisis would arise. Su Feiling's condition was dire. Her pulse was growing weaker. It seemed that a toxic substance had tainted her martial veins, and she was gradually losing control over her own spiritual energy. If this affected her qi, all would be lost. One protective elder wiped the cold sweat from his brow and conferred with the other elder and the Grand Elder. This was Dyer, the third elder of the inner sect, the highest-ranked alchemist of the Shuejian sect, was currently absent. Even if he were present, there would still be no solution. Yet, it was essential to devise a temporary strategy to mitigate the situation. There were two alchemist elders in the outer sect. Perhaps they could be summoned for assistance. However, it was best that as few people as possible were aware of the sect leader's condition. It was not a matter of distrust towards the outer sect elders, but rather that their presence would likely be futile. The elder instructed the Grand Elder to manage the sect's affairs as usual, ensuring that others did not perceive any abnormalities. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement and hurriedly departed with Lin Yan. Yuling Shuang sought Yuan Hao's assistance with her gaze. Senior sister, this is the poison of the mo Shihua. If we can find the flower and consume its roots, we can neutralize the poison. However, the mo Shihua is difficult to locate. Yuling Shuang gleaned Yuan Hao's thoughts through her mind-reading ability. There was indeed a method to alleviate the sect leader's condition and help her through this crisis. If this was the first occurrence, the sect leader could be assured of regaining consciousness within 2 hours. However, with each subsequent episode, the time of awakening would extend. Although it was not a long-term solution, there were no other alternatives at present. Should we attempt it? Yuling Shuang maintained her composure and rationality throughout, her gaze fixed firmly upon him. She nodded, signaling Yuan Hao to share his method. It requires merely 3 steps. First, procure a bottle of premium Yang Xine Ling Yi and a Hua Shui Dan. The grade need not be excessively high, but it must not fall below the 3rd tier. Second, use a sharp instrument to create a blood opening at the sect leader's heart, large enough to fit a hand inside. The 3rd step is particularly crucial. Senior sister, please listen carefully. First, envelop the Yang Xine Ling Yi with spiritual energy to moisten the heart veins, ensuring each spiritual thread is as fine as a hair, drawing one in while simultaneously extracting another, thereby ingeniously retrieving the toxins. The Yang Xine Ling Yi has a gentle potency, so there is no need to worry about inflicting secondary harm upon the sect leader. Divide the Hua Shui Dan into 3 parts, rolling them into small pills, and press them onto the sect leader's Ku Feng Shui, Burong Shui, and Yutang Shui, facilitating the medicinal power to permeate downward. The Hua Shui Dan is quite potent, thus it must be divided into 3, and only topical application is permitted. Care must be taken in the technique and pressure applied. Yuling Shuang stared at him, momentarily speechless. She understood what Yuan Hao was saying, but the notion of cutting a fist-sized opening at the sect leader's heart was daunting. Lacking the experience of an alchemist and practical skills, executing this would be exceedingly difficult. Even if she succeeded in this step, what would follow? Controlling the Yang Xine Ling Yi to moisten the heart veins requires exceptional technique. Any slight miscalculation or deviation could rupture the heart, hastening death. If senior sister lacks the experience and courage for this, my suggestion is to call upon the master or other experienced elders to undertake the task. At this point, my involvement is no longer necessary. I shall take my leave. I have said all that needs to be said, and Yuan Hao wished to depart swiftly. Should this heavy responsibility fall upon him, it would be troublesome. He indeed had practical experience with the Long Zi. But one must understand that any method of healing is accompanied by inherent risks. This technique had yet to be widely recognized among alchemists, as it was an original life-saving method devised by the Long Zi. With a stroke of luck, not only could the toxin in the heart veins be salvaged, but there was also a possibility of saving a life if death did not occur within half an hour. Master, esteemed elders, I have a method that may save the sect leader's life, and thus I dare to attempt it. The elder and the 2 protective elders gazed at Yuling Shuang in astonishment. That is splendid. One protective elder expressed his excitement, harboring no doubts. Yuling Shuang was the sole direct disciple of Su Feiling. Her assertion of having a solution could not possibly be false, nor would she harm Su Feiling. I require a bottle of Yang Xine Ling Yi graded between 3 and 6, and 1 Hua Shui Dan. Very well, I have them on hand. The protective elder waved his hand, retrieving the 2 items from his storage spirit tool. The 5th-tier Yang Xine Ling Yi and Hua Shui Dan were of commendable quality. I have one more request. Speak. I need him to assist me. Yuling Shuang pointed at Yuan Hao, who had quietly retreated to the steps, 1 step away from making his escape. With a crack, Yuan Hao felt as if he had been stripped bare and struck by lightning, sensing the intense gazes of the elder and the 2 protective elders upon him. He stood frozen in place. Senior sister, you have betrayed me. Lung Shuang, are you certain? Yes. Yuling Shuang's determination was unwavering, compelling the protective elders to place their trust in her. Then I shall rely on both of you. Yuling Shuang carefully lifted Su Feiling into the hidden chamber of the main hall, gently laying her upon a modest stone bed. This stone bed was merely a mat, and it was also where Su Feiling usually meditated and nourished her spirit. Under the pressing urgency of the elder, Yuan Hao took the nourishing spirit liquid and the blood-cleansing pill and entered the hidden chamber. The massive door of the room slammed shut. The guardian elder stood outside, and silence enveloped the atmosphere, yet the palpable tension among them was unmistakable. Inside the chamber, Yuling Shuang hastily clasped her delicate hands in a gesture of apology. Junior brother, I am truly sorry. My master means the world to me. Given that her master had raised her single-handedly since childhood, he was, in a sense, akin to family. I implore you, you must assist me. Yuling Shuang gazed at him with a pitiful expression. Yuan Hao slumped onto a nearby stone chair. Senior sister, I understand your sentiments, but what if something goes awry? I cannot bear that burden. You wouldn't wish for any mishap to befall the sect master under my watch, leading to the complete ruin of our Shuejian sect at the hands of vengeful cultivators, would you? I shall shoulder all responsibilities. Yuling Shuang asserted, her gaze firm upon Yuan Hao. She knew well that only he could save her master. At this juncture, what more could Yuan Hao say? Then I shall give it a try. However, you must agree to one condition. All right, as long as we don't discuss parting ways, I shall comply, Yuling Shuang replied, her exquisite chin pointed. Once the sect master awakens, you must take the credit for this. I cannot afford to expose my identity and experience as an alchemist any further. This is of utmost importance. Another reason loomed. During the process of Yuan Hao saving her, he would need to have a certain degree of physical contact with Su Feiling, and that area was rather private. Should Su Feiling awaken and feel displeased, unable to control her emotions, it would spell disaster. Yuan Hao could not gamble with his life. Agreed. Yuling Shuang acquiesced to his request. Excellent. Then there are no issues. Yuan Hao rubbed his hands together to loosen his muscles. Now, may I trouble you to remove the sect master's outer garments? Chapter 44. Assisting the sect master in nurturing the heart and dispelling poison, refraining from dual cultivation with the senior sister for half a month under normal circumstances. Yuling Shuang is a woman of discernment and reason. Although she exhibits a somewhat infatuated demeanor in front of Yuan Hao, akin to a frustrated and twisted individual, she would never succumb to jealousy over trivial matters. Without hesitation, Yuling Shuang helped Su Feiling remove her outer garment. The sight that unfolded before their eyes was astonishing, causing Yuan Hao to nearly lose consciousness as he widened his eyes and swallowed hard. This is truly extravagant. Typically, he would not resist stealing a few more glances, etching this breathtaking scene deeply into his memory. However, the utmost priority now was to save a life, leaving no room for distraction. Yuan Hao steadied his emotions, feeling his composure returning, and retrieved a sharp knife. This was a tool he carried for cutting medicinal herbs. Senior sister, please purify the knife with spiritual energy. Understood. Yuling Shuang handled the task with calm precision, quickly completing the purification process. She had faith in Yuan Hao's abilities. With the memories of a top-tier alchemist guiding him, even if it was his first time undertaking such a task, he was bolstered by a wealth of experience. As Yuan Hao deftly maneuvered the knife, he positioned it carefully and made the cut. A sharp sound echoed as the blade snapped. Yuan Hao stared at the broken knife in his hand, momentarily stunned. Yuling Shuang was equally taken aback. Junior brother, did I fail to purify the knife properly? Yuan Hao scratched the back of his head. It's not that the knife wasn't purified. It's just that the sect master's strength is extraordinarily high, rendering the blade utterly ineffective. Curiously, he poked at the flesh, which felt soft and normal to the touch, indistinguishable from typical skin. Why, then, could the knife not penetrate? The body of a cultivator is truly remarkable. Is this what they call becoming weak in the presence of the weak and strong in the presence of the strong? Su Feiling's skin was fair and smooth, as delicate as a petal, capable of being marked by a mere fingernail, yet impervious to the blade. My sword is a spiritual artifact. It should suffice. Yuling Shuang drew her sword, unleashing a fierce sword chi that sliced through the air. Presenting the sword to Yuan Hao, he felt a mix of exasperation and frustration. Senior sister, do you think I am you? This is a 5th grade spiritual artifact. A mere flick could drain my remaining spiritual energy. It was trivial to drain his energy. But Yuan Hao genuinely worried that he might mishandle the sword and inadvertently harm Su Feiling's heart. Never mind, I have a solution. Lin Feishue's sword was still in Yuan Hao's possession and might prove useful. The Mingdi sword, a 6th grade spiritual artifact, could be manipulated without direct contact, using secret methods that consumed almost no spiritual energy. As Yuan Hao recited the incantation, the sword emerged from its sheath, accompanied by a formidable gust of wind. He expertly controlled the sword, making a delicate incision in the area above Su Feiling's heart, creating an opening the size of a fist. Through this bloodied aperture, Yuan Hao and Yuling Shuang glimpsed a faintly pulsating heart. In a typical earthly wheel realm cultivator, the heartbeat is strong and rhythmic, shielded by a layer of spiritual energy. It was inconceivable for it to be in such a feeble state, with barely visible fluctuations. As I previously surmised, the poison of the mo shi hua had infiltrated the heart meridians, leaving Su failing with less than half a year to live. During this time, she would endure immense suffering and gradually lose her sanity. Nurturing the heart could not eradicate the poison of the mo shi hua. It could only alleviate the pain inflicted on her body and shorten the time until she regained consciousness. Without locating the root of the mo shi hua, Su failing was doomed. Whether sooner or later. Yuan Hao shook his head, dismissing unproductive thoughts, and gestured for Yuling Shuang to remove the cork from the jade vial. He guided his spiritual energy to extract the nurturing liquid from within. Each strand of energy was as fine as a hair, enveloping a small amount of the liquid, approximately 30 to 40 strands in total. The first strand pierced Su failing's heart, emerging from the opposite side. Originally a pale green due to the nurturing liquid, the spiritual thread turned a deep purple-black as it left the heart. Yuan Hao swiftly withdrew it, tossing it into the air, where it emitted a hissing sound and dissipated into black smoke, the thread disappearing entirely. Yuling Shuang watched anxiously but dared not speak, though she recognized that Yuan Hao's initial attempt had succeeded. Next, he would increase the number of threads. Yuan Hao controlled the remaining threads with one hand while instructing Yuling Shuang to divide the medicinal pills into 3 small portions, placing them at the previously mentioned spiritual acupoints. Once she had positioned them, Yuan Hao began to extract 3 thicker strands of spiritual energy, comparable to fingers, gently pressing down on the pills, gradually increasing the force until they sank beneath Su failing's skin. Under the pressure of the spiritual energy, the potency of the pills began to seep out, enveloping the fragile heart from 3 distinct points and neutralizing the residual poison, transforming it from a solid state into a fluid form, facilitating its removal via the spiritual threads. The simultaneous processes of nurturing the heart and drawing out the poison demanded immense concentration. Yuling Shuang dared not breathe, and Yuan Hao held his breath as well. The earlier trial had endowed Yuan Hao with his own experience. Instilling confidence in him, he boldly decided to insert all 30 to 40 threads at once. The threads writhed within Su failing's heart as the medicinal power continued to dissolve the accumulated poison. Suddenly, dozens of spiritual threads surged forth, swiftly extracted by Yuan Hao. The expelled poison transformed into swirling black mist, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The poison of the mo shi hua would only accumulate due to improper refinement and would not enter the body with each breath. Thus, he felt no concern. Su failing let out a soft moan, her chest rising and falling gradually, her heartbeat significantly stronger than before. Wonderful. The Master's heartbeat has restored. Not yet enough. Yuan Hao shook his head, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and back. The previous process would need to be repeated at least 10 more times. Yuling Shuang realized she had celebrated too soon, becoming anxious. Are you going to be all right? Yuan Hao sensed an opportunity. Should he seize it for himself? Oh, I'm fine. It merely consumes a lot of mental energy. I fear I won't be able to engage in dual cultivation with you for the next half-month. This news was undoubtedly akin to being struck by lightning for Yuling Shuang. She stood frozen in place. Yuan Hao promptly emptied his mind to prevent her from reading his thoughts. As long as the master remained unscathed, he could endure for half a month. Prioritizing the greater good, Yuling Shuang chose to compromise. Alas, it seems I must burden my senior sister. Yuan Hao nearly burst with laughter internally. Yet he had to feign difficulty and helplessness to avoid revealing his true feelings. It wasn't that he was unwilling to cultivate together with Yuling Shuang, but rather that his senior sister was simply too formidable. There is a saying, no land is beyond cultivation, only the oxen that tire. He still had much life left to live. In the ensuing period, Yuan Hao diligently assisted Su failing in detoxifying and nurturing her spirit, nearly perfectly resolving this minor crisis. He also thoughtfully stitched up her wounds and poured the remaining nourishing liquid onto the injured area. This liquid also possessed the ability to promote wound healing. Well, the task is complete. However, my spiritual energy is running low, and I must quickly devise a means to replenish it. Yuan Hao plopped down on a nearby stone bench, patting his dantian area as he spoke, observing Su failing's increasingly steady breathing. The tension on Yuling Shuang's face finally dissipated, and she gingerly adjusted her clothing. Senior sister, please do not inadvertently expose me. Rest assured, the sect leader won't be able to read minds, will they? The method of mind reading is quite specialized, Under the condition that both parties possess equal mind-reading capabilities, they cannot decipher each other's thoughts. So that is how it is. No wonder Su Feiling had always been unaware that Yuling Shuang's partner was herself. And Yuling Shuang was oblivious to the residual poison within Su Feiling. This inevitably reminded him of his own Mo Ming Huan Tiangong and the similar situation concerning mind reading. It too could not plunder the dantian of another cultivator practicing the same technique. Senior sister, the sect leader will awaken soon, so I shall take my leave. Yuan Hao, with one hand on his waist, limped away. This was all an act. He needed to create an atmosphere and state of being, subtly reminding Yuling Shuang that for this half-month, dual cultivation was truly off the table. Junior brother, I have an idea. As Yuan Hao was about to reach the door, his expression suddenly stiffened, and he grew tense. Senior sister, what idea do you have now? Chapter 45. I will strike them, and you shall deliver the final blow. Let us meet at the grove tomorrow. What tone is that? Yuling Shuang huffed, her arms folded protectively across her bosom, appearing somewhat indignant. Su Feiling, having escaped danger, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Why are you so frightened? Do you think I would devour you? Initially, the senior sister intended to express her gratitude for saving her master. Yet your response has left her feeling deeply hurt. But I haven't said anything, came the retort. Humph, you may not voice it, but I can surmise your thoughts, Yuan Hao replied, momentarily at a loss for words. Pray, dear sister, share your thoughts. Yuling Shuang uncrossed her arms and gently clasped her hands together. Before we acquire Qintai's techniques, I have conceived a method to aid your rapid advancement in cultivation. We can go fishing. Our Bloodsword sect is surrounded by numerous cultivators, and most of the marauding sect members tend to ambush our disciples when they venture out on missions. Why not lure them into our trap? The senior sister suggested, suppressing her cultivation level and donning the attire of an outer sect disciple to draw them out. Then we can sever their limbs, incapacitating them, while you deliver the final blow and seize their vital energy. Does that not sound as comprehensible as fishing for remnant souls in the corpse soul sea? Yuan Hao stood in silence, astonished by the audacity of her plan. Are you not willing? Indeed, it is a splendid idea that would save me much time, and actively drawing out the lurking cultivators would significantly reduce the likelihood of harm befalling our sect's disciples. However, dear sister, what if we encounter an elder or the sect leader from another sect? We could find ourselves in peril. Yuling Shuang smiled enigmatically. You need not worry about that, junior brother. Consider this. If it were an elder or leader from an outer sect, they would not be lurking near the Bloodsword sect targeting mere outer disciples. Their true objectives would be higher-ranking individuals, such as inner sect elders. Hence, they would not easily reveal their positions merely to eliminate a couple of outer disciples. Yuan Hao stroked his chin, conceding that Yuling Shuang had a point. Although the possibility of an outer sect elder attacking Bloodsword sect disciples could not be entirely ruled out, it was exceedingly low. It seemed worthwhile to give it a try. Then I thank you, senior sister. You truly are wonderful. Humph. As long as you understand, Yuling Shuang replied, her demeanor brightening. She was easily pleased, and a single compliment from Yuan Hao could keep her elated for a considerable time. Senior sister, let us meet at the grove early tomorrow morning. I shall take my leave now. With a resounding thud, the stone door of the hidden chamber opened. Two elder guards approached to inquire about the sect leader's condition. Yuan Hao feigned ignorance, suggesting that, according to senior sister Yu, the sect leader was currently unharmed. Seizing the opportunity while the two elder guards breathed a sigh of relief, he quickly bowed and made his exit. Yuan Hao slipped out of the grand hall. An elderly figure lingered outside. He did not dare to elaborate too much, merely providing a brief account of Su Feiling's situation, before stating that he had pressing matters to attend to and could not linger. Yuan Hao darted about like a thief, ensuring no one was following him before gradually shedding his disguise and returning to the pig farm. Wang Damao, Du Lacey, and others were still immersed in their cultivation, with not a single person slacking off. Yuan Hao plopped down on the stone steps of the pig farm, stretching as if nothing had transpired. He felt utterly exhausted and weary. Finding a relatively comfortable position, he reclined on the spacious stone steps and closed his eyes, savoring the gentle breeze. He felt considerably more at ease. Senior brother, have you forgotten something? Lin Feishue's voice chimed from above. She squatted in front of him, legs drawn together, gazing at him earnestly. Yuan Hao recalled that he had yet to return his sword and had not taught her the secret incantation for controlling the Mingdiao sword. He needed to send Lin Feishue away promptly. Otherwise, he would be unable to relax. Despite his fatigue, Yuan Hao mustered his spirits intending to sit up. However, as he reclined, he inadvertently collided headfirst with Lin Feishue, almost toppling her over. She stumbled back in fright, shielding her chest with her arms, her expression a mix of shock and bewilderment. "Why are you squatting over my head?" Yuan Hao groaned, clutching his forehead in pain. "The stone steps are only so wide. If you lie down, there is no space for you to stand. Yet, there is still some length, so I could only position myself above you," Lin Feishue retorted. "Shouldn't you have opened your eyes before getting up?" Lin Feishue suspected that he was doing it intentionally, as it seemed too coincidental that he always managed to bump into her. "That hurt. Both of us," she muttered indignantly. "I told you, you are indeed a clumsy brute." "Enough, it's a habit now, it's no big deal. Just return my sword." Here. Yuan Hao, seeing she had dropped the matter, playfully handed over the sword. Lin Feishue took the sword. Feeling as though a weight had been lifted from her heart, she gently caressed the blade, as if it were a lost treasure returned to her. Yuan Hao smirked, feeling compelled to express his thoughts. "What kind of reaction is that? Do you fear I would not return it to you?" Lin Feishue shot him a glare, offering no explanation, clearly believing as much. This left Yuan Hao even more speechless. "Teach me the incantation. You promised me. I will only say it once, whether you learn it or not is your own affair. Pay close attention." Yuan Hao lowered his voice and whispered the incantation into her ear. "All right, I have imparted the incantation for drawing the sword. Go practice now, I need to sleep." He waved her off. Lin Feishue said nothing, turning to leave. After a moment, she returned, clutching the sword. "I didn't learn it." Yuan Hao heard her, but chose to ignore her. "You lack integrity," Lin Feishue accused, her silver teeth clenched. "Junior sister, one may indulge in food, but one must not speak carelessly. Who lacks integrity? I have already revealed the incantation to you. I can swear by the heavens that it is indeed a genuine formula. Regardless, you must take responsibility for teaching me. If you fail to do so, do not expect this to be resolved easily." Lin Feishue, in a fit of pique, clutched the Mingdiao sword, its blade sinking into her delicate bosom. Yuan Hao nearly sputtered out his drink upon hearing this, pondering how he had become embroiled in such matters. It was not that he was unwilling to teach. Rather, he simply had no means to impart knowledge. This endeavor, apart from the incantation, relied on practical experience, necessitating constant exploration and the accumulation of wisdom. After all, it was a form of esoteric art. How could one achieve mastery so swiftly? Never mind, perhaps he could find another place to rest. Yuan Hao rose, dusted off his trousers, and began to leave, only to be pursued by Lin Feishue like a shadow. When he turned right, she followed suit. When he veered left, she mirrored his movement. "I shall remain by your side until I have mastered the Mingdiao sword. I will follow you for meals. I will follow you for bathing." Yuan Hao's head felt as if it would explode. Just then, the gate of the pig farm creaked open, cautiously pushed by someone from outside. Su Kuan, a disciple of the outer sect, had come upon the orders of the outer sect elder to undertake a task involving corpse relocation. "Songwanshir, may I enter?" Su Kuan peered into the pig farm, scanning the surroundings, his usual arrogance noticeably diminished. Over the past few days, he had gathered intelligence suggesting that Elder Tsong might have connections with a high-ranking figure in the inner sect, causing both him and his father, Su Yihai, considerable anxiety. Today marked the final day of Su Kuan's rotation as an outer sect disciple, and yet, complications had arisen. Reluctantly, he steeled himself to return, too embarrassed to bring his junior sister along. Not seeing Elder Tsong's figure, Su Kuan let out a sigh of relief, straightened his attire, and regained a measure of swagger as he forcefully pushed open the door and entered. "Where is everyone? The sect has issued a summons. Should not the foul servants of the pig farm hasten to welcome me?" Upon speaking, Su Kuan lifted his gaze, the first to spot Yuan Hao, who was stealthily navigating through the various facilities, seemingly evading something. Finally, having encountered someone, Su Kuan quickly initiated conversation. "I remember you. You were the one mentioned by Manager Zhang, the one possessed by a ghost." Before he could complete his sentence, Su Kuan noticed Lin Feishue rushing out behind Yuan Hao, her eyes wide as saucers, her face adorned with a myriad of questions. What was a woman doing in the pig farm? Who was she? Goodness, she is truly stunning. Oh my, such long legs. And my, such a well-defined figure. Chapter 46. Why did you provoke her for no reason? Su Kuan stood there, momentarily stunned, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Lin Feishue walked with a graceful sway, her long legs subtly visible beneath her skirt, moving in perfect alignment. The alluring contours and nearly flawless proportions were truly captivating. Su Kuan wiped the corner of his mouth, ensuring he wasn't drooling like a lecher, before adopting a cheerful demeanor and approaching Lin Feishua to greet her. Are you a new junior sister? I haven't heard of you before. I am Su Kuan, a disciple from the outer sect. You may call me Brother Su. My father is Sui Hai. Lin Feishua cast him a fleeting glance, showing no interest, as she was afraid that if she lost focus, Yuan Hao would slip away from her sight. Su Kuan found himself awkwardly receiving nothing more than a dismissive glance, an embarrassment writ large. However, he shrugged it off. It was normal for women, especially beautiful ones, to adopt an aloof demeanor, relying on their charm. Gaining her affection would require a bit of time. What a remarkable woman. Su Kuan mused, feeling as though something profound had struck him upon first seeing Lin Feishua. He even forgot the appearances of his previous flirty junior sisters. With a smile, Su Kuan admired Lin Feishua, as one would a masterpiece. To him, the only blemish on this scene was Yuan Hao. What a buzzkill. Striding forward, Su Kuan blocked Yuan Hao's path, saying, I mentioned I am here on a mission from the sect to move corpses. Did you not hear? Immediately join the other errand disciples in transporting the bodies. Do not make me repeat myself, or your fate will be dire. After delivering his ultimatum, Su Kuan paid no heed to Yuan Hao's reaction and turned to intercept Lin Feishua, akin to an eagle catching a chick. Hey there, junior sister. I grant you permission to stay and chat with me. Get lost. Lin Feishua retorted, whipping out a packet of powder and tossing it at Su Kuan. The powder entered his eyes, and suddenly, the world around Su Kuan went dark. Ah, my eyes, I can't see, he exclaimed, fumbling around like a headless fly, his face paling in terror. This is Sangwang-san. If you are fortunate, your sight will return in 3 days. If not, you may remain blind for life. Yuan Hao chimed in gleefully, relishing the chaos. Sangwang-san was an exceedingly rare powder, and Su Kuan could have no inkling of such. Lin Feishua, having traveled with Mei Xiaoyun since childhood, undoubtedly possessed various special items, many of which were obscure and unsolvable in the short term. The effects of Sangwang-san were swift but temporary, generally losing potency in 3 days, posing no real risk of permanent blindness. Yuan Hao was merely trying to frighten him. Why did you provoke her for no reason? Lin Feishua had indeed recently joined the pig farm as a menial disciple, but her stepmother, Mei Xiaoyun, was a senior disciple of the sect leader, Su Failing. She dared to act without fear of repercussions. If you dare to gaze at me with such lecherous eyes again, I will blind you on the spot. Now be gone. My father is Sui Hai. I shall not let this matter rest. Su Kuan shouted in terror as he scrambled away, feeling his way through the chaos. The commotion attracted Wang Demao and Du Lei, along with a group of about 20 errand disciples, who only caught a glimpse of Su Kuan's panicked retreat, crashing into the door and then the wall. The crowd exchanged bewildered looks, utterly clueless about what had transpired. Time for tasks. Let's go move the corpses, they agreed, nodding in unison. As they reached the entrance, they suddenly halted, turning to look at Yuan Hao and Lin Feishua. Senior brother, what about you? What do you think? Is it a bright and sunny evening? Du Lei's eyes sparkled. Bright and sunny. With a chorus of howls, the 20 errand disciples bewildered Lin Feishua, who wore a puzzled expression on her delicate face. She still did not comprehend what they meant by bright and sunny. Why did the mere mention of it bring them such joy? Senior brother, rest easy. We will handle the dirty work. They insisted. Remember, take it easy, do not tire yourself. Indeed, if you were to tire, we would be heartbroken and distressed. You wouldn't want us to lose our appetites or sleep, would you? The group eagerly urged Yuan Hao, anxious for compliance. Wang Demao was the first to rush forward, then quickly returned to pull Lin Feishua along. Junior sister, you cannot be idle. Come with us to move the corpses. Lin Feishua had no desire to go. She wanted to stay close to Yuan Hao. Dear brothers and sisters, I am not feeling well today. I kindly ask that you take care of my share. Junior sister, do you know why you feel unwell? It is because you often linger in the pig farm, inhaling that foul odor. You should take more strolls. Exactly. Do not bother senior brother any longer. Du Lei and the other errand disciples pushed Lin Feishua forward. They were devoted disciples, and she could not confront them as she did with Su Kuan. Brothers and sisters, you are being unreasonable. The group paused for a moment, then, pretending not to hear, continued to usher her onward. Yuan Hao aimed to secure happiness for the errand disciples. How could he allow Lin Feishua to delay their joy? As the crowd moved away, Yuan Hao found himself with leisure time. He mused quietly. The sect leader's troubles had just been resolved, and the old man would undoubtedly be more attentive. He would likely wait for Su failing to awaken before discussing the matter of the demon food flower with the elder guardian. Thus, the old man probably would not return anytime soon. I must seize this opportunity. Yuan Hao returned to his room, closed the door, and retrieved the medicinal furnace and herbs. These materials were previously harvested by Wang Demao and Du Lei during their grass cutting, which Yuan Hao had partially offset with spirit stones. A moment later, Yuan Hao gazed at the 5 vials of first-grade spirit liquid, effortlessly concocted in one go, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. According to the ratio of 1 vial of spirit liquid diluted to yield 3, he would have at least 15 vials to exchange for spirit stones this evening. As he secured the spirit liquid, his mind began to ponder another matter. Based on his understanding of the methodologies, perhaps he could seize an opportunity to challenge himself and aspire to become a second-grade alchemist. The essence of an alchemist lies in the power of the Tao soul. Strengthening the Tao soul primarily relies on one's persistent meditation. During this period, if he could supplement his meditation with certain elixirs and spiritual objects that expedite the process, the results would be remarkably effective. The Taishang Guineang Ju is a unique method that necessitates attuning oneself to a certain force of the great Tao, followed by meditation. This implies that in order to enhance his Tao soul through the meditative process of the Taishang Guineang Ju, he must first resonate with a particular aspect of the great Tao. Some cultivate their bodies to attain the Tao, others harness talismans, while some ride the sword to reach enlightenment. The subtle resonance between Tao souls signifies this attunement. Take senior sister Yu as an example. She enters the Tao through her sword, thus he can resonate with her sword Tao. To put it more plainly, he aims to resonate with the great Tao of others through the Taishang Guineang Ju to further his own development. This resonance would not affect Yuling Shuang in any way. Rather, it would enhance Yuan Hao's Tao soul. Truly, it is a remarkable method. As Yuan Hao contemplated this, he suddenly paused. What is my Tao? The Tao of fishing? How mundane. No, that is incorrect. According to the principles of the Taishang Guineang Ju, my dealings with remnants of souls should align with the Tao of the soul, the Tao of all souls. A peculiar notion struck him, and after a moment of reflection, he began to rub his chin thoughtfully, resonating with the Tao and enhancing the Tao soul through meditation. Since I enter the Tao through the soul, could it be possible to elevate myself by devouring those remnants of souls? Hastily, Yuan Hao spread out the sea of corpse souls. Within the confines of this closed room, 7 or 8 soul clusters swam before him. With a flick of his line, he quickly hooked 3 clusters the size of fists. One by one, he burst them open. Their contents were not particularly rare, merely a few scrolls of inferior yellow-grade martial techniques that he would have ordinarily released back into the wild. However, Yuan Hao suddenly activated the method and effortlessly attuned himself to the Tao of all souls. 3 serpentine remnants of souls resonated violently with him, and suddenly, with several explosive sounds, the contents within them detonated and vanished. The remnants transformed into a pure essence of soul power, completely aligned with the frequency of his own Tao soul. Yuan Hao swiftly absorbed this soul power, experiencing no discomfort, but rather a surge of vitality. He was elated. He had finally confirmed something significant. The soul clusters he fished up could be transformed into valuable techniques and experiences. Furthermore, he could utilize the method to erase their contents and experiences, resonating them into pure soul power for absorption. Chapter 47. Mei Shibois, what are you doing? Quickly put on your clothes. How wonderful it is not to waste time risking sensing others' paths. I can sense my own path of 10,000 souls, nourishing souls with souls, devouring souls with souls, and I can save time on meditation. At this rate, if I absorb about 100 more residual souls as large as those just now, I will ascend to a second-tier alchemist. The residual souls in the sea of corpse souls are simply inexhaustible. Inexhaustible. Ha ha. Bang. As Yuan Hao was laughing, the tightly closed door was suddenly kicked open. Upon recognizing the visitor, he was petrified. Mei Xiaoyun, what on earth is this madwoman doing here? Mei Xiaoyun must have used some means to temporarily suppress her inner demons, and her emotions seemed relatively stable. She no longer appeared in disarray. Her hair was elegantly styled with a white jade hairpin, giving her an air of grandeur. The sight of Mei Xiaoyun reminded Yuan Hao of that day in the cave. No way, she can't be here too. Yuan Hao retreated 3 steps, frightened, clutching himself with one hand while tightening his pants with the other. Mei Xiaoyun, however, let out a cold laugh, walked in unperturbed, sat down in a chair, crossed her left leg over her right, and propped her chin with her jade-like hand, gazing at him. Is there something you need from your disciple, Mesherbois? I kept your secret. Shouldn't you be grateful to me? What secret? Stop pretending. I heard your conversation with Yuling in the cave that day loud and clear. She said you were her man. For this, she even gave me, her master, a severe beating, and to this day, half of my face still hurts. Mei Xiaoyan shot him a cold glance and continued, I haven't told anyone about this matter, nor have I exposed the masked disciple as you. Isn't that enough to help you? Yuan Hao was not surprised that she knew his identity, nor was he astonished that she hadn't revealed him in front of Su Feiling. Mei Xiaoyan's approach now was evidently clear. She intended to leverage this matter for her own ends. You astonish me. I heard you injured Lin Yan. Mei Xiaoyan had not witnessed the event firsthand, yet she was aware of it. The disciple merely played a few tricks, and besides, Lin Yan never fought back at all, so it was not a significant achievement. Mei Xiaoyan was not here to listen to his modesty, so she did not dwell on it. Have you thought this through? If I were to reveal your affairs to Su Feiling and the guardian elders, wouldn't they be curious about the secrets you harbor? Then, if word reached the ears of the elders of the major inner sects, do you think any elder might propose to imprison you for interrogation? Or perhaps, they would dissect you to see how you differ from ordinary disciples? Damn! Before becoming possessed, Mei Shibo was at least an elder, threatening a mere servant disciple. Isn't that damaging to your reputation? Reputation? Go out and ask. In these years of being possessed, does Mei Xiaoyan still have a reputation? I am seen as a lunatic who devours people without leaving bones. So what have I to fear? I just want to live. Mei Xiaoyan suddenly grew agitated, smashing the armrest of the chair with a slap, her eyes turning a shade of crimson. No one could empathize with her. The feeling of being possessed is worse than death. Make a deal with me. I will keep your secret. What kind of deal? Let me hear it first. Yes, let me hear what she has in mind before making a decision. You must have cultivated the Mo Ming Huan Tiangong, right? I had Fei Xue approach you to extract the secrets you hold, but her speed is simply too slow. I can no longer wait. The Qingxin spell and the Jinma pattern Su Feiling placed on me will lose their efficacy in a few days. Her current situation is akin to mine. She can hardly assist me, so I must find a way to save myself. Su Feiling's sudden predicament has forced Mei Xiaoyan, who had just settled down, to feel the looming threat once more. This urgency is precisely why she directly sought him out. If Su Feiling fails to find the Mo Sure flower and ultimately perishes in regret, what will become of her? Without the Qingxin spell and Jinma pattern, she would also meet her end. She does not wish to die? As long as you provide me with the essence and the cultivation approach of your technique, I will know where I have gone wrong and then devise a method to rectify it. Yuan Hao's immediate reaction was one of distrust. Absolutely cannot trust her. This woman is perilous. First, the Mo Ming Huan Tiangong of the Shuejian sect must be comprehended at the Tianmu Peak. Both Mei Xiaoyan and Lin Yan have understood about a quarter of it, while the technique he possesses is complete. Furthermore, the reason for Mei Xiaoyan's possession is likely significantly related to the incompleteness of the technique. Once she rectifies her possession, will she abandon the complete Huan Tiangong? Who does she think she is fooling? After tasting sweetness, who knows how many more times she might threaten him? The best course of action now is to feign ignorance. Mo Ming what technique? What Huan Tiangong? Mo Ming Huan Tiangong, right? The disciple has never cultivated it. The last trace of calmness on Mei Xiaoyan's face began to fade. Have you never cultivated it? How do you explain your conversation with Yuling in the cave that day? The disciple practices the Xintier technique dueling gong, not the Mo Ming Huan Tiangong. Yuan Hao scratched his head, feigning an innocent and harmless demeanor, weaving lies effortlessly without a hint of shame. Mei Xiaoyan was momentarily stunned, left speechless. Only the rapid rise and fall of her chest betrayed her agitation. Mei Shibo, consider this. I am but a servant disciple, lacking even the qualifications to ascend to Tianmu Peak. How could I have the opportunity to comprehend the Mo Ming Huan Tiangong? Moreover, Lin Yan, a child of destiny, has only understood part of the fragments and does not dare to cultivate recklessly, which indicates that the Huan Tiangong must be a celestial tier technique, right? With my meager strength, could I possibly cultivate a celestial tier technique? By normal logic and common sense, it is indeed impossible for Yuan Hao to cultivate at the celestial tier, let alone succeed. This is simply too sinister. Doubt began to rise within Mei Xiaoyan. You genuinely practice a Xintier technique? Absolutely. Hand it over. Yuan Hao recoiled slightly, but Mei Xiaoyan seized his wrist, her fingers probing his pulse. Soon, Mei Xiaoyan frowned, a look of disdain crossing her face. Wasted spiritual root, and still negligible potential. How could this be possible? Although the Huan Tian Gong is a technique that follows the principle of verbal manifestation, it is imperative to attain a certain level of comprehension before one can wield it. Those of mediocre talent are utterly incapable of grasping it. Yuan Hao hastily withdrew his hand, nodding like a chick pecking at grains, affirming that indeed, Mei Shibo possesses profound understanding. Mei Xiaoyun, however, was not inclined to indulge in his flattery. Rising to her feet, she glared at Yuan Hao, evidently unconvinced of his sincerity. Since you possess such mediocre talent, how could you possibly master a profound technique? That is because the duo Linggong also adheres to the principle of verbal manifestation, and it was directly imparted to me by a venerable predecessor, hence why Mei Shibo, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly undressing? Mei Shibo, please stop. If someone sees this, it would lead to misunderstandings. I would be unable to clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. With a gentle laugh, Mei Xiaoyan loosened her waist sash, further exposing a significant portion of her neckline. Since you are not being honest, as your Shibo, I must ensure you become so. This is the end, truly the end. I already have a senior sister. I am a man with a commendable view on love. I will not do such a thing. You have no choice. With a delicate flick of her finger, Mei Xiaoyan unleashed a soft force that propelled Yuan Hao onto the bed. With a resounding crack, for ethereal whips of energy ensnared his wrists and ankles, pinning him to the bed, rendering him incapable of even a struggle. Yuan Hao gazed at Mei Xiaoyan in terror, trembling. Mei Shibo, your actions are inappropriate. I care not for what is appropriate. Mei Xiaoyan replied with a mischievous smile, slowly advancing towards him, her dress already loosened considerably. Oh, there is something I forgot to mention. You may not know this, but I am the first direct disciple of Cangnan Tian. I heard from Fei Xue that you are now also his disciple. By seniority, I can be both your Shibo and your senior sister. Do you perhaps have a penchant for elder sisters? Come. Call me senior sister and let me hear it. With a graceful gesture, Mei Xiaoyan lifted his chin. Chapter 48. The Disciple's Wife Allergy. Yuan Hao's worldview shattered. Furthermore, he had overheard a most alarming piece of information. The Cangnan Tian that Mei Xiaoyan referred to must be the old man, right? At last, he comprehended why Mei Xiaoyan displayed such an unsatisfactory demeanor upon encountering the elder. They must have had a falling out. Upon reflection, how could they not? As the chief disciple of the venerable elder, Mei Xiaoyan had turned her back to marry Lin Changsheng, the elder of the thunderous sacred hall, a rival of the blood-sword sect. But alas, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is what I shall do now. In the next moment, Yuan Hao devised a plan. Mei Shibo, I must confess, I suffer from a chronic ailment. A chronic ailment? Indeed, a most severe one. Engaging in close contact with another's wife will result in convulsions and unconsciousness. In grave circumstances, it could even cost me my life. If I were to perish, both my senior sister and the elder would be heartbroken. Does such a disease truly exist? Yuan Hao nodded emphatically. Indeed, it is called wife allergy syndrome. His words were delivered with such conviction that Mei Xiaoyan could not help but snicker derisively. Spare me your nonsense. If you do not behave today, I shall humiliate you. Surely, you would not wish to be scorned by a woman of ill repute? You foolish lad, if you were to die, it would be of no concern to me. Mei Shibo, that cannot be. As cultivators, we uphold the virtue of purity. Should I provoke the wrath of the heavens, it would be catastrophic. Just as Yuan Hao was desperately writhing, Lin Fei Xue, yearning to master the secret incantation, stealthily returned to the pig pen while the other disciples were distracted. However, upon witnessing Mei Xiaoyan poised to pin Yuan Hao beneath her, she trembled as if struck by lightning. Xiaoma. Mei Xiaoyan promptly sprang to the side, arranging her appearance. Lin Fei Xue entered with a face of astonishment. Xiaoma, did you not say that the sect leader had utilized the Qingxin spell and the Zhenma inscription to temporarily suppress the influence of your inner demons? Why then engage in such actions? I was merely jesting with him, Mei Xiaoyan laughed, exiting while affectionately patting Lin Fei Xue's cheek, whispering something in her ear. Lin Fei Xue regained her composure, gazing at the dazed Yuan Hao. Are you all right? Do I appear to be unwell? Is it not still intact? Junior sister, kindly keep your distance. My wife allergy syndrome has flared up, and I fear I shall be unable to come into contact with any women for the foreseeable future. Yuan Hao, fully embracing the role of a dramatist, suddenly began to convulse. Lin Feishue was taken aback, her face filled with bewilderment. Wife, allergy syndrome? What manner of affliction is this? It was difficult to articulate in the moment, but in essence, please, keep your distance from me, quickly. Lin Feishue, witnessing his agonized expression, dared not press further. Her complexion paled as she retreated several steps, kindly ensuring the door was closed behind her. Yuan Hao ceased his convulsions, patting his chest with a sense of relief. Had it not been for Lin Feishue's timely return, he would have. In truth, Mei Xiaoyan did not genuinely wish to torment him. She merely sought to compel him to confess his cultivation of the Mo Ming Huan Tiangong. Having thwarted her this time, she would undoubtedly return again. What to do? Yuan Hao paced restlessly within the room. Perhaps it would be best to simply admit the truth and divulge the complete content of the technique. But no, Mei Xiaoyan's temperament is erratic, and considering she dares to betray both the sect and the venerable elder, who knows what may transpire next? The Mo Ming Huan Tiangong is not easily mastered, should she cling to him, insisting on imparting her cultivation experiences. What then? Would that not be even worse? Yuan Hao felt overwhelmed, pondering throughout the afternoon without arriving at a satisfactory solution. Night fell, and Wang Damao and Du Lei, along with others, returned after transporting the corpses, tending to the pigs before entering their quarters. Lin Feishue occupied a private room, while the group of male disciples resided in a communal space. Yuan Hao placed 15 bottles of diluted spirit liquid before them. Upon sighting the glistening liquid, the weariness of the 20 or so miscellaneous disciples vanished in an instant. Their previously dull eyes sparkled with clarity. Senior brother, leave it to us. We shall commence immediately. Yuan Hao nodded, reiterating, as always, proceed with utmost caution. Stay alert. Do not engage in transactions in the same location repeatedly, nor with the same individual. It only heightens the risk. Understood. The group took the spirit liquid and exited through the back door of the pig pen. Tonight, there would be no need to seek out the senior sister. He would instead strive to break through the threshold of a second-tier alchemist. The value of second-tier pills and spirit liquids far exceeds that of first-tier by several folds. As the night deepened, Yuan Hao formed an intricate seal with his hands. After absorbing approximately 100 fist-sized soul orbs, he finally broke through the threshold of a second-tier alchemist. Although he had only recently attained this level, Yuan Hao possessed the experience of a seasoned alchemist. Crafting top-tier quality second-tier pills and spirit liquids was a matter of ease for him. The success rate soared to an astonishing 90%. This is what distinguishes Yuan Hao from an ordinary second-tier alchemist. Each time he ascends to a new tier, he is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of excellence. Before Yuan Hao could revel in his achievement, a chorus of groans echoed from outside. Senior brother, trouble has arisen. Du Lei burst through the door. A few miscellaneous disciples hurriedly carried in a bruised and battered Wang Damao, followed closely by others with disheveled appearances. What transpired? Yuan Hao instinctively furrowed his brow. We have been targeted. A group of external sect disciples cornered us, stole our spirit liquid, and gave us a beating. Together, they hoisted Wang Damao onto a bed. I told you those external sect disciples were arrogant and overbearing. We simply cannot contend with them. Yuan Hao gestured for them to remain calm and requested that they clarify the sequence of events while he examined Wang Damao's condition. Indeed, the injuries were severe. Several ribs had been broken. Du Lei wiped the imprint of a foot from his forehead as he recounted the incident. Our spirit liquid has always sold well, almost always in demand for exchange, but today, I do not know what happened. After inquiring with several individuals, they all merely waved their hands without uttering a word. Then, suddenly, a group of disciples from the outer sect burst forth, seizing the spiritual liquid belonging to Damao's group. We intended to plead for mercy, but ended up receiving a beating, and we lost all the spiritual liquid. Oh, by the way, the leader of these disciples is named Zhang Lang, a 6th-grade spiritual entity. He even warned us that we must not venture into the outer sect's territory again, or he would break our legs. About 20 miscellaneous disciples returned to their beds, sighing heavily. It is far too dangerous. We are simply no match for him now. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from further actions. Indeed, Master Brother, since Damao has already suffered like this, we dare not approach. Although earning spiritual stones is a delightful prospect, being robbed and beaten again would certainly be a loss beyond measure. Yuan Hao pondered for a moment and patted Du Lei on the shoulder. I will handle this matter. Damao's suffering shall not be in vain. First, you should feed Mao some of the nectar that you were given previously. It possesses excellent strengthening properties and can expedite the healing of his ribs. Du Lacey stood up from his bed, observing Yuan Hao as he walked out. Master brother, you aren't thinking of confronting Zhang Lang alone, are you? That is unwise. Zhang Lang is a 6th grade spiritual entity, and you will be at a disadvantage. Moreover, Zhang Lang has many companions, more than a dozen. They outnumber us. Without turning back, Yuan Hao simply snapped his fingers. Do you think I am foolish? Of course, I would not personally seek out Zhang Lang. The disciple who provided me with the spiritual liquid mentioned that I could approach him if needed. Given the severity of this incident, I must confront him to seek justice. If I lack even this minimal protection, who would continue to assist him in selling spiritual liquid? Await my news. The 20 or so miscellaneous disciples breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Yuan Hao was not acting impulsively. Master brother, please be cautious and avoid crossing paths with them. As Yuan Hao exited the pig farm, his mind was far from tranquil. If this situation were not handled properly, Wang Mao and Du Lacey would undoubtedly be left with a lingering shadow. The avenue for exchanging spiritual liquid for spiritual stones would no longer be viable. He must confront Zhang Lang and make him submit wholeheartedly, so that the first instinct of any miscellaneous disciple encountering the pig farm would be to flee. However, before that, he needed to make thorough preparations. Chapter 49. Shiji is willing to be your test subject. He would not be foolish enough to approach empty-handed, for that would be exceedingly perilous. If it were merely Zhang Lang, he would not warrant much concern. After all, Yuan Hao possessed mastery over dozens of distinct martial techniques, any one of which could be executed with consummate skill. In the realm of 6th-tier spiritual bodies, the probability of Zhang Lang triumphing over Yuan Hao was virtually non-existent. However, Yuan Hao's spiritual energy had dwindled significantly, allowing him to barely unleash a half-finished Lei Zhe sword technique. He intended to seize this opportunity to drive Zhang Lang to the brink of death and usurp his energy reservoir. Given that both were 6th-tier spiritual bodies, the exchange of energy reservoirs would not reveal his techniques, instead restoring Yuan Hao's spiritual energy. Nonetheless, he had to consider unforeseen circumstances, even in the event of a failed exchange. He must ensure his own safe retreat. In addition to these concerns, he also needed to guard against the risk of being overwhelmed by a group, as well as the potential intervention of higher-ranking external disciples aiding Zhang Lang. Yuan Hao sought out Yuling. Shiji, may I borrow a few items? I require Xilan Chao, Beng Shuigua, and the seeds of Funshi and Zhentaihua. Yuan Hao swiftly listed over 10 types of medicinal materials. Fortunately, they were all relatively common. Yuling quickly gathered them for him. I also need a sword outfit belonging to an external disciple, a mask different from the previous one, and a regular sword will suffice. These items were also easily procured, as Yuling possessed numerous storage rings containing suitable sword outfits and masks. Yuan Hao summoned the Bagua Feiyun furnace, dividing the various medicinal materials into 3 heaps, commencing the alchemical process. Yuling did not interrupt. Sensing that Yuan Hao's demeanor was somewhat unusual, markedly more serious than before. After approximately half an hour, Yuan Hao successfully refined 3 items, a heap of pale yellow powder, several vials of deep blue spiritual liquid, and a few special black elixirs. To Yuling astonishment, all 3 were of 2nd-tier quality. Without needing to inquire, she understood that Yuan Hao had ascended to the ranks of 2nd-tier alchemists. Genuinely delighted for him, Yuling was nonetheless puzzled. With her status as the sect's master sister, she could only recognize one of the 3 items. The other 2 remained a mystery to her. Yuan Hao retracted the Bagua Feiyun furnace, gazing at the 3 items before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. The Sangguangsan powder, akin to that used by Lin Feishue against Su Kuan, could instantly blind an opponent without damaging their foundation or life. The Mi Huanyi, with its fragrant aroma, could enter the body through the mouth, nose, and eyes, inducing potent hallucinations, with effects lasting an entire hour. The Dunjiang Dan, while lacking significant lethality, would envelop the vicinity in peculiar smoke upon detonation, granting time for concealment and escape. Yuan Hao collected these items, feeling fully prepared. He was ready to confront Zhang Lang. The principle of seeking revenge without delay should be upheld by every cultivator. Are you leaving just like that? Yuling watched as Yuan Hao, burdened with his belongings, headed towards the door, her eyes glistening like melting ice. Since Yuan Hao entered, he had only exchanged a few words with her. I have something to attend to tonight. I will come find you when I have the time. You are concocting these items to deal with someone, aren't you? Has a sect disciple provoked you? Yuan Hao nodded, brushing his nose. Yuling Shuang gracefully leaped from the bed, barefoot approaching him, her delicate hands entwining around his neck, her chin resting on his shoulder. You are usually quite cautious about your life, and I would prefer you not to be harmed. How about I accompany you? No need. It's merely a trivial matter that I can handle myself. What? Yuling Shuang's body stiffened, her expression frozen as if she had been grievously wronged. Do you not need me anymore? Have I become a thing of the past? Yuan Hao. Woo, I no longer wish to live. Yuling Shuang formed her jade hand into a delicate fist, gently tapping Yuan Hao's chest. Shiji, I implore you, could you please restrain your affections? Must you tease me at every turn? Conveying his thoughts, Yuling Shuang merely smiled playfully, taking one of Yuan Hao's hands and shaking it in a charming manner. You wish to handle this matter alone, and I shall not hinder you. However, you must ensure your safety, understood? Rest assured, Shiji, I would not jest with my own life. Are the items you concocted truly effective? Yuan Hao nodded without much thought. I possess all the alchemical experience from Senior Fu Longzi and have broken through the threshold of second-tier alchemist. The items are undoubtedly reliable. No, what I mean is, everything must be foolproof. Wouldn't you agree? Yuan Hao acknowledged her point with a sound of agreement. Then let me assist you in testing the efficacy of these items, Yuling Shuang exclaimed, clapping her hands joyfully. The blue spiritual liquid is called Mi Huanyi, correct? It possesses potent hallucinogenic properties? Yes. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Yuan Hao, an inexplicable chill creeping down his back. Hee hee. Yuling Shuang emitted a peculiar giggle. I am willing to be your test subject. Let me have a taste first. Taste. Yuan Hao's mouth twisted at the suggestion. The second-tier hallucinogenic liquid could only affect cultivators below the 9th tier of spiritual blood, rendering it ineffective against someone of Shiji's caliber. Then I shall suppress my cultivation level. Yuling Shuang wiggled playfully, continuing her charming antics. I beg you. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Hao sighed and conceded. All right. But you may negate the effects at any time. Considering that the hallucinogenic liquid would not inflict irreversible harm, merely inducing hallucinations temporarily, he acquiesced. If he had refused, Yuling Shuang would have persistently pursued the matter, which would only delay his plans. With a pop, Yuan Hao retrieved a vial of hallucinogenic liquid and uncorked it. Yuling Shuang quickly prepared herself. Yuan Hao felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, his face reddening as he cleared his throat. Shiji, could you please lower your hands? Furthermore, please refrain from squatting on the ground. Yuling Shuang huffed, attempting to justify her stance. This position merely facilitates the act of letting the elixir drip into your mouth. Yet, this does not seem to satisfy you. How petty. My dear junior brother, you are rather stingy. If you continue like this, I may very well take my leave. No. Senior sister. I shall heed your wishes. Yuling Shuang obediently straightened her posture. As some enchanting liquid was poured into her mouth, she immediately exhibited a pronounced and intense reaction. A low, mirthful laughter echoed throughout the room. She successfully beheld the fantastical realm within her mind. Yuling Shuang's pupils shimmered with a rosy hue. Junior brother, I adore you. Do you love me as well? Senior sister is overjoyed. Yuan Hao observed the ethereal Yuling Shuang, who floated as if weightless while embracing an invisible entity and murmuring incantations, feeling at a loss for words. Nevertheless, it must be said that within senior sister's heart, she was truly fulfilled. On the journey of life, having such a steadfast companion, whose eyes are filled with admiration for oneself, is more than sufficient, even in the absence of romantic entanglements and numerous concubines. Yet, there remains a hint of unfulfilled desire, perhaps even a touch of eccentricity. Yuan Hao shook his head and made a hasty retreat. The Blood Sword sect comprises 8 peaks. Aside from the main peak and Tianmu Peak, there are 6 additional sword peaks, each governed by the elders of the inner sect. Beneath each sword peak lies a congregation of elder disciples managing the outer sect disciples. However, the miscellaneous disciples are not assigned to any specific sword peak. On this night, around 20 miscellaneous disciples from the pig farm were beaten and had their elixirs stolen at the territory of the Zhanhua Sword Peak. The Zhanhuo Sword Peak is overseen by the second elder of the inner sect, with an outer sect elder count exceeding 10, making it the nearest peak to the sect's pig farm. Yuan Hao positioned himself along the pathway frequented by the outer sect disciples of Zhanhua Sword Peak, upon a spacious stone bridge known as Jinsha Bridge. Although it was late into the night, a multitude of disciples continued to traverse back and forth. Cultivators operate without regard for day or night. Certain activities, or tasks, are often executed more effectively under the cover of darkness. Yuan Hao was unaware of Zhang Lang's identity or whereabouts, yet this did not imply a lack of solutions. He adjusted the height of his mask, leaning against the intricately designed railing of the stone bridge, and whistled at a few passing outer sect disciples. "Brothers, would you care for some elixir?" Chapter 50. A hair's breadth away from losing 2 liang of flesh, the external disciples of the Zhanhua Jianfeng appeared visibly anxious. They waved their hands dismissively, but uttered not a word. This mirrored the situation Du Lacey had conveyed to Yuan Hao, indicating that the external disciples of Zhanhua Jianfeng had been intimidated by Zhang Lang's prior threats. However, Yuan Hao found himself perplexed. If Zhang Lang's intention was to seize the spiritual liquid, why would he feel the need to warn other external disciples against engaging in transactions? What vested interest did he have in this matter? Or was it that Zhang Lang merely feared that once the spiritual liquid fell into the hands of the external disciples, it would be more challenging for him to snatch it away? This reasoning seemed flawed, for if he were truly concerned about not being able to take the spiritual liquid already acquired by others, he would lack the audacity to threaten them. As Yuan Hao pondered these thoughts, 2 external disciples approached him from either side. "Brother, you have quite the audacity. You treat senior brother Zhang Lang's words as mere nonsense, do you?" Yuan Hao looked up at the pair, his expression behind the mask remaining composed. These 2 external disciples were of similar age to him, robust and imposing, with fierce brows and intimidating gazes that suggested they were not to be trifled with. Their strength, at the 5th level of the spirit body, was commendable. Disciples of the same realm would inevitably be daunted by their imposing presence, which could affect their performance in battle. "Senior brother Zhang Lang has instructed us to keep watch over you here, yet you dare to conduct transactions right under our noses. Are you the one providing the spiritual liquid to those ragtag disciples?" Yuan Hao surveyed his surroundings, noting that only these 2 were on guard. Perhaps Zhang Lang believed that having driven away Wang Damao and Du Lacey, no one else would dare sell spiritual liquid to external disciples. "There are no sect rules prohibiting me from selling spiritual liquid. Is a consensual transaction a crime?" The 2 disciples bristled at his nonchalant words, their tempers flaring. "Considering you are an external disciple of Zhanhua Jianfeng, you should leave immediately. Otherwise, believe me, you will fare worse than those ragtag disciples." Yuan Hao needed to lure Zhang Lang out. Otherwise, his visit today would be meaningless. "You too. Allow me to borrow you." "Borrow us?" Yuan Hao's abrupt statement left the 2 hefty external disciples momentarily bewildered. With a swift motion, they found themselves on the ground, their faces contorted in pain, their arms presumably broken. "What just happened?" No, I can't move my arm." One of them exclaimed in disbelief. "Damn it, he's at the 6th level of the spirit body. Quickly, summon senior brother Zhang Lang." Regaining their composure, the 2 external disciples were drenched in cold sweat, the excruciating pain from their shattered arms causing their teeth to clench, turning their lips purple. One of them, propping himself up with his chin against the ground, struggled to rise. Rushing towards Zhang Lang's quarters without looking back, Yuan Hao dusted off his hands and leaned back against the stone bridge railing. Although he had attracted the attention of numerous disciples, he remained unfazed. The mask concealed his identity effectively, and clad in the garb of an external disciple, he had intentionally altered his voice, ensuring that no one other than Yuling would recognize him. Yuan Hao's choice not to use the identity of another named disciple from the inner sect was also deliberate. Too many disguises could lead to exposure. Using a single alias could increase the risk of being tracked. As the number of onlookers on both sides of the bridge grew, whispers filled the air. "Who is he? I don't know. Has he lost his mind defending Zhang Lang? Zhang Lang isn't the real threat. It's the consequences that follow." Soon, a cacophony of hurried footsteps approached, numbering about 10. Yuan Hao quickly identified Zhang Lang, a lean youth with a somewhat indifferent expression, flanked by other disciples. His spiritual pressure was unmistakably at the 6th level, while the others ranged from the 4th to the 5th. Zhang Lang led his group onto the bridge, and the unrelated external disciples hurriedly moved aside. Yuan Hao locked eyes with Zhang Lang, and in that moment, the air felt as though it had solidified. "Are you the one who injured my men?" Zhang Lang questioned, his tone laced with accusation. "Isn't it clear that your men attacked me first, yet you conveniently neglect to mention that?" Yuan Hao replied, a subtle smirk curving beneath his mask. "Are you referring to those ragtag disciples?" "Indeed, I injured them. And I must inform you, Whoever supports them will meet the same fate. The supply of spiritual liquid and elixirs from Zhanhua Jianfeng has always been our sole domain. Their interference has encroached upon our business. Punishing them is only fitting. Yuan Hao seemed to grasp the situation and decided against further banter. He promptly retrieved his sword from the storage spirit tool. Seeing this, Zhang Lang smirked coldly and gestured for his companions to step back, drawing his own sword in response. This opportunity was singular. Hence, I must strike decisively. At the instant Zhang Lang lunged with his sword, Yuan Hao unleashed a powerful sword chi from his blade, a surge of wild intent sweeping across the bridge, rendering the air stifling. What? Zhang Lang, having underestimated his opponent, was caught off guard by the preemptive strike. In a flurry, he attempted to block with one hand while raising a defensive formation with the other. The formidable sword chi shattered his spiritual formation, severing his long sword and sending Zhang Lang crashing against the wall of a nearby building, leaving a deep, indelible scar. Yuan Hao swiftly advanced to seize the opportunity, successfully extracting the spiritually charged essence just as Zhang Lang fell. Excellent. The crisis has been averted. A faint smile graced Yuan Hao's face beneath the mask. With this reservoir of spiritual energy, even if a 7th-level spirit body disciple were to emerge in Zhang Lang's defense, he would be able to handle them with ease. What transpired? Am I weakened? Zhang Lang's pupils trembled violently, his expression a mixture of disbelief and horror. In an instant, he found himself grievously injured, a gaping wound on his chest gushing blood. Zhang Lang collapsed to the ground, unmoving. The atmosphere was still thick with a sense of desolation. The external disciples on either side of the bridge were rendered speechless at the rapid conclusion of the confrontation between Yuan Hao and Zhang Lang. Was that not the Bloodsword sect's sword technique, Lei Zhe Jianhuang? Indeed, it was Lei Zhe Jianhuang. How could he possibly wield it? Isn't it true that only disciples who have surpassed the Lingxue realm are qualified to cultivate such sword techniques? He suppressed his realm? Certainly. No wonder he was able to cleave Zhang Lang so effortlessly with a single strike. It is truly terrifying. Zhang Lang, lying on the ground, pressed his hands against the gushing wound, grimacing in agony as he cast a fearful glance at Yuan Hao. You mustn't come any closer. I will call for help. Yuan Hao swung his sword, and with a resounding clang, at least half of the blade embedded itself into the ground, landing precisely in the vicinity of Zhang Lang's groin. A mere inch away, and he would have lost a vital part of himself. Zhang Lang was petrified with fear. No, I was mistaken. Brother, we are all outer disciples. I, too, am merely trying to make a living alongside my junior brothers. Isn't it customary to work for the remuneration one receives? The spirit liquid we acquired tonight, I assure you, we shall return it in full. Zhang Lang glanced towards the more than 10 disciples standing timidly at the bridge's edge, hastily gesturing for them to come forward. What are you still dawdling for? Bring forth the spirit liquid you seized. Oh, we are on it. The outer disciples scrambled to retrieve the spirit liquid, carefully placing it before Yuan Hao while daring not to approach too closely. Yuan Hao drew the spirit liquid towards himself with a mere thought and inquired, "Is this all? The individuals I hired were beaten for nothing by you?" The corners of Zhang Lang's eyes twitched as he muttered under his breath, "But you too struck my 2 junior brothers, didn't you?" Even I was struck. Though he whispered, if it truly came to negotiations between him and Yuan Hao, Zhang Lang would undoubtedly not dare to engage. This was not merely a matter of having been cut once. It was compounded by the fact that Yuan Hao's realm was unfathomable, the Lei Zhe Jianhuang, which could only be cultivated by those of T. Chapter 51. Why does he keep talking about beating people? Damn it. The dozen or so outer disciple under Zhang Lang's command stood utterly dumbfounded. What had they done to deserve this? Every action they'd taken had been strictly in accordance with Zhang Lang's orders. True, the incident involving the menial disciples was undeniable, but they were merely hired hands, nothing more. They had struck with zeal, even a certain grim satisfaction, yet being struck themselves? That was an entirely different matter, no longer sport, but sheer torment. Brother Zhang Lang, think carefully before you speak. Yes, I have a date tomorrow with my newly sworn cultivation partner. If my face is disfigured, how shall I explain it? My very happiness rests in your hands, senior brother. Zhang Lang suddenly felt as though an immovable mountain had settled upon his brow, crushing, suffocating. Fine, he conceded, voice strained. Speak your terms. First, compensation. Of course. How much? How shall we compensate? I hired over 20 menial disciples. Each shall receive no fewer than 2 vials of grade 1 spirit elixir. What? Zhang Lang nearly fainted on the spot. 20 menial disciples, 2 vials apiece, 40 vials, a sum far beyond his meager reserves. Elder brother, this is no trifling amount. We're merely hired fists, mere mercenaries. Where on earth would we procure so many spirit elixirs? Might we negotiate? If you cannot produce the full amount in spirit elixirs, you may substitute other valuables, so long as their aggregate worth matches precisely. Should even a single grain of spirit essence fall short, you and your dozen companions shall be beaten, so thoroughly that not even your own mothers would recognize you. Yuan Hao had to be merciless now. He needed to deliver a lesson so severe it would extinguish every ember of defiance before it could flare anew. Should this fire reignite, it would be the menial disciples who bore the brunt of the scorching. What are you waiting for? Hurry, pool your resources. Zhang Lang bellowed at the trembling outer disciples. In frantic haste, they rummaged through their spirit storage artifacts. Every stolen vial of spirit elixir was surrendered without protest. Then, in scattered, desperate calculation, they scraped together 13 vials, 7 rare medicinal herbs, and 4 spirit pills. Yet Yuan Hao judged it insufficient, and seized every last spirit stone in their collective possession, over 2,000 in total. Like a rampaging spirit bandit, he methodically stowed each item into his spirit storage artifact, while the disciples watched, hearts bleeding, mouths agape. Once the spoils were secured, Yuan Hao raised his second finger. Second, apology. We were wrong, deeply wrong. Zhang Lang and the others bowed low, hands clasped in humble obeisance, their faces twisted with bitter humiliation. This is not an apology to me, Yuan Hao corrected, voice like tempered steel. You will go, tomorrow morning, in person, to each menial disciple I employed. Should you arrive a moment past the appointed hour, or dare utter a single word of disdain, I shall return tonight and beat you anew. Apologize to menial disciples? Since the founding of Shuijianzong, such a thing had never occurred. Menial disciples were little more than nameless dust, scorned at will, struck without consequence. Now, to compel them to kneel publicly, to beg forgiveness from those they long deemed beneath notice, that was not mere humiliation. It was soul annihilation. Had the threat of pain not been so absolute, Zhang Lang would have refused outright. But refusal was no longer an option. No sooner had they nodded in reluctant assent than Yuan Hao lifted his third finger. Third, remember this lesson, deeply, from this day forward. Should I learn that any of you dares mistreat a menial disciple I have employed, I shall beat you. Once, every single day. Every day. Damn it. Never again, never. We resign. Yuan Hao, hearing this, allowed himself a faint, inward satisfaction. Who hired you? The dozen outer disciples exchanged uneasy glances, hesitant, almost fearful, to utter the name. Su Kuan. Yuan Hao showed no surprise. He paused, thoughtful, then turned and walked away, leaving only one final command hanging in the air. Convey this to Su Kuan. Should this happen again, I shall beat him, without mercy. Silence. Why does he keep talking about beating people? Didn't you hear him? We heard. We heard. By the time Yuan Hao had vanished from sight, Zhang Lang still stood frozen, only then daring to draw a ragged, shuddering breath. He turned to the circle of outer disciples huddled around him, his gaze dark with grievance. Who among you still has a healing spirit elixir? Lend me one, immediately. Senior brother Zhang Lang, we have none left. He took everything. I'm practically dead. Can't any of you think? Go steal one. No. Borrow one. Senior brother Zhang Lang, we borrowed one. A disciple from another sect rushed in, clutching a jade vial. Excellent. From whom did you borrow it? Zhang Lang snatched the vial, a flicker of relief crossing his face. The very disciple who just beat you. Zhang Lang froze. What? You borrowed from him? Are you deliberately trying to torment me? Did he say anything? He said that when you go to the pig farm tomorrow to apologize to the menial disciples, you may simply give 2 vials of spirit elixir to a disciple named Wang Demao. At that, Zhang Lang's vision went black. He collapsed, unconscious, to the ground. 1 vial, borrowed overnight, and doubled. This wasn't usury, it was spiritual extortion. I'll strangle you. He roared, lunging forward, fingers clenching the disciple's throat as though possessed. Guh, Gurk, innocent. Innocent, senior brother Zhang Lang. The disciple choked out. I panicked. I thought you'd die. Zhang Lang slapped him hard across the forehead, then stared at the vial in his hand. Too precious to waste, too vital to keep. He would need another vial, immediately. Useless. Utterly useless. He snarled. Carry me to Su Kuan's residence, now. At Su Kuan's secluded courtyard, he lay reclined in a swing chair, eyes veiled in silk. The lingering effects of Sang Guangsen still clouded his vision, and though no antidote had yet been found, reassurances abounded. Total blindness was not imminent. Only rest was required, and time. A frantic pounding at the door, then hurried, shuffling footsteps, as Zhang Lang was borne in, carried by his trembling disciples. Once the full account had been relayed, Su Kuan shot upright, toppling from the swing chair in shock. What? You mean the outer disciple who shielded those menial disciples wields Lei Zhe Jinhuang? He may well be a spirit blood realm cultivator, and he threatens to beat me? Do not panic. Su Kuan snapped, regaining composure with sharp resolve. Fetch Wang Fong, immediately. Tell him, an outer disciple, dual cultivating spirit and medicinal arts, has grown brazen and unruly. If he is not subdued, Wang Fong's elixirs and pills will never reach the market. Zhang Lang nodded, a mischievous grin flickering across his face. Indeed, let Wang Fong handle it. Wang Fong is a prominent alchemist within our Zhan Huojian Feng's outer sect, having broken through the second-grade threshold a year ago. That lad is oblivious to the rules, employing a group of miscellaneous disciples to sell spirit liquids and pills. Unaware that he has already offended individuals he ought not to have, Su Kuan chuckled, believing that such trivial matters would be easily managed. However, had he known we were the ones selling Wang Fong's spirit liquids and pills, would he have dared to be so arrogant? Wang Fong's elixirs and pills have always been highly favored by the disciples of our Zhan Huojian Feng outer sect. Although a first-grade pill costs 200 spirit stones, there is no shortage of wealthy patrons. Why should the spirit liquid and first-grade pills concocted by that lad be sold for merely over 100 spirit stones? To encroach upon our territory and seize business comes with a price. After listening, Zhang Lang rubbed his hands together, his expression obsequiously fixed on Su Kuan. Although Su Kuan could not see it, he could hear the lascivious laughter. What are you laughing at? Su Shitsi, Su Laudi. Could you lend me 2 bottles of spirit liquid first? Huh. Why? Zhang Lang recounted the unfinished story, causing Su Kuan to nearly spurt blood. What the hell? Are you an idiot? So, should I go tomorrow or not? If you don't go, will he still seek you out? Of course he will. He might even look for you. Su Kuan shuddered suddenly. Well then, you all go apologize first. Once Wang Fong deals with him, we can retrieve what is rightfully ours. In the pigsty, Yuan Hao wiped away the traces of the outer sect disciples, lingering at the entrance. The Sangguang San and Mi Huan Yi had not been utilized yet, allowing him to allocate a portion to Deng Mao and Du Lei Si. These items may be unnecessary, but they are indispensable. Having an additional layer of assurance is always beneficial. As he pondered, Yuan Hao pushed the door open, only to encounter a mischievous twist of fate, tripping over the threshold and tumbling directly into a soft embrace. It was Lin Feishue, who held the Ming Di sword tightly, its scabbard deeply embedded in her soft bosom. Lin Feishue had grown accustomed to Yuan Hao's repeated intrusions. With a seemingly indifferent demeanor, she lowered her gaze to see Yuan Hao, who was nearly suffocating. I have heard about Wang Demao's situation. Oh, is that all you can say? What else is there? Are you still the eldest senior brother of our pig farm? Are you asking me to go beat them up? With my meager strength, I should really refrain. Chapter 52. It felt as though a warm current flowed from Dadashi Xiong into my body. Lin Feishue hesitated, seemingly unaware of how to retort, and turned to leave. Yuan Hao shrugged and pushed open the door to the communal room, where Du Lei Si and around 20 other miscellaneous disciples gathered around him. Elder brother, how did it go? Yuan Hao did not respond directly, but instead rubbed his nose and inquired. Has Lin Feishue already learned about your exchange of spiritual liquid for spirit stones? The group of over 20 disciples instinctively scratched their heads, nearly wearing bald patches. Junior sister, she means well. She saw us when we returned. Elder brother, you left first. Junior sister came to ask about the reasons and circumstances right after, insisting on seeking justice for us. She's truly a good person. Yuan Hao sighed. A bunch of useless fools. Well, now that you know, it's done. Fortunately, Yuan Hao had taken precautions in advance, pulling in an unnamed outer sect disciple. Everyone, let's distribute this. Aside from the spiritual liquid that was previously taken, the rest is for you. Yuan Hao took out the extorted spiritual liquid, pills, and herbs, assigning Du Lei Si the task of distributing them. I've already informed that disciple, and he has thoroughly dealt with Zhang Lang and his group. As for how he punished them, I am unaware. However, I have heard that Zhang Lang and his companions have promised not to trouble us miscellaneous disciples again and are willing to offer these items as compensation. The miscellaneous disciples gazed at the pile of jade bottles and pills with wide eyes. Rest assured, that disciple has guaranteed me that as long as everyone sells his spiritual liquid and pills normally, you will not be shortchanged. If anyone is bullied, they can relay it through me, and he will take care of it for everyone. By the way, Demao got hurt pretty badly. Give him an extra bottle of spiritual liquid. Yuan Hao kept over 2,000 spirit stones for himself. After all, he couldn't work for free. That's all deserved. Wang Demao, struggling to sit up, clutched the jade bottle and pills Du Lacey had distributed to him. The others remained silent, quietly accepting their share. Despite feeling wronged earlier that night now, there was an unexpected sense of satisfaction. If only he had allowed them to break a few more of his ribs, perhaps elder brother would have shared a bit more benefit with him. Wang Demao remarked somewhat foolishly. Uffed. Yuan Hao had just taken a sip of tea, and before he could swallow, the cold tea sprayed from the west wall to the east wall. Cough, cough, are you out of your mind? Why didn't Zhang Lang just kill you? Wang Demao was too busy grinning foolishly. Hee, elder brother, we've grown accustomed to being bullied. Suddenly having this wealth makes me fear I might get carried away. I think you should start with a diet. Yuan Hao's merciless jibe drew hearty laughter from everyone, and the atmosphere in the room grew lively. Lin Feishue stood at the door of the firewood room, listening to the sounds of laughter coming from the communal room, feeling a bit bewildered and envious. Her approach to Yuan Hao had a purpose. Were it not for that, Lin Feishue never imagined she would come to the pig farm to tend to pigs. Yet, if it meant fostering such a close and intimate atmosphere among the senior and junior siblings, that didn't seem so bad. Brothers, if you have any thoughts now, feel free to share. Yuan Hao was eager to hear whether they still had the courage to continue selling spiritual liquid for spirit stones to the outer sect disciples. Du Lacey raised his hand, signaling that he wished to speak, and the others gave him the opportunity. Warm. Especially warm. Just like a woman's bed. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Warm? Elder brother has been running around for this matter. And he even secured the spiritual liquid and pills from Zhang Lang as compensation for us. My heart feels so warm, as if a surge of heat has flowed from elder brother into me. Enough with the flattery, Yuan Hao rolled his eyes. What I want to ask is, do you dare to keep going? Absolutely. Whoever hits me becomes my benefactor. With a wave of his hand, Yuan Hao brought out the previously concocted illusion liquid, Songwang San, and Duzhong Dan, keeping 2 portions for himself while distributing the rest. Are you idiots? Why wait until someone beats you up to feel satisfied? What if you get unlucky and end up dead? You can't expect that outer disciple to defend you every day, right? You must rely on yourselves. In the following time, Yuan Hao introduced them to the methods of using the 3 items and their limitations. After explaining, he made sure to remind them. As your elder brother, I might not have much to teach you, but remember this. Life is singular. In the face of your life, both spirit stones and pills are expendable. If you can fight, then fight. If you cannot, run. If you can't run, use what I have given you. In short, you can strike others, but do not let anyone strike you. Cherish your life. Do you understand? The group chuckled, indicating they understood. But elder brother, where did these items come from? Did that outer disciple give them to you? Dream on. These are all exchanged with my own wealth, so use them sparingly. Yuan Hao could not earn their spirit stones, but he had to gain some good reputation. Elder brother, you're so kind. I love you. We love you too. Get lost. Early the next morning, the pig farm's door was knocked upon. Du Lacey opened the door to find Zhang Lang and his group had arrived. He thought they were there for revenge and turned to flee. This was what Yuan Hao had taught them. If you cannot win, run. If you cannot escape, use the illusion liquid and Songwang San. Oh no, it's over. Song Lao hasn't returned for a day and a night. He must have fallen into some ditch after getting drunk. Elder brother, it's bad. Du Lacey shouted while running, faster than the pigs being herded out. Zhang Lang and his 10 companions watched as he fled, exchanging bewildered glances, their faces filled with question marks. Later, they learned that they had come to apologize for the incident from the previous day, leaving Du Lacey and the 20 or so miscellaneous disciples stunned into silence. Zhang Lang and his companions were already quite embarrassed, so they did not linger. Hastily offering their apologies and leaving behind 2 bottles of spiritual liquid as a gesture of compensation for Wang Demao. Lin Feishue gazed at the group of placid outer sect disciples, feeling more perplexed than anyone else. Yuan Hao was indeed extraordinary. It was said that he was an intermediary, specifically tasked with assisting an outer sect disciple well-versed in alchemy and selling spiritual liquids, and had even enlisted other disciples from the pig farm to collectively earn spirit stones. The status of servant disciples had always been the lowest. In any sect, it was rare for outer sect disciples to personally come forth to apologize. When he returned last night, I thought this cowardly fellow was utterly unworthy of being a senior brother. In hindsight, I was indeed hasty. He could not possibly contend with Zhang Lang and his group alone. Having the knowledgeable outer sect disciple handle the matter was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. It seems he is not entirely useless. Lin Fei Shui turned to look at Yuan Hao, who stood beside her. Yuan Hao, sensing her gaze, quipped, "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a handsome guy before? Have you prepared my portion of pig feed? Did you wash the clothes I took off yesterday? Bring an extra basket when you cut the grass today. I have other matters to attend to, so I will rely on you to work a bit harder, junior sister." Yuan Hao had already made arrangements with Yuling Shuang to go fishing that morning. If he did not assign her more tasks, she would cling to him incessantly. Lin Fei Shui's face was rigid, and her left eye twitched several times. While other senior brothers cherished their junior sisters like precious gems, Yuan Hao treated her like a beast of burden. Lin Fei Shui truly wished to resist Yuan Hao's tyranny and oppression, yet the words caught in her throat. Of course, senior brother. These are all duties that a junior sister should fulfill. Upon her utterance, Yuan Hao and the 20 or so servant disciples were visibly taken aback, gazing at Lin Fei Shui in astonishment. Had she taken some medication? Was her tone so sweet? Lin Fei Shui lowered her head, gently pressing her red lips together, choosing to remain silent. This pitiful expression evoked a wave of sympathy from Du Lei Si and the other servant disciples, nearly bringing them to tears. Lin Fei Shui understood that in order to swiftly gather information about the cultivation techniques and to master the drawing of the Ming Di Jian, she needed to adopt a new approach. In that fleeting moment, she had already conceived a preliminary plan. First and foremost, she must leave a favorable impression on Yuan Hao. Then, she would tempt him at any cost. Chapter 53. The younger disciple infuses vitality into the senior sister. I shall not wither away. As long as he is a man, he shall not pass the test of women. I, Lin Fei Shui, possess both allure and grace, and having presented myself so openly, he would surely not refuse. I am resolute. Securing Yuan Hao is not an insurmountable challenge. Mastering the techniques of the secret arts is far from impossible. Lin Fei Shui found herself enmeshed in her own schemes, an involuntary smile curling at the corners of her lips. Clap, clap, clap. Yuan Hao patted her fragrant shoulder, casting her a look of encouragement before turning to leave. His demeanor seemed laden with unspoken significance. Yuan Hao made his way toward a secluded grove outside the sect's plaza. The rendezvous he had arranged with Yuling Shuang was at a modest hillock, a spot where they once fished together. Upon arrival, however, he found no sign of Yuling Shuang. With nothing to occupy his time, Yuan Hao unfurled the sea of corpse souls. He began to fish for soul orbs, passing the time. Suddenly, a series of sharp sounds sliced through the air as several soul orbs were drawn from the depths of the sea. One orb, approximately the size of a human head, caught his attention. Yuan Hao swiftly shattered it, only to furrow his brow in confusion. Once again, it was a remnant of a spirit beast. But what on earth? Yuan Hao stared in bewilderment at the images encapsulated within the small serpentine soul, his mind reeling with disbelief. It depicted a second-tier Zhu Liao beast engaged in unspeakable acts with another of its kind. Typically, the memories carried by spirit beast remnants contained their most valuable recollections, often related to rare herbs, precious materials, or the hidden treasures of formidable figures. Yet, this Zhu Liao beast's most prized memory involved mating with a female beast? How utterly disappointing. Yuan Hao's lips twitched as he prepared to discard the soul back into the sea of corpse souls. Just then, the image of the beast erupted in a dazzling display of golden light. To his astonishment, the Zhu Liao beast transformed into a shimmering golden leaf. Almost immediately, the leaf ignited in flames, turning to ashes. The male Zhu Liao, startled, rolled into a pile of rubble, bewildered, and then hastily fled. What just happened? Yuan Hao yanked back the soul he nearly cast aside, his expression shifting from disbelief to astonishment. The Zhu Liao beast had transformed into a leaf? The intricate patterns on that leaf appeared unusual, almost as if they followed a certain logic, reminiscent of the formations of spirit arrays. Yuan Hao continued to observe the memory encapsulated within the soul. which swayed in concert with the movements of the Zhu Liao beast. Soon, it halted near a significant fissure. The beast peered into the crevice, and after several breaths, emerged with a golden leaf clutched in its mouth. Approaching a sharp stone, it scraped its hind leg, causing blood to drip onto the golden leaf. The leaf shimmered brilliantly, vibrating violently, and transformed into a new Zhu Liao beast. Yuan Hao was left dumbfounded. Yet, soon after, exhilaration surged within him as he realized he had stumbled upon something remarkable. The golden leaf seemed to possess the ability to create an identical doppelganger with just a drop of blood. What a treasure! He hastily absorbed the soul, the imagery flooding his mind with even greater detail than he had witnessed with his own eyes. Every conceivable nuance came to light. Yuan Hao replayed the first-person perspective of the Zhu Liao beast, meticulously comparing the surroundings in hopes of pinpointing the fissure's location. However, when he witnessed the transformation of the leaf into the Zhu Liao beast once more, he was momentarily paralyzed. Wait, the golden leaf, upon receiving blood, transformed into a Zhu Liao beast. Was it not a female Zhu Liao? Was it then engaging in self-replication? Yuan Hao nearly retched at the thought, shaking his head to dispel the imagery from his mind. Moreover, along the path traversed by the Zhu Liao beast, he discovered a dilapidated altar, enshrouded in moss, reminiscent of the remnants of an ancient sect. This was the only lead he had in locating the fissure. Lost in thought, Yuan Hao was suddenly jolted by a surge of energy emanating from a nearby ancient tree, erupting about 2 yards away from him, sending debris flying into the air and dust cascading toward him. Yuan Hao discarded several small soul orbs, waved his hand to retract the sea of corpse souls, and turned toward the ancient tree. A woman donned in a white mask and a form-fitting black gown descended gracefully before him, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Although her visage was concealed, her long, flowing hair could not be hidden, nor could the alluring silhouette beneath her dress. Ah, another charming young man. Judging by your attire, you must be an outer sect disciple of the Bloodsword sect. Upon entering the grove, Yuan Hao indeed donned the garb of an outer disciple. In response to the black-clad woman's inquiry, he merely scoffed, unperturbed, crossing his arms defiantly. I command you to remove your clothing, she asserted, her delicate hand forming a fist. Otherwise, otherwise what? Yuan Hao felt no trepidation, even suppressing a chuckle. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences. He dusted himself off and returned to sit upon the hillock. Sister, have you not had your fill of this charade? The black-clad woman paused, then removed her mask, revealing a flawless and exquisite face, adorned with a hint of surprise and confusion. How did you know it was me? What kind of normal woman demands that an unfamiliar man disrobe upon first meeting? Yuan Hao found no inclination to expose her, for it lacked any merit. Furthermore, if she intended to attack, she should have aimed closer rather than detonating her energy from such a distance. I was merely concerned for your safety, she replied as she seated herself beside him. Though her ruse had been uncovered, she seemed not yet satisfied, still craving the thrill. Next time, I shall ensure you do not recognize me. Let it be, sister, for there are far too many things you must take care to conceal. Are there truly so many? The alluring fragrance that emanates from you is something I encounter almost daily. Should I perhaps find a way to mask it? Indeed. And your bosom, what of it? You compel me daily with your persistent charm. Could I possibly overlook such allure? Oh, and that waist, those legs. Even from thousands of paces away, I could recognize you at a glance. Even turned to ash, your essence would remain unmistakable. Yuan Hao observed her lost in contemplation and inquired, why are you adorned in a private gown? Should you not be donning the disciple's sword skirt? Yuling flashed a mischievous smile, and with a swift motion, wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. Leaning close to Yuan Hao's ear, she sweetly whispered, this dress is simply more convenient. Convenient? Yuan Hao replied, a look of confusion crossing his face. What could possibly be convenient about a skirt? Aren't they all the same? Senior sister. You wear but this one skirt, she remarked. This black gown is of moderate thickness, leaving no trace of what lies beneath. Yet, when pulled up, Yuling lowered her voice, her eyes glimmering with mischief. Yuan Hao nearly choked on his soda, panic causing him to roll away. Senior sister, did we not agree that I would rest for half a month? Why the sudden change of heart? Yuling beckoned him with a playful gesture, her expression a blend of allure and mischief that suggested, if you do not come to me, I may just leap forward. Junior brother, I truly adore you. Can you comprehend this? If I were to go a day without seeing you, It would leave me bereft of appetite, restless at night, and devoid of spirit, even leading to a lack of will to cultivate. Thus, I require your vitality to invigorate me, lest my being gradually decay. This strange and provocative declaration shattered Yuan Hao's understanding of the world. Rest assured, senior sister will fulfill her promise to you. For this half-month, we shall refrain from dual cultivation. Then that as well, Yuan Hao exhaled in relief. Wait, but if we are not engaging in dual cultivation, why don such a convenient dress? Giggle, junior brother, I notice your lips appear rather parched, Yuling Shuang said, approaching him with a charming expression. Chapter 54. The Romance of the Perverse Senior Sister. I cannot comprehend, senior sister. What are you planning to do? Senior sister? Allow me to moisten your lips. Yuan Hao gazed at Yuling Shuang with a look of terror. Yuling Shuang, with a chilling smile reminiscent of a deranged individual, quickened her pace. There are myriad ways to invigorate the senior sister, yet only one unchanging prerequisite remains: you. As long as you are a junior brother, any method is permissible. Come on, why are you not being proactive at all? Has my beauty and figure ceased to captivate you? Or do you inherently prefer a more passive role? Hee. Suddenly, Yuling Shuang halted, her gaze fixated on a distant direction within the dense forest. How disappointing. She adjusted her mask back into place and turned to inform Yuan Hao that someone was approaching from this direction, expected to arrive in about half a stick of incense. Rather than feeling disheartened, Yuan Hao was elated. In his heart, he expressed gratitude to the ancestors of the approaching adversaries for providing him with an escape. Senior sister, what level of cultivators are they? Yuling Shuang's strength far surpassed Yuan Hao's, and her perception extended beyond his. Yuan Hao had yet to detect any spiritual pressure, just a bunch of minor characters. 4 of them at the 8th level of spiritual embodiment, Yuling Shuang remarked casually. They seem to be searching for a suitable ambush point. There are no suitable hiding spots around this mound, so I suspect their target is not here. Ambushes are typically set in places conducive to concealment. Obvious locations are hardly chosen as primary options. Let us depart. I shall lead you to a place where we can wait for our prey. Yuling Shuang pointed with her jade-like finger towards a nearby direction. Upon arrival, Yuan Hao discovered a shallow ditch, flanked by dense shrubs, indeed an ideal spot for an ambush. Yuling Shuang pulled him down, hiding within a patch of lush greenery. Senior sister, is it really necessary for us to conceal ourselves? Yuan Hao was perplexed, greatly so. After all, those individuals were about to arrive. His current strength was at the 6th level of spiritual embodiment, and Yuling Shuang had suppressed her realm to a level comparable to his. The approaching adversaries were at the 8th level. The more they sensed us, the more aggressively they would pursue us. If they cannot sense us, they may not be as zealous, right? Junior brother, do you not find this more romantic? Romantic? He truly could not comprehend the perverse romance of the senior sister. When young couples in love are hiding in the grass, indulging in sweet nothings, suddenly interrupted by the external sect's pursuers who inadvertently discover them. He had heard that when cultivators meet their demise, their pupils freeze on the last scene they beheld, becoming an eternal tableau. Though they may die, in their final moments, they witness the love shared between me and my junior brother. Ah, how romantic, how thrilling. Yuan Hao, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and embrace me. Yuling Shuang exclaimed in a delicate voice. Senior sister, please remain calm. We could simply eliminate them without indulging in such superfluous theatrics. Not superfluous at all. Yuling Shuang directly pulled him closer, wrapping his hands around her slender waist, warning him not to let go. Footsteps approached. For uniformed cultivators halted at this spot. Junior brothers, this is an excellent ambush point, surrounded by dense shrubs, perfect for concealment. The disciples of the Bloodsword sect have undergone rigorous training and possess some counter-surveillance capabilities. We must exercise patience and remain calm. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the bushes, prompting the speaker to heighten his vigilance, gesturing for the other 3 to disperse. The 4 swiftly encircled the area from whence the sound originated. Who goes there? Step forth. The inquiry received no reply. The 4 cultivators exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously parted the shrubs, charging in. What they encountered was a scene that left them both envious and dumbfounded. A man and a woman were kissing. Yuling Shuang, with her back to them, held a mask in her left hand while her right arm was entwined around Yuan Hao's neck, lost in the kiss. Yuan Hao was overwhelmed, feeling utterly passive, unable to flaunt his kissing skills like his perverse senior sister in front of others. Yuling Shuang never closed her eyes while kissing, through the reflection in Yuan Hao's pupils. She could perceive the reactions and expressions of the four cultivators. Contemplating her affection and sincerity for Yuan Hao, witnessed by heaven and earth, and by the four cultivators, her heart swelled with elation, achieving an extraordinary sense of fulfillment. The four eighth-level spiritual cultivators had yet to realize their imminent doom. After a brief silence, they erupted into mocking laughter. Senior brother, they appear to be disciples of the Bloodsword sect. How foolish to engage in such displays in this place. It seems they have succumbed to their emotions. What bad luck to encounter us. Kill them. Their eyes shifted, and they charged forward. Yuling Shuang released Yuan Hao, licking her lips with lingering delight, laughing as she waved her jade hand, casting out a burst of energy without looking back. The force, akin to an arrow or a spear, tore through the air with a piercing sound, instantly piercing through 3 of the cultivators. Each was struck through the center of their brows, utterly defenseless, unaware of what had transpired until their final moments. The last cultivator, upon witnessing the carnage, was paralyzed with fear, his lips trembling uncontrollably. To have dispatched 3 eighth-level spiritual cultivators with such ease, this woman was terrifying. This was far beyond the realm of spiritual embodiment. He attempted to flee, only to find his legs weak and unresponsive, as if laden with lead. Spare me, spare my life. Yuling Shuang gently flicked her fingers, sending a blade of energy from her palm that severed his kneecap. Blood gushed forth, and the man screamed in agony. To trespass upon another's domain, ambushing their disciples, and then pleading for mercy, such fortune does not exist in this world. Yuling Shuang had never shown mercy to the pursuers. The disciples of the Bloodsword sect had met untimely ends at their hands countless times. As the man's legs were shattered, yet Yuan Hao harbored no concerns. To seize his chi hai, he would have to personally deliver a near-fatal blow. However, as he approached the cultivator, a sense of disquiet washed over him. First and foremost, his opponent was a bona fide 8th-grade Ling Ti, and although his legs were severed, his chi hai and martial veins remained intact. Furthermore, one who ambushes another is likely to possess treacherous devices. One must always guard against the unexpected. What if, upon nearing him, the cultivator unleashed poison or fired hidden weapons? It was prudent to proceed with caution. He was not like his senior sister, capable of dispatching foes with a mere snap of her fingers. Yuan Hao nodded to himself, retrieving a pouch of Sangguang sand from his storage spirit tool, and swiftly scattered its contents upon the cultivator. As the latter screamed in agony, blinded and disoriented, Yuan Hao circled behind and delivered a heavy strike. It was only when the cultivator lay on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth and convulsing, that he felt emboldened enough to claim the chi hai. 8th grade, it was no small feat indeed. How fortunate it was that this thought did not reach the ears of those cultivators who diligently practiced. Otherwise, they might have harbored murderous intent against him. In less than half a month, he had transformed from an untrainable errand boy into an 8th-grade Ling Ti. To call this not easy? Having expended a pouch of Sangguang sand, Yuan Hao was determined to recover his losses and hastily began to search the deceased for valuables. From the body of the cultivator he had slain, he unearthed a silver needle, glimmering ominously, yet it carried a peculiar scent. With his experience as an alchemist, Yuan Hao immediately recognized it as the odor of Duan Xian Chao poison. A chill coursed down his spine. Thank goodness he had first obscured the cultivator's vision with the Sangguang sand. Had he truly been struck by this needle, it would have posed great trouble. Amidst his relief, Yuan Hao realized he must prepare antidotes in advance. One must be wary of the unforeseen. Having resources on hand and being in urgent need of them are 2 entirely different matters. Shortly thereafter, Yuling Shuang approached, glancing at the poisoned silver needle in Yuan Hao's hand, her expression growing grave. Duan Xian Jun of the Baidu Zone. I overlooked this, she said. Junior brother, are you injured? Suddenly, she crouched down, feeling around Yuan Hao's legs, anxious about any harm to vital areas. Chapter 55. I was betrayed by my junior disciple sister. Can you please stop pretending? When Yuan Hao was with Yuling Shuang, he could only feel speechless, for her behavior was utterly bizarre and devoid of any sense. Yuling Shuang pouted her crimson lips, her tone resolute, yet her gaze vacant. Sister, what am I pretending about? You are the esteemed eldest sister of Shuejian sect, and you have interacted with outer sect disciples the most, haven't you? How is it that you only just now realize they are disciples of Baidu sect? From the very first moment Yuling Shuang laid eyes on them, or even sensed their spiritual energy, she had already identified their true identities. This implies that she, as his sister, could not have overlooked the fact that disciples of Baidu's sect concealed lethal weapons like the Duanxin needle. Just look at what she did. Yuling Shuang severed the knee of that Baidu disciple instead of his arm. Clearly, removing the arm would have been the safer option, yet she chose otherwise. Why? Because Yuling Shuang anticipated that the individual would resort to releasing the Duanxin needle in a desperate moment, exchanging life for life. The hands were crucial, they had to be preserved. With sufficient foresight, should that person unleash the poison needle, Yuling Shuang would swiftly intervene, preventing Yuan Hao from harm. Afterwards, she could feign concern for Yuan Hao's injuries and target his vital areas. However, she overlooked one detail. Yuan Hao was a cautious individual who valued his life. Before making a move, he first blinded his opponent, then maneuvered behind to strike, leaving the Baidu disciple with no opportunity to release the Duanxin needle. Originally, her plan to take advantage of Yuan Hao had been thwarted, only for Yuan Hao to unexpectedly extract the Duanxin needle from the Baidu disciple himself. Yuling Shuang, descending the slope, feigned concern, leading to that moment of inappropriate touching. How sinister! The human heart is indeed treacherous. To make this situation seem more plausible, Yuling Shuang even adopted a grave expression, mumbling something about the significance of the matter. If it weren't for the subtle curve of her lips, Yuan Hao might have been completely deceived. Sister, I must severely criticize you. I understand that you have feelings for me. I comprehend your yearning to possess me at all times, seeking comfort and joy. Yet, have you considered that if things went awry, I could meet my demise? Yuling Shuang lowered her head, sobbing softly. Woo-woo, I'm sorry, sister understands her mistakes. Please, junior brother, punish me severely. Yuan Hao, realizing this might be part of a larger scheme, was skeptical. Is this a trap? It must be. Knowing your errors is good. Just be more careful next time. Yuan Hao cleared his throat, determined not to acquiesce to Yuling Shuang's wishes. What about the punishment? Let's skip that. No, it must be done. Otherwise, how will sister learn her lesson? Forget it. Even if you are punished, you won't remember. Instead, you'll relish the experience and escalate your behavior. Please, sister begs you, punish me severely. Yuan Hao and Yuling Shuang continued their search for possible ambushes by outer sect cultivators. Along the way, they encountered a group of cultivators, but regrettably, their strength was too feeble, merely at the 7th rank of the spiritual body. Yuan Hao deemed them useless and swiftly eliminated them. Naturally, a minor incident occurred in the process, as Yuling Shuang intervened just as Yuan Hao was about to strike. Initially, the group was elated, calling her a bodhisattva, believing she intended to spare them. However, she only wished for them to witness her kiss Yuan Hao before their demise. One could only say that her twisted reasoning was beyond ordinary comprehension. Yuan Hao, accustomed to her eccentricities, still found it difficult to fully adapt. As they threaded through the ancient forest side by side, Yuan Hao suddenly inquired about another matter of concern. Sister, have you heard of any ancient sect ruins near Shuejin sect? Generations come and go, and sect powers rise and fall. It is rare for a sect to endure for millennia. The ancient sect ruins you speak of are located within a 10,000-mile radius, totaling 3. Yuan Hao was taken aback. He had no way of determining which of the ancient sect ruins the Zhula beast had traversed. Did he have to visit each one? 10,000-mile distances were far too great for him, requiring over half a month. Yet, it was indeed worth the journey. With his experience as an alchemist and knowledge of various medicinal herbs and spiritual plants, he could not recall any information related to the golden leaves. This item was destined to be extraordinary. A single drop of blood on a leaf could create a clone. If there were a large tree beneath the fissure, wouldn't he strike it rich? Sister, let me tell you Yuan Hao recounted his encounter with the spiritual beast's remnant soul and the golden leaves in detail to Yuling Shuang. Though she was eccentric, he trusted her completely. After hearing Yuan Hao's description, Yuling Shuang was astonished for quite some time. Finally, she shook her delicate neck. I do not know what it is, junior brother. Are you certain it is not an illusion created by the Zhula beast? I am certain it is not an illusion. Of course, it was not surprising. The vast world is full of wonders, and not all varieties of spiritual plants have been thoroughly explored by cultivators and alchemists. Yuling Shuang pondered for a moment and continued. Recently, my master's condition remains uncertain. As the eldest sister of the sect, I must handle many affairs and cannot venture too far from the sect for too long. Otherwise, I would accompany you to search. I will find an opportunity to go myself. No. Why not? If that fissure indeed contains such a spiritual plant, There must be powerful spiritual beasts guarding it. It would be too dangerous for you to go alone. Yuan Hao nodded thoughtfully. Yuling Shuang's words were undeniably sensible. Slightly higher-tier medicinal materials and spiritual treasures are often protected by one or multiple different spiritual beasts. A plant capable of producing a blood clone with the plucking of a single leaf would undoubtedly have powerful spiritual beasts lurking in the shadows. While the surface appeared calm, beneath it could be tumultuous currents. Even if they were to go, they must be utterly prepared. That item is exceedingly rare. If someone else were to seize it first, I would regret it for the rest of my life. Moreover, I do not wish to inform anyone else besides my sister. This matter proves to be somewhat challenging. Yuan Hao sighed, his heart in turmoil. Almost immediately, he thought of another individual, Song Lao. As the ancestral master of the sect, Song Lao possessed formidable strength and treated him with utmost regard, providing care in every aspect. However, Song Lao bore the heavy responsibility of safeguarding the Shuejian zone, particularly due to Su Feiling's frail condition. Song Lao was the sect's foremost combatant, and his prolonged absence would be detrimental. There exists an item that might allow me safe passage through the fissures. Yuling Shuang removed her mask with reluctance, her crimson lips pouting slightly. It must be Lin Fei Shue's Ming Di sword, right? Indeed, the Ming Di sword is a 6th-grade spiritual weapon, controlled by secret incantations. Most importantly, it possesses a passive protective mechanism that automatically conjures a protective barrier when the wielder is in peril. Although it cannot guarantee absolute safety, it is undoubtedly my primary choice. After making additional preparations, I should be able to attempt it. Does that mean you will have to borrow the sword from Lin Fei Shui? Yuling Shuang's face contorted, jealousy already bubbling over. Well, that is certainly a given. In Yuling Shuang's heart, it felt as though she had been stabbed with a sword, a sharp intake of breath escaping her lips. She clutched her chest with both hands, staggering back a few steps. I have been betrayed by my junior Yuan Hao. Senior sister, I beseech you not to speak recklessly. There is no evidence. When have I ever betrayed you? Yuan Hao gazed at Yuling Shuang in astonishment. Sensing his bewilderment, Yuling Shuang immediately adopted a dramatic demeanor. Feigning tears. Woe is me, how is this any different from betrayal? My junior has no need for his senior sister, but chooses to engage with another woman. Yuan Hao's expression crumbled in disbelief. I merely wish to borrow the Ming Di sword from Lin Fei Shui. Is such a reaction truly necessary? You foolish junior, what do you understand? Lin Fei Shui's intentions are rather dubious. Chapter 56. Please, strike me. Yuan Hao stood frozen in disbelief. Humph, senior sister has long held a disdain for Lin Fei Shui. Her chest pales in comparison to mine. Her legs are not as long, yet she tempts my junior brother every day. Were it not for Mei Xiao Yun, I would have certainly unleashed my fury upon her. Yuling Shuang brandished her fists like a demon, her hair rising without wind, her eyes glinting with crimson light. Yuan Hao trembled in fear. After a moment, Yuling Shuang calmed herself. She wiped the corners of her eyes, which had not shed a single tear. If senior sister opposed my junior brother borrowing the sword from Lin Fei Shui, he would perceive her as a capricious and unreasonable woman. Such a development would estrange their relationship, effectively handing my junior brother over to another woman. Thus, I conceded. Just this once, mind you. Moreover, you must ensure that there is no flirtation with Lin Fei Shui, nor any deep exchanges. Otherwise, I shall be heartbroken. You wouldn't wish to see senior sister weep before you, would you? Yuan Hao replied. Senior sister, I merely wish to borrow the sword. Must you make such a fuss? Hee. I am merely concerned that my junior brother might be lured away by other wild women, Yuling Shuang teased. Yuan Hao walked ahead in silence. Adjusting the height of her mask, Yuling Shuang followed closely behind with her hands clasped behind her back. Junior brother, are you upset? May I tell you a joke? Once upon a time, there was a little fox. As they conversed and strolled, they soon encountered a third wave of ambushers hidden deep within the forest. There were not many, only 2, but they were both at the spirit blood realm, 1st grade. Yuan Hao's eyes sparkled upon seeing them. This meant he was about to seize the spirit blood realm's vital essence, becoming the only miscellaneous disciple in the history of the blood sword sect to achieve such a feat. The spirit blood realm and the spirit body realm are entirely distinct realms. A 1st grade spirit blood practitioner can rival hundreds of 9th grade spirit body practitioners. Of course, this comparison holds true under normal circumstances. Various factors, such as possession of spirit artifacts and the level of martial skills, can lead to differences in strength within the same realm. I recognize their garments. They seem to belong to the Guizhong sect, correct? Yuling Shuang nodded slightly, confirming, indeed, they are disciples of the Guizhong sect. Junior brother, you are remarkable. Yuan Hao urged, senior sister, take action. Oh, do we still need to perform that bizarre ritual before killing? Yuan Hao, under the bemused gaze of the two disciples from the Guizhong sect, opened his arms, signaling Yuling Shuang to hasten, ensuring they did not escape. Junior brother, you have finally grasped the situation. Your enthusiasm pleases senior sister. Yuling Shuang gazed at him with excitement, removing her mask while gently cupping Yuan Hao's face. The ensuing scene left the two disciples from the Guizhong sect dumbfounded, even causing them to flush with embarrassment as they swallowed hard. How could they openly kiss in public? Are all disciples of the blood sword sect this perverse? Suddenly, a flash of spirit light darted before them, and their throats were swiftly severed by a razor-sharp blade of energy, blood splattering everywhere. Their first reaction was to clutch their throats, yet for some inexplicable reason, their arms refused to obey their minds. Upon lowering their heads, they were horrified to find their hands where are their hands, severed by that very energy blade. Demon, this woman is a demon. The disciples of the Guizhong sect struggled to utter a few words despite their slashed throats, their voices barely audible, akin to the hum of a mosquito. With severed hands and slashed throats, even a first-grade spirit blood practitioner would be greatly weakened. Yuan Hao surged forward with a blood-fawn palm, toppling one of them. Before he took his last breath, Yuan Hao seized the vital essence of the spirit blood realm. The sound of dripping water echoed in his ears, warmth surged within Yuan Hao's body, and his meridians enveloped in a faint aura of spiritual energy, distributing it to every corner of his being. The sensation within him was singular, a feeling of inflation. An overwhelming sense of expansion surged through him, granting him immense comfort. My body feels peculiar. Logically, elevating several grades within a single day should cause excruciating pain due to the mismatch between my physical strength and the realm of my vital essence. Yet I feel no pain whatsoever. Rather, I feel entirely at ease. Yuling Shuang flicked her fingers and dispatched the other practitioner, approaching him to rest her chin lightly upon Yuan Hao's shoulder. Then, she embraced him from behind, her palms gliding to the position of his vital essence, feeling the pronounced contours of his muscles. Your body can endure several grades of enhancement at once. Do you truly remain oblivious to the reason? Please enlighten me, senior sister. It is due to the augmentation from our dual cultivation. What? Yuan Hao was taken aback, instantly petrified, believing senior sister was teasing him once more. Yet this time, Yuling Shuang was not jesting. Her words were sincere. Do you think everyone can dual cultivate? Only through the relentless breaking of limits can it be called dual cultivation. From the moment there was not a trace of spiritual energy within you, senior sister intended for you to pursue the path of body cultivation. I possess an ancient scroll on body cultivation that I have never disclosed to you. While body cultivation may not be as effective as conventional cultivation and requires exponentially more effort, I have heard that once the physical body is refined to its utmost limits, one can achieve strength rivaling that of Earth Movement Realm practitioners. There have been cases to support this. Yuan Hao turned his head in a daze to look at her, his heart a tumult of emotions. Has senior sister been doing this for me all along? Yuling Shuang smiled playfully and remarked, though you have not chosen the path of body cultivation, the refined state of your body after repeated honing has enabled you to better adapt to the realm you have seized, has it not? However, I believe that reaching the first grade of spirit blood is your current physical limit. Furthermore, senior sister dares not claim credit, lest you feel gratitude towards me for this. My desire for dual cultivation is genuine, for I simply wish to drain you dry. With that, Yuling Shuang playfully pushed down on Yuan Hao, causing him to stiffen. Ha ha! Yuling Shuang laughed joyously, while Yuan Hao's expression darkened. Senior sister, I am truly grateful for everything you have done for me. However, I wish you would refrain from teasing me inappropriately. I am a man of traditional values. Yuling Shuang gazed at him with an enchanting charm. Very well, shitty, she replied before playfully grabbing him again. Shijiyu? I apologize, shitty. It seems my hand is under the influence of an invisible and mysterious force. Look, it has once again eluded my control. As she spoke, her hands roamed over Yuan Hao's body. Yuan Hao was genuinely frightened. His hands were controlled by some mysterious power? Who would believe that? The two continued their playful banter. Despite being incessantly teased by his eccentric Shiji, Yuan Hao found himself in good spirits that day. Considering their current physical forms and realms were perfectly aligned, pursuing further spirits of the second or third grade would only render their realms superficial, so they decided to cease their endeavors. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue through the ancient forest, Yuan Hao reclined upon Yuling Shuang's tender and fragrant legs, savoring the gentle breeze, feeling a deep sense of tranquility within. Living like this seemed quite delightful. There was no small town, no numerous concubines, but there was a Shiji who cared for him in every aspect, willing to pay any price for his well-being. Shidi, if you truly wish to seek the spiritual plants with golden leaves, I shall prepare some useful items to minimize the risks, she said. The Grand Elder is quite adept at arranging formations. I will ask him to prepare 2 protective formations in your name shortly. Additionally, I will procure some beast avoidance pills from the Third Elder. While obtaining 6th grade pills may be challenging, I believe 5th grade ones should be feasible. Furthermore, we will need a special storage spiritual artifact, as ordinary artifacts can only hold inanimate objects. Only special treasures can contain living beings. I will also find a way to assist you with this. Once you find the spiritual plants, you cannot simply neglect them, if you truly wish to bring them back. A living treasure is indispensable. The remaining task is for you to borrow a sword from Lin Feishue. Although Mingdi's sword is protected by a barrier, I hope that if you confirm the presence of a certain spirit beast guarding it, you will refrain from acting rashly and wait until Shiji is free to assist you. Yuling Shuang acted like a considerate spouse, compiling a list of items that Yuan Hao might need upon leaving home. Shiji, you are truly wonderful. Yuan Hao felt a warmth in his heart and couldn't help but praise her. However, he regretted it immediately after. Surprised by the compliment, Yuling Shuang initially froze, then lowered her head, shaking with a cold laugh. When she looked up again, her eyes sparkled with a mesmerizing pink light. Hee, does Shidi truly feel that way? Since I have worked so hard, shouldn't you reward me? I beg you, grant me a favor. Chapter 57. Senior brother, I wish to become your Dao companion. Junior sister, I am reluctant faced with the sudden transformation of Yuling Shuang. Yuan Hao felt a slight collapse within. He hopped off her lap and stood up, realizing his folly in harboring normal expectations towards an eccentric. It was indeed a grave error to engage with a peculiar individual as if they were a typical person. All was my fault. Yuan Hao's face twitched as he fervently wished for divine intervention to put an end to his torment at the hands of his senior sister. Ah, junior brother, come on, slap me. Why aren't you slapping me? Yuling Shuang leaned forward, laughing sweetly, twisting about in anticipation. She longed for the forceful embrace of Yuan Hao's hand. Senior sister, spare me. I beg you, junior brother, be ruthless. Slap me. I am the one pleading with you. Kindly act normally. After a considerable effort, Yuan Hao managed to send Yuling Shuang away. Following their parting, he hastily returned to the pig farm. About 20 junior disciples were diligently practicing. He checked on Wang Damao's injuries in the adjoining room. Fortunately, the condition was improving, and he would recover in a few days. This indicated that the efficacy of Ziyu Chongjiang was indeed commendable. Upon seeing him return, Lin Feishue decisively abandoned her practice and approached Yuan Hao. She embraced the Mingdi sword with both hands, patiently waiting outside the room. Creak. Yuan Hao emerged from the room, and Lin Feishue transformed her previously indifferent demeanor, a faint smile gracing her lips. Senior brother, I have completed the tasks you entrusted to me. Well done. This is the demeanor befitting a junior sister. Yuan Hao generously offered his praise, giving her shoulder a gentle pat as encouragement. Senior brother, I have something to discuss with you. Speak. What is it? Coincidentally, Yuan Hao too had something to convey to Lin Feishue, yet he had pondered for an entire afternoon without knowing how to broach the subject. With Lin Feishue initiating the conversation, Yuan Hao decided to take the opportunity and employ a strategy of subtlety. Otherwise, if she discovered his intention to borrow the sword again, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. Senior brother, please follow me. Lin Feishue led Yuan Hao towards the back of the pig pen. As they turned the corner, the 20 or so junior disciples practicing in the open space ceased their activities. With narrowed eyes or perked ears, they began to gossip among themselves. Fellow disciples, have you noticed that recently, senior brother's behavior has been quite peculiar? Indeed, it is rather strange. Since a certain day, senior brother frequently stays out at night. Staying out is one thing, but he also likes to sneak into the small grove while we are transporting corpses. Among the 20 or so junior disciples, one named Li Bingong spoke up, recalling, the last time senior brother went to the grove, our Lin junior sister accompanied him. Are you suggesting that they might? Li Bingang's subtly lewd expression instantly led everyone to envision the same scenario. Are you implying that Lin Jr.'s sister and senior brother are involved? Yes, yes. It is possible. Think about it. Lin Jr.'s sister is so beautiful and meets the criteria to become an outer sect disciple. Why would she come to our pig farm if not for senior brother? Not quite. During our time in the cave, senior brother and we were captured by Lin Jr.'s sister together. It did not seem as if they were already acquainted. Moreover, since she joined the pig farm, senior brother has been deliberately avoiding her and has even urged us to be cautious. So it is unrequited love. Huh. Senior brother has feelings for Lin Jr.'s sister? Du Lacey was momentarily speechless. Are you foolish? It is Lin Jr.'s sister who has unreciprocated feelings for senior brother. Have you forgotten how impressive senior brother is? My goodness. The crowd recalled the memory of Yuan Hao in short pants during their time in the cave, and a surge of jealousy washed over them. Why have we been guessing aimlessly? Why not? The 20 or so junior disciples exchanged glances. Shall we? Yes. Under the leadership of Du Lacey and Li Bengang, everyone bent low and tiptoed towards the pig pen. Before they could halt, they overheard an explosive conversation. Senior brother, I have pondered for a long time. Please, let us enter into a relationship. Junior sister wishes to become Dao companions with Yuan Hao. Together, hand in hand, we shall embark on the next life. Lin Feishue extended an invitation for companionship. This is sensational, truly sensational. The 20 or so junior disciples crouched like stacked cards around the corner of the pig pen, covering their mouths to eavesdrop, their hearts brimming with envy. Lin Feishue was a natural beauty, fair-skinned and graceful, with a voluptuous figure. Aside from her somewhat indifferent and cold demeanor, she was nearly flawless. If she were in the outer sect, suitors would line up from the northernmost to the southernmost ends. It is not an exaggeration at all. Who wouldn't wish for a beautiful woman as their Dao companion? Lin Feishue fulfilled the fantasies of most male cultivators regarding the physical attributes and appearance of their partners. Du Lacey and Li Bengang swallowed hard, poised to leap out and cheer, urging, Senior brother, accept her. When they heard Yuan Hao's voice, Junior sister, are you quite certain of your decision? I am quite certain. What are you talking about? How can you lack ambition? You wish to become companions with a mere pig-farming disciple? To be honest, Yuan Hao was utterly taken aback by Lin Feishue's sudden confession. He had assumed she merely sought some advantage in exchange for learning the secret incantation of the Mingdi sword. But it turned out to be a confession. Yet, after a brief moment of bewilderment, he quickly recognized the peculiarity of the situation. Firstly, he and Lin Feishue did not share profound feelings. Secondly, Lin Feishue's intentions in approaching him were questionable, and her motives for confessing were even more dubious. Moreover, he found it strange that Mei Xiaoyan had not disclosed the events involving himself and Yuling Shuang to Su failing. Had she also failed to inform Lin Feishue? This was too peculiar. Clearly, she had been the one to encourage Lin Feishue to join the pig farm as a disciple, and she was eager to ascertain whether he had cultivated the Mo Ming Huan Tiangong. So why did she withhold such crucial information from Lin Feishue? Yuan Hao speculated two possibilities. One was that Mei Xiaoyan had other undisclosed considerations. In another instance, Lin Feishue feigned ignorance, pretending not to realize that she and Yuling Shuang had already become partners in the way. Regardless of the circumstances, Yuan Hao could never acquiesce to her. How could he bear being entangled with her? His elder brother subtly evaded her invitation to become a partner, indicating his unwillingness to accept his junior sister's proposal. Indeed, Yuan Hao's refusal was both resolute and unequivocal. Lin Feishue's complexion suddenly turned pale, and she grasped the wooden railing beside the pig pen to prevent herself from collapsing. Why? My sole interest lies in pig farming. I am passionate about raising pigs. Yuan Hao's blunt declaration left Lin Feishue at a loss for words, as if a thorn were lodged in her throat. She sought to breathe and regain her composure, yet felt an overwhelming heaviness, as if a mountain rested upon her chest, rendering her breathless. Lin Feishue acknowledged that her confession to Yuan Hao, her invitation for partnership, was driven by selfish motives. Her intention was to swiftly master the secret incantations and uncover his techniques and secrets. Despite the insincerity of her invitation, she wore a countenance of deep distress, for she had never anticipated such a flat rejection from Yuan Hao. She had assumed that merely articulating her feelings would elicit his affirmative nod. This was her misplaced confidence and self-assurance. And now, that confidence had evaporated. Lin Feishue, oh Lin Feishue, are you foolish? It was all a pretense. Why take such offense at his refusal? I understand now. You cannot swallow this indignity, can you? Yes, I cannot accept this indignity. By what right does he refuse me? The more she pondered, the more infuriated she became, her eyes misty as if she were on the verge of tears, unaware of the true circumstances. A group of 20 or so junior disciples swiftly intervened, rallying to support Lin Feishue. Senior brother, you are truly heartless. Indeed, Lin Shimi must have been eagerly anticipating the chance to become a partner with you. Yet you rejected her outright. How deeply must she be hurt? Senior brother, you cannot exploit your good looks to toy with Lin Shimi's feelings and affections. Do you realize how many people yearn to be her partner, but lack the opportunity? Senior brother, I must say, how could you fail to seize this chance to foster a tale of unprecedented romance in the pig farm? Yuan Hao and Lin Feishue stared at them, both taken aback. Yuan Hao, though shocked, found himself somewhat speechless. Meanwhile, Lin Feishue felt as though she wished for death. She had even contemplated the means by which to conclude her brief existence. Chapter 58. Lin Feishue's descent into darkness. Lin Feishue, overwhelmed by her emotions, fled with her face buried in her hands, weeping. Behind the pigsty, Yuan Hao exchanged glances with a group of miscellaneous disciples. Duel scratched his head and said, well, senior brother, if there's nothing else, we'll head off to cultivate. Li Bengang nodded like a chick pecking at grains, urging everyone to return swiftly. Senior brother, you can rest assured. We won't speak of this to anyone. Please don't be angry. Yuan Hao, not only their senior brother but also their guide to prosperity, was someone they dared not offend. Their earlier words were merely thoughtless remarks spurred by emotion. If forced to choose between Yuan Hao and Lin Feishue, their allegiance would undoubtedly lie with Yuan Hao. The group hurriedly shuffled away. With a slight grimace, Yuan Hao mumbled to himself. It appears that the matter of borrowing the sword has fallen through today. Yet, perhaps this isn't entirely a misfortune. If Lin Feishue realizes the futility of her pursuits and chooses to withdraw, it may grant me a semblance of tranquility. Yuan Hao's reasoning was sound, yet he could not fathom that this logic was but the domain of an ordinary mind. The Lin Feishue he had rejected was on the verge of unlocking a door to a realm of enigma previously unknown to her. Within the storage room, the spirit lamp remained unlit. Moonlight streamed in, casting a silvery glow upon her bare back. Lin Feishue rested her head on the table, sobbing softly for a while, until silence enveloped her. Time slipped by, and eventually, she lifted her head slowly, a strange, cold smile gracing her lips. Her pupils shimmered with a violet radiance, as if she had transformed into another being, exuding an aura of both allure and menace. So you refuse me? Is this how it is? My first confession to a man, and I am met with rejection? Yuan Hao, by what right do you dismiss me? This incident has truly saddened me. What shall I do now? In the dead of night. The miscellaneous disciples who had hurried to exchange for spirit stones returned, reporting that the process had gone smoothly. However, they brought with them another piece of news. Someone wishes to challenge the disciple who supplies us with medicine? Yuan Hao lay on his bed, hands clasped behind his head, reclining with his legs crossed. Duel and a few others leaned over the edge of the bed, exchanging tidbits of information from their day. Yes, senior brother. I believe the individual is named Wang Fong. Su Kuan acts as an intermediary for Wang Fong, who has employed Zhang Lang and others to assist in selling spirit liquids. However, their prices are significantly higher than ours. Zhang Lang asked us to convey a message to the disciple supplying us with spirit liquids and pills, stating that Wang Fong wishes to engage in a competition of alchemy tomorrow morning. The venue is a small plaza beside the bridge frequented by outer sect disciples, with the stakes being the market for medicine. The loser must withdraw their supply of spirit liquids and pills for the disciples of Zhanhua, Sword Peak. Wang Damao, lying beside Yuan Hao, bristled with indignation. What is Wang Fong? He thinks he can simply challenge us? Duel shrugged. Wang Fong has already spread the word through Su Kuan and Zhang Lang. Now, the entire Zhanhua Sword Peak is abuzz with it. If we decline the challenge, we will surely be labeled as fearful and retreating, and no one will dare to trade with us again. Li Bengang nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, they will claim our spirit liquids and pills are of inferior quality compared to theirs. Outer sect disciples are typically impoverished. They will inevitably choose the higher quality medicine after weighing their options. Refusing the challenge would already be a significant loss in public opinion. Yuan Hao rubbed his chin, contemplating the matter. Wang Fong is also a second-tier alchemist. However, if he is not foolish, he should be able to discern that the quality of the potions I produce far surpasses his. Even if the spirit liquid were diluted, it is still beyond his capabilities to match. Why would Wang Fong dare to publicly challenge me? Is he seeking humiliation? After a moment of deep thought, a realization struck him, and everything fell into place. In the past, I had Du Lei and Da Mao sell the spirit liquids and pills we acquired through less than honorable means. Those pilfered liquids are certainly of inferior quality compared to my own. If Wang Fong believes those to be my creations, his confidence would undoubtedly swell. Yuan Hao shook his head with a smile, reflecting. If he truly intends to seize the market for spirit liquids and pills at Zhanhua Sword Peak, he is unwittingly providing me with an opportunity to enhance my reputation. Previously, he had instructed the 20 or so miscellaneous disciples to remain low-key to avoid inciting jealousy and unnecessary trouble. Now that the situation was laid bare, there was no turning back down that path. Very well, I shall inform the supplying disciple. You need not worry about this matter. The following morning, as the other miscellaneous disciples went about their usual tasks of feeding pigs and gathering grass, Yuan Hao prepared to head to the location designated by Wang Fong. Jinsha Bridge was a path commonly traversed by outer sect disciples, and Yuan Hao considered several possibilities. In the eyes of Wang Fong and Zhang Lang, he remained an enigma, especially after publicly demonstrating his sword technique, Lei Zhe Jian Huang, which had surely left an impression on many. Thus, it was highly unlikely that Wang Fong would dare to confront him. Yuan Hao still possessed a reserve of mesmerizing liquid and Songwang sand, ensuring his safety. Upon opening his door, a fragrant breeze greeted him. Lin Feishua leaned against the wall of the common room, smiling as she approached him, as if nothing had transpired. Junior sister Lin, what brings you here? Of course, I'm here waiting for senior brother. Waiting for me for what? To apologize to you, senior brother. Lin Feishua lowered her head in slight embarrassment and continued. Yesterday's incident must have startled you, right? It certainly took me by surprise. I'm sorry, it was thoughtless of me, acting rashly and causing you distress. Upon hearing her words, Yuan Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although he remained unaware of Lin Feishua's true intentions, he recognized that his decisive rejection of her had been the right choice. She would undoubtedly refrain from further advances. Senior brother, you don't hold it against me, do you? Of course not. I didn't take it to heart at all. Thank you, senior brother. By the way, is the outfit you took off yesterday still in your room? I shall now assist my senior in cleansing his garments. Under the gaze of Yuan Hao's, Lin Feishua entered the chamber, retrieved his clothing, and emerged. Upon finishing the laundry, I proceeded to join Senior Du and the others in the task of mowing the grass. You may attend to your own matters first. Yuan Hao nodded, not pondering further, and departed. Lin Feishua watched as Yuan Hao exited the pigsty, her heart racing with increasing fervor, and she could almost hear the resounding thump of drums within her chest. Instead of taking the clothes to the well, she carried them directly back to her own room. The moment she closed the door, her hands began to tremble uncontrollably as she clutched the garments tightly. Lin Feishua inhaled deeply, savoring Yuan Hao's lingering scent, her expression shifting to one of intense emotion. You dare to reject my confession? How could you possibly refuse me? Scoundrel! The fabric is imbued with your fragrance. Rascal, you incorrigible man. I find this scent utterly delightful. Haha, Yuan Hao, you shall surely regret this. Throughout my life, it has been I, Lin Feishua, who has turned down others. Yet, upon my first confession, you cast me aside with disdain. This matter shall not be easily forgiven. I shall seek vengeance upon you, a fierce retribution. Since you have spurned me, I shall insist on offering you my first affection. I shall oppose you at all costs. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Chapter 59. How did you scare yourself? The eerie, cold laughter of Lin Feishua reverberated through the modest cottage. Wang Damao, who was recuperating inside, thought he had misheard. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he leaned on his cane and stepped out of the room. At that moment, Lin Feishua emerged, her face flushed as she clutched her garments. Upon seeing the alluring Lin Feishua, who possessed a figure as exquisite as jade, Wang Damao instantly forgot his purpose for getting up and waved his hand in greeting. Junior sister Lin. Oh, it's senior brother Wang. Is there something you need? Lin Feishua composed herself, reverting to her previous demeanor of indifference. Junior sister, is that the elder brother's clothing? Why are you taking it back to your room? Lin Feishua's expression faltered, a hint of anxiety creeping in. However, she endeavored to conceal any suspicion from Wang Damao. I noticed a small tear on elder brother's garment. Perhaps it was accidentally snagged, so I mended it for him. Heh, junior sister Lin, not only are you beautiful, but you are also quite skilled. Senior brother flatters me. Could I trouble you with a favor? I am currently injured, and it is inconvenient for me to wash clothes. Would you mind assisting me? Wang Damao proposed. Lin Feishue regarded him in silence, her gaze unwavering. Gradually, the warmth of Wang Damao's smile faded, replaced by an inexplicable chill, as if he had plunged into an ancient ice cavern. When he regained his senses, his back was drenched in cold sweat, his undershirt thoroughly soaked. And no need, junior sister, I was merely jesting. A powerful intuition, a foreboding sense, gripped him. If he did not speak, it was as though death loomed nearby. Heavens, it had only been one night since he last saw her. What had transpired with junior sister Lin? Although she had always exuded a detached demeanor, she had previously maintained a level of politeness and had never directed such a menacing gaze towards her fellow disciples. Is that so? So senior brother was joking, then I shall let it be. However, I hope senior brother will refrain from such trivial jests in the future. It would be unfortunate if I took them seriously. Lin Feishue declared, turning on her heel and departing without a backward glance. Wang Damao looked down at himself, his legs trembling uncontrollably, as if they had a will of their own. Jinsha Bridge. Zhang Lang and a group of external disciples lounged by two lightweight rocking chairs. Su Kuan reclined in the first chair, while Wang Fong occupied the second. A small round table sat between them, and Zhang Lang stood nearby, resembling a maid as he periodically refilled their teacups. The surrounding junior disciples dared not utter a sound. Su Kuan and Wang Fong sipped their tea while engaging in casual conversation. Those in the know understood they were awaiting someone, while others might have thought they were on vacation. Though Su Kuan's cultivation was modest, he was favored by a powerful father. Indeed, even Wang Fong, a second-tier alchemist, had to afford him a measure of respect. And Zhang Lang and the others had been relegated to the role of mere enforcers in Su Kuan's presence. Senior brother Wang, everything rests on you today. Fear not, junior brother Su, there is no need for concern. This matter will be resolved swiftly. Wang Fong held Su Kuan in low regard. Yet he found himself compelled to leverage Su Kuan's status and reputation to assist in selling spiritual liquids and elixirs. Su Kuan, his vision still impaired, could only perceive vague outlines and shadows, oblivious to Wang Fong's disdain. I have heard that fellow is also a second-tier alchemist. I have yet to witness the quality of his second-tier spiritual liquids and elixirs. I wonder what standard he achieves. Wang Fong absent-mindedly patted away the dust on his chest, exuding confidence. Have you not seen his first-tier spiritual liquids and elixirs? The quality is merely mediocre. If I were to diligently produce first-tier spiritual liquids, the quality would undoubtedly surpass that of the young man. With such a clear disparity in first-tier products, was there even a need to compare second-tier spiritual liquids and elixirs? Wang Fong shook his head with a smile, lifting the tea that Zhang Lang had just refilled. Ouch, that's scalding. Zhang Lang, you fool. Before Wang Fong could finish his sentence, Su Kuan suddenly clapped his hands joyfully, startling Wang Fong and causing his teacup to tumble into his lap. Ack! Wang Fong shouted, flinging the teacup from his lap and clutching the area with both hands as he tumbled from the rocking chair. Zhang Lang, pale with fright, hurried to help him, but Wang Fong forcefully shoved him aside, glaring at Su Kuan with a look of resentment, nearly wishing to strike him down. Junior brother Su, what was that for? Senior brother Wang. I had a brilliant idea and was so excited to share it. Wang Fong gradually reclined back into his chair, exhaling a heavy sigh. The searing sensation rendered him despondent, as if he had lost all vitality. Curse it! If I lose my vigor, Zhang Lang, you shall pay. Zhang Lang, clutching the teapot, felt utterly wronged. It was Su Kuan who had startled Wang Fong into spilling his tea. Why was he being blamed? Moreover, wasn't that vigor of his entirely reliant on the spiritual liquids and elixirs he concocted? What clever idea did you come up with? Su Kuan smiled slightly, unfazed, and said, Senior brother Wang, I was thinking, since you are confident in your alchemical skills, why not challenge him to a contest of crafting second-tier spiritual liquids? Before we begin, let us tempt him with some stakes and make him put something on the line as well. That way, if he loses, he won't be able to encroach upon our market for spiritual herbs at Zhanhuojian Peak, and you could also earn a little profit. Wang Fong chuckled coldly. Is that all? You need not inform me of this. I certainly won't let that young man off easily. He must pay a price. Cough, cough, Senior brother Wang. Allow me to take on the stakes on your behalf. Even if we lose in the end, you need not be distressed, would you not agree? Of course, I believe you will not lose. Hee hee, if Shi Xiang wins, Could he possibly share half of the benefits obtained from that fellow with Shitty? It turns out he was waiting here. Wang Fong, considering that his father is Xu Yihai, the elder in charge of the outer sect at the Zhanhua Sword Peak, refrained from directly berating him. Instead, he remarked, 3 to 7, I suppose. Alchemy is quite taxing on one's spirit. You take 3, I take 7. Ah, fine. After all, Shitty will still depend on Wang Shixiang in the future. Su Kuan secretly rejoiced, though he put on a facade of mild grievance. This was undoubtedly a lucrative deal. Firstly, Su Kuan believed that Wang Fong's confidence indicated he could not possibly lose. This also implied that the stakes of this alchemical contest, even before it began, already belonged to them. Secondly, what Su Kuan presented was merely symbolic, and in the end, it would surely return to his own pocket. Thus, they would net a tidy profit of 3/10 from the opponent. Su Kuan leisurely sipped his tea while Wang Fong remained silent. Soon, a sharp-eyed outer sect disciple excitedly pointed towards the bridge, exclaiming, Wang Shixiang, Su Shixiang, he's here. Yuan Hao arrived at the bridge and paused, leaning against the railing. After surveying the surroundings to confirm there were no hidden disciples, he gently adjusted the mask on his face. You are Wang Fong. Upon hearing his name called, Wang Fong sprang up, coldly gazing at him with a sneer. Su Kuan, standing nearby, remained calm, as it was of no concern to him. I am indeed Wang Fong. How could you already be trembling before the contest has even commenced? Wang Fong's expression darkened instantly. This is not trembling. If it's not trembling, then what is it? Pray tell. In any case, this is not trembling. Wang Fong was infuriated by Yuan Hao's words, turning to glare at Zhang Lang, who stood dumbfounded and dared not speak. This is all your fault. Wang Shixiang, I was wrong. Zhang Lang surely felt indignant, but did not dare retort, lest he face the consequences after this matter concluded. Yuan Hao shrugged and then burst into laughter. Did Zhang Lang just what himself? Chapter 60. Do not accuse me of bullying you. Wang Fong nearly lost consciousness, his eyes rolling back in disbelief. This is tea, green tea, do you understand? Oh, so it's tea. Yuan Hao read it out like an emotionless machine. His tone conveyed a palpable skepticism, tormenting Wang Fong's mind. Cut the nonsense. I challenge you to a contest of refining second-grade spirit liquid. You may choose the type of spirit liquid, and the winner will be determined by the time taken and the quality of the liquid. If you win, you will secure access to the free market of Zhanhua Jianfeng. If you lose, you must humbly return and behave yourself. Su Kuan suddenly sat up straight, adding, moreover, since this is a contest of victory and defeat, we must have some stakes involved, right? Brother Wang is a busy man of Zhanhua Jianfeng, and the time wasted must be accounted for. Yuan Hao, hidden behind his mask, chuckled. Aren't you the ones who challenged me to a refining contest? It is indeed you who wasted my time. I assent to it. Su Kuan momentarily faltered, as if something substantial lodged in his throat rendered him speechless. It was indeed they who had sent a servant disciple to inform Yuan Hao that Wang Fong wished to compete against him, directly wagering on the medicinal outcome. Why don't you just say if you dare to raise the stakes? Su Kuan dropped his pretense and asked directly. Yuan Hao laughed softly, his voice lowered, rendering Su Kuan unable to detect any familiarity. What is there to fear? That's good. I was afraid you wouldn't agree. Su Kuan rummaged through his storage spirit tool and produced a blue and a red herb. Look closely. Here is 1 yang qicao and 1 yin qicao. If you win, not only will you gain access to the spirit medicine market along with those servant disciples, but these 2 herbs will also be yours. After Su Kuan finished speaking, he gestured for a nearby disciple to place the items on the small round table between 2 reclining chairs. The appearance of Yang Qicao and Yin Qicao caused a stir among the gathered disciples, who whispered among themselves. Even Wang Fong, a second-grade alchemist, could not help but swallow hard at the sight of the herbs. Su Shidi, you possess such treasures? Why didn't you mention it sooner? I've been searching for Yang Qicao for years. This herb can yield 2 second-grade Yang Qi pills in 1 refining session. It's a marvelous item. How many men seek to impress women with it? Once this is over, how about I exchange 2 high-quality solid spirit pills for it? Su Kuan produced a white folding fan, enjoying Wang Fong's lowered demeanor. Brother Wang, I had no idea you desired Yang Qicao. Since you've mentioned it, I suppose I cannot refuse, right? However, Yang Qicao is indeed hard to find, while Yin Qicao is somewhat easier. It took me considerable effort to obtain these 2 herbs. So, let us say, of what you win, it will be a 3 to 7 split, 7 for you, 3 for me, as compensation from your elder brother. What do you think? Hee, let us go with that. Su Kuan was not foolish. No matter how it was calculated, he was profiting. While Yang Qicao was precious, it held little significance for him. It was only Wang Fong, who needed Yang Qicao to restore his glory, that deemed it an invaluable treasure. Exchanging it for 2 ready-made second-grade solid spirit pills was already a small gain, and afterward, he would still receive 70% of the benefits, truly a windfall. Su Kuan calculated in his heart, while Wang Fong's gaze shifted to Yuan Hao. You ought to at least offer something of comparable value, right? Of course, the value of Yang Qicao and Yin Qicao amounts to at least 4 second-grade pills, so I shall. Yuan Hao smiled slightly beneath his mask and produced a Zi Su Xianchao. Wang Fong's expression twitched. This item could at best compare to a single Yin Qicao. What you refer to is an ordinary Zi Su Xianchao, but mine is several hundred years old. It can be used to refine second-grade pills, and even third-grade ones without any issue. Wang Fong stood frozen in place, his mind reeling. Several hundred years? Are you kidding me? As a second-grade alchemist, he had never encountered a several-hundred-year-old Zai Su Xianchao. He rushed forward to examine it more closely, and after a moment, smacked his thigh. By the heavens, it truly is several hundred years old. Regret surged within him. He wished he had never mentioned the 3-to-7 split. The value of a several-hundred-year-old Zai Su Xianchao far surpassed that of both Yang Qicao and Yin Qicao combined. Su Kuan remained silent, listening intently to the conversation between Yuan Hao and Wang Fong. A hint of joy curling at the corners of his mouth. Ha ha ha, profit. This is pure profit. Though Wang Fong was unwilling, there was no alternative now. If the one taking the 7 was not Su Kuan but someone else, he could at least have made some excuses. Offending Su Kuan, the son of a powerful family, was truly unnecessary. In a long game, who could guarantee perpetual profit? He could always find another opportunity to make up for it later. After all, one reaps what one sows. With a thud, Wang Fong set down his alchemy furnace heavily on the ground, a smirk of pride on his face. This is the Tianqing furnace, ranked 68th on the 2-weight state alchemy furnace list. A renowned furnace once used by an alchemist. As an indispensable part of an alchemist's tools, do not accuse me of bullying you. With a wave of his hand, Yuan Hao summoned the furnace from his storage spirit tool, causing it to land with a thud. Wang Fong was left dumbfounded. This is the Bagua Feiyun furnace. While it may not rank as highly as my Tianqing furnace, it is undoubtedly a prestigious furnace. The Tianqing furnace had been acquired with great effort by the Wang family, hoping to showcase his talents at the Blood Sword sect. During his search for a furnace, the Bagua Feiyun furnace had also been one of the Wang family's targets, yet they had found no trace of it after many years. Where did he procure this Bagua Feiyun furnace? Wang Fong remained silent for a moment before breaking into a smile. Forget it, it's not important. It doesn't matter. His furnace cannot outperform mine, and the quality of the spirit liquid shall not surpass my own. I can only say, I am assured of victory. Under the watchful eyes of many, Yuan Hao and Wang Fong each took out various herbs. Yuan Hao's herbs were obtained through questionable means, just yesterday, in the small grove. Wang Fong narrowed his eyes, muttering softly. My greatest proficiency lies in the crafting of the second-tier elixir, the Qiangjin Zhuanggu liquid. Let us proceed with its refinement, which should take approximately an hour to complete. In the past, the success rate for concocting the Qiangjin Zhuanggu liquid was around 70%. I hope to astonish him with a single, decisive effort. While Wang Fong was lost in fanciful reveries, Zhang Lang and his companions were already fidgeting with impatience. Brother Wang, hurry up. Zhang Lang's voice pulled Wang Fong back to the present, and he felt a surge of irritation, nearly retorting with a crude remark. However, upon turning, he was taken aback. Yuan Hao had already seized the opportunity to act while Wang Fong was distracted and had progressed to the stage of adding the medicinal ingredients. Damn, stay calm. My alchemical furnace surpasses his. A slight delay does not concern me in the least. I must not allow him to disrupt my rhythm. What was that saying? Ah, yes, the later comer surpasses the former. Indeed, that's the one. Suddenly, Wang Fong felt as if he were a fool amusing himself, promptly shaking his head to dispel such futile thoughts, taking a deep breath as he entered a focused state. Beneath Yuan Hao's mask lay a treacherous expression, clearly indicating he had his own schemes. Neither Wang Fong nor Su Kuan had mentioned who would assess the quality of the finished elixir. This was a crucial step, and the most susceptible to manipulation. Their silence on this matter suggested they were holding back their cards, but this did not necessarily put me at a disadvantage. I inherently mistrusted anyone among them. Even if a passerby were to evaluate the elixir, who could ascertain whether that passerby was not a planted accomplice? Presently, I have a strategy that would leave them with no excuses, compelling them to concede defeat in the contest. That is to disrupt Wang Feng's emotions and mindset, leading him to falter in his alchemical endeavor. This is the most reliable approach. Failure would render the quality comparison of the elixirs unnecessary. Moreover, there is another significant reason. Should I exert my utmost to produce a second-tier elixir of astonishing quality, should it reach the ears of the elders and cause a stir, it would indeed spell trouble. Thus, avoiding the assessment of the elixir's quality serves my interests far better. Let it not be said that I am taking advantage of you. For one with my extensive experience as a top-tier alchemist, this is hardly a daunting task. Chapter 61. The furnace exploded. Yuan Hao smiled with a crooked grin, initiating his process with seamless grace and full force. What? So fast? Our senior brother Wang hasn't even begun, and he has already started with the soul-forged fire. You must be mistaken. The process of forging the soul fire has already passed. He is clearly engaged in the purification and extraction. No way, am I dreaming? The removal of impurities is already complete. What step is this now? Goodness, this guy has progressed to the purification and extraction stage. The outer disciples stood agape, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. What a fluid alchemical process. It resembled an experienced courtesan, captivating with a soul-snaring glance and a gentle motion, compelling her patrons to surrender in the shortest time possible. The entire sequence lasted merely around the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Feeling the opportune moment had arrived, Yuan Hao waved his hand, opening the alchemical furnace, and directed the purified liquid into a jade vial. I have completed my concoction. Hurry up. I do not wish to wait for you for another hour. Wang Feng's mind jolted violently, nearly spitting out his soda. The soul fire in his palms fluctuated erratically. He had only just begun the step of forging the soul fire. This stage involves converting one's soul power into a special soul fire through a technique, and using that fire to continuously heat the alchemical furnace. Generally, a standard second-tier alchemist requires 1 to 2 sticks of incense to heat the furnace to an appropriate temperature for concocting a specific spiritual liquid or pill. How could he be so fast? Could he be a third-tier alchemist? Impossible. There are only 3 third-tier alchemists in the outer sect of the Zhanhua Sword Peak, and I know all of them. Moreover, how could he possibly be a third-tier alchemist? I have seen the first-tier spiritual liquid he concocted, and its quality was quite mediocre. Wait, what? Wang Feng suddenly caught a whiff of something burnt. His expression shifted 3 times as his facial muscles twitched. This is bad. The disturbance in his mind caused the forging process to become unstable. The soul fire had heated the furnace to an unsuitable temperature for concocting that second-tier spiritual liquid. The ingredients inside were charred. This is it, it's all over. Wang Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He never anticipated making such a blunder. Forging the fire is merely the first step, and the simplest one at that. If even this fundamental step encounters problems, it signifies that this alchemical endeavor is likely doomed to failure. No, I must endure until the spiritual liquid is produced. Even if the quality is subpar, I must proceed. Otherwise, where would I place my dignity? I have already made my declarations, and with so many outer sect disciples watching, should the alchemy fail, I will never be able to lift my head within the blood sword sect again. No. A wave of panic surged within Wang Feng. I possess a modest reputation in the outer sect of the Zhanhua Sword Peak. Many junior sisters seek my assistance in alchemy, willingly spending a night as my companion. If I am humiliated in front of everyone by that brat, it would spell my total ruin. I would lose even the chance to cultivate with the junior sisters. Wang Feng terrifiedly envisioned a scene where he was kicked into the mud by Yuan Hao, while his junior sisters embraced Yuan Hao, standing atop a cloud, looking down at him with disdain and mockery. No one would pay him any heed as he rolled in the mud, desperately calling out. Suddenly, a shiver coursed through Wang Feng. My junior sisters are mine. I must succeed. Wang Feng mentally shouted, yet the next moment, events unraveled contrary to his wishes. The Qingyun furnace began to tremble violently. The lid of the furnace burst open with a forceful eruption of steam. Then, with a thunderous crash, Wang Feng was flung several meters away, rolling on the ground and nearly falling into the river below the bridge. That was close. It was incredibly perilous. Had he taken another step forward or leaned forward slightly, causing his center of gravity to falter, he could have plunged directly into the river beneath the bridge. Thud! The Qingyun furnace soared into the air before crashing down, rolling towards Wang Fong. The scene spiraled out of control. The onlooking outer sect disciples retreated in a flurry. Zhang Lang clutched his head and began to scream. Su Kuan's vision blurred as he instinctively grabbed Zhang Lang's trousers, asking in a panic, "What happened? What happened?" It exploded. The furnace exploded. What? The furnace exploded. Where's Wang Fong? Is he dead? Su Kuan's chair jolted as he sat upright. His intense concern about Wang Fong's fate made it seem as though he had a grudge against him, eagerly anticipating Wang Fong's misfortune. "To hell with you. You're the one who's dead." Wang Fong glared at Su Kuan, his face a mixture of shock and rage. Just as he spoke, the rolling Qingyun furnace struck him in the heel, sending him tumbling into the river. Splash! Wang Fong struggled to surface, sputtering curses. As he looked up, the Qingyun furnace fell alongside him with a resounding thud, striking his head. Both he and the furnace sank into the river, disappearing from view. Zhang Lang, what now? Su Kuan, hearing a series of panicked screams nearby, felt as if 1,000 ants were crawling in his mind, unable to see the unfolding scene. Our senior brother Wang fell into the river. Is he coming out? Not yet. He almost managed to, but then the furnace hit him again. I suspect he is unconscious now. What are you waiting for? Go save him. Oh, hurry, let us rescue senior brother Wang. Zhang Lang and a dozen other outer sect disciples sprang into action, rushing toward the riverbank. Su Kuan, muttering curses, suddenly caught sight of a vague shadow before him. He couldn't see clearly, but he could discern a rough outline. Hastily, Su Kuan searched for something on the small round table, only to turn pale as if he had been submerged in water for 3 days. Both the Yin Qi grass and Yang Qi grass had vanished. Today's venture resulted in a loss so severe that he was left with nothing. Wang Fong's public failure in alchemy, culminating in an explosion, was an unforeseen outcome that slapped Su Kuan across the face. The events of the day signified a complete loss of the spiritual liquid market for the outer disciples of the Zhanhua Sword Peak. He was about to find himself without any profits. Su Kuan possessed a remarkably agile mind and swiftly conceived a strategy that might allow him to reclaim both Yang Qi and Yin Qi, and perhaps even procure substantial profits. If the opposing party could supplant Wang Fong to monopolize the market, why could he not replace the miscellaneous disciples in the sale of spiritual liquid? Indeed, let us proceed with this plan. Esteemed senior, I am Su Kuan, the son of Su Yihai, the elder responsible for overseeing daily affairs at our Zhanhua Jianfeng. If you would be so kind, I can lead Zhang Lang and others in assisting you with the sale of the spiritual liquid and elixirs you have refined. Our connections at Zhanhua Jianfeng are extensive, ensuring that both the spiritual liquid and elixirs sell swiftly and at favorable prices, far surpassing the efforts of those miscellaneous disciples. Should you express willingness, I assure you that I shall no longer engage with any spiritual liquid refined by Wang Fong, dedicating my services solely to you. A mere concession of a slight profit for me would suffice, allowing me to earn a modest commission. Su Kuan smiled obsequiously, eagerly anticipating Yuan Hao's response. A pharmacist capable of producing second-grade spiritual liquid within the span of a single incense stick was certainly not an ordinary individual. He might have even ascended to the 3rd grade. The ranks of 3rd-grade pharmacists were exceedingly scarce, with possibilities of preferential acceptance as inner sect disciples by the elders of the inner sect. If he were to become the agent responsible for the sale of spiritual liquid and elixirs, not only would there be profit, but there would also be a significant fortune to be made. I shall take the leverage, he thought. As for what you mentioned, I have no desire to ponder it. Remember, effective immediately, you are prohibited from continuing the sale of any spiritual liquid or elixirs produced by Wang Fong, and you must not complicate matters for the miscellaneous disciples I employ. Should you fail to comply, and I become aware of it, there will be consequences. With that, Yuan Hao departed. Su Kuan remained momentarily stunned, but eventually regained his composure, slamming his palm against the armrest of the lounge chair, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Who do you think you are to threaten me? My father is Su Yihai." Not long after Yuan Hao had walked away, he turned back. He had not heard Su Kuan's outburst. He was merely intent on executing a particular action. With a resounding crash, Yuan Hao kicked over the lounge chair, sending Su Kuan flying several dozen feet through the air, akin to an overturned frog, before crashing into the river with a splash, sending ripples across the surface. Chapter 62. If before a group of pigs Zhang Lang and a group of 10 or so had just fished out Wang Fong and Qinyin Lu, who had swallowed a bellyful of water, and hurriedly jumped in to rescue Su Kuan. Yuan Hao glanced at the Qinyin Lu lying nearby, showing no interest. Such rankings did not require multiple medicinal furnaces. A single bagua Fei Yun Lu was sufficient for his needs. No matter how exquisite the cauldron, the key to successful alchemy lay within the alchemists themselves. Moreover, if he truly took it, Wang Feng would undoubtedly report to the elders. It was wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yuan Hao departed without a second thought. By the Zhensha Bridge, a group of outer sect disciples gazed at the departing figure, whispering among themselves. Particularly the female disciples, who were completely captivated. That senior brother is so handsome. Indeed, he refined a second-grade spirit liquid in just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Such superb alchemical skills must indicate he is at least a third-grade alchemist, right? He is not only an alchemist, but also a cultivator whose strength is no less than that of the Ling Shui realm. Ah, he is truly the child of destiny. I wish to write him a love letter. I long to be his lifelong companion. How greedy of you. Even if I could only be a knight's companion with him, I would be willing. I want to see what makes the child of destiny different from mere scrap metal. A throng of female cultivators transformed into infatuated admirers, openly expressing their genuine thoughts as they gazed longingly at the distant Yuan Hao. Even after he vanished from sight, they continued to twist their fair legs and gaze into the distance. This scene provoked a wave of jealousy among the male cultivators nearby. However, truth be told, they harbored no resentment towards Yuan Hao. The spirit liquid and medicinal pills were considerable consumables, which outer sect disciples needed to prepare for themselves. Su Kuan and Wang Feng had inflated the prices of spirit liquids and medicinal pills significantly. Yuan Hao had brought forth items that the majority of outer sect disciples would require, at relatively affordable prices. They could neither scold him nor do anything but feel gratitude in their hearts. In the pig farm, Lin Feishua finished washing her clothes and hung them out to dry before returning to her room. She planned to go cut grass, but Mei Xiaoyun arrived. Mei Xiaoyun lazily reclined on the wooden couch in Lin Feishua's room, propping her chin with one hand, her long skirt clinging to her figure, elegantly outlining her curves. Lin Feishua initially paid no mind. However, when she heard Mei Xiaoyun ask where Yuan Hao had gone, a glimmer of deep purple light gradually flickered in Lin Feishua's eyes. Does my stepmother care for him? Mei Xiaoyun paused slightly, then smiled and said, isn't that natural? If he truly cultivates the Mo Ming Huan Tiangong, then he is my only hope for survival. Today, Lin Feishua appeared somewhat indifferent. This indifference, which had previously only been directed towards outsiders, was now extended to Mei Xiaoyun as well. Stepmother. What is it? I hope you keep your distance from Yuan Hao. Upon hearing this, Mei Xiaoyun immediately ceased her faint smile, sitting up and gazing at her with curiosity. What do you mean? Lin Feishua, facing Mei Xiaoyun's piercing gaze, did not retreat as usual, but instead met her gaze with calm composure. Feishua, you seem a bit off today. Tell your stepmother what happened. Even Mei Xiaoyun felt a chill run down her spine under Lin Feishua's strange gaze, quickly changing the subject. It's nothing. Mei Xiaoyun paused, then suddenly laughed. I see now. My Feishua hasn't he really fallen for him? Has she? Oh, are you worried that your stepmother might compete with you? You can rest easy. The one thing I despise most in this life is men. If it weren't for the techniques, I wouldn't have any contact with him at all. Mei Xiaoyun pondered for a moment, then added, but I advise you to give up. Why? Are you truly interested in him? There was a hint of surprise in Mei Xiaoyun's tone. She had thought Lin Feishua was merely joking. There is something I have not told you, fearing you would shy away from him once you learned of it. Unexpectedly, I ended up losing my Feishua in the process. Lin Feishua remained silent, merely letting out a soft hum. It's not too late to tell you now. At least it can prevent unnecessary losses, right? That Yuan Hao already has a partner. And not just anyone. He is the only direct disciple of my cheap junior sister, Su Feiling, Yuling Shuang. Lin Feishua was indeed shocked for a moment, as evident from her expression, but she quickly regained her composure. Mei Xiaoyun found her reaction unexpectedly bland, stirring a sense of curiosity within her. Indifferent? You don't wish to claim him for yourself? Nor do you wish to snatch him from Yuling Shuang? Whether he is a lifelong partner or a fleeting companion, it matters not. There is one thing I must accomplish. Oh, do share with your stepmother so I can help you devise a plan. Mei Xiaoyun realized that in the few days she had not seen Lin Feishua, she seemed to have changed, becoming someone she could hardly comprehend. Lin Feishua sighed softly, turning to open the door. Stepmother, you should leave quickly. I need to go cut grass and prepare the pig's food for lunch and dinner. Preparing pig food? She truly sees herself as an inseparable part of this pig farm. Feishua, you are getting too deep, it will cost you dearly. Lin Feishue smiled. It matters not. Even death is inconsequential. Mei Xiaoyan hesitated, wanting to say something but refraining. Finally, she sighed deeply. That one do. I promised your father to take care of you. Although I have spent these years taking you here and there, with no fixed home and not teaching you much about cultivation, I have come to see you as my own daughter. If anything happens to you, I would not be able to go on. Stepmother, it's rather dull to hear that from you. What do you mean? Mei Xiaoyan's smile gradually faded. Why did you marry my father? Was it not because you learned that the Ming Diao sword possessed special abilities that might help you suppress your inner demons? Feishue, your stepmother admits that she married Lin Chongsheng because of the Ming Diao sword, but that is no longer the case. My feelings for you have changed. Stepmother need not say more. Feishue understands everything. But I also wish to take this opportunity to tell you not to hinder me from doing anything in the future. Despite the obstacles, I shall persist, for I am resolute in following my own will. Mei Xiaoyan sensed that continuing the conversation would be futile and might even exacerbate her discord with Lin Feishue, so she wisely took her leave. Before departing, she imparted a few final words. If there is anything your stepmother can assist you with, please do not hesitate to ask. Regarding the matter of your inner turmoil, you need not concern yourself any further. I shall find a way on my own. Over the years, you have tirelessly labored for my sake, and now you deserve a rare moment of tranquility at Shuejianzong. Pursue your aspirations. I wholeheartedly support you. Mei Xiaoyan had come to realize that rather than obstructing Lin Feishue, it would be far more beneficial to offer her unwavering support. Thank you, stepmother, she replied. As Mei Xiaoyan departed, Lin Feishue lowered her head, lost in contemplation. Yuan Hao. When that day arrives, what manner of attire shall I don? This is indeed a crucial step in my plans, and I must ponder it thoroughly. Suddenly, a hand clapped on Lin Feishue's shoulder, prompting her to whirl around in surprise. To her astonishment, it was her senior brother, which startled her. Yuan Hao scratched the back of his head and inquired, Junior sister, what occupies your thoughts? Are you feeling unwell? No, senior brother, I'm fine. I've finished washing the clothes and must be on my way, Lin Feishue replied with a gentle smile as she picked up her basket and departed. Upon exiting the pig pen, she touched her shoulder, reminiscing about the lingering sensation left by Yuan Hao. A peculiar joy blossomed within her heart. If the setting had been within the pig pen, before a throng of pigs, he would surely have been left with an indelible impression, wouldn't he? Very well, I shall consider the pig pen as my preferred venue. Yet, this matter must not be rushed. Careful planning is essential to ensure success at first attempt. For there may not be a second opportunity. Chapter 63. The Devotion Journal. Lin Feishue, noticing the absence of onlookers, discreetly retrieved a finely crafted little notebook from her storage spirit tool. She also produced a pen, diligently writing and sketching within its pages. The cover bore 4 bold and meticulously inscribed characters, Xianxian Sueji, Devotion Journal. Swiftly, Lin Feishue completed her entries, her enchanting purple eyes fixated on the written words, the corners of her mouth curling into a sly, yet satisfied smile. The left page contained her carefully curated selections of attire, while the right page held her predetermined locations for consideration. Yuan Hao pushed open the door to the communal room and was met with the sight of Wang Damao, huddled in a corner, trembling with fear. Senior brother, you've heard about me. Wang Damao recounted the day's events in vivid detail. Yuan Hao listened, becoming pensive. Wang Damao had been a close brother for several months, always considerate during their shared tasks of cutting grass and moving bodies. His words inspired trust in Yuan Hao. Goodness, hearing you say that gives me an ominous premonition. She hasn't poisoned my clothes, has she? In a hurry, Yuan Hao dashed out of the communal room to inspect his freshly washed garment hanging on the drying rack by the well, examining it with careful scrutiny. To his relief, his knowledge and experience as a potion master suggested no signs of poisoning. As the afternoon wore on, the elder returned to the pig farm after a 2-day absence, appearing somewhat burdened with worries. He paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back, periodically sipping from his gourd, producing a soft hissing sound. Noting the elder's agitation regarding the sect leader's affairs, Yuan Hao refrained from interrupting him. After a little over half an hour, around 20 miscellaneous disciples returned from the back mountain, laughing and chatting. Yuan Hao meticulously observed Lin Feishue's every gesture, not missing a single detail of her expressions or glances. Yet, nothing seemed amiss. Lin Feishue approached with a bowl of clear soup. Senior brother, since my return, you've been staring at me. Is there something unseemly about me? Yuan Hao accepted the soup and shook his head. No. Then, are you merely admiring your junior sister? Had this been in the past, Yuan Hao would have undoubtedly spat out the soup in surprise. However, now, with a broader perspective, he simply smiled and looked up at her, his expression playful. What? Is that unacceptable? Please, feel free. Lin Feishue flashed a charming smile and strode away. This unexpected nonchalance left Yuan Hao bewildered. Was this truly Lin Feishue? Wouldn't her usual response be a sharp rebuke followed by some witty retort? What did she mean by please, feel free? As Lin Feishue walked towards the kitchen, her back to Yuan Hao, her slender waist swayed enticingly, complemented by her long legs, embodying unparalleled grace. Aware that Yuan Hao's gaze was upon her, she instinctively slowed her pace, relishing the attention. Look all you want. It's free, she thought, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Once in the kitchen, she peered through the window and observed Yuan Hao deep in thought, an enigmatic grin forming on her face. She quickly extracted her devotion journal, eager to record her insights. The first note read, "The act of devotion must occur while Yuan Hao remains fully conscious." Lin Feishue's rationale was simple. Only in moments of mutual awareness could she etch an unforgettable memory in his mind. Satisfied, she added an extra line. He must keep his eyes wide open, not a moment of closure. With a chuckle, Lin Feishue clasped the notebook to her chest, her left hand resting on the Mingdiao sword, her right on the journal. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. Upon rejoining Yuan Hao, Lin Feishue sat beside him, her smile radiating warmth, a stark contrast to the cold cunning she had displayed in the kitchen. Senior brother, I truly wish to learn the incantation for the Mingdiao sword. Would you teach me? Lin Feishue's ambitions had expanded beyond merely mastering the secret incantation. She sought a legitimate reason to draw closer to Yuan Hao, to explore his routines and habits. Ah, Lin Junior sister, I have shared all that I can. The rest is up to you to practice diligently, Yuan Hao replied, maintaining an air of playful restraint, worried that he might not be able to lend her the sword. Junior sister is quite dull. Every night of practice ends in failure. Yet, if senior brother is willing to assist me in mastering the drawing technique, it would be worth any sacrifice. Lin Feishue was determined to cling to this pretext, for it was her best opportunity to approach Yuan Hao. I shall consider it. Yuan Hao thought the moment was ripe, and that pressing further might jeopardize the chance to lend her the sword. Rest assured, Junior sister's sole aim is to grasp the incantation, with no ulterior motives. She understood that Yuan Hao's reluctance stemmed from suspicions about her intentions. However, after the events of the previous day, she had come to a realization: one must not be overly greedy. Lin Feishue's sincerity was palpable, so much so that Yuan Hao could detect no hint of deceit in her demeanor. Do you truly believe that? Lin Feishue lowered her gaze, a tinge of shame washing over her. Yes, junior sister spent a sleepless night regretting her actions. I beg for your forgiveness. The Mingdiao sword is my father's legacy, something I have longed to wield. Thus, if I can learn the drawing technique from you, senior brother, what more could I desire? With a supportive pat on Lin Feishue's shoulder, Yuan Hao bestowed upon her a look of approval. Since you possess such resolve, I shall assist you. However, before we proceed, I have a small request to discuss with you. I wonder if you would be amenable? Speak freely, senior brother. Junior sister is at your service, Lin Feishue responded with unwavering determination. Ahem, there is no need for such dramatics. Lin Feishue gestured for Yuan Hao to speak. He shifted closer to her, lowering his voice once more from their previous hushed conversation. Would you allow me to borrow your sword for a few more days? Lin Feishue's expression remained unchanged as she casually offered it to him. Is that all? Since my senior brother wishes to play, how could I, as your junior sister, possibly refuse? Here you go. Yuan Hao, taken aback by her eagerness, found himself pondering the situation. What is happening? Just a few days ago, she was concerned about returning the sword. Now, she seems to have cast aside all hesitation. Lin Feishue noticed the puzzlement in Yuan Hao's heart and smiled softly, explaining that she was immensely grateful for her senior brother's willingness to assist her in mastering the techniques of unsheathing the Mingdiao sword. Therefore, there was no need to decline such a trivial matter as borrowing the sword. She had complete trust in her senior brother's character. Whenever he had finished playing, he could return it to her. Thank you, junior sister. Yuan Hao began to regard Lin Feishue with newfound respect. He then added, I may need to take the sword away from the sect for a few days. Is that acceptable, junior sister? Lin Feishue maintained a gentle smile, one that exuded an undeniable sense of comfort, as if a refreshing breeze had cleared away the impurities. The junior sister does not mind. I am happy to see my senior brother pleased. For I believe that one day, when I wish to borrow something from my senior brother, he would not refuse me, would he? Yuan Hao nodded, stating that if it were something he possessed, he would naturally have no objections. That is reassuring. Lin Feishue gently nodded, though a subtle glimmer of purple light flickered in her eyes, unnoticed by Yuan Hao. Senior brother Yuan Hao, you have promised this. I hope that when that day arrives, you will not deny me with a refusal. Chapter 64. A Midnight Urge. Su Failing visits. It has become abundantly clear what Lin Feishue intends to borrow. In the evening, Yuan Hao made a visit to Yuling Shuang's chamber. She had already prepared the items they discussed the previous day. 2 scrolls containing formations crafted by Earth Wheel Realm Masters were ready. By infusing them with a surge of spiritual energy, one could activate them. The first formation is a defensive spirit array capable of withstanding attacks from 6th-tier spirit beasts and most Earth Wheel Realm practitioners. The second formation is a binding spirit array, which can temporarily restrain 6th-tier spirit beasts and a majority of Earth Wheel Realm Masters, providing precious time for escape. These spirit arrays, irrespective of the faction, are indeed formidable and are not typically produced by second-rate forces like the Bloodsword sect. It is truly impressive that Yuling Shuang managed to acquire them. Someone, your senior sister, has put in considerable effort to obtain these for you. Her words nearly wore her vocal cords thin. Yuling Shuang, with her bare feet, lightly brushed against Yuan Hao, her toes resembling exquisite white jade. As she spoke, she produced a palm-sized jade plate and placed it aside. Is this a third-grade spirit tool? Yuling Shuang nodded gently. It is a third-grade spirit tool, a gathering life instrument, used for storing living creatures. However, it must occasionally absorb the life force of spirit beasts or spiritual plants as sustenance, or else it will become ineffective. Yuan Hao, holding the scrolls and spirit tool, was so moved that he nearly shed tears. Am I truly living off my senior sister? Yet, what is wrong with that? Having a beautiful and capable partner who gazes at me with affection is worth every moment of life. Yuan Hao wished to proclaim to the world, I revel in being supported. In addition to these 2 items, there is this. Suddenly, Yuling Shuang produced 2 pills, one red and one blue, and waved them before Yuan Hao. Upon seeing the pills, Yuan Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. A 5th-grade beast avoidance pill and a concealment pill. Since you recognize my efforts, I have brought you what you requested. Thank you, senior sister. Yuan Hao eagerly reached out his hand to take the pills from between Yuling Shuang's fingers. However, she playfully tossed the pills into her partially open collar. With a proud stance, she spoke in a teasing tone. Junior brother, come and retrieve them. Yuan Hao was momentarily stunned, his lips twitching. Senior sister, could you refrain from teasing me? Ahem. I have yet to recover from the mental exhaustion I experienced while tending to the sect master. Yuan Hao struggled to suppress a series of dry coughs. Seeing his state, Yuling Shuang felt a pang of sympathy. What should I do? Junior brother will be away for at least half a month. Woe is me, how is this any different from being a widow? Yuan Hao nearly fainted from exasperation at his teasing senior sister. Humph, such dry lips, senior sister, you ought to moisten them. Very well. Yuan Hao leaned in to peck at her lips. Although Yuling Shuang felt pleasure, it was not enough. She playfully punched his chest with her delicate fist, pouting, how annoying, that's not what I meant. Not long after Yuan Hao departed, Yuling Shuang licked her ruby lips, seemingly still yearning for more. Humming a cheerful tune, she began to tidy her belongings, looking prepared for a journey. Soon, there was a knock at her door. Opening it revealed Su Failing, draped in a white fur robe. Master, Lung Shuang, have you prepared everything? Yes, it is all ready. Please rest assured, master. Su Failing nodded and entered Yuling Shuang's chamber. Lung Shuang, why is there so much paper on the floor? Oh, I used it to clean my sword. Your little boyfriend has come to visit, hasn't he? Su Failing, perceptive as ever, was not oblivious to what had transpired. In the future, just speak plainly. I am not an old stickler. You will soon be leaving the Bloodsword sect for a while to indulge in some activities befitting partners, I understand. Yes, master. Yuling Shuang obediently nodded. Su Failing regarded her with warmth beneath her mask. You are my only direct disciple, and it is my duty as your master to assist you in acquiring medicinal materials for alchemy. However, given my current circumstances, I can barely ensure my own safety. If I can witness you resolve the issue with your Tao soul before I depart this world, I will have no regrets. Yuling Shuang felt a pang in her heart. Master, Please do not worry, I can manage on my own. Moreover, you must stay strong. Ancestor and the elders are working to gather information about the Mo Shi Hua, and I believe they will succeed. Very well, you possess the resolve. I shall refrain from imparting further unnecessary teachings. Have you secured the formations from the Grand Elder and the pills from the Third Elder? Upon mentioning the formations arranged by the Grand Elder and the pills concocted by the Third Elder, Yuling suddenly felt anxious. Those were meant for her protection. Yet, she had given them all to Yuan Hao, leaving nothing for herself. Unbeknownst to Yuan Hao, Yuling intended to seize the opportunity of his departure from the sect to search for the final 2 medicinal materials required for concocting the Dragon Soul Pill. Otherwise, she would certainly not have left with such a light heart. Had Yuling divulged her true intentions, Su Feiling would undoubtedly have prevented her from risking a departure from the sect. Yes, I have secured everything. Be cautious in all matters. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Su Feiling paused as she was about to leave, retrieving a jade tablet. This contains a sealed teleportation array. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles, crush it, and I will arrive by your side immediately. However, it can only be used once. Do you understand? Thank you, Master. Yuling held the warm jade tablet, her heart deeply touched. Yet, she also understood that even if she were to shatter the tablet and summon Su Feiling, how long could she sustain herself in her current state? The immense strain and fierce battles would only exacerbate Su Feiling's condition, leading to further decline. The situation within the Bloodsword sect is indeed dire. Yuling foundation has been compromised due to the incomplete Dao Soul, and she has not broken through in a long while. If this issue remains unresolved, she may only have a few years left to live. Su Feiling, as the sect leader, harbors the lingering poison of the Mo Shi Hua within her body. The toxin has already infiltrated her heart meridians, corroding her internal organs and martial veins. At most, she has only 6 months to live. The most pressing issue at hand is that the Shuejian sect is unaware of the whereabouts of the Mo Shi Hua and has yet to gather the necessary ingredients for crafting the Long Hun Dan. Furthermore, due to Su Feiling's physical condition, there is always the risk of information leaking out at any moment, which renders any inter-sect elder hesitant to leave the confines of the sect. With diminished combat strength, the Shuejian sect faces increased troubles. The task of seeking out the ingredients must fall to Yuling herself. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Yuling, Su Feiling departed. She initially intended to return directly to the main hall, but reconsidered and redirected her steps toward the pig farm. The disciple named Yuan Hao was the first to inform her that the roots of the Mo Shi Hua could counteract poison. She was uncertain how much more he might know about the flower, yet perhaps it would be prudent to meet with him. As the bright moon hung high in the sky, Su Feiling glided upon her sword, nearly suppressing all traces of her presence, leaving no one aware of her proximity. The gentle breeze caressed her form, causing her white dress and cloak to dance gracefully, revealing her figure, which could only be described as flawless. The sole regret was the mask she wore, which obscured a beauty so extraordinary that it could drive the male cultivators of Lianchong Prefecture into a frenzy. Su Feiling stood still, as if a painting come to life. She contemplated many thoughts, but ultimately refrained from intruding hastily. As the leader of a sect, visiting a pig farm at such an hour to seek out an outer sect disciple could cast a negative light. It might cause inconvenience for Yuan Hao, or possibly for herself. After waiting for a little over 2 hours, her cold red eyes began to gleam like a lit lantern. She had waited long enough. It was Yuan Hao. At this moment, a smile graced Su Feiling's face as she deftly commanded her sword to descend swiftly, approaching him with a grace lighter than the wind. Yuan Hao, bleary-eyed, opened the pig farm gate and paused in front of a patch of overgrown weeds. His bare upper body, defined with muscles like chiseled stone, exuded an alluring masculinity. Su Feiling gazed with a hint of admiration. She had not anticipated that a mere pig-raising disciple would possess such a powerful physique. Yet, as she drew nearer to Yuan Hao, a frown creased her brow beneath the mask. What was that rustling sound? What was he doing? Was it possible? Suddenly, realization struck Su Feiling, and her heart sank. She wished to halt her advance, to wait until Yuan Hao had resolved his personal matter before making her presence known. However, she soon encountered a disheartening predicament. The toxin eroding her meridians had impaired her control over spiritual energy, and her rapid descent had been too swift. She could not stop. With a whoosh, a figure in white glided past her, trailing a fragrant breeze. Liquid that should have fallen to the ground transformed into a cascading waterfall suspended in mid-air. Yuan Hao stood frozen, petrified by the spectacle. Chapter 65. Help the sect leader remove her shoes and clean them. Su Feiling halted, her entire body drenched by the waterfall she had unleashed. Her hair, her chest, her thighs. Her breath and heartbeat nearly ceased simultaneously, leaving her frozen in place, succumbing to a state of shock. The resounding sound continued unabated. A perfect arc fell upon her legs and feet. The atmosphere grew eerily tense, as if the air had been encased in ice. Insects and beasts wisely fell silent. Even the surrounding wind obediently veered away. Only Yuan Hao remained unable to stop. Alas! Sect leader? Sect leader! Panic surged within him. He had, in a daze, inadvertently drenched the sect leader. In an instant, he jolted awake, as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him. Within a mere second, his mind conjured countless scenarios of death at her hands. Su Feiling was known among the outer sect disciples as the first female demon of the sword sect, ruthless and bloodthirsty. Despite her usual demeanor of grace and kindness toward the elders and disciples of her sect, it was merely because none dared to provoke her. Those who showed her disrespect would face dire consequences. Oh heavens, why have you forsaken me? I have done nothing to deserve this torment. Am I to conclude my brief existence in such a humiliating manner? Ah, sect leader, good evening. Yuan Hao forced a strained smile, mustering the courage to greet Su Feiling. Her crimson pupils began to darken ominously, and suddenly, she let out a bizarre, low laugh, akin to a mad woman, more deranged than Mei Xiaoyun when possessed by her inner demons. Ha ha, Yuan Hao, I shall kill you. Her voice, though low, was laced with an insatiable thirst for blood. Sect leader, you cannot blame your disciple for this. I am wronged. Is it not normal to rise in the middle of the night for a quick relief? Who could have known Su Feiling would be lurking nearby? Who was lurking? Su Feiling enunciated each word, her pupils resembling bottomless black holes, devouring everything around them. Yuan Hao nearly forgot her ability to read minds. What I mean is, it was your own fault, sect leader. You must take full responsibility. Su Feiling glanced down at the continuing stream of water, and the vortex in her eyes became increasingly pronounced. You must stop this. I cannot control it. Yuan Hao pleaded, on the verge of despair. Please, sect leader, just step aside. Su Feiling's voice trembled with the brink of collapse. You must hold it. How can you put me in such a predicament? You are the sect leader, a pinnacle cultivator. Surely, you can manage to avoid a single stream? I am paralyzed. Su Feiling's face, concealed behind her mask, twisted into a grimace, though she could not comprehend the reason. It was true. She was immobilized. All right. I shall resolve this momentarily. Please bear with me just a few more seconds. Su Feiling? Yuan Hao, I will surely kill you, huh? Yuan Hao trembled in fear, yet he refused to resign himself to fate, rapidly devising a strategy in this fleeting moment. What could possibly calm Su Feiling? To find a solution, he needed to understand why Su Feiling sought him at such an hour. However, upon reflection, Su Feiling and Yuling Shuang exhibited remarkably similar styles in their endeavors. Months prior, Yuling Shuang had approached him during a midnight relief, and now Su Feiling had done the same. The only distinction lay in their attitudes toward Yuan Hao. Yuling Shuang had approached him with an unsettling intent, while Su Feiling was driven to madness, declaring intentions to kill him. After a while, Yuan Hao finally relieved himself, his expression stiff as he regarded Su Feiling, uncertain of how to broach the subject. Yet, inexplicably, the words slipped from his lips. Disciple is finished. Fool. Yuan Hao immediately regretted his words. Had he not just added fuel to the fire? Speak. How do you wish to die? Su Feiling's gaze was profound, devoid of any light. Only a relentless darkness and chill. Must I die? Yuan Hao's expression reflected his anguish. With a sudden motion, Su Feiling gripped his shoulder, her foot on her flying sword, propelling them both into the air. Yuan Hao's scream echoed through the skies, startling the pigs in the nearby pig pen awake, causing them to squeal in fright. Li Bengang, Du Lacey, and others rushed out, bare-chested, calling out, Senior brother. What happened? In the chaotic barn, the elder remained surprisingly calm, turning over and shaking his head before resuming his slumber with a gourd of wine. Lin Feishue stood inside, watching through the partially open window, astonished that even Su Feiling had come to intervene. Humph, it matters not, as long as I can reach him. Aya. Yuan Hao was whisked away from the blood sword sect by Su Feiling. The fierce wind whipped past him, rendering the scenery a blur. Su Feiling's speed was astonishing, far beyond what Yuan Hao's eyes could perceive. Thud! Yuan Hao was unceremoniously thrown into a deep, cool pond from the heights. As a column of water erupted into the air, the dim, tranquil ancient forest was suddenly roused, causing startled birds to flee and spirit beasts to retreat. Splash! Yuan Hao emerged from the pond, thoroughly drenched. That woman is ruthless. Thank heavens it was a pond. Had it been a rocky outcrop, I would surely be meeting the king of hell. Su Feiling alighted gracefully beside the pond on a large, flat stone, pristine and smooth. Who are you calling an old woman? Su Feiling's hollow gaze fixed upon him, her jade-like hand gently clenched, resembling a demonic lotus blooming in midair, crackling with energy. Come here. Yuan Hao obediently emerged from the water, standing beside the stone, while Su Feiling settled upon it, extending her foot toward him. Assist this sect master in removing my shoes. What? Ah, this is most inappropriate, sect master. The proprieties between men and women must be strictly observed. A faint, elegant arch lifted upon Su Feiling's willow brow, veiled as it was beneath her mask. If you refuse to remove them with your hands, then use your tongue. Lick clean every trace of filth you've left behind. I shall remove them at once. Yuan Hao, steeling himself against mounting unease, gently slipped off Su Feiling's footwear, revealing a pair of delicate, ivory-soft feet, unblemished and tender as freshly carved jade. Su Feiling sat poised, arms folded beneath her bosom, one slender leg elegantly draped over the other, her posture an unspoken assertion of sovereign grace, her gaze descending upon him with quiet, imperious detachment. Wash them thoroughly. Sect master, this is truly excessive. Then you'd prefer to lick them clean instead? Her tone sharpened, edged with quiet fury, and with deliberate, provocative grace, she extended her bare foot toward his lips. Sect master, please, you've misunderstood. What I meant, was that your eminence, as the exalted sovereign of this immortal sect, bestows such intimate favor upon a mere disciple. It is an honor so profound, so overwhelming, that no humble servant could possibly object. Su Feiling observed him in silence, her expression inscrutable, her stillness a canvas of subtle amusement. That is more like it. Shush, shush. Yuan Hao cupped water in his palms, rinsing her feet with reverent care, her skin luminous, fragrant, supple as uncut moonstone, delicate, warm, and exquisitely yielding to his touch. Ah, danger! A jolt of self-reproach pierced his thoughts. If Su Feiling's mind-reading artistry should inadvertently seize this perverse delight, it would fan the flames of her wrath into an inferno. He shook his head sharply, banishing the thought like smoke on wind. Stealing a furtive glance upward, she gazed serenely at the star-strewn heavens, her mind withdrawn, her focus unmoored from his inner turmoil. Mind-reading was a rare esoteric art, demanding little in spiritual energy, yet taxing the soul's quietude. She, too, knew her reserves were frayed. Thus, she read only in fleeting, measured pulses, not in relentless vigilance. Sect master, the cleansing is complete. Su Feiling lifted her foot, inspecting it with cool, detached scrutiny, then declared, voice like frost on still water, wash them again. Again. You object? No. Merely concerned for your eminence's flawless complexion. What if, in my clumsy devotion, I chafe even the faintest layer of your silken skin? That would be an unforgivable transgression. Seeing no softening in her expression, he resumed his task, resigned, yet resolute. Ah, sect master, once this is done, may this unworthy disciple return to the swine pens? The swine pens? A faint, icy laugh escaped her lips. How delightfully naive. When you finish, I shall end you. Chapter 66. Just kidding. Yuan Hao abruptly cast aside the delicate foot he had been holding, feeling utterly defeated. After all, death was inevitable. He decided he would no longer comply. Be it a bloody mist or dismemberment, choose your preference, and I shall endeavor to fulfill your final request. Yuan Hao jested. I was merely teasing you, yet you took it to heart. He lifted the jade foot once more, vigorously kneading it. Master, do you think there exists a possibility that I might escape death? None whatsoever, Su Feiling replied with resolute decisiveness. At that moment, Yuan Hao found himself longing for Yuling. She had always treated him with kindness, considering his feelings and worrying about his safety. Unlike Su Feiling, who bore the appearance of an old woman with squinty eyes and prominent buck teeth, Yuling never imposed difficulties upon him, but rather sought ways to alleviate his burdens. What are you staring at? Switch to the other foot. Very well, master. After a brief while, Yuan Hao's hands halted abruptly as a thought struck him. Why have you stopped? I was merely pondering why you, master, chose to abandon your rest at the main peak to visit the pig farm at this late hour. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Indeed, there is a matter. Yuan Hao seemed to have found a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he would not meet his demise after all. Could it be related to the mo Shihua? He detected the increasingly potent scent emanating from Su Failing, fearing that toxins had already ravaged her heart meridians, beginning to encroach upon her martial veins and qi si. Master, your condition is quite grave. It must be addressed. Should you fall, the foundation of the blood sword sect, cultivated over millennia, would be jeopardized. Surely, you do not wish to witness rivers of blood flowing through our sect, do you? If other sects unite to assault the blood sword, the consequences would be dire. In my opinion, time is of the essence. We must swiftly locate the root of the mo Shihua. Ahem, fret not, master. I assure you, I will not flee. Perhaps you should attend to your own matters first. When the root of the mo Shihua is found, we can then discuss how to deal with me. Finding the mo Shihua is no easy task. One might search a lifetime without success. The legends speak of the mo Shihua appearing only once every 1,000 years, and the mo Shihua ripening only once every 10,000 years. It was sheer luck that Su Failing encountered the mo Shihua 12 years ago and was able to procure its fruit. The likelihood of her encountering such fortune again was slim. Yuan Hao deliberately exaggerated the severity of the situation, hoping to distract Su Failing and create an opportunity to preserve his own life. However, Su Failing quickly discerned his intentions. She was not as easily deceived as Lin Feishua, who would fall for any flimsy excuse. The mo Shihua is a rare find, and our sect currently has no leads. I am well aware that hope is lost. Upon hearing her resignation, Yuan Hao felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. So, your visit was not related to the mo Shihua? Su Failing nodded slightly, her words spilling forth. I merely sought a tranquil place to unwind before my impending demise. I wished to enjoy the night scenery of the blood sword sect without interruption. By chance, I encountered you and recognized you. Thus, I thought to greet you and inquire about the recent happenings at the pig farm, fulfilling my duties as the sect master. Yuan Hao was left in shock. So, Su Failing's mention of a matter was merely for the sake of admiring the night? This was disastrous. Without a valid reason to send Su Failing away, it meant that the events of the night were far from over, and his life remained in jeopardy. One must learn to accept fate. Rather than agonizing over the futile, it would be more prudent to contemplate how to eliminate you tonight. At the very least, it would lift my spirits. To consider ending her life and finding joy in it. Was that not madness? Yuan Hao stood frozen, speechless for a moment. Yet, his intense desire to survive propelled him into action, urging Su Failing to reconsider. Master, we cannot simply give up. The legacy of the blood sword sect has been meticulously built over thousands of years. The founding ancestors sacrificed greatly for this territory, only to be betrayed and murdered by his wife in the end. Was that not a grievous fate? If you were to relinquish the foundation of the blood sword sect to other sects, what face would you have to meet the founding ancestor and the generations of sect masters? Su Failing's countenance behind her mask stiffened slightly. She mused that this young man was rather convincing. One might think he held deep affection for the sect. Let us analyze this matter. Yuan Hao quickly sought the knowledge he possessed regarding the mo Shihua. His eyes brightened as he spoke. The mo Shihua typically flourishes in areas abundant with decaying corpses, requiring a significant number to thrive. Master, do you recall any such locations in the Liangzhongzhou? Su Failing fell silent for a moment, then responded, yes, I can think of at least 7 places that were once the sites of large-scale burials of spirit beasts and cultivators. Yuan Hao nodded, continuing his analysis. The mo Shihua thrives in cold, damp areas devoid of sunlight and with poor ventilation. Which locations can we eliminate? 3 locations can be excluded. Excellent, that leaves us with 4. Yuan Hao paused to gather his thoughts, continuing on. The mo Shihua is a unique plant-beast hybrid that cannot sustain itself solely on natural essence. It emits a distinctive aroma to attract spirit beasts, which is a crucial factor. Therefore, its growth environment must be rich in spirit beasts. The higher the grade and greater the quantity of spirit beasts present, the more likely it is to prosper. Su Failing's brows furrowed slightly as she replied, we can rule out 2 more locations, leaving us with just 2. Yuan Hao strained his mind, attempting to articulate his knowledge of the mo Shihua, through more accessible characteristics for Su failing to swiftly eliminate options. Soon, he identified another key trait. The Mo Shi Hua possesses a certain capacity to attract lightning. This means that thunderstorms and torrential rains frequently occur in its vicinity. This point is indeed related to my earlier statement regarding the preferences of Ma Shihua for dark and damp environments. Su failing suddenly shuddered, seemingly in shock. Yuan Hao gently caressed her ivory-white feet, clearly sensing the turbulence of emotions deep within Su failing's heart. Such knowledge was a profound mystery to the members of Xuejin Zone. Even the third elder, a seasoned alchemist, was unaware of it. The location of the dead Miasma Valley. Su failing confirmed this place. Yuan Hao had also heard of the infamous reputation of the dead Miasma Valley. In the memories of Falangzi, there were snippets concerning the valley, albeit solely related to medicinal herbs. Is this information what you gleaned from that incinerated tome? Su failing's abyss-like gaze fixed upon him. Indeed. Upon receiving this answer, Su failing unexpectedly sighed. I have been to the dead Miasma Valley 12 years ago. Yuan Hao, slow to comprehend, nearly sputtered. So there truly are Ma Shihua in the dead Miasma Valley? And they were exterminated by the sect leader, correct? Su failing remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Yuan Hao felt as if struck by lightning, his fingers trembling. Good heavens, are you jesting with me? Surely, the situation must have worsened overnight. I analyzed extensively, finally pinpointing a potential location for the Ma Shihua, only to be informed that they no longer exist in the dead Miasma Valley. This conveys to Su failing a critical piece of information, that she is utterly beyond salvation. It's over, entirely over. I have shot myself in the foot. Sect leader, the dead Miasma Valley is vast. What if there is more than one Ma Shihua growing there? Right? Perhaps you should search again. There may still be hope. No need. If the Ma Shihua truly possesses the ability to gather thunder, then the spectacle of the thunder net crushing the valley has not been witnessed for over a decade. Even if I were to search 100 times, it would be futile. Su failing abruptly withdrew her crimson and white feet, waving her hand to summon a stream from the pool, cleansing her body thoroughly. Then, harnessing spiritual energy and the art of flames, she swiftly dried her damp form. Yuan Hao observed this scene, feeling an overwhelming sense of admiration. Dawn is approaching, let us return. So I am not destined to die? Su failing smirked. The leader of the sect is not so lacking in discernment. Although I am covered in filth, it is indeed not your fault. Yuan Hao felt somewhat bewildered. Was the sect leader's earlier remark about wanting to eliminate a disciple merely a jest? Chapter 67. Be my servant. Yuan Hao found himself at a loss for words, unable to conjure any other terms to describe Su failing except for shameless. Is this truly the conduct befitting a sect leader? Without the pressure I applied, would you have shared so much about the demon food flower? Regardless, it wasn't entirely a loss. As long as I don't face death, I must find solace in that. After all, seeking an explanation from the female demon Su failing is simply inviting trouble. It is better to avoid unnecessary conflict. Let tonight's events remain between us. Furthermore, I must announce another matter. From this day forth, I am your master. I hope you embrace the role of a servant. Yuan Hao was bewildered. What is this? Me? A servant? Indeed, if you comply, I, the sect leader, could tread upon your face. The disciple does not possess such a preference. Oh, just a moment ago, you remarked that as a sect leader, it was too much for me to ask you to wash my feet, correct? Yet now you refuse to allow me to tread upon your face. Could it be that you are deceiving me? Yuan Hao could not see her face behind the mask, but he sensed a chill in the air. How did she take this seriously? Su failing elegantly flipped her delicate hand and retrieved an object from her storage ring. It was a palm-sized piece of black jade, its surface remarkably smooth, with a subtle pattern resembling a totem embedded within. Su failing enveloped the black jade with her spiritual energy, gently placing it before Yuan Hao. Gleaming silver lines emerged from the black jade, swiftly converging into a palm-sized spiritual talisman. The talisman serves as the foundation of spiritual formations. Typically, cultivators prepare these talismans in advance, sealing their spiritual energy within for prompt deployment of the corresponding formation as needed. Most talismans require a medium for long-term storage, such as spirit stones, spirit jade, or specialized sealing talisman paper. As the leader of the Blood Sword sect and a peak Earth Wheel Realm cultivator, even in a less than optimal state, she could effortlessly set up any formation. Thus, why resort to the prepared talisman within the spirit jade? Yuan Hao was puzzled, yet an ominous premonition loomed over him. If you are disobedient, the master must impose punishment. How about we bind you first? Bind me. Yuan Hao was taken aback. Su Feiling raised two delicate fingers and gently flicked them toward his forehead, causing a drop of her blood to merge with him. The talisman, separated from the black jade, absorbed the blood and instantly adhered to Yuan Hao's forehead. Before he could react, a crisp sound echoed as a lock of condensed spiritual energy appeared around his neck. Su Feiling observed this scene, her pupils deep and swirling like a black hole, her queenly heart racing. This is a secret technique, the slave binding lock. A method I fortuitously acquired while searching for the demon food flower over a decade ago. Once ensnared by this lock infused with the master's blood, you shall never refuse my commands. Otherwise, you will suffer torment unto death. After years of diligent cultivation, I finally put it to use today. Yuan Hao, obediently become my sole servant. Yuan Hao gazed at Su Feiling, whose temperament shifted like the wind, leaving him utterly bewildered. He hurriedly tugged at the circular lock around his neck, exerting tremendous effort to no avail. It felt as if it had fused with his very being. What in the world is happening? Has Su Feiling's intellect been eroded by the residual toxins of the demon food flower? She appears more unhinged than Mei Xiaoyun in a state of inner demons. Something is amiss. It seems her mind is not merely affected by toxins, for she had just asserted her years of dedicated cultivation. This seems to be a premeditated move. Could it be that she possesses a natural dual personality? Or perhaps the burdens of her role as sect leader have suffocated her, distorting her psyche under the weight of accumulated negative emotions? Regardless, it appears all is lost. I have truly been bound. Su Feiling beckoned, and the black spiritual jade returned to her palm, placed back into her storage ring. She was prepared to issue her first command. I wish to have you tread upon my face. Su Feiling formed a seal with one hand, and as her thoughts stirred, the lock around Yuan Hao's neck began to tremble slightly. Just as she was about to vocalize her command, a sudden sound erupted. The talisman embedded in Yuan Hao's forehead forcefully ejected itself. The lock around his neck disappeared at that instant. As a peak Earth Wheel Realm cultivator, Su Feiling was unable to evade the lightning-fast talisman. The talisman penetrated the white fox mask, merging into her being. What? Su Feiling was now utterly dazed. Yuan Hao wore a similar expression of confusion. With a resounding crack, the spiritual lock manifested around Su Feiling's neck. What is happening? Did the talisman escape from Yuan Hao? This was undoubtedly my conjured talisman, my technique. Why has the slave-binding lock transferred to me? Su Feiling tugged at the lock, finding it just as unyielding as Yuan Hao's, as if it had become an inseparable part of her body. Release me. Su Feiling formed a counterseal. Her movements were so swift that they left trails in the air. Yet, despite completing all the seals, the lock remained unyielding. She had lost connection with her own technique. Su Feiling's heart surged with tumultuous waves, as if struck by thunder. Impossible. It contained my blood. Since it possesses my blood, it should not sever our connection. I should have absolute control over this secret technique. Yuan Hao stood still, equally bewildered. He touched his neck, and indeed, the lock was gone. To be precise, it had transferred to Su Feiling. Amidst his astonishment, he felt a flicker of amusement. He recalled how the talisman had been expelled from his body by a mysterious force, just as if it had been repelled by the Sea of Souls in his mind. It seems the Sea of Souls does not merely allow me to perceive all soul clusters within a 10-mile radius. It also safeguards my Tao soul and intellect from external harm. With my Tao soul and intellect secure, what is there to fear? What does this signify? It signifies that, despite being merely a binding talisman, even if someone were to employ sorcery against him, cast seals, or resort to some brutal means to forcibly extract his Tao soul, Yuan Hao could effortlessly evade calamity. Moreover, it has been demonstrated that even the binding talisman conjured by a practitioner of the 9th rank of the Earth Wheel realm proves ineffective against him. Heavenly Tao, how deeply you cherish me. I shall never again utter that you are lacking. Yuan Hao was so moved that he was on the verge of shedding tears. Su Feiling, having repeatedly failed to break the bindings, was beginning to feel a sense of urgency. Suddenly, the shackles exhibited unusual activity. They shifted from a pale blue to a vivid crimson, the temperature soaring as though they had transformed into a searing iron brand. Su Feiling felt an unbearable heat, one that no amount of spiritual energy could mitigate, making her entire being uncomfortable. Her breaths grew increasingly shallow, as the shackles constricted further, nearly squeezing her tears from her eyes. In the next moment, she found herself collapsing to her knees. Cursed fate! What on earth is happening? If this continues, I shall perish. Su Feiling managed to maintain a semblance of reason and restraint. Had it been anyone else enduring such excruciating pain, fear would have overwhelmed them long ago. This is bizarre. My body is reacting autonomously. It is entirely beyond my control. Under Yuan Hao's astonished gaze, Su Feiling found herself kneeling on the ground, moving about in a manner that was entirely foreign to her. What am I doing? Am I attempting to curry favor with Yuan Hao? Is this not the very act I wished for him to perform? Am I now inviting him to tread upon my face? No. I am the leader of the Bloodsword sect, the renowned Moonlight Fairy of the Twin Realms. How could I possibly become Yuan Hao's servant? Upon realizing her predicament, Su Feiling's heart was engulfed in utter panic. Stop, please, cease this at once. Chapter 68. The servant becomes the master. Could it be that the heavens are exacting punishment? A sense of trepidation enveloped Su Feiling. She quickly began to recite a silent incantation. Heavenly Tao, I, Su Feiling, a disciple of the Taoist sect, do not intentionally evade the laws of cause and effect. Previously, under the guise of the enchanting Yuxianzi, I vowed that whoever could provide me with an antidote would win my hand in marriage. Once its efficacy was confirmed. However, I cannot ascertain if the root of the Mo Shi Hua truly possesses the power of detoxification. Thus, to speak of marriage at this juncture is evidently premature. Moreover, with less than 6 months to live, even if I were to marry it, I do not wish for him to bear the title of a widower at such a tender age. Therefore, I shall bind Yuan Hao as my sole servant, allowing him to accompany me through this remaining half-year. Surely, this does not constitute breaking my vow, nor would it invoke the wrath of the heavenly Tao? Su Feiling pondered, bewildered by the rapid turn of fate that had befallen her. Do not. I despise being someone else's servant. I merely desire for Yuan Hao to serve me. Trembling, Su Feiling crawled toward Yuan Hao, who stood frozen in place. Logically, the spirit talisman that had been repelled by the sea of souls in his mind should have returned and merged back into Su Feiling's body. Even if the binding spell had taken effect, it should compel Su Feiling to obey his commands, yet he had issued no orders. Why was she acting of her own accord? Wait. Yuan Hao seemed to grasp something, his expression shifting to one of late realization. Su Feiling had indicated that merging blood with the spirit talisman was the key to establishing the identities of master and servant. This meant that the blood within the talisman belonged to Su Feiling, thus binding her by her own secret method. She was controlling the body of her servant with the mindset of a master. Ah, so everything Su Feiling was doing was merely a manifestation of her desires for him to act? How shameless. Yuan Hao felt an overwhelming rush of confusion and disbelief. After a brief moment of disdain, he instinctively took 2 or 3 steps back as Su Feiling approached him on all fours. To be honest, Yuan Hao was a tad anxious. Who could predict what Su Feiling might do next? What transpired today must not be spoken of. Depart. Su Feiling's voice was deliberate, laced with a hint of grievance and humiliation. Yuan Hao paused, then began nodding fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Rest assured, master. I shall speak of it to no one. But, please continue to crawl here while I return to the pigsty. He turned to make his escape. However, the moment he took a step, Su Feiling called out to him once more. Wait, come back. Huh, why? Yuan Hao was taken aback, confused as to why she would retract her previous command. Did she fear that he might divulge her secret, thus jeopardizing her reputation and that of the entire Shuejian sect? No, please. What wrongs had he committed? Was it merely to relieve himself? Was his life so trivial that it could be sacrificed for such a minor act? Yuan Hao's expression shifted through a myriad of emotions, his imagination conjuring numerous gruesome scenarios of his demise at Su Feiling's hands. His face darkened. Yet, he was unprepared for the shock of hearing Su Feiling call out to him as master. That single utterance left him in a stupor, questioning the reality of his experience. As Su Feiling continued to crawl, she intermittently tugged at the shackles, which grew increasingly crimson and tighter, causing her considerable pain and difficulty in breathing. At that moment, she could no longer vocalize normally. Instead, she resorted to channeling her spiritual energy, communicating telepathically with Yuan Hao. You cannot leave. The effect of this binding spell is too potent. I must complete what I intend to do, or I will be choked to death by this collar. Thus, your cooperation is essential. If you comply with me even once, the binding effect will weaken. If you refuse to cooperate, I will be unable to remove it. Do you understand? This secret method has no time limit, but is restricted to a single use. In other words, once I have fulfilled my desires with this body, the binding spell will be lifted. After today, I shall not impose on you. Is that acceptable? Yuan Hao did not respond immediately, deep in thought regarding whether he should comply. Perhaps it was best to decline. Most individuals speak more eloquently than they act. What if Su Feiling were to deceive him, ruthlessly ending his life once she had what she wanted? You scoundrel! If you refuse to cooperate, I will kill you now. Do you prefer to die with me, or trust me to survive together? In a moment of urgency, Su Feiling delved into his thoughts, seeking to understand his hesitation. Very well, I shall comply. Now that is more like it. In the blink of an eye, Su Feiling was before him. First, you must call me master, and you must respond affirmatively. Then step on me. Step on. Where? On my face. Yuan Hao nodded, feigning comprehension, yet he was utterly bewildered, struck by the gravity of the situation. He envisioned the absurdity of their roles being reversed. How outrageous. She truly intends to step on me. How shameless. Master, Su Feiling called softly. Yuan Hao quickly embraced his role, the initial trepidation fading as he imagined the absurdity of beneath the silvery moonlight. I lowered my head to behold my reflection upon the water's surface. My once fair neck now bore the marks of a deep bruise, a shade of purple and blue. Su Feiling gently caressed the impression left upon her skin, the fiery sensation unabated by the absence of the collar. Reluctantly, she retrieved a vial of elixir to soothe her wounds. Once the stinging pain and the purplish discoloration subsided to a more bearable degree, she turned to gaze at Yuan Hao, who stood by the stone, lost in thought. The sect leader had promised that, once the day's affairs concluded, he would not take his life. Yet, remember this. Next time, I shall reclaim the dignity you have so carelessly cast aside. What? There will be a next time? Yuan Hao nearly succumbed to fury at the audacity of this wretched sect leader. Humph. Su Feiling scoffed lightly before taking flight on her sword. It took Yuan Hao a considerable time to regain his composure. He glanced down at his bare feet and recalled the astonishing visage he had just witnessed, involuntarily gasping in disbelief. What in the world? Su Feiling's face beneath that mask was remarkably beautiful, radiant and enchanting, rivaling even that of senior sister Yu. Where were her squinty eyes? Her prominent buck teeth? Her freckled complexion? Yuan Hao fell into deep contemplation, beginning to question his very existence. This Su Feiling, appearing no older than 12, was so strikingly lovely. Why did she wear a mask every day? What does it matter to me? I should return to the pigsty first. Shaking his head, Yuan Hao resolved to abandon his futile musings. However, after a few hurried steps, he halted abruptly. Which way is north? Goodness, where am I? Yuan Hao surveyed his surroundings, finding himself in an unfamiliar landscape. Standing at a slight elevation, he could not discern any structures belonging to the Bloodsword sect. This was evidently not the small grove near the sect square. Perhaps it was a secluded area of the back mountain. Yet, the back mountain of the Bloodsword sect stretched for miles. Caw, caw, caw. Ooh. Eerie bird calls and the low growls of spirit beasts echoed from the depths of the ancient forest. A sudden chill ran down Yuan Hao's spine as he mentally berated Su Feiling once more. That cursed woman. She brought me out here, but failed to return me. Nuisance. Suddenly, a white shadow descended from the heavens. Su Feiling had returned. Chapter 69. I haven't boarded, yet she seemed to have lingered nearby, returning now and nearly startling Yuan Hao into a fright. Could she be eavesdropping on his innermost thoughts from the heavens? That would be utterly disastrous. Was she aware of his disparaging remarks about her? Yuan Hao's brows furrowed, his expression revealing distress. Underneath her mask, Su Feiling's delicate face was as rigid as stone, her lips twitching uncontrollably. Though she had been oblivious earlier, she was now acutely aware. When she departed, she had indeed not known that Yuan Hao had called her trash. Yet now, upon her return, witnessing his peculiar demeanor compelled her to delve into his thoughts. She inadvertently gleaned the very notions occupying Yuan Hao's mind. Yuan Hao regretted his internal musings. Please, enlighten me. Su Feiling's pupils gradually shifted from a crimson hue to a void-like blackness. Once they transformed into a fathomless abyss. Her regal temperament would be difficult to contain. Yuan Hao felt a chill creep down his spine. He had no desire to relive the recent ordeal. Yet Su Feiling was not naive. She would certainly not believe any flimsy excuse he might concoct. The most prudent course of action was to change the subject. Master, it is time for your disciple to offer you some criticism. Criticism? Su Feiling's exquisite features twisted into a wry smile. Thinking to herself that she had refrained from reprimanding him, yet he dared to turn the tables? Indeed, criticism. Yuan Hao stated with firm conviction, surely the master must understand that mind reading is a tremendously exhausting endeavor, both mentally and physically. The poorer your mental and physical state, the swifter the erosion from the demonic flower's poison. Originally, you could have lived for another 6 months. However, by continuously reading minds, you might very well shorten your lifespan to just a few months. Upon hearing this, Su Feiling chose not to dwell on Yuan Hao's derogatory remarks, but instead her gaze returned to its former crimson intensity, lost in thought. Sensing an opportunity, Yuan Hao pressed on, his tone growing more assertive. Perhaps it would be best for the master to acknowledge her situation herself. Even a mere servant like me shows concern for the master's well-being. Yet she seems oblivious to the need to cherish her own health. Your downfall may seem trivial, but have you considered the dire consequences for the elders and disciples within the sect? Once one becomes the master of Bloodsword sect, even for a single day, you will forever be its master, responsible for the entirety of Bloodsword sect. After concluding his admonition, Yuan Hao felt a twinge of guilt for lecturing the master so harshly. He quickly added, "Do you realize how much it pains me, as a disciple, to see you neglecting your health?" Pain? Su Feiling appeared momentarily dazed by Yuan Hao's words. Yes. Though I am merely a menial worker at the pig farm, I have undoubtedly come to regard Bloodsword sect as my home. I see you as family. Therefore, master, please do not squander your energy and mental resources so carelessly. My humble thoughts should not compel you to pay such a hefty price by repeatedly reading minds. If you take good care of yourself, you are, in essence, nurturing the entire Bloodsword sect. Su Feiling remained silent, although she sensed something odd in Yuan Hao's reasoning, as if he were attempting to absolve himself and preemptively evade risk. Upon deeper reflection, he did possess some merit in his argument. Well, I am gratified by your awareness. In the future, I shall also pay more attention to my health. Su Feiling paused before suddenly asking, Yuan Hao, what is your level of strength? Disciple is at the 4th rank of spirit body. In an instant, Yuan Hao's mind raced through various thoughts. Considering that the 4th rank of spirit body was the level he consistently presented to the outside world, he spoke without hesitation. As of now, only Yuling was aware of his breakthrough to the 1st rank of spirit blood. Revealing this to Su Feiling would inevitably expose numerous secrets, and Yuan Hao was not foolish enough to do so. Moreover, 4th rank spirit body servants were becoming increasingly rare. This rank had long since met the criteria for promotion to outer sect disciples. To claim a higher rank would be inappropriate. Yet even merely being at the 4th rank astonished Su Feiling. Among their Bloodsword sect's pig farm, aside from the former overseer who had achieved the 4th rank, no other disciples had ever broken through to this level and remained at the pig farm willingly. You are already qualified for promotion to outer sect disciple. Would you like me to inform the elders? Su Feiling appeared unaware that Song Nantian had secretly been instructing the pig farm disciples in their cultivation. Had she known that Song Laozu was guiding them, she would not have mentioned outer sect disciples to Yuan Hao. After all, her senior uncle's strength surpassed even hers. Being a disciple under Song Laozu was far more fortunate than being a disciple of any elder. Of course, Song Laozu had instructed them to maintain secrecy. Aside from Lin Feishue, who had divulged this to Mei Xiaoyan, no one else was privy to the information. Yuan Hao would never betray Song Laozu. You are unwilling? Su Feiling noticed the conflict and hesitation in Yuan Hao's expression, prompting her to inquire. How could there be a servant who does not wish to ascend to outer sect disciple? Though the distinction between servant disciple and outer sect disciple is merely 2 characters, the disparity in status is vast, not to mention the incomparable cultivation resources. Disciple enjoys raising pigs. Those pigs are akin to my brothers. I cannot bear to part with them. Far away at the pig farm, Wang Demao and Du Lacey were abruptly awakened by a sneeze. After sneezing, the group scratched their heads and returned to slumber. Li Bengang, in a sleepy murmur, mumbled, Brothers, I think I dreamt of the senior brother. The senior brother turned us all into pigs, frolicking joyfully on the back mountain, without the need to move corpses, surrounded by endless fragrant grass. Yuan Hao's fervent declarations about the pig farm left Su Feiling momentarily speechless. Do you truly lack ambition? Yuan Hao shrugged. Pursuits often come with a price. Everyone has their own aspirations. I simply wish for a stable life raising pigs, and I hope the master can understand. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, Su Feiling nodded in silence. Indeed, the disciple had yet to inquire. Had the Zhongzhu departed only to return with the intent of escorting the disciple back to the Zhuchang? Su Feiling shook her head and retrieved a sword from her storage spirit tool, tossing it to him. Yuan Hao grasped the sword, a chilling sensation coursing through his palm and into his body, causing him to shudder unexpectedly. Is this a spirit tool? Su Feiling affirmed with a sound. It is a first-grade spirit tool. This sword has accompanied me for many years. Although its rank is not high, it conceals secrets yet to be unraveled. Alas, I find myself devoid of time and focus to pursue further understanding. Consider it a gift. Yuan Hao was elated and was about to stow the sword away in his storage spirit tool when a thought struck him, and he hesitated, setting it down. Do you not want it? The disciple is acutely aware that there are no free lunches from the heavens. One does not receive without merit. What is the Zhongzhu's intention for the disciple? Su Feiling, observing his caution, suddenly revealed a smile that brightened her otherwise bland expression, though it was concealed beneath her mask, leaving Yuan Hao oblivious to her amusement. Rest assured, there is nothing I require of you. This serves as gratitude for your insights into the antidote. It is a principle of this sect that gifts bestowed are never retracted. Yuan Hao, if you refuse, would that not be a slight to me? Yuan Hao rubbed his hands together and accepted the sword. This is your word, after all. Should you bring up the sword again, implying I owe you a favor, I shall regard it as you being shameless. No, rather, as you attempting to play tricks. Su Feiling felt a wave of displeasure at his perception of her, her crimson eyes momentarily reflecting a void. Yet she managed to suppress that feeling. With a swift motion, Su Feiling ceased her words, pivoted, and lightly leaped onto the sword, soaring into the air. Her speed was remarkable, vanishing almost instantaneously. Yuan Hao stood bewildered, calling into the void. Zhongzhu, I have yet to board. No, I have not yet mounted the sword. Where on earth is this place? It would be helpful if you could point me towards the Shuejin zone. Chapter 70. Should there be a next time, I shall slap her with great fervor. Yuan Hao's voice pierced the heavens, yet only a solitary shooting star descended from the sky. Su Feiling's return was nowhere in sight. A bizarre cacophony of bird calls echoed through the night. In the depths of the shadowy forest, spiritual beasts lurked, and Yuan Hao dared not flounder about like a headless fly. He resolved to perch on a tree for the night, awaiting the dawn to devise a way back to the sect. Climbing a sturdy ancient tree, he settled on a branch, lost in thought. After Su Feiling departed on her sword, she found herself soaring at an altitude of 100,000 zhang. Rather than leaving, she silently observed Yuan Hao from afar. As a formidable practitioner of the 9th grade of the Earth Wheel, even at a distance of 100,000 zhang, her enhanced vision, fortified by spiritual energy, allowed her to discern the minutiae of Yuan Hao's movements and expressions. Yuan Hao, however, was vexed. He could neither sense nor see Su Feiling. As one who valued his life, he was certain that any subsequent actions would only be taken upon ensuring his safety and achieving his goals. Although he had borrowed Lin Feishue's Mingdiao sword and received various formations and elixirs from Yuling to ensure his safety, both the formations and elixirs were consumable. Once utilized, they would be gone. He could not afford to squander them in this place. Moreover, without a clear understanding of the blood sword sect's location, conserving his strength and energy remained the wisest course of action. Seeing his caution, Su Feiling thought little of it. A 4th-grade spiritual body, after all, warranted understanding. Yet as she gazed upon him, her crimson eyes deepened with an abyssal darkness. An emotion from the depths of her heart surged forth. The notion of making him her servant would persist, for her very being whispered that only by transforming him into her exclusive servant could she find true joy and delight. Today's setback would not serve as an impediment, but rather fuel her determination. She diligently practiced secret techniques, aspiring for the day when she could transform the man she cherished into one who would obey her every command. Yuan Hao, due to their disparate statuses and her unverified means of detoxification through the Mo Flower's roots, could not directly propose marriage. However, making him her servant represented the first step in that direction. The thought of transforming the man she favored into a servant, while claiming it as preparation for marriage, would undoubtedly petrify Yuan Hao if he were to discover it. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. While others repay kindness with their bodies, she interpreted gratitude in a manner that dictated he become her servant. She chuckled to herself, vowing to research the binding slave lock anew, determined to make him hers. Her manic laughter reverberated through the skies, prompting even the seemingly close yet infinitely distant silver moon to retreat behind the clouds. Only Yuan Hao had the fortune to witness this side of Su Feiling, which evidently indicated her divergence from the realm of normalcy. Considering her position as Yuling Shuang's master, the following morning, Yuan Hao leapt from the ancient tree. Observing the sun to discern direction, he soon wore a distinct smile, realizing the futility of such knowledge. His grin was merely a harbinger of madness. Indeed, the next moment, he unleashed a torrent of curses into the clear sky. Su Feiling. Damn it. How infuriating. You forced my hand. Suddenly recalling something, he fell silent, nervously glancing around. Mentioning that cursed dog should not reach Yuling Shuang's ears, lest she delight in instigating a confrontation with him in this desolate wilderness. With a long sigh, he shook his head, dismissing unproductive thoughts. Scanning the horizon, he spotted a towering green mountain. If he could reach its summit, he might finally discern the location of the Bloodsword sect. The desire to escape was palpable. Abandoned by the sect master in this barren wasteland felt akin to being forsaken. Yes, he reasoned, let us proceed. Surely, he could carve a path forward. As he muttered these thoughts, a jade hairpin suddenly whizzed through the sky, striking a massive boulder 10 zhong away with a resounding crash, shattering it into fragments. Yuan Hao's lips twitched. He approached the remnants and retrieved the hairpin, upon which was wrapped a note. Unfolding it revealed neatly inscribed characters. Return to the sect or face death. Choose one. Damn it. This was undoubtedly Su Feiling's handiwork. Had she been secretly watching him all along? Was this truly the conduct befitting a sect leader? Could she not simply escort him back to the sect? Frustrated by Su Feiling's bewildering actions, Yuan Hao resolved to hurl the hairpin away. Yet, as his hand rose, he hesitated, fearing that she might suddenly appear to exact her wrath upon him. Clearing his throat, he decided that in light of her gifting him a spiritual artifact, and considering Yuling Shuang and the elder's favor, he would extend her some grace. Should there be a next time, he would not hesitate to deliver a resounding slap. With that, Yuan Hao cautiously surveyed his surroundings, anxious that the deranged woman might manifest like a specter. Reflecting on the sword, he realized he had yet to study it thoroughly since yesterday. Su Feiling had claimed it was imbued with secrets yet to be unraveled after years of companionship, suggesting it was no ordinary first-grade spiritual weapon. Contemplating this, he unsheathed the sword, only to be enveloped in a bone-chilling aura. An icy sensation coursed through him, frost visibly accumulating on his wrists and arms. This sword was truly ominous. The chill felt foreboding. Yuan Hao grimaced, scrutinizing the blade, soon discovering engraved characters near the hilt. What nonsense was this? He could not decipher them at all. Which illiterate left this behind? Yuan Hao stared at the two characters for quite some time, yet he could not decipher their pronunciation, as his mind was devoid of any relevant memories. This was neither the script of Kanglin Dalu nor that of Lanxing. It bore a resemblance to pictographs, yet he could not associate it with any tangible object. Regardless, it was of little consequence. The pressing question was whether it was effective. After contemplating, Yuan Hao resolved to strike the ancient tree ahead. With a resounding thud, the tree remained unscathed. Ha, what a splendid sword. To think it could not even fell a tree. I could effortlessly sever dozens, if not hundreds, of trees with a mere scrap of iron. To my surprise, this sword is even inferior to that. And yet, it is classified as a first-tier spiritual artifact? How ridiculous. I should have anticipated that Su Feiling would never bestow upon me anything of worth. I have been deceived. Yuan Hao hurled the sword away, casting it 70 to 80 zhong. Whoever wishes to retrieve it may do so. With a whoosh, the sword spun in the air several times before embedding itself into the ground, startling a nearby wild boar that was in the midst of urinating. The boar squealed and bolted away. However, it was pursued by a chilling aura that swiftly crystallized into white ice upon its limbs, ensnaring the ordinary wild boar completely. Crack! The boar shrieked in a frenzy, perhaps overwhelmed by fear. It charged forward heedlessly, resulting in the separation of its limbs and body. The fallen carcass was encased in ice, beginning to fracture piece by piece. In no time, it shattered into a multitude of icy fragments. Remarkably, not a single drop of blood was shed throughout the entire ordeal. Before long, the ground was left littered with white ice shards, which melted away, leaving even the flesh encased within to evaporate into a wisp of steam. The ground bore no trace of the wild boar. Yuan Hao observed this scene, his eyes widening in astonishment. What is happening? That seems to be a form of Tao energy. just like the crimson flame wielded by Su Feiling and the black lightning refined by Sister Yu. This peculiar white ice is also a manifestation of Tao energy. After a moment of contemplation, a smile broke across Yuan Hao's face. He began to sense that this so-called rubbish might not be as worthless as it initially appeared. Chapter 71. Such a delicate young lady. Could a mere slap bring her to tears? Yuan Hao joyfully rushed over. However, he halted approximately 10 zhang away from the sword. He circled the cold blade, gently stroking his chin, seemingly deep in thought. This sword can shatter wild boars. It might very well shatter me as well. It is prudent for me to exercise caution. Yuan Hao took a careful step forward. No problem. Another step. Still no problem. Yet, at this moment, he could already feel the bone-chilling aura emanating from the sword. The intensity of this coldness was no different from when he held it in his hands. Yuan Hao's courage gradually grew, and he took 3 strides and 2 steps, exerting force to pull the cold sword from the ground. The blade gleamed brightly, with a sharp edge. Why could it not even fell a tree? I see now, this is a sword of special purpose. It likely only inflicts harm upon spiritual beasts and cultivators. Yuan Hao resolved to find a few spiritual beasts along the way to the peak of the Qingshan to test the sword's might. If confirmed, this sword would indeed be a fine weapon. For cultivators, the primary purpose of wielding a sword is to target other cultivators and spiritual beasts. It is hardly practical to chop trees or stones. A sword that can harm others without damaging the surrounding environment conserves much spiritual energy and Tao energy. It is essential to understand that the larger the area one seeks to destroy, the greater the consumption of spiritual energy. Concentrating all power into a single point to exert maximum force is undoubtedly a realm many cultivators aspire to. However, aside from peak-level cultivators, few can achieve this. If this sword indeed possesses the ability to automatically conserve spiritual energy and Tao energy, it can only be described as marvelous. Yuan Hao secured the sword and joyfully made his way toward the mountain. Ever since he seized the Ling Shui Yi Pin realm, he felt an inexhaustible strength coursing through him. Ascending to the halfway point of the mountain was effortless. He felt as light as a feather, with the wind at his heels. Nevertheless, Yuan Hao was still somewhat disheartened. If only he could fly on the sword. That would save a lot of time and energy. Not being able to fly on a sword felt rather pedestrian. Despite being a cultivator, he was climbing the mountain like a fool. Flying on a sword is not an exceedingly difficult skill to learn. Nearly all cultivators can master it. The crux lies in the fact that the spiritual energy density of those in the Ling Ti realm and Ling Shui realm does not reach the level required for flight. Only upon breaking through to the Linggu realm, when the spiritual energy density reaches a certain level, can one master and utilize the sword flight technique. Next time I go fishing, I must pay close attention to see if there are any methods for flight available to those in the Ling Shui realm. Considering that Su Feiling might be watching him from somewhere, Yuan Hao shook his head, temporarily setting aside this matter and continuing his ascent toward the peak. Oddly enough, why were there no spiritual beasts in sight? Only a group of ordinary wild rabbits, wild donkeys, and wild boars. Last night, I distinctly heard numerous spiritual beasts growling. The further Yuan Hao walked, the more he sensed something amiss. Could it be that all the spiritual beasts were distributed around this Qingshan mountain, deterred by some terrifying presence that kept ordinary spiritual beasts at bay? Goodness! What a stroke of bad luck. The only entities capable of frightening ordinary spiritual beasts could only be powerful cultivators or high-ranking spiritual beasts. Regardless, either scenario could prove fatal for Yuan Hao. Could it be Su Feiling? If she were at the summit, ordinary cultivators and spiritual beasts would indeed not dare to approach. Yuan Hao hesitated for a long time. If there were any other options, he would certainly not continue up the mountain. But at that moment, he had no choice. Yuan Hao could only muster his courage and take a gamble. As the path upward narrowed and the trees grew denser, he discovered a cluster of ancient trees, leaning at odd angles. In an oval shape, the marks left by heavy objects indicated the presence of some enormous spiritual beast. Realizing this, Yuan Hao suddenly felt an ominous premonition. What if it wasn't Su Feiling? But I am nearly at the summit of this mountain. If there truly was a high-ranking large spiritual beast residing here, I ought to sense its aura. Yet, there was nothing. Just as Yuan Hao was lost in thought, a rustling sound caught his attention. He quickly concealed himself behind a massive ancient tree. As the footsteps drew nearer, the voices of an old man and a young woman engaged in casual conversation reached his ears. "Master, I feel something strange about this place. Could there be ghosts?" I am terrified of ghosts. Foolish girl, are there ghosts in this world? Even if there were, would we cultivators fear wandering spirits? I think you should be more cautious and not get eaten by that spiritual beast on the mountain. The girl's tone was lively and full of spirit, while the old man spoke with a calm and measured demeanor. Master, you are mistaken. People feel fear precisely because they cannot see or touch the unknown. If one can see and touch it, there is no need to be afraid. A mere fourth-tier spiritual beast, what is there to fear? Upon hearing this, the old man burst into hearty laughter, which gradually subsided after a few seconds. Child, are you implying that you no longer regard fourth-tier spiritual beasts with any respect? Of course, master. Although my aptitude is lacking, I have learned a few techniques from you and my master. Killing a fourth-tier spiritual beast is quite easy for me. The old man stroked his long white beard, which hung down to his chest. Very well. Since this is a rare opportunity, I shall test the results of your training over the past few years. You shall be the one to slay that fourth-tier spiritual beast. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl exclaimed, "Oh no," and squatted down. Master, I suddenly feel a slight pain in my stomach. How about this, you go up the mountain first, and I'll catch up quickly. Child, you are not frightened, are you? Of course not, master. You and my master know my capabilities very well. You go ahead, please. Are you truly feeling unwell? Yes, master. Perhaps it was due to yesterday's long journey. I didn't have a bed to sleep in at night and had to lie on the rocks, so I caught a bit of a chill. The old man shook his head helplessly. Then hurry and catch up. Good master, if you have time. Please take care of that spirit beast first to save time. The young girl exclaimed before dashing away. However, by a stroke of fortune, she inadvertently ran directly behind the large tree where Yuan Hao was concealed. Upon spotting Yuan Hao, she was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly approached him, covering his mouth with her delicate hand and signaling for silence. Yuan Hao nodded in assurance, indicating that she need not worry, for he had no intention of making a sound either. Once the ethereal elder in his flowing white robe had distanced himself, she gradually released her soft hand from Yuan Hao's mouth and regarded him with her ice-blue, gem-like eyes, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Yuan Hao, too, found himself captivated, gazing at the girl for a considerable time. Her skin was fair and flawless, as if one could squeeze water from it, and her features were exquisitely crafted, reminiscent of fine jade meticulously sculpted. She exuded an innocent charm tinged with a hint of adorability and a playful spirit. Such a delicate and enchanting young lady. One could easily imagine that a mere slap would send her into tears. Of course, Yuan Hao would never dare to do so. He had overheard the conversation between the girl and the elder. This maiden named Su Nai Nai seemed to possess the preliminary capability to slay a fourth-tier spirit beast. Even if taking down a fourth tier might pose some challenge, defeating a third tier should be relatively simple, right? Thus, it would be equally effortless for her to do away with him. Yuan Hao shook his head, dispelling such distracting thoughts, and allowed his gaze to drift downward, coming to a halt at Su Nai Nai's chest, where he found himself momentarily stunned. His brow furrowed as a multitude of questions formed in his mind, seemingly incredulous. How could it be flatter than his own palm? He chuckled softly. Brother, you are so handsome, Su Nai Nai said, squatting before Yuan Hao, resting her elbow on her knee, her delicate hand propping up her chin, gazing at him with a somewhat infatuated expression. Chapter 72, Shao Feng Mountain. Long Qian's sword god. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao immediately adjusted his demeanor and cleared his throat. Generally handsome. Is this merely generally handsome? Then what would someone who is not generally handsome look like? You are the most handsome man I have ever encountered. Su Nai Nai was taken aback by Yuan Hao's modesty. She genuinely believed there were others more handsome than him, yet could not conjure any image in her mind. Handsome brother, my name is Su Nai Nai. What is yours? Handsome brother, your features are exquisitely defined. With a playful giggle, Su Nai Nai reached out and pinched Yuan Hao's arm, then playfully tapped on his chest muscles. Wow, such a strong physique. May I touch it? Yuan Hao, haven't you already touched it? What more do you desire? The sparkle in Su Nai Nai's eyes resembled stars twinkling brightly, and her mouth nearly dripped with saliva as she unabashedly revealed her thoughts. Yuan Hao was at a loss for words, utterly perplexed. How could such a fine young lady be so infatuated? Handsome brother, judging by your attire, you must be a disciple of the blood sword sect, and a servant disciple at that? Yuan Hao, having been brought here by that wicked woman Su Fei Ling without a shirt last night, was now clad in the sect's distinct garments, making it unsurprising that Su Nai Nai could identify him. However, Yuan Hao remained cautious. Observing Su Nai's demeanor and reactions, she did not appear to harbor any animosity towards the Bloodsword sect. Just as Yuan Hao was about to confirm, he hesitated. Human hearts are inscrutable. One cannot discern intentions merely from appearances. How could he be so naive? The Bloodsword sect has numerous enemies, and only a fool would openly declare themselves a disciple of the sect while out in the world. Not to mention, even an ordinary servant disciple, let alone an inner disciple or elder, would meticulously disguise their identity while on missions, concealing their affiliation with the Bloodsword sect. What Bloodsword sect? I have never heard of it. This attire. I found it. Su Nai gazed at him incredulously, her large sapphire-like eyes brimming with innocence. Handsome brother, you really don't know about the Bloodsword sect? Although this outfit is found, it surprisingly fits you well. Indeed, a handsome person looks good in anything. However, I advise you against wearing the Bloodsword sect's clothes. They are rumored to be a demonic sect, notorious for their brutality and have offended many sections. Encountering their enemies would be quite perilous. Su Nai blinked her innocent eyes, gazing at Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao remained silent for a moment, hardly believing what he had just heard. He had merely concocted a story on a whim, yet Su Nai accepted it without doubt. Could there truly exist such a naive woman in the world? Lin Feishui was certainly not as easily deceived. The saying that a large chest indicates a small mind was evidently erroneous. After all, one who has not even developed a chest cannot be expected to possess intellect. Yuan Hao sensed that Su Nai was not jesting but genuinely believed him, and he shook his head in silent disbelief. By the way, handsome brother, why are you wearing found clothing? Can't you afford new ones? Yuan Hao spread his hands in inquiry, wondering if it wasn't he apparent enough. Oh, I understand now. Handsome brother, have you lost your family? Yuan Hao furrowed his brows and nodded, indicating that it was an accurate assumption. So you have become a beggar scavenging for rags, haven't you? Yuan Hao nearly choked on his own saliva. However, he refrained from rebutting her. Seeing him silent, Su Nai assumed she had guessed correctly, her eyes welling with tears, filled with compassion. I am the same. When I was very little, my parents passed away. It was my master and mistress who raised me. Handsome brother, if you have nowhere to go, why not come with me to seek my master? We can take you back to Xiaofeng Mountain, all right? Xiaofeng Mountain. Yuan Hao had never heard of it. Clearly, it was not a stronghold of any significant power. Yet, it struck him as odd. Despite Su Nai possessing the strength to slay third and even fourth-tier spirit beasts, how could her master not rival the inner sect elders of the Bloodsword sect? Was this truly a minor power? At the very least, it should be considered a second-rate force, so how could it lack any renown? What forces exist at Xiaofeng Mountain? There are 3 people in total, my master, my mistress, and, the last one is me. Yuan Hao was taken aback. Only 3 people? That's even fewer than a pig farm. It certainly cannot compare to the entirety of the Bloodsword sect. Handsome brother, do not underestimate my master. He is incredibly strong. He simply chooses not to reveal his prowess in public. Su Nai's words once again alerted Yuan Hao. Is that true? What is your master's strength? I am not quite sure, but I have heard my mistress say that my master was once the sword god of the 2 realms in his youth. Sword god? Is that true? Yuan Hao felt that Su Nai possessed an inherent sincerity that belied her innocence, making her seem unlikely to deceive him. Reflecting on his past memories and filtering through various hearsay, Yuan Hao identified 3 individuals who fit the description. The first was the Feng sword god, who perished thousands of years ago. It was said that he succumbed to the heavenly tribulation while attempting to ascend beyond the earthwheel realm, obliterated by the divine lightning. He could be disregarded. The second was the Ziyu sword god from 700 years ago, who was slain by several 9th-tier earthwheel cultivators, leaving no trace of his remains. Many witnesses were present, thus he could also be ruled out. That left only the final candidate, the Longqian sword god. He was the only one who dramatically entered a tomb of creation 300 years ago, thereafter vanishing without a trace. Everyone assumed he had perished within the tomb. If his entrance into the tomb was not his true intent, but rather a calculated display meant to mislead the public into believing he had fallen, everything suddenly made sense. Yuan Hao resolved to probe further. As he grappled with how to inquire without arousing suspicion from Su Nai, she abruptly rendered Yuan Hao speechless with a single statement. Handsome brother, just come with me. I heard from Shenyang that Shifu once vanquished a Yohai Qianlong. Quite formidable. Yuan Hao, realizing the implications, thought to himself, you truly are your master's diligent disciple. It seems certain that the elderly gentleman I encountered earlier is indeed the legendary Longqian Jianshan. But why did he suddenly retreat from the world, allowing everyone to believe he had perished? Yuan Hao found himself perplexed, for Bai Wuyo, the lone Qian Jinshin, had already been a paragon among cultivators 3 centuries ago. Those capable of matching him in skill could be counted on one hand. Miss Su, what brings you and your master to this desolate mountain? Su Nainai gazed at him, finally beginning to sense a hint of caution. Handsome brother, why do you ask? Oh, merely out of curiosity. I see. My master and I have come in search of a particular herb. Yuan Hao found himself stifling laughter, as Su Nainai's earnestness stirred within him an unwarranted guilt. Nonetheless, he merely sought to inquire, harboring no intention of causing her harm. Very well, you should go find your master. I, too, must ascend the mountain. Su Nainai gazed at him with reluctance, completely entranced by Yuan Hao's beauty. Handsome brother, are you truly unwilling to accompany me to request my master to accept you as a disciple? And what is your purpose for climbing the mountain? Right, what am I even going up the mountain for? Yuan Hao, suddenly realizing, excitedly grasped Su Nainai's delicate shoulder. I have no interest in cultivation, thus I shall not seek a master. Miss Su, could you kindly direct me to the location of the Xue Jinzong? Su Nainai winced from his grip, biting her tender lip and inhaling sharply. That hurts. Handsome brother, please be gentler. Of course. Handsome Br. Chapter 73. Handsome, capable of living off others. Yuan Hao's gaze became momentarily vacant. Are you jesting with me? You must have some knowledge of this mountain's general location within the realms of Liangchang's Hao, correct? Su Nainai furrowed her brow tightly, appearing genuinely troubled. I only know where Xiaofeng Mountain is situated within Liangchang's Hao. Yuan Hao. Su Nainai lifted her head and glanced at him furtively, a mixture of grievance, vulnerability, and stubbornness evident in her expression. Brother Handsome, you must think I am a fool, don't you? It's not like that. I am quite clever, really. Yuan Hao. Heaving a sigh, Yuan Hao thought it was evident that ascending the mountain was unavoidable. However, it would be best to part ways with Su Nainai at this juncture. He had no desire to entangle himself with Long Qianjin Shunbai Wuyo. Therefore, Miss Su, let us bid farewell here. You shall make your way up the mountain to pursue your master, while I shall take this path. Oh. Su Nainai looked at Yuan Hao with lingering reluctance, her expression uncertain about whether she had absorbed his words. Occasionally, she would smile dreamily and touch the corner of her mouth to ensure she had not drooled. Brother Handsome, you've said so much, yet you haven't told me your name. Just as Yuan Hao turned to leave, Su Nainai's voice rang out once more. My name is... names are merely titles. Call me whatever you wish. After all, we shall not cross paths again. How could Yuan Hao divulge his name? Brother Handsome, are you truly not coming up the mountain with me? There is an Eastine python up there. Eastine python. It is said that this spirit beast evolved from the Eastine Mang after consuming certain celestial treasures, transforming its bloodline into that of the Eastine python. In nature, it is exceedingly rare for a python to evolve into a python of this kind. Out of 10 Eastine Mang, only one can become an Eastine python. Moreover, the python beast is considerably larger than the python beast and possesses exponentially greater attack power and speed. Yuan Hao did feel a twinge of fear, yet he considered many factors. First, Bai Wuyo would undoubtedly be more alert than Su Nainai. Interacting with someone of a higher realm than himself would more easily expose certain secrets. Secondly, Bai Wuyo would not be as gullible as Su Nainai, believing that this blood sword sect's servant disciple-esque garb was merely found. If Bai Wuyo had any undisclosed grievances with the blood sword sect, the consequences could be dire. Thus, Yuan Hao resolutely declined Su Nainai's invitation to ascend the mountain together. Before departing, he made sure to impart a few words of caution. Miss Su, our acquaintance is indeed a matter of fate. There is no need to inform your master about our encounter on the mountainside. Let us keep it as our secret, shall we? What if? Let us suppose, if Su Nainai disclosed their current encounter to Bai Wuyo, it might lead to the revelation of his identity as a sword deity, and he could very well pursue him to eliminate him. Su Nainai's eyes widened in alarm. She raised a finger to her lips, signaling a vow of silence. Yuan Hao hesitated, revealing a hint of mistrust towards Su Nainai. Never mind. I shall take my leave. Yuan Hao decisively slipped away. Su Nainai also made her way up the mountain in the direction of Bai Wuyo. Atop the peak of Qingtsong, where the clouds were torn asunder, the scenery was exquisite. Bai Wuyo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, sighing softly. Master, I have arrived. Su Nainai took her final step, finally reaching the summit. She inhaled the fresh air and stretched languidly, her thoughts still lingering on earlier events. Bai Wuyo observed her distracted demeanor, absent-mindedly stroking his beard. He inquired, "What took you so long? What did he say to you?" Su Nainai shook her head like a rattledrum, adamantly denying any conversation. Suddenly, Su Nainai sensed something amiss. "Master, you tricked me." Bai Wuyo, speechless, replied, "Do I need to trick you? Do you think I am so foolish as to not notice someone hiding behind the tree? Do you believe that with my strength, I cannot hear what you were discussing?" Su Nainai nearly fainted, hastily asking, "So, you knew I called him Brother Handsome?" Bai Wuyo closed his eyes and nodded. Then. You also know that I drooled while touching his muscles?" Bai Wuyo nodded again, though his lips twitched in slight amusement. Su Nainai clasped her head with both hands, her expression one of despair, as if she wished to leap from the mountaintop. "It's over. All is lost. I've made a fool of myself. Silly girl, I warned you long ago not to reveal my identity and strength to anyone. Have you not taken my words to heart? You will eventually be the cause of my demise." Su Nainai's shimmering eyes gazed up at Bai Wuyo, full of remorse. "Master, I was wrong. I will never do it again." Bai Wuyo gestured for her to stop apologizing, shaking his head. "You are not at fault. It is my error for imparting too many secrets that should have remained unspoken." Su Nainai pouted, playfully retorting, "Master, do you truly believe I am foolish? Can I not discern your sarcasm? You are indeed blaming me." "Oh no, I am not. You certainly are." With that, Su Nainai became genuinely upset, crossing her arms over her chest and turning away from him. Bai Wuyo nearly choked on his own blood, feeling as though he would perish right there on the mountain. "My child, it is my fault. I should not have spoken in jest nor placed blame upon you. Can you forgive me, dear disciple?" Bai Wuyo's tone carried a hint of coaxing, his gaze filled with innocence. It must be said, Su Nainai's adept handling of the situation was commendable. She had effectively left Bai Wuyo at a loss for words. The reason Bai Wuyo indulged Su Nainai and repeatedly forgave her missteps was not without cause. Su Nainai had been raised by Bai Wuyo and his wife, never straying from their side, and their bond was unmistakable. To call her a disciple was more akin to referring to her as a granddaughter. Bai Wuyo had no children of his own, highlighting the exceptional nature of this unexpected child to both him and his wife. Furthermore, Su Nainai possessed remarkable talent, an innate spiritual root of the highest caliber, with an 8-star qualification, truly the destined daughter of heaven. It is essential to note that even the illustrious Long Qianjian Shun, Bai Wuyo, possesses merely a celestial-grade spiritual root with 7-star aptitude. Su Nainai surpasses him by an entire star in terms of potential. Across the vast expanse of Liangchong's Hao, there are no more than 3 cultivators within a millennium who can boast such extraordinary innate talent as Su Nainai. To ensure her safety, Bai Wuyo refrained from allowing her to descend the mountain until a year ago when he finally took her on excursions. Upon her initial departure from Shaofeng Mountain, her curiosity about the world led her into numerous predicaments, all of which Bai Wuyo adeptly resolved without permitting her to suffer even the slightest harm. However, his excessive intervention resulted in Su Nainai's character being remarkably naive, akin to a blank canvas. Bai Wuyo's purpose for bringing her here today encompasses 2 objectives: the procurement of a particular medicinal herb and her personal training. Yet, unexpectedly, an unforeseen incident occurred. Su Nainai hastily wiped away the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes and turned to gaze at the innocent yet pitiful Bai Wuyo. While it was not impossible for her to forgive her master, she stipulated that he must first agree to a condition. The corners of Bai Wuyo's eyes twitched slightly, lamenting that his apology was insufficient and that he now had to acquiesce to an additional stipulation. Alas, he found himself regretting having spoken when Su Nainai approached him. "Do tell me," he urged. "No, you must agree to my condition first," she insisted. Reluctantly, Bai Wuyo fell silent but eventually nodded, provided it did not entail accepting that young lad as a disciple. Su Nainai prolonged her response. "Master, why do you always seem to oppose me?" Upon witnessing her overzealous reaction, Bai Wuyo felt a throbbing headache. "What misfortune! That boy is not as innocent as you presume. But he is handsome, extremely pleasing to the eye. Can good looks sustain one? Well, they can lead to a life of luxury." Chapter 74: The Power of Love. Bai Wuyo nearly choked on his own sip of soda. "You little girl, after only a year away from Shaofengshan, where did you hear such things?" "My master's wife told me. She said that my master also succumbed too." Bai Wuyo's face turned pale as he exclaimed, "Silly girl, stop right there. Do you not realize that you've been deceived by that boy?" "Deceived about what?" Su Nainai was taken aback. She held an unwavering trust in her master. In fact, She trusted him too much. However, she truly could not fathom what Yuan Hao had deceived her about. Bai Wuyo gazed into Su Nainai's innocent, sparkling eyes, hesitating momentarily before letting out a long sigh. He chose not to continue the conversation, sensing that his words would be futile. Su Nainai blinked her beautiful blue eyes and said, "Look, master. You're at a loss for words now, aren't you? So he truly hasn't deceived me at all." Zing. Long Qianjian Shun felt as if a sword had pierced his heart, sending a sharp pain coursing through his bones, meridians, and blood vessels, instantly enveloping his entire being in agony. He was nearly infuriated by his foolish disciple. He is clearly just a servant disciple of the Shuejin sect. Yet he deceived you into believing that the clothes were found. Do you understand? Is that all? Su Nainai retorted. Bai Wuyo, is that not enough? Even if what my master says is true, it is only natural for someone to be cautious when they are out in the world. My disciple has not suffered any loss. It seems to make sense. Bai Wuyo found himself ensnared by her reasoning. However, on the other hand, I have been observing the entire situation. That boy seems to merely be inquiring about the location of the Shuejin sect, without any ulterior motives towards my foolish disciple. Of course, it might also be because Nainai's strength surpasses his that he pretends to be honest. Yet, as a servant disciple of the Shuejin sect, he decisively rejected Nainai's generous invitation, turning down the opportunity to become my disciple. This truly surprised me. It shows that the boy possesses his own convictions. I must admit, I am a bit curious. Bai Wuyo cleared his throat and said, "Child, he has already turned down your kind offer. Why do you persist?" Master, I have never seen such a handsome man. I feel that he is destined for me." Su Nainai clasped her hands to her chest, her eyes sparkling with stars. Bai Wuyo's expression shifted rapidly, a myriad of emotions crossing his face. He was left speechless. Truly, a lack of words has overwhelmed me. "Child, do you truly wish for your master to agree to your condition?" MHM. Su Nainai nodded vigorously. "Then should you not fulfill the task your master has assigned to you?" "Master, please tell me." Bai Wuyo grinned. "The Dongyin python just happens to be within the cave. If you can slay it within the incense's duration and ensure you do not sustain any injuries without my assistance, then I shall grant your wish. However, we must establish some ground rules. I can inquire about that boy's willingness, but should he refuse again, you must not persist. Is that acceptable?" Su Nainai leapt up half a zhang high, her jade-like hands clapping rapidly. "Thank you, master. You are truly wonderful. I knew you cared for me the most. In the future, I shall take care of you." Such flattery made Bai Wuyo feel a bit lightheaded. Silly girl, as long as you have this intent, it suffices. Your master and your master's wife seek no more than your lifelong happiness. Before Bai Wuyo could finish his sentence, Su Nainai had already drawn her sword and charged toward a nearby cave. How brave! Her eyes gleamed with blue light. Bai Wuyo was left speechless but remained highly vigilant. When he sensed something was amiss, he would act decisively. Under my and my wife's careful guidance, Nainai had successfully broken through to the 8th rank of the Earth realm. She is only 18 years old. 18. A genius. However, the Dongyin python had already reached the late 4th stage, capable of rivaling a 9th rank Earth realm cultivator. Combined with the innate advantages of a spirit beast, its scales provided formidable defense. Nainai truly may not be able to slay it within the incense's duration. It matters not. I will intervene. Just as Bai Wuyo was momentarily distracted, suddenly a massive head, spewing blood, plummeted from the sky, nearly crashing onto him. With a gentle wave of his hand, the descending head was sent flying thousands of zhang, bursting into a mist of blood in midair. He was astonished, his thin lips forming a cherry-like shape. "Nainai, did you truly slay the Dongyin python?" Master, are your eyes deceiving you? Can you not see this clearly?" "Of course I did. Is there anyone else present? Let us go. Hurry, accompany me to find that handsome brother." Su Nainai shook off the blood from her sword, appearing quite exhilarated. "What is happening?" Nainai managed to dispatch the Dongyin python with a single strike? Could this be the power of love? Bai Wuyo, suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, shook his head and muttered softly, "Ahem. It is merely that my wife and I have taught well." The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, accompanied by the sound of rolling debris. "Nainai, be careful. That Dongyin python is not yet fully dead, and it is a two-headed python. Its tail has evolved into another head." Bai Wuyo glanced at the spirit beast, which was emerging from the cave, twisting its massive body towards the two of them. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Indeed, the tail of the Dongyin python bore another head. Although it was smaller than the previous one, it appeared quite comical on its massive body, like a wild bull with a chicken-esque head. Yet without a doubt, this head could control this body. Step aside. I am going to find my handsome brother. Su Nai's clear eyes brimmed with anticipation and desire, and immediately, blue light erupted, her sword slicing through the Dongyin python, cleaving it in two. Bai Wuyo, is Nai truly this powerful? During their usual sparring sessions, she was not like this. She would often exclaim in surprise here and there. It made it difficult for Bai Wuyo and his wife to relax, fearing that they might accidentally injure Su Nai. Her current performance exceeded Bai Wuyo's imagination and expectations. It certainly left him perplexed. Could it be that Su Nai's strength truly originated from that young man? Master, let us depart quickly. It would be troublesome if we cannot locate him. Su Nai grasped Bai Wuyo's sleeve, swaying anxiously from side to side. Nai, I shall search for that lad. You proceed to the cave to gather the medicinal herbs. Understood, master. Su Nai joyfully dashed towards the cave, only to pause midway, turning back to admonish Bai Wuyo, be sure not to injure him, especially that handsome face. Rest assured, master is mindful. Bai Wuyo flicked his sleeve and departed. His expression bore a hint of darkness. Before long, the bewildered Yuan Hao found himself led to the mountain's summit by Bai Wuyo. Although he was dazed, he sensed that Bai Wuyo harbored no ill intentions. However, he was puzzled as to why Su Feiling had yet to reveal herself. Could it be that she was frightened away by this dragon-slaying sword god? Abandoning her own disciple, is the female demon this timid? Naturally, the life of a servant disciple holds less value compared to that of intersect disciples or direct disciples. Especially in a world teeming with cultivators, even death could merely be deemed unfortunate, with few caring about the fate of a servant disciple. In the clouds, Su Feiling sat upon a cloud. In truth, she had deployed a unique, diminutive spiritual formation high in the air, which served as a chair. Seated comfortably, she occasionally lifted her jade feet to brush aside the drifting clouds. She seemed quite at ease. Yet, despite her physical comfort, the brow beneath her mask bore a hint of tension, for she was observing the events unfolding on the mountain. To avoid detection by Bai Wuyo, she had to suppress her internal spiritual pressure. Without the enhancement of spiritual energy, Su Feiling could not see as clearly as before, nor could she discern Yuan Hao's words. As for reading minds, that was far beyond her reach and rendered ineffective. That elder possesses formidable strength, rivaling my own. Who is he? And the young girl beside him, despite her tender age, possesses the capability to slay a fourth-tier spiritual beast with a single strike. Almost on par with the unscathed Lung Shuang from before. Who is she? Logically, a prodigy of such caliber should already be renowned across the two continents, yet I have no recollection of her. Su Feiling sensed that the elder bore no malice towards Yuan Hao, which diminished her urgency to reveal herself. If he truly had ill intentions, he would not need to go to such lengths. I shall observe a while longer. Yet, I suspect Yuan Hao is currently cursing me in his mind. Humph, little one, this sect leader shall eventually bind you in chains. Chapter 75. The high-grade medicinal herbs for refining the dragon soul pill. As the thought crossed her mind, Su Feiling's crimson eyes, concealed beneath her mask, gradually took on an inscrutable darkness. However, this abyss was swiftly subdued, retreating deep within the center of her pupils. Handsome brother, Su Nai exclaimed, cradling a verdant spiritual herb as she dashed towards Yuan Hao and Bai Wuyo. Upon reaching them, Su Nai nonchalantly tossed the herb into Bai Wuyo's embrace. With a cheerful smile, she squatted down, resting her chin in her hands as she gazed at Yuan Hao. Feeling her penetrating gaze, Yuan Hao was unsettled, the corners of his mouth twitching involuntarily. Miss Su, what do you and your master mean by this? Oh, my master promised me that if I could slay that easternine python, he would accept you as a disciple and take you back to Shaofeng Mountain. Su Nai's eyes sparkled as she swallowed hard, utterly captivated. He is so handsome, so incredibly handsome. I just want to take a bite. Give him a kiss. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao nearly lost his composure, fighting the urge to throttle her. Had all his previous words been in vain? For the first time, he felt that being handsome could be quite a burden, as it made one susceptible to infatuation. If only it were a simple case of a mere infatuation. The fear was. Yuan Hao found himself at a loss for words, turning slightly to observe Bai Wuyo out of the corner of his eye. Yet, as his gaze fell, he was taken aback, all his attention fixated on the spiritual herb in Bai Wuyo's hand. He seemed to have stumbled upon something extraordinary. The Qinlong herb. This was an essential ingredient for refining the immortal dragon soul pill. The Qinlong herb was exceedingly rare. His senior sister had mentioned that even the blood sword sect's medicinal treasury did not possess any. After considerable effort, his senior sister and the elders of the blood sword sect had gathered most of the necessary materials for the immortal dragon soul pill. Now, only 2 types were still needed, one of which was the Qinlong herb. Yuan Hao's gaze was unwavering upon the Qinlong herb as he contemplated various thoughts. If he could obtain this herb, the chances of his senior sister restoring her Dao soul would increase. But it was in Bai Wuyo's possession. What could he do? A forceful approach would certainly fail. Even if Su Failing intervened, she might not be able to contend with Bai Wuyo, especially in her current state. He needed to devise a method to persuade him to part with the herb. Calm down. Let me analyze the situation. The Qinlong herb can be used to concoct a plethora of different pills, yet there are only 2 types of pills with specialized uses, such as the immortal dragon soul pill, the other being the regeneration pill. I suspect Bai Wuyo and Su Nainai are searching for the Qinlong herb to refine the regeneration pill. Why? Because if it were for any other pills, there are numerous alternative herbs that could substitute the Qinlong herb. The immortal dragon soul pill can only be crafted by Fu Longzi, so that is out of the question. The regeneration pill is typically utilized for the regeneration of internal organs or severed limbs, making it an extraordinarily remarkable elixir. Su Nainai mentioned that there are only 3 individuals on Shaofeng Mountain. Hence, the regeneration pill could only be intended for one of the 3. As Yuan Hao pondered, Bai Wuyo also caught on to his subtle gaze. With a flick of his wrist, he stowed the herb away and asked nonchalantly, "Young man, you are a servant disciple of the blood sword sect, aren't you?" Yuan Hao glanced at the squatting Su Nainai, hesitating momentarily before realizing there was no need to continue concealing the truth. Bai Wuyo was not easily misled. If he were to rigidly adhere to the reasons he had previously shared with Su Nainai, it would only lead Bai Wuyo to believe he lacked sincerity. Should he become offended and take drastic action against him, that would. Indeed, I am a disciple of the blood sword sect. What brings you here? Bai Wuyo regarded him with a semblance of sincerity, nodding as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing away from the 2. Junior. Yuan Hao deliberated before opting for a forthright approach. Bai Wuyo's inability to sense Su Failing indicated that she had suppressed her spiritual pressure, alleviating his concerns about being overheard. Not being overheard would prevent the exposure of further secrets. I do not wish to deceive you, senior. I am here to seek the Qinlong herb. Upon hearing Yuan Hao acknowledge the Qinlong herb, both Bai Wuyo and Su Nainai were momentarily stunned. Could he truly be a servant disciple of the blood sword sect? How could he possibly know of the rare Qinlong herb? Many practitioners in the Earth realm, or even the Earth will realm, had never even heard of such a high-grade herb. Yet this young man's strength was at the 4th rank of the spiritual body. Indeed, while Yuan Hao had attained the 1st rank of the spirit blood in terms of his qi, si, and realm, he had consistently presented himself with the strength of a 4th rank spiritual body. What does a spiritual body cultivator seek the Qinlong herb for? Is it for someone significant? Handsome brother, is it a man or a woman? A woman, a very, very extraordinarily beautiful woman. Yuan Hao wished fervently for Su Nainai to abandon her infatuated demeanor. Little did he expect, a single comment from Su Nainai nearly caused him to topple over. Hee, being handsome indeed attracts women. Handsome brother, this proves that Nainai's judgment is not mistaken. You are truly so handsome that women cannot resist. Yuan Hao stared at her in shock, his face filled with a myriad of questions. Shouldn't a normal woman, upon hearing another woman praised publicly as beautiful and important, promptly cease any further comments? What was Su Nainai's game? Cough, cough. Bai Wuyo cleared his throat, blocking his mouth with a hand and signaling Su Nainai to be mindful of her words and demeanor. Even infatuation should have its limits. It was embarrassing to admit that he was the disciple of the dragon hidden sword god. His lifetime of reputation had been tarnished by this foolish disciple. You, young man, are quite bold to venture here alone in search of the Qinlong herb. However, the herb is already in my possession. You might as well set your sights elsewhere. Bai Wuyo spoke with conviction, implying that he had no intention of parting with the Qinlong herb, nor any reason to do so. Handsome brother, if I had the authority, I would certainly give you the Qinlong herb. Su Nainai maintained her previous posture, squatting there, admiring Yuan Hao's exquisite features, occasionally breaking into fits of silly giggles. At that moment, Bai Wuyo nearly stumbled down the mountain upon hearing her words. Dazed and disoriented, I realized that this herb was destined for the creation of a rebirth pill, specifically for my own use. When I was merely 3 or 4 years old, I endured a catastrophic disaster. My family was annihilated, and in my youth, I suffered a grievous stab wound to my heart. Miraculously, I did not perish. I was rescued by my master and his wife, who took me to Shaofeng Mountain for tender care. The Qinlong Cao was the final ingredient required for the rebirth pill. Yuan Hao gazed at me in astonishment, seemingly struggling to believe my tale. Surviving a stab wound to the heart at such a tender age? The next moment, he sensed something amiss. Yuan Hao could not fathom that Su Nainai would fabricate such an elaborate lie. There was simply no need. Furthermore, the experience of an alchemist revealed to him that Su Nainai's lineage was extraordinary, undoubtedly a prestigious family with a pure bloodline. It was this noble heritage that allowed her to survive despite the severe damage to her heart. A higher bloodline level signifies greater vitality and accelerated cultivation speed. Even with considerable internal injuries, one could still extend their lifespan for a time. The magical fruit that Su Failing refined could enhance one's bloodline level, yet such methods, reliant on external substances, come with substantial risks. Mishandling could lead to total failure. In contrast, a naturally high bloodline could circumvent these dangers. Yuan Hao felt sympathy for Su Nainai's plight, yet it seemed he had unearthed a potential breakthrough. Senior, Miss Su, have you considered that although the rebirth pill is indeed a miraculous elixir, in order to regenerate a damaged heart, the original heart must first be removed? The risks are immense. Even with a naturally high bloodline, the failure rate could reach 50 to 60%. As Yuan Hao concluded, Bai Wuyo erupted with a sharp and commanding presence. Young man, how do you know that Nainai possesses a high-level bloodline? Speak. Who exactly are you? I refuse to believe you are merely a lowly servant disciple of the Bloodsword sect. Chapter 76. Handsome brother, please cut me open, master. Look, you have scared handsome brother. Su Nainai, noticing the change in Yuan Hao's expression, immediately stood up with her hands on her hips. Yuan Hao was not intimidated by Bai Wuyo's imposing presence. He was merely surprised at the formidable aura of the sword god. It was quite simple. When Su Nainai was 3 or 4 years old, she suffered a heart injury, yet has survived until now. If it were not for a high-level bloodline sustaining her life, I cannot fathom any other explanation. Surely, a senior would not feed a 3 or 4-year-old child spirit liquid. This reasoning held merit. Nonetheless, Bai Wuyo remained highly vigilant. Young man, it appears you are quite knowledgeable about elixirs and medicinal herbs. Yuan Hao feared that his demeanor might not convey enough clarity, worrying that it would not lead Bai Wuyo to consider this aspect. At this moment, it played right into his hands. Yuan Hao cupped his hands in a respectful gesture and said, although I am merely a servant disciple of the Bloodsword sect, I have been fortunate. I have inherited the teachings of a senior alchemist, who imparted all his experiences to me. Oh, Bai Wuyo looked at him with surprise. Even his gaze shifted. Which alchemist? This, I cannot disclose. Yuan Hao shook his head decisively. He trusted that Bai Wuyo would not coerce him over such matters, as it was not worth it. He was the dragon hidden sword god. Those 4 words carried immense weight. Bai Wuyo indeed did not pressure Yuan Hao as he had imagined. Instead, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance, letting out a deep sigh. He had not held any hope for Yuan Hao. Over the years, I have consulted countless alchemists, and their answers have been repetitive and singular. Aside from the rebirth pill, there are no alternatives. Yuan Hao recognized that his opportunity had arrived, feeling somewhat exhilarated yet maintaining a composed facade that revealed nothing. Not necessarily. Not necessarily? Yuan Hao smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate just yet, but turning to Su Nainai, who was squatting on the ground, nearly drooling in anticipation. Miss Su, may I inquire if you experience any unusual reactions? For instance, do you suddenly collapse, experience difficulty breathing, or endure extreme pain when cultivating beyond a certain threshold? Additionally, do your hands and feet become icy at the stroke of midnight, your eyes glazed over, and your body unable to move until sunrise? Su Nainai's ice blue eyes widened, her mouth forming a perfect round shape, akin to an elixir. Handsome brother, everything you said resonates with me. At that moment, she wore an expression of sheer astonishment, as if she were a divine healer. Bai Wuyo, equally taken aback, began reassessing Yuan Hao, his expression shifting between confusion and surprise. The points Yuan Hao mentioned could certainly be articulated by other alchemists. However, it must be noted that the young man standing before him was of similar age to Su Nainai, Yet he articulated 3 distinct pathological reactions in one breath. It was nearly impossible to possess such extensive experience without being a high-level alchemist. Clearly, Yuan Hao's assertion of acquiring the teachings of a high-level alchemist was not unfounded. Miss Su, if you are willing, I may be able to save you. Really, handsome brother? While I cannot guarantee 100% success, there is at least a 70 to 80% chance. The unique technique of the Fu Longzi is specifically designed for cardiac rescue. Yuan Hao essentially possessed the experience of a 6th-grade alchemist. The 70 to 80% chance was a conservative estimate. On the day Su Feiling's poison infiltrated the heart, he was the one who operated and saved her. Under normal circumstances, Yuan Hao would never gamble with his own life. Even the slightest chance of failure was a burden he could not bear. Today, however, his usual cautious demeanor was cast aside as he proactively sought this risk due to the extreme rarity of the Qianlong grass, which the entire Bloodsword sect had been unable to locate. The appearance of a high-quality Qianlong grass was an opportunity he had to seize for Yuling Shuang. Although Yuan Hao valued his life and wished to avoid trouble, Yuling Shuang was an exception worthy of his risk. Young man, you claim you can save Nai? With a 70 to 80% probability? Yuan Hao nodded, saying, if the senior trusts me, I can attempt this now. If not, consider it a suggestion never made. Bai Wuyo's emotions were a mix of hope and concern as he regarded Yuan Hao, striving to mask his feelings. What do you intend to do? It is quite simple. I will make an incision in Miss Su's chest to nurture and reshape the injured area. All that is required is a vial of heart-nourishing spirit liquid, no less than 4th-grade quality, preferably 5th grade. Initially filled with a glimmer of hope, Bai Wuyo's faith was instantly dashed upon hearing that Yuan Hao intended to cut open Su Nai's chest and operate directly on her heart. Moreover, solving such a significant underlying issue with merely 1 vial of heart-nourishing spirit liquid? Who do you think you are fooling? Even those without the title of alchemist should understand that heart-nourishing spirit liquid has a very mild medicinal effect, merely alleviating symptoms. Young man, I will not allow you to. All right, handsome brother, go ahead and cut me open now. Su Nai looked at him with sincerity and innocence, her trust in him unwavering. No, Nai, please listen to your master. I believe this method is unreliable. Bai Wuyo was drenched in cold sweat. Nai, how can you be so defenseless before Yuan Hao? What is so special about this lad? Is it merely his handsome appearance? When I was young, I was only slightly less appealing. Since you do not trust me, then so be it. If it were not for Miss Su's unwavering trust in me, I would not dare to casually invite trouble. Should anything go awry, I would not be able to safeguard my own life. Bai Wuyo gazed deeply at him in silence, suddenly feeling as though this young man might be surprisingly reliable. Su Nai tugged Bai Wuyo aside. Master, please let handsome brother operate on me. Silly girl, be quiet. This is no trivial matter. If anything were to happen to you, all the years of effort your master and your mistress have invested would be in vain. Yuan Hao stood quietly to the side, listening intently, then interjected midway. In fact, prior to ingesting the rebirth pill, one must first remove the original heart. My procedure merely involves cutting through flesh and bone, without harming the heart. The risk is far less than that of the rebirth pill. Moreover, the probability of the rebirth pill successfully regenerating a heart is only around 50%. Su Nai looked at Bai Wuyo with wide, watery eyes. Master, this is not acceptable. I absolutely cannot allow you to joke with my beloved disciple. Even if I agree, your mistress will certainly not consent. Upon returning, she will surely take my life. Su Nai whimsically tugged at Bai Wuyo's hand, playfully pouting. Sure Fu, she is unaware, it will surely be fine. Bai Wuyo gazed at Su Nai in utter astonishment, harboring grave suspicions that she had been cursed or hexed by Yuan Hao. As he probed her wrist with his fingers, he discovered nothing amiss. Dazed and bewildered by Su Nai's antics, Bai Wuyo still did not acquiesce. In a huff, Su Nai declared, if you do not agree, I shall resort to self-harm. A wave of blood surged in Bai Wuyo's chest, nearly overwhelming him. Under the duress of Su Nai's threats, he finally relented and inquired of Yuan Hao whether there were any risks associated with failure. Should one falter, a scar would remain on the chest, yet a mere application of spiritual medicine would render it unnoticeable in no time. Very well, I shall oversee your endeavor from beginning to end. Should you succeed, I owe you a favor. And in the future, I could even return a life in your time of need. Yuan Hao chuckled, you flatter me, esteemed senior. The cave of the Dongyin Python is indeed an excellent locale. Let us proceed there. The cave not only provides an immediate setting, but also minimizes the risk of exposing his alchemist skills to Su Failing. After the trio arrived at the cave's entrance, Su Nai suddenly placed one hand on her hip, while the other gestured to impose a barrier, preventing Bai Wuyo from entering. No way, Shifu. I am already 18, a grown lady with my own privacy. You must remain outside. Bai Wuyo, momentarily at a loss, had overlooked this aspect. However, how could he feel at ease allowing her to be alone with Yuan Hao? All right. I am about to start undressing. Do not intrude, Shifu. Upon finishing her words, Su Nana waved her hand and set up a pitch-black spiritual array that effectively sealed off the entrance to the cave, leaving Bai Wuyo momentarily petrified. Chapter 77. May I touch your pectorals? In the depths of the clouds, Su Failing suddenly furrowed her brows. What business do he and that little girl have in the cave? Moreover, the herbs that old man just handled resemble the qinlong grass, essential for concocting the undying dragon soul pill. Unfortunately, the distance prevents me from discerning clearly without enhancing my vision with spiritual energy. If it truly is qinlong grass, I must devise a means to acquire it. Should I descend? No. The identity of that old man remains questionable, and I have never encountered him before. Could it be that he altered his appearance with a transformation pill? His earlier display of anger revealed his strength, indicating he is at the 9th rank of the Earthwheel realm, yet his power undoubtedly surpasses mine. Recklessly revealing myself might not be prudent. While Su Failing pondered, a powerful voice pierced the skies, summoning her directly. Esteemed guest, why do you not reveal yourself? It was Bai Wuyo. Upon hearing his words, Su Failing initially froze, followed by a resigned chuckle as she exhaled a breath of frustration. So he was aware of my presence all along. Could it be that his earlier display of might was not meant for Yuan Hao, but for me? It appeared that remaining hidden was no longer an option. With a graceful wave of her jade hand, she conjured a black spiritual barrier, enveloping herself. After a few moments, the barrier dissipated, revealing Su Failing in an exquisite white gown, her aura ethereal, resembling a celestial being. The white fox mask she wore was removed, unveiling a beauty that surpassed even the most renowned of fair maidens. Upon closer inspection, her pupils had transformed from a crimson crystal hue to an inky black, as profound as an unfathomable abyss, seemingly capable of devouring all light. This was Su Failing's other identity, Miue Xianzi. This guise adeptly concealed her true identity and averted unnecessary complications. Though in a less than optimal state, Miue Xianzi's condition was inconsequential. However, if the leader of the Blood Sword sect were to be in a similar state, the repercussions would be dire. She formed a hand seal and gracefully descended on her sword, soon standing before Bai Wuyo. Indeed, the legendary dragon-slaying sword god, having lived for several centuries, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Su Failing. He had withdrawn from the public eye long before her birth, only recently emerging from Shaofeng Mountain in search of herbs required by Su Nai for crafting the rebirth pill. Bai Wuyo had never encountered Miue Xianzi, which led to mutual suspicion regarding their identities. Miue, it is an honor to meet an esteemed elder. Su Failing's voice carried a hint of coldness. Though polite, it sounded somewhat aloof. Miue? Could it be the renowned Miue Xianzi of the Double Realm? Bai Wuyo, though never having met her, had certainly heard tales of her, for he was familiar with notable figures from both the past and present in the Double Realm. Su Failing nodded slightly. Such praise is but a fallacy. Miue does not warrant the title of fairy. Upon hearing her claim, Bai Wuyo could not help but gaze upon her again, astonished by her beauty. How striking, even more so than my own wife. No, wait. Just as Bai Wuyo thought of this, an image of a fierce figure wielding a sword appeared in his mind, causing his complexion to drain of color. He recalled the formidable presence of his wife. No, I was merely jesting. My wife is the most beautiful woman in the world. I love my wife. After mentally affirming his devotion, he quickly regained his composure and inquired of Su Failing, how does Miue Xianzi come to be in the depths of the clouds, observing our every action? Had I not initiated this greeting, would you not have revealed yourself? Meanwhile, Yuan Hao in the cave inadvertently glanced outside. Through the spiritual barrier set by Su Nai, he caught sight of Su Failing. Having seen her true form the previous night, he was not taken aback. However, he was unaware of her identity as Miue Xianzi. Changing attire was a common method of evasion, something he often employed, thus he did not dwell on it further. Nevertheless, Yuan Hao noted the seriousness in Su Feiling's expression. After a brief exchange with Bai Wuyo, she sighed and departed. What is the meaning of this? He mused. Never mind. I have no time for idle thoughts. This opportunity is singular, and I do not wish to jeopardize my life. Yuan Hao shook his head, resolving to first address Su Nai's predicament. This was the crucial moment to negotiate with Bai Wuyo for the Qinlong grass. Handsome brother, what were you just looking at? Huh, nothing. As Yuan Hao spoke, he turned to face the depths of the cave where Su Nai resided. Suddenly, he gasped. Uft. Su Nai had discarded her skirt, standing with her hands on her hips. Appearing so radiant, she seemed to glow. What are you doing? Yuan Hao gaped in astonishment. His gaze drifted downward. Oh, unsure, he stole another glance. Indeed, it was as small as a palm. Su Nai exhibited no shyness, boldly presenting herself to him. Aren't you going to cut me open? Surely, I cannot wear clothes for that. Handsome brother, do I look good? Uft. Yuan Hao sputtered again, utterly speechless at Su Nai's audacity. Miss Su, honestly, the upper half is sufficient. Oh, handsome brother, is that a problem? Not really. Then it shall be as such. Yuan Hao. Su Nai found a relatively flat spot to lie down, retrieving a bottle of 5th-grade nourishing heart liquid from her storage ring, placing it beside her. This was a staple she always carried, alleviating pain during her episodes, so she never lacked for nourishing and protecting heart liquids. She waved at the stunned Yuan Hao. Handsome brother, come here. Taking a deep breath, he approached her, reasoning that treating the ill was more important than any reservations. Miss Su, do you have any sleep-aiding pills or liquids? Yuan Hao surmised she would certainly possess some. Of course. Su Nai cheerfully produced 3 small vials, optimistic and bright. Any of these will do. I take them daily. Without them, the pain keeps me awake at night. So pitiful, take one. Why? I do not want you to struggle or move about. That would increase the risk of failure. I want tea. Handsome brother, you may do anything to me, and I promise I want tea move. Su Nai gazed at him with a playful, dimpled smile, swallowing nervously. His face alone was the most potent anesthetic. Merely beholding it, she believed, would sustain her through any agony, however prolonged or excruciating. Handsome elder brother, she murmured, turning toward Yuan Hao with dewy, luminous eyes. May I ask you a small favor? Yuan Hao felt an uneasy premonition stir within him. Yet, moved by her pitiful, pleading expression, he withheld immediate refusal. If the pain becomes unbearable later, may I touch your pectoral muscles? Absolutely not, he replied firmly. The entire procedure may take 2 or 3 hours. Utter stillness is non-negotiable. Undeterred, Su Nai's mind darted swiftly to another stratagem. Then may I place my hand there now? Once positioned, I vow, my hand and arm shall not shift an inch, no matter what unfolds. When Yuan Hao remained silent, she recognized his silent refusal and promptly pivoted her appeal. If pectorals are forbidden, abdominal muscles would suffice. Miss Su, he retorted, exasperated, do you truly wish to survive? At this critical juncture, are pectorals and abdominals truly your foremost concern? What earthly value do they hold in the face of mortal peril? She furrowed her delicate willow leaf brows and countered. Voice light yet pointed. Handsome elder brother, do not men likewise admire a maideness bosom and hips? A sharp, incredulous gasp escaped Yuan Hao, as though struck squarely in the chest by an invisible mallet, his breath catching, his face flushing, as if blood itself rose, hot and unbidden, to the brink of his lips. Chapter 78. Do you desire a concubine or a Tao partner? I do not. I am not. I am entirely different from them. I possess not the slightest fondness for such things. Ah, then what do you like? I enjoy raising pigs. Ah. Su Nai finally quieted down. Yuan Hao swiftly retrieved the Mingdiao sword borrowed from Lin Feishue. Under the guidance of incantations and techniques, the sharp blade gradually found its rightful position. Ouch, handsome brother. That hurts. Su Nai cried out dramatically. Yuan Hao looked at her in bewilderment. I haven't even struck yet. Please, just let me touch your abs before you proceed. I promise I won't make a sound, all right? Su Nai pleaded sweetly. Oh, so you were waiting for me. Yuan Hao, realizing this, felt a hint of exasperation. Fine, I won't move my hands around. Ultimately, Yuan Hao acquiesced. He merely wished to complete this task swiftly and procure the Qinlong grass for his senior sister. Su Nai's hand ventured towards Yuan Hao's abs, causing her to tremble with excitement, emitting a series of giggles, her eyes sparkling with delight. With this opportunity, Yuan Hao thrust the sword into Su Nai's chest. As the flesh was sliced open, remarkably, she emitted not a single sound. Yuan Hao's worldview shattered, crumbling like shards of ice. What is this? Is the effect of spiritual nourishment this potent? He had no idea that his pectorals and abs possessed such analgesic properties. Hastily, Yuan Hao enveloped the heart with delicate threads infused with nourishing liquid, beginning to pierce into Su Nainai's heart. The initial step involved temporarily filling the concave area from her previous sword wound using spiritual threads to wrap around the nourishing liquid, akin to sealing a cracked egg with a thin membrane to prevent the contents from spilling. The second step was crucial, as Yuan Hao employed a technique of withdrawal and insertion to gradually extract the heart tissue from the concave area. Each spiritual thread operated independently and was exceedingly fine. Even in failure, it would not impose significant harm upon Su Nainai. During the first two steps, Yuan Hao proceeded slowly yet smoothly, while Su Nainai cooperated admirably, though one could see her luminous skin glistening with beads of sweat trickling down. She remarkably adhered to her promise to remain still and silent. Through his abs, Yuan Hao sensed the immense pain Su Nainai endured, her hands trembling uncontrollably. This endurance clearly surpassed that of over 99% of cultivators at her level. Outside, Bai Wuyo was like an ant on a hot stove, growing increasingly anxious. Time passed slowly. Yuan Hao held his breath throughout, his mental energy depleting significantly, leaving no room for carelessness. As an hour elapsed, Bai Wuyo, in a state of agitation, forcefully projected his voice into the spiritual array crafted by Su Nainai. Young man, how far along are you? What is Nainai's condition? Yuan Hao dared not speak loudly, nor did he possess the strength to transmit his voice beyond the spiritual array. At that moment, he felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Bai Wuyo might breach the array in a fit of desperation. Should he inadvertently disrupt the delicate threads, the consequences would be dire. Handsome brother, do not fret. I will handle this. Su Nainai summoned a wisp of spiritual energy to project her voice. Master, please do not interfere. If I were to perish, you would have much to explain to the mistress. Isn't it you who claim that the mistress is far away on Shaofeng Mountain and would never learn of this? Why invoke her to threaten me? However, upon hearing that Su Nainai was unharmed, Bai Wuyo felt a sense of relief and chose to wait further. At this moment, Yuan Hao could boldly proceed to the third step. He meticulously reshaped the extracted heart tissue onto the bridge constructed in the first step. Once each strand of heart tissue was aligned with a spiritual thread, the nourishing liquid within would seep out, promoting healing of the tissues. Thus, after roughly another hour, Yuan Hao finally completed the third step. When he sensed that all heart tissues had healed, he carefully withdrew the threads that formed the spiritual bridge and stitched up the external wound with the same threads, applying the nourishing liquid to facilitate recovery. With that, the entire process was concluded. Yuan Hao felt utterly exhausted, yet he had succeeded in his mission. Miss Su, how do you feel? How firm? Handsome brother's abs feel absolutely fantastic. Su Nainai wore a dreamy, satisfied expression. I meant, how do you feel in your condition? Superb, extraordinarily delightful. Yuan Hao, exasperated, shifted Su Nainai's hand away from his abs, only for her to stick to him like glue once more. Miss Su, please exhibit some decorum. Just a little longer, please, handsome brother, don't take it away. As Yuan Hao distanced himself, Su Nainai instantly transformed into a wilted flower, the sparkle in her sapphire eyes fading. She rose to touch the scar near her chest. It hurt a bit, yet this pain felt different from before, surface level and bearable. My heart's injuries from over a decade, truly, are gone? Yuan Hao gazed at his handiwork, feeling a sense of pride. It was remarkably successful. However, she should refrain from vigorous activities for the time being. Once these few days pass, she would be free of affliction. Wonderful. I can finally grow my chest with confidence. Su Nainai leapt 3 feet into the air, dancing joyously. Suddenly, she rummaged through her storage ring and quickly retrieved a vial of spiritual liquid, tossing it into the air. Yuan Hao caught the jade bottle, glancing at its label, instantly grimacing. Suppressing liquid. This substance renders men incapable after consumption, and for women, it flattens them. Yuan Hao suddenly grasped the implications. For someone like Su Nainai, who harbored emotional scars, being too large would indeed be a burden. However, if his memory served correctly, this liquid possessed distinctly irreversible effects. In other words, even if she were to abstain from drinking in the future, it is certainly true. The vast world is full of wonders. The existence of every entity carries its own significance. Just as there exists a special elixir to suppress growth, There are other peculiarities. Ahem. But that is not something for Yuan Hao to concern himself with. Su Nai, in her exuberance, shattered the various bottles and jars she had previously utilized within the cave, exclaiming that she would no longer require them. Observing her animated reaction, Yuan Hao felt a profound sense of accomplishment. The emotional relief of someone who had daily relied on various elixirs and pills, suddenly liberated from such dependence, was beyond words. This one cannot be broken. It was gifted to me by my master, and it required considerable effort to obtain. I must cherish it. After smashing most of the items, Su Nai left a small portion intact. For her, this remnant was filled with the love of her master and mistress, an irreplaceable fragment of her journey through life. Miss Su, please dress appropriately. We should not keep our esteemed elder waiting, he urged. Oh, all right, handsome brother, she replied. Once dressed, Su Nai glanced at Yuan Hao with longing and walked alongside him outside, inquiring as they went, handsome brother, do you desire a Dao companion? If you wish, I am willing. Yuan Hao nearly stumbled at her words. Su Nai smiled shyly, expressing that her life debt could only be repaid by offering herself in gratitude for her brother's life-saving assistance. Ahem, well, Miss Su, you are being overly dramatic, and besides, I already have someone I cherish. We have become Dao companions. Oh, Su Nai fell silent for a moment, then approached him again, asking, what about a concubine? I believe I could fulfill that role. Chapter 79. The Promise of the Sword God. Miss Su, please do not jest with me. I fear that if your master hears such words, he may leap forth and strike me down with a single sword. Yuan Hao understood the significance of Bai Wuyo to Su Nai. How could he possibly consent to his beloved disciple becoming a concubine? Moreover, his senior sister, while somewhat eccentric, possessed many admirable qualities. The crucial point was that she was a veritable sovereign of jealousy. The mere thought of Yuling Shuang filled Yuan Hao with dread, and it would not be an exaggeration to say he trembled at the thought. Previously, he aspired to acquire a city and become its lord, marrying several concubines to attend to him, and living a tranquil life in this world. Yet now, having accepted Yuling Shuang's terms and recognized Song Lao as his master, the prospect of leaving the Bloodsword sect had become nearly impossible. While Yuling Shuang treated him with remarkable kindness, her peculiarities were equally daunting, and Yuan Hao found himself tormented nightly, unable to entertain thoughts of concubinage. Recent events had further solidified his resolve. His primary objective was now to enhance his strength, expeditiously. Though the Bloodsword sect appeared formidable beyond measure, having remained unbreached for millennia, there are no certainties in this world. He must prepare for unforeseen circumstances. One can feign ignorance, but not genuinely be ignorant. Ignorance is the root of all sin. Thus, Yuan Hao's thoughts were straightforward. As long as the Bloodsword sect remained unassailed, he would dutifully accept its protection. In the meantime, he would engage in fishing for residual souls to accumulate skills and experience, tending to pigs, refining elixirs, and discreetly developing himself. Should the day ever come when the Bloodsword sect faced assault, he must ensure his survival amidst the chaos. Su Failing, on the brink of exhaustion, found herself unable to locate the root of the demon food flower, effectively placing one foot in the realm of the dead. Should she perish, the entire duality continent would be thrown into an uproar, marking the opportune moment for a united assault on the Bloodsword sect. At such a time, the continent would be engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed. Indeed, while the power of Tsang Nantian surpassed that of Su Failing, the fall of a sect leader would undoubtedly lead to the lowest morale within the sect and stir anxiety among its disciples. The opposing forces would never let such a rare opportunity slip away. Handsome brother, you need not feel pressure to respond to me. Whenever you have thoughts to share, you may do so at your convenience. Nai shall wait for you, hee. Su Nana gazed at him with infatuation, emitting a chuckle that hinted at her longing. Yuan Hao felt a shiver run down his spine, reluctant to delve deeper into this topic with her. With a wave of Su Nai's hand, the spiritual formation condensed into a talisman, which was then reduced to ashes. Bai Wuyo burst into the room, inquiring fervently. After the span of a few incense sticks, Bai Wuyo stared blankly at Yuan Hao, his thin lips quivering slightly. His keen eyes scrutinized Yuan Hao repeatedly, a total of 17 or 18 times. Upon hearing Yuan Hao's explanation, he reached towards Su Nai's wrist, only to find that the previously elusive and peculiar ebbing energy was no longer detectable. This indicated that Yuan Hao had indeed resolved the critical issue concerning Su Nai's heart. Bai Wuyo was astounded, profoundly astonished. How could a youth who appeared merely 18 or 19 accomplish what many 5th and 6th-tier alchemists could not? Reflecting deeply, he quickly lowered his posture and offered Yuan Hao a respectful bow, his tone imbued with newfound courtesy. "Young friend, may I inquire your name?" "Junior, Yuan Hao." Yuan Hao replied without hesitation. Having succeeded, there was no reason to conceal his identity. This was the moment to reap the rewards. Bai Wuyo's reaction made it evident that he was filled with gratitude. "Oh, which department of the Bloodsword sect does the young friend serve?" "The pig farm." The words escaped Yuan Hao's lips, causing both Bai Wuyo and Su Nainai to tremble thrice in shock. A pig farm servant? Was the sect leader of the Bloodsword sect a fool? Were all the elders within the sect fools as well? Despite his modest cultivation level, how could they not promote such talent to become a direct disciple? To have him tending pigs was an utter waste. "Handsome brother, so you are a pig farmer. No wonder you are so dashing," Su Nainai said, resting her charming face upon her hands as she gazed at Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao was left bewildered, an array of question marks forming in his mind. What connection could there be between pig farming and handsomeness? Clearly, none at all. Normal individuals could hardly fathom the thoughts of an infatuated person. Their minds were simply not aligned. Bai Wuyo suddenly erupted into hearty laughter, joyously extending an olive branch. "Young friend, might you be willing to accompany me and Nainai back to Xiaofeng Mountain? Should you express such desire, I shall impart all my knowledge to you." Upon hearing this, Yuan Hao's brow furrowed. This subtle reaction did not escape Bai Wuyo's notice. "Young friend, do you decline?" "Senior, I possess a waste spirit root. Even a waste spirit root can achieve small successes with diligent effort, provided one has the right teacher." Bai Wuyo gently stroked his white beard, exuding confidence. "However, I am not merely a waste spirit root. I also possess a 0-star aptitude." 0-star. Bai Wuyo, the legendary sword god, nearly fell over with shock upon hearing those words. 0-star aptitude? "Young friend, are you certain?" Yuan Hao calmly nodded. This affirmation rendered Bai Wuyo speechless, for he understood precisely what 0-star aptitude entailed. It signified that even deities could not impart knowledge. "Wow, handsome brother, do you not find 0-star aptitude to be incredibly cool? It is exceedingly rare to find another person in the world with such a quality." Su Nainai's gemstone-like eyes sparkled as she gazed at him, her soft tongue peeking out, appearing utterly entranced. Yuan Hao felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. If he truly possessed 0-star aptitude, how could he wield the strength of a 4th-tier spirit body? It seemed the young friend was tactfully declining the offer. Bai Wuyo shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. He then turned to Su Nainai and said, "Child, I have fulfilled my promise to you. Since the young friend is unwilling to accompany us back to Xiaofeng Mountain, there is little I can do." Su Nainai blinked her eyes, gazing at Yuan Hao with a hint of disappointment, still hoping to sway his decision. "Young friend, please accept this item." Bai Wuyo retrieved the Kinlanko from his storage ring without a moment's hesitation and promptly sent it to Yuan Hao. His quest for the Kinlanko was motivated solely by his concern for Nainai. Now that Nainai's troubles had been adequately resolved, keeping it would serve no further purpose. Earlier, he had heard the young friend express a need for this herb, so he considered it a token of gratitude. Yuan Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly accepted the Kinlanko, placing it into his own storage spirit tool. "Ah, senior, you really are being too courteous," he exclaimed. "Miss Su is so delightful and is your only beloved disciple. Since I happen to have a means to help, albeit with some risks involved, how could I possibly stand by and do nothing? As the old saying goes, saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-story pagoda. As cultivators, we should act out of virtue and integrity rather than for fame and profit, seeking to give without expecting anything in return. However, since you graciously offer this herb to me, I shall not decline, lest I dampen your good intentions." Thank you, thank you." Bai Wuyo chuckled heartily at Yuan Hao's quick wit and grandiose rhetoric. This young man was indeed amusing, eloquently professing noble ideals while showing no hesitation in taking the herb. "A young friend saves my beloved disciple's life. It is only fitting that I present this humble Kinlanko without reservation. Moreover, I also—" "Ah, master, the handsome brother just praised me for being cute. Did you hear that? Did you hear it?" Su Nainai fervently shook Bai Wuyo's arm, her fair face flushed with warmth, radiating like a furnace. "Cough, cough. Yes, I heard it," Bai Wuyo replied. "Young lady, allow me to finish speaking." Su Nainai released Bai Wuyo, cupping her fervent cheeks with her hands, lost in a reverie, emitting a series of giggles. Bai Wuyo produced a specially crafted jade and sent it to Yuan Hao. Young friend, this spirit jade contains my essence, blood, and formations. Should you encounter trouble, shatter it, and I shall teleport to your side at the swiftest speed to assist you. I assure you, regardless of who the adversary may be, I will exhaust every means at my disposal to eliminate them for you, at any cost. Yuan Hao quickly secured the spirit jade, feeling elated. His journey to the mountain had proven incredibly fruitful. Not only had he acquired a Kinlonko, but he had also received a promise from the dragon Qinjin god. He now possessed another ace up his sleeve. He was uncertain whether to scold Su Failing or to express his gratitude. Reflecting on Su Failing, Yuan Hao hesitated momentarily. Oh, right, senior. Earlier when Miss Su and I were in the cave, we encountered a woman, didn't we? Oh, you mean the Miyu Xianzi? What, do you have business with her? Yuan Hao's expression shifted, as if struck by lightning. A celestial being? Is she not a demoness? Chapter 80. All is finished. Yuan Hao was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, feigning nonchalance as he shook his head. Oh, it's nothing. I merely found that woman quite attractive and thought she might be an acquaintance of yours, so I casually inquired. What brings her to this desolate wilderness? Bai Wuyo, unfazed, patiently explained. It is said she is also in search of the Kinlonko. However, I did not disclose to the fairy Miyu that the herb I possess is indeed Kinlonko. I concocted some reasons to send her away. My young friend, while the herb is now in your possession, I urge you not to recklessly divulge its existence, lest you invite calamity. Yuan Hao smiled and replied, Understood. Thank you for the reminder, esteemed elder. Now, may I trouble you to inform me how far this cursed place is from our Zhujianzong? In which direction does it lie? You, a mere servant disciple of Zhujianzong, are unaware of its location? Bai Wuyo was momentarily taken aback, his expression a blend of astonishment and incredulity. I seem to have lost my way, Yuan Hao admitted, opting for brevity. This place is 3,000 miles from Zhujianzong, situated in the northwest direction of this mountain. 3,000 miles. By heavens, this indeed is no longer the back mountain of Zhujianzong. Wait. Yuan Hao suddenly realized, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The direction and distance of 3,000 miles from Zhujianzong seemed to align with the proximity of an ancient sect's ruins. If he could locate the ancient sect's remnants, he could find that fissure. Why would he bother returning? Handsome brother, why not allow me and my master to escort you back? Traveling by sword is quite swift, Su Nainai suggested, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. With that, she swiftly drew her sword and gracefully leapt upon it, gesturing for Yuan Hao to embrace her from behind. Her enchanting sapphire eyes seemed to beckon him, saying, Come up, come on, hee. Why don't you join me? This way, I can feel your solid abs and chest against my back. Yuan Hao replied, Thank you for your kind offer, Miss Su, but I must seek some herbs along the way. So there is no need for you and the esteemed elder to accompany me. Farewell. Having said that, he promptly departed. Even as he descended the mountain, Su Nainai lingered, her tearful gaze following the path he took, her eyes dimmed with longing. Child, do not be disheartened. Let us return to Shaofeng Mountain. If fate permits, we shall meet again. After descending the mountain, Yuan Hao sought a clear patch of ground and began to sketch. The 3 small circles represented the 3 ancient sect ruins that Yuling had informed him of. Now that he had discerned the location of Zhujianzong and its distance, locating the other 3 ancient sect ruins would be considerably easier. Gazing at one of the circles, he quickly deduced that the ancient sect ruins were approximately 30 miles away. Excellent. Time is of the essence. I must set forth immediately. Determined, Yuan Hao set his course and hastened onward. While Bai Wuyo was indeed a capable ally and had offered him assistance, should he enlist both Bai Wuyo and Su Naina, locating the sect's ruins would be effortless, and they could easily vanquish any spiritual beasts guarding the spirit plants. However, one must understand that a single drop of blood on a leaf could transform it into a mysterious spiritual plant capable of creating a clone, a rarity in the world. Yuan Hao was reluctant to share such a treasure. His interactions with Bai Wuyo had been limited, and he was not well acquainted with his character. Should Bai Wuyo harbor intentions of monopolization, he would be left with nothing. It was prudent to exercise caution. As for Su Failing, her current state was far from optimal. She would likely prioritize evasion in combat. To avoid any discord with Bai Wuyo, she would have to retreat to a considerable distance. Thus, Yuan Hao felt no concern for her being nearby. Along his journey, Yuan Hao encountered 7 or 8 mid-tier first-stage spiritual beasts. Lacking in strength, he utilized them to test the capabilities of his cold sword. Indeed, with a single swing, it released a peculiar chill that could instantly encase a previously living spiritual beast in ice, reducing it to frozen shards without leaving a trace of battle. However, against flora, trees, and stones, the sword proved rather dull and ineffective. Before long, Yuan Hao arrived at a desolate area, halting before a site of crumbling ruins. He surveyed his surroundings, confirming he had reached his destination. The dilapidated remains suggested a fierce battle had once taken place, bombarding the ground with various martial techniques, rendering it perpetually barren. Just gazing at the uneven ruins, he could envision the carnage of countless corpses and rivers of blood that had once stained this land. From the level of destruction and architectural style, it seemed this was not the ancient sect ruins that the Zhu Liao beast had recalled. Yuan Hao felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. However, since he was here, he might as well see if there was anything to gain. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. It was not his style to return empty-handed. Leaning against a crumbled wall, he activated the Shihan Hai. Instantly, a multitude of soul clusters appeared before him. The sheer number of these clusters was comparable to those surrounding Zhujianzong, indicating that many cultivators had perished here. The soul clusters near Zhujianzong numbered in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions, due to its reputation as a demonic sect embroiled in relentless battles for millennia, resulting in daily casualties. Thus, what had transpired near this ancient sect? Filled with curiosity, Yuan Hao cast out a black line, quickly reeling in a head-sized soul cluster. In this place, even head-sized soul clusters were abundant. Yuan Hao saw no need to fish for smaller pills or palm-sized soul clusters anymore. As for larger soul clusters, exceeding a yard in size, he had yet to discover any, perhaps lurking in the depths of the Shihan Hai. To hook such sizable soul clusters, aside from relying on good fortune, one could only utilize Yuling as bait. Yuan Hao weighed the soul orb he had fished out of the depths. With a forceful punch, he shattered the orb, which burst apart like an egg under impact. The Meihuan Heart Sutra, a high-grade Xian-level technique, a testament to mastery. It is one of the 81 secret arts of the Hehuan sect. It turns out this ancient sect ruin belongs to Hehuan. Yuan Hao gazed at the sutra, hesitated for a moment, and then waved his hand to absorb it into his brow. He fished up another soul orb. After smashing it, the remnants of the soul revealed their contents before his eyes. The Mei Shui skill, also a high-grade Xian-level technique. Another one of the 81 arts of the Hehuan sect, a complete mastery. The third soul orb, the residual sun technique, a high-grade Xian-level skill, also one of the Hehuan arts, with full mastery. Yuan Hao furrowed his brow and ceased his fishing, pondering softly. What is the matter with this ancient sect? It seems extravagantly indulgent. Do all the elders and disciples of the sect have to cultivate these techniques? Wouldn't that lead to chaos? Among the 81 Hehuan techniques, the lowest rank is the Xian level, and there should be earth level and heaven level techniques above that. He could only describe his feelings as speechless. Having already cultivated the Mo Ming Huan Tian skill, he wasn't particularly interested in these so-called dual cultivation methods. However, considering that these techniques could be quite lucrative, he decided to keep them. In the future, he could find an opportunity to sell them for a good price. Yet, on the flip side, if Yuan Hao were to do so, would he be branded with the label of spreading illicit desires? That would bring eternal disgrace. Just as Yuan Hao was stroking his chin in contemplation, a soul orb floated before him. It was only the size of a palm, yet it circled around him. After a moment of hesitation, Yuan Hao decided to pull it in. However, what lay within nearly caused him to exclaim in surprise. The residual soul of the sect leader, the beloved holy maiden. What is this? It seems not to be a technique or martial art, but rather a secret incantation to unlock the Hehuan sect's underground palace? The Hehuan sect actually possesses an unknown subterranean chamber? Could it be that while the sect was destroyed, the underground palace remained intact? After a brief moment of hesitation, Yuan Hao swiftly collected the holy maiden's residual soul, along with the soul sea. He attempted to recite the incantation, and instantly, a beam of light as thick as a fist shot up into the air from a nearby location. Then it vanished. Yuan Hao approached the spot where the light had disappeared. There stood a stone wall, and 70 paces beyond it was the location from which the light had emanated. This was, in fact, the entrance to the underground palace. However, the entrance was buried, and Yuan Hao cleared away the rubble to reveal a piece of azure stone. Clearly, The stone was sealing a spiritual array, and the earlier light was the manifestation of the incantation resonating with the array. Yuan Hao broke the stone with a punch, and a flickering illusion similar to a teleportation array appeared, revealing a deep, unfathomable entrance before him. A cold wind blew out, chilling him to the bone. Yuan Hao hesitated for a moment, drew out his Ming Di sword, and stepped inside. Given that so much time had passed since the He Huan sect's destruction, it was likely that no living beings remained within the underground palace. Moreover, this was a palace, not a tomb. It was a place for the sect leader and holy maiden to indulge in their pursuits. The probability of traps was relatively low. Of course, caution was still advisable. As he ventured deeper, Yuan Hao couldn't help but marvel at how concealed this underground entrance was, requiring the resonance of the incantation to manifest, and it was exceedingly profound. It was no wonder the He Huan sect's territory had been nearly turned upside down in battle, while the underground palace remained intact. At the end of the passage, a series of spiritual lamps ignited spontaneously. Indeed, no living beings were present, only a few sealed stone doors. The entire space was circular, with a central altar-like area, presumably the location where the sect leader and holy maiden engaged in dual cultivation. Yuan Hao smirked, intending to approach the stone doors, when suddenly a wave of intense dizziness washed over him, and he fell unconscious. Time passed, though how long he could not tell. When Yuan Hao awoke, his head throbbed painfully. The next moment, he was petrified. His clothes had mysteriously vanished, and beside him lay a woman with an exquisite figure. Her back turned towards him. Yuan Hao was utterly clueless about what had transpired, but an ominous premonition loomed over him. What happened to me? Why did I suddenly faint? Who is she? Why is she beside me? Why is she also unclothed? Have I done something to betray my senior sister? A barrage of questions surged through Yuan Hao's mind, and when he slightly turned his head to glance at the remnants on the ground beside him, he was left in shock. It was over, utterly over. That white dress beside him. Why does it seem so familiar? As if he had seen it somewhere recently. Suddenly, his heart raced, and every hair on his body stood on end. Trembling, he turned the woman over, and instantly, a face more beautiful than that of any nation, a visage of unparalleled perfection, greeted his eyes. Damn, the sect leader. It's over. I've accidentally, with the sect leader. Chapter 81 Evidence of Reckless Driving. How could this happen? How could the sect master be here? Yuan Hao, you truly deserve to be damned. If senior sister Yu learns of this, I firmly believe she would not hesitate to consume me whole. In an instant, Yuan Hao felt as if his head had exploded. Moreover, he realized that he was truly finished. There was no escaping his fate. Yuan Hao was desperate to comprehend what had transpired. He had no recollection whatsoever. The only thing he remembered was descending into the underground palace, and just as he was about to approach the first stone door to investigate, everything suddenly. Calm down, stay composed. He needed to devise a way to handle this situation. First and foremost, he was utterly oblivious to what had occurred. Since the sect master was also here, it indicated that her predicament mirrored his own. Then, should he tell her that he felt absolutely no satisfaction? That this was not an occurrence within his conscious awareness? That would surely be akin to courting death. Yuan Hao cradled his head in his hands, on the verge of a breakdown. He mentally replayed the events, and the final outcome was reduced to mere pulp by Su Feiling's slap. This line of reasoning was undoubtedly unfeasible. Should he then present himself as a man, vowing to take responsibility for her? Would a sect master truly need a mere pig-raising disciple to take responsibility? Even if he were willing, she would likely not be interested. Yuan Hao shook his head, dismissing that thought. If Su Feiling was entirely unaware, could he not simply treat this as if nothing had transpired? As long as he dressed her properly now, wouldn't that suffice? Yes. At this point, preserving his life took precedence. Beyond that, Yuan Hao could not conceive of a better solution. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to assist Su Feiling in donning her garments, lest she awaken and go into a frenzy. Surely, if she were not entirely exposed, the situation would be somewhat improved during their interactions. He first dressed himself, then stealthily approached Su Feiling. Casting a glance at her, he swallowed hard. How alluring. No, this was not the time for wandering thoughts. Yuan Hao picked up the luxurious white gown that had been cast aside and carefully draped it over Su Feiling. Although somewhat clumsy, he managed to dress her before she regained consciousness. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he lifted his gaze and was met with a sight that nearly shattered his composure. Su Feiling's intimate garments dangled from one of the protruding corners of the altar, swaying in the cold breeze of the underground palace. Good heavens, what have you done? I am certain you were quite reckless last night, far beyond a mere hour, weren't you? Otherwise, you would not be playing such tricks on me. I finally managed to dress her in a gown, and now this? If I move Su Failing again, she will undoubtedly awaken. What to do? Perhaps I should hide this intimate garment? She might have forgotten whether she was dressed or not. Yuan Hao decided to take a gamble. At that moment, a soft sound escaped Su Failing's lips, followed by her beginning to stir. Yuan Hao quickly tossed her garment into his storage spirit tool. What could have happened? Upon entering, he lost consciousness without any warning. Su Failing sat up, taking a moment to collect herself, her crimson eyes scanning the surroundings, displaying a bewildered expression akin to Yuan Hao's upon awakening. Sectmaster, you are awake. I was so worried. Yuan Hao endeavored to maintain an expression of nonchalance. Su Failing locked eyes with him, stunned for 7 or 8 seconds. Neither spoke a word. Suddenly, Su Failing gasped sharply, a wave of searing pain coursing through her, compelling her to bite down hard on her lip. Her exquisite features twisted slightly with discomfort. Yuan Hao rushed forward, stepping on several drops of blood that had fallen to the ground, preventing Su Failing from seeing any incriminating evidence. Sectmaster, what is wrong? Did you fall from above? By the way, how did you end up here? What a coincidence. Where's this place? I must have inadvertently activated some mechanism, which is why I ended up in the underground palace. Yuan Hao spoke rapidly, hoping to distract Su Failing. Shifting her attention seemed a wise strategy. However, could Su Failing truly be oblivious to the changes in her body? The moment she felt the tearing pain, her face paled significantly. Su Failing slowly raised her chin, her lips curling into a sinister smile. She fixed Yuan Hao with an expression that seemed to demand a reasonable explanation. Sectmaster, I also lost consciousness, and I did so even earlier than you did. You should be aware of that. As Yuan Hao's words fell, Su Failing suddenly gestured with her delicate hand, summoning a crystal stone from the stone steps leading into the underground palace. What the hell? A Guihua stone. Yuan Hao recognized this stone, having previously used it to capture the scene of Lin Yan being brutally defeated by the Annihilation Black Lotus. He understood its purpose all too well. This is the end. Everything is over. Could it be that everything that transpired has been recorded? No, wait. Sectmaster, why did you place the Guihua stone? It is my habit to set a Guihua stone whenever I arrive at a stronghold's tomb or a place of creation. This ensures that I can ascertain what has transpired in my absence. Then, I can analyze the footage to determine if I overlooked anything and judge whether I need to revisit the place of creation or the tomb of the powerful. Yuan Hao. Fine, I confess. I indeed engaged in unspeakable acts with the sect master. Sect master, we could forego using the Guihua stone, couldn't we? Let us save face for each other. Su Failing let out a menacing laugh and directly activated the Guihua stone. The scene that unfolded, so red-faced and embarrassing, nearly caused Yuan Hao to spit blood. Although both had lost consciousness, why did it resemble? Why did it resemble a steamy wedding night? Su Failing remained silent, merely observing the footage, and her occasional sinister chuckle sent shivers down Yuan Hao's spine. The Guihua stone could only record brief segments of footage. This is the only aspect for which Yuan Hao feels fortunate. Given the time of Su Failing's arrival, it should have been around the hour of Su, that is to say, twilight, which means she arrived nearly half an hour after Yuan Hao. By the time Yuan Hao regained consciousness, it was already the next day, which is to say, this morning. He must have been driving for an extended period, and in a rather reckless manner. The fragments recorded within the Guihua sure serve as undeniable evidence. Do you have anything else to say? Su Failing continued to sneer, her crimson eyes unable to suppress the encroaching darkness emanating from the depths of her pupils. It was as though 2 black holes were expanding, devouring everything in their vicinity. Her voice had an eerie chill to it, yet it resonated more like a commanding tone than anything else. This evident shift in her demeanor and gaze made Yuan Hao acutely aware that Su Failing could indeed possess a dual personality. He needed to devise a way to calm her down. Otherwise, he would be meeting his end. Sect Master, if I were to tell you that I know nothing, would you believe me? Su Failing delicately tilted her chin, and he could sense her affirmation, for even the sect master herself had lost consciousness upon entering this underground palace. Then why do you still wish to kill me? Enough with the nonsense. Su Failing extended her slender hand, poised to seize his throat. In a moment of inspiration, Yuan Hao shouted, Sect Master,